After I went bankrupt, I received a text message from the future. It contained a series of lottery-winning numbers. I thought it was a scam. I was just about to block them. But he claimed to be my future self. He even mentioned that I peaked at Mrs. Zhang bathing when I was 5 years old. I was so scared I almost threw my phone away. Could it really be my future self? I decided to buy a $100 ticket to test it out. 8 minutes later, the lottery results automatically popped up, and I stared at the winning numbers. I checked them one by one, and they were all correct. I quickly opened my account to check, and the $2,000 prize was all there. I immediately sent a message back saying, "If it happens again, I'll believe you." To my surprise, the other person replied instantly. The winning numbers for the next draw are these. I spent all $2,000 on tickets, and 30 minutes later, my account balance became $40,000. I won again, and I took a sharp breath. At the same time, my scalp started to tingle. Could this person really be my future self? So, now you should believe about half of it, right? Then he told me not to buy this kind of lottery anymore, or I might end up in trouble. He demonstrated his ability to predict the future to me, and 10 minutes later, my girlfriend, Xinxing, would knock on the door to come home because she forgot something and was also drunk. You will have a very unpleasant argument because of his desire to buy a Gucci bag. I am a little skeptical, because my girlfriend Xinxing never drinks, and just last week, I bought her a Gucci bag. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and there was a knock on the door. "Lufan, please open the door quickly." I could hear Xinxing's slightly incoherent words outside the door. I was quite shocked, to be honest. I really predicted it right again. I opened the latch, and immediately a strong smell of alcohol hit me. I put her on the sofa, feeling a bit dazed. She really drank, and she's drunk. She even told me she was socializing with clients. Do people from the customer service department also need to socialize? I don't get it. She directly questioned me. "What do you mean, Lufan?" I didn't say anything. Why is her reaction so strong? Seeing me silent, Xinxing slowly sat up from the sofa, like a different person. In a slightly coquettish tone, "Darling, are you angry?" "A little bit, oh my. I'm not in a good mood, so I might sound a bit harsh. It's all Fong Yan's fault. That annoying woman was showing off in front of us again, saying her boyfriend bought her a new bag. She even said, 1 new bag every week, no repeats. Look at how capable she is." The more I listen, the more it doesn't make sense. It seems she was lying about socializing with clients just now. Why do you also want to buy a new Gucci bag? Xinxing looked pleasantly surprised and said, "Darling, you're just too good. If it were at other times, I would really grit my teeth. But right now, I'm not in the mood. Let's talk about it another day. Hurry up and take a shower, you reek of alcohol." Didn't expect to annoy Xinxing again. Do you think I stink? You can decide whether to buy it or not another day. That's how women are. She changes her face faster than flipping a page. With a bang, the bedroom door was shut. Then with a click, it was locked. I was completely stunned. Is this how women act when they're drunk? It's simply unreasonable. I hurriedly pulled out my phone. I sent a message to the one claiming to be my future self. "Hey, are you still there, buddy? So, do you believe now that I am your future self?" Although I can't be 100% sure, the possibility is very high. There was a pause from the other side, then quickly a long string of messages appeared. "It's okay, there's still time to verify. I sent you a message from the future. Mainly, I want you to seize a chance to get rich. In half a month, to the west of us, there will be an event that catches everyone off guard. A large-scale military conflict. It will escalate continuously for over 10 days. It's several times over, so you must seize the opportunity and find every possible way to gather enough money. Sell the car and the house. This round, as long as you don't make any mistakes due to nervousness, you can at least earn several billion. There's still half a month left. I will try to help you make the most of the existing funds, and accumulate some capital from the stock market, but the stock market situation is not good. You won't make too much. Whether you believe it or not, let's talk after the stocks have earned." Looking at this information, I was instantly dumbfounded. I really can't stay calm. Although my annual salary is 400,000, I dare not even think about assets in the hundreds of millions. In the next week, I will act according to my own instructions for the future. Quick in and out of the stock market. Earned almost 200,000 yuan without any deviation. So without any hesitation, I sold the car and the house at a low price. Then I took out some of the funds in fixed deposits in advance. Almost gathered more than 6 million. I don't plan to borrow from family or friends either. After all, this is a high-stakes gamble. If I lose everything, I can start over, but I must not involve my family. And I absolutely won't go into debt. This is the bottom line. In the past half month, Lu and I have still been in a cold war with Xincheng. After that night, Xincheng would come home drunk and late every day, as if deliberately showing it to me. Normally, I would have coaxed her back early, but recently I really haven't been in the mood. And surprisingly, I found that Xincheng really seems not to care, unlike before we started dating. There are rumors in the company that she's a materialistic gold digger. I don't believe it. At most, she's just a bit materialistic. During this period, I've also been a little distracted at work. I was called in by the boss for a talk, but after the full 6 million arrived, I couldn't wait to send a message asking, "Dear future me, the 6 million has arrived. Can I enter now?" Even changed the way I address them. In another 15 minutes, I could get started, because after 15 minutes, the price of oil has never dropped, so it's okay to enter later. As soon as the time was up, I transferred the full 6 million in one go, automatically converting it to US dollars. After converting it according to the real-time exchange rate, it was almost 800,000 US dollars. Went straight with a maximum 50x leverage. Soon, the amount available for trading in the account became 40 million US dollars. Clicked to buy all. Next, for every increase in the price of crude oil, there would be a huge return. After the operation, I was so nervous that I couldn't even sleep a wink. If the news from Lufan is accurate, the first shot of the conflict will be fired at 3 o'clock in the morning. Time passes second by second. The latest headlines of current affairs news have just been updated. Shocking accidental discharge. These two countries are at war. Continuously flipping through news reports from major media, and some news pictures. After confirming without a doubt, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. The next day, when I woke up at noon, I immediately checked my account. Sure enough, the price of international oil has soared significantly, rising by $5 in just one night. After converting, he has already earned over 20 million. I haven't had time to get excited yet. My girlfriend Shinshan walked out of the bedroom, with a cold expression, and said to me, "Lufan, it's quite boring to go on like this. Right now, I just want to ask you one question. Are we buying the bag or not?" Happily, my mood is very good at the moment. Before long, I'll be a billionaire. Why care about this little money? Of course, we're buying. Alright, transfer the money over now. Right now, I have less than 1,000 yuan in my account. I won't fail to make money, don't worry. In another half month, I'll have the money as compensation. By then, I'll buy you 2, 3, or however many bags you want. But I didn't expect Xincheng to be unwilling. I'm really disappointed in you. Last week, I saw you making tens of thousands from stock trading, and now you're telling me that there's less than 1,000 yuan in your bank account. And you still speak so self-righteously. What do you take me for? I was dumbfounded by what you said. But I quickly realized that you had been peeking at my phone. Luckily I saw it, otherwise I wouldn't have known what lies you were making up. Lufan, do you think that just because you made some money, I'm not worthy to be your girlfriend? Right, of course, I quickly denied it. Xincheng slammed the door and stormed out. Damn, peeking at someone's phone and still acting so self-righteous. It's a good thing he saw it last week, so he probably didn't see the balance in my account now. He didn't even give me a chance to explain, let alone believing me. Honestly, I've been good to him. I haven't even touched him until now. From the beginning, I planned to get married after dating for a year. I could overlook his materialistic nature, but is it worth it over a handbag? Is it worth having this kind of conflict with myself? I've decided to make one last compromise. After all, more than half a year of relationship, if it doesn't work out, then let it go. I opened WeChat, preparing to borrow some money from someone. I'll buy the handbag first. I first thought of Afun, who has the best relationship in the company. I'm in urgent need, can you lend me 20,000 bucks? I'll pay you back in half a month. Fan, are you kidding me? You earn a higher salary than me. Why do you still need to borrow money from me? And haven't you made a lot of money recently from trading stocks? Li Feng responded puzzled. That's not right. How does this guy know that I made money from trading stocks? But I didn't pay much attention and just told him about investing in a project. I only have 1,000 bucks left on me. Li Feng obviously still doesn't quite believe it. Then I sent over the records of selling the house and car, as well as screenshots of my bank card balance. See, why would I lie to you? Li Feng looked at the pictures sent and realized that I really didn't have any money. He was a bit dumbfounded, and after a while, Lu Fan, you don't know how to trade stocks and put all your money in. Are you really bankrupt? I'm not really bankrupt, so will you lend me the 20,000 bucks or not? After a full 2 minutes, he finally sent a message. Bro, I don't want to lend you, I'm planning to buy a car recently. I've already paid the deposit. Seeing this message really made me angry. You haven't even drawn the license plate number, and you're telling me about booking a car? Is Li Yifeng really this damn annoying? Does he really think he's Li Yifeng? He originally thought that we were colleagues after all. Everywhere you look, there he is. Since we're both bankrupt, what face do we have left? My money didn't come out of thin air. Why should I lend it to you? It chilled my heart. I used to lend money to this so-called friend all the time. Wow, 20,000 yuan made me see you in a new light, Li Yifeng, unbelievable. After saying that, I immediately put Li Yifeng on the blacklist. I couldn't help but bitterly smile. There's a joke online that says, if you want to know who your true friends are, lend them money once and you'll find out. I thought it was just a joke. I didn't expect the reality to be even more ironic than the joke. I picked up my phone again and found a person named Luyu. I've been very considerate of him at work. I always call him Fangu in private. I'm a quiet and honest person. And Li Yifeng. The three of us have a good relationship. Hey Lao Lu, what are you doing? Let's have dinner together tonight. His name is Luyu. He's a very honest person. He hesitated when he heard about borrowing money. He even said he recently bought a few limited edition LV bags for daily use. What a coincidence. I happen to know that the limited edition LV bag that Shan is carrying was actually given by the head of another department in their company. Luyu still lied and refused to lend me money, although we didn't fall out. But sometimes, this kind of hypocritical righteousness is even more chilling. It's rare to see someone like Li Yifeng, who can have a falling out with you 1 second, and the next second let the whole world know that LV fan is bankrupt. Never lend money to this jerk. I'm not bankrupt at all. In fact, I'm about to become a multi-millionaire. Well, the betrayal of two best friends. I'm not in the mood now. Lend money to Xinsheng to buy a bag. Just want to be alone for a while. Since that's the case, I plan to borrow from all my friends around and see who is worth befriending, and who isn't worth it. After all, I have news about my future, and it's a sure thing I'll soar. By then, there will definitely be many people coming to me. If they're not worth it, don't even waste time on them. Thinking about this, I simply sent out a message urgently needing to borrow 20,000 yuan. I sent it to people I still have some rapport with. There were probably 40 to 50, and after an afternoon, 12 people said they were also in difficulty. Can't help but feel helpless. Although I'm a bit disappointed, I can understand. 8 people also sent me 100 to 500 yuan in red envelopes. The rest didn't even respond, but what shocked and amazed me the most is that the manager of the company's purchasing department is named Lin Yifan. He directly asked me if I had gone bankrupt. Of course, I told the truth, we haven't gone bankrupt. The next second, he suddenly created a company group. I just clicked to take a look, but I was kicked out of the group. I opened the group chat. I started searching online. Li Yifeng and everyone, I want to remind you all. Lu Fan from the marketing department went bankrupt from stock trading, and he put his car and house into it. He's gone crazy borrowing money everywhere. Everyone works hard, so be careful not to fall into a pit. Li Yifeng has evidence. Everyone, open your eyes. Take a look. Following are a few forwarded pictures. Lu Fan sold his car, sold his house, and withdrew from the fund. There are also chat records. Damn, Lu Fan really borrowed money from me, and I even made 500 from him. No way, so he really did go bankrupt. One after another, over 20 people sent their own chat screenshots, confirming that Lu Fan went bankrupt. It's solid evidence. Kick him out of the group. This group is a pure land of mutual assistance and love for our outstanding partners. His character is terrible. Kick him out quickly. Since everyone agrees, Lin Yifan, I don't object to you being in the purchasing department. Of course, I also don't object to you being in the purchasing department. Lin Yifan was removed from the group chat. The message ends here. I won't be able to see the rest of the chat records. Looking at these chat records, I went from anger to laughter. Indeed, money can see through the human heart. It's too real. Just then, a loud slamming of the door suddenly rang out. My girlfriend, Xinsheng, appeared in front of Lu Fan with a dark expression on her face. Lu Fan, you're quite something. You went bankrupt and still hid it from me. Why don't you just die? Xinsheng, unable to contain her anger, directly threw her bag at him. I looked at Xinsheng in disbelief. I guess he immediately came back after seeing those chat messages. However, after receiving a series of soul-crushing blows, I surprisingly calmed down. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart, but so be it. You saw it, right? So, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. Lu Fan, you bastard. No wonder you hesitated to buy a bag and acted so evasively. Bankrupt and still acting like a big shot. Xinsheng, are you implying that I don't deserve to be your boyfriend just because I went bankrupt? What right do you have to criticize me? Shin took a deep breath. I think I see it clearly now. I wasted more than half a year on you for nothing. What else is there to say? Break up, Lu Fan? Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again. I coldly retorted. Breaking up is fine, but I'm the one who rented this house. The one who should leave is you. People can be shameless to this extent. Why bother showing him any mercy? Shin lips turned pale with anger, and she went straight back to the room to pack her things. After packing up, she grabbed a suitcase and was about to leave, but I asked her to leave the key with me. Shin was so angry that her hands were shaking. She then took out a key from her bag, and with a slam of the door, she left. I fell into silence again, carefully recalling. The beginning of my relationship with Shin was a bit inexplicable. A year ago, when LV Fan became the manager, it was Shin who actively pursued her. They say when a woman pursues a man, there's a barrier. Moreover, Shin is such a tall, hot-tempered, and charming beauty. I, who hadn't dated since high school, completely gave away my heart. This made me overlook some of Shin abnormal behavior, such as never spending her own money. For example, she always seemed a bit strange when smiling in front of the company leaders. For example, lying about drinking late into the night recently, although there was no evidence. But at this moment, I feel like I'm no different from Lu Yunyi, just a fool. If it weren't for today's incident, being a spare tire might have ended up with the same result. Being a lapdog, in the end, I have nothing. Thinking about this, let's just break up. Dear future me, I've been through a breakup and bankruptcy. Another person lying on the couch. Take out the phone and send a message to your future self. Tell about what happened today. This is nothing. Plastic friendship, materialistic girlfriends are always there. But it doesn't mean no one really cares, rest assured. It's actually a good thing. It's better than finding out later that someone stabbed you, believe me. You will be grateful for what happened today in the future. These words immediately gave me great comfort and confidence, even a bit of hope for the future. Watching the international oil prices keep rising. Feeling even more beautiful. Just as I was calculating how much money I had made, a message popped up. I opened WeChat to check. It was sent by a former colleague from the company. Is Lu Fan there? This Zhang Hui and I were in the same department, worked for over a year, then I started my own business. Our relationship was okay before, but there was less contact after I resigned. I only know that he seems to be selling cars now. I heard about your situation. I have 60,000 in cash here. Take it for emergencies. Wow, I really didn't expect someone would be willing to lend me money. Seems like to confirm that this is real. Then a 60,000 transfer message popped up, and this was even. Knowing that everyone was talking about my bankruptcy, still chose to lend me money without hesitation, and not just 20,000, but directly lent 60,000. My best friends Li Yifang and Lu Yu. Not only did they refuse to lend, but also turned hostile and kicked us when we were down. Instead, it was someone with an average relationship like Zhang Hui who was so generous. There are indeed kind-hearted people in this world. While feeling touched in my heart, I finally couldn't help but ask him why. He said that I had previously let him have a large order, and at that time, it was just enough for his mother to see. I really forgot about this little thing, but I didn't make a fuss and accepted the 60,000 yuan. Mainly because I really didn't have any money. I have to pay the rent at the end of the month. It also meant that Lu Fan accepted Zhang Hui's favor, and when he got his revenge, he also had a reason to repay Zhang Hui. The next day, Sunday, I didn't go out all day. I kept staring at the news and the price of oil. In just 2 days, it kept rising and had exceeded a 35% increase. In just 2 days, I made almost a small target. Even President Wang would have to call me dad if he saw it. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. According to Lu Fan's words, this was just the beginning. Wait until a week later. The news of the cruise ship running aground came. The surge will accelerate. If I want to make money, I should aim for a few more small targets. Because I was so happy, when I ordered takeout in the evening, Lu Fan added an extra meal for himself. Ordered a deluxe pizza, plus 2 bottles of cola, getting used to the life of the wealthy. Can't we take it slow? On Monday, LV Fan appeared on the 36th floor of the Excellence building right on time. Although in less than half a month, he would become a solid billionaire. But in a responsible manner, he still had to continue going to work. However, from the moment he entered the elevator, he clearly felt the strange looks around him. He had been at this excellent company for 5 years. Never before had he attracted so much attention like today. It's really annoying. The general manager holds the morning meeting as usual on Monday. As soon as I stepped into the meeting room, I felt all the bloodthirsty eyes cast upon me, but these people still remained composed. At the end of the morning meeting, General Manager He Kun suddenly cleared his throat and raised his voice. I heard that. A certain manager engaged in fraudulent activities with colleagues in private. I hope everyone present can separate personal matters from work matters. Don't let personal matters have a negative impact on work or company management. After speaking, he gave LV Fan a meaningful look. You, he Cohen, almost directly named me, LV Fan, as bankrupt. Just as I returned to my office, someone knocked on the door and came in. The person who came in was the CEO's secretary. He said expressionlessly, "Manager LV, the CEO wants you to go to his office." As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, he said without even looking up, "Manager Lou, I heard you've gone bankrupt and are borrowing money everywhere. Is it true? I still don't understand. I'm just a small department manager. How could such a small matter attract the attention of the CEO and lead to dismissal? After all, the level between the two of us is too far apart. If I had to say something special, it's that the CEO and we are alumni of Nanchang University from the same year. The difference is, after Jiang Manhwa graduated, she took over this company under the family group, while I struggled to apply and enter his company. I honestly told CEO Jiang that I didn't go bankrupt, but through this incident, I saw through some people. What surprised me was the imperceptible relaxation that crossed his face. Then, he unexpectedly said he wanted to ask me for help. It turns out he wants to use this incident to completely eliminate the company's problems. But I don't understand why he had to find me. Leah Feng also seems to be our classmate, right? Jiang Manhwa really wanted to say, I didn't know Leah Feng in college either. But to be honest, Leah Feng didn't go bankrupt and borrow money from people everywhere. Well, I really have nothing to say about this reason. Then he brought up my bankruptcy. He said he could lend me 100,000 first, and he knew that no one else was willing to lend me money. Suddenly, I had a feeling. I took you as the boss. Could it be that you are investigating me? He revealed that Manhwa, who is she, will be the heiress of the conglomerate and will inherit the position of the head of a trillion-dollar conglomerate in the future. Her abilities and appearance are both top-notch, and before this, I was just a hard-working employee with a little reward. There is an insurmountable class barrier between us. Besides, we have known each other for a full 9 years, and left the president's office with suspicion. After coming out, I found countless pairs of eyes looking at me. This reminds me of what Jiang Manhwa said just now. The incident of Lufan borrowing money has caused quite a stir within the company. It seems to be true. As soon as I returned to my office, turned on the computer, I received a message from the company on WeChat. It contained the latest personnel announcement. Lufan, the manager of the marketing department, is on leave without pay pending investigation. This woman acts really fast. She must have prepared this in advance. Just as I was preparing to leave, someone suddenly burst in from outside the door. Lin Yifan from the purchasing department didn't even knock, sat on the chair without a word, probably here to find out the truth. I took this opportunity to play along with the president, so I indignantly told him that I really didn't go bankrupt. Who on earth reported my borrowing to the inspection department and even made President Jiang aware of it? This round of accusations made Lin Yifan's face turn green. However, he still pretended to be surprised. How could this happen? I can assure you, Lin Yifan, did not complain about you. It's a pity not to pursue acting with such acting skills. Then he suggested dinner in the evening, but I politely declined. Lin Yifan had a regretful look on his face, but as soon as he left, he took out his phone and sent a message. When I was almost done tidying up, another person came to my office. Lu Yu had a guilty expression on his face. Explain to me about buying the LV bag. I didn't expect that he was still lying to me. I don't plan to expose him either. Finally, under the watchful eyes of countless people, I left the company, and as soon as I walked out of the company's door, I felt an urgent need to use the restroom. Just as I was about to open the door to the stairwell, I heard a familiar voice. Xin Shang and Lu Fan are finished. Not only did they go bankrupt, but they were also fired by the company. I'm different. This time I did a favor for Director E. I'll definitely be promoted to director next year. Now you can consider me. This voice is clearly Leah Feng. What's the use of you liking me? I still like Dad Ma Yun. Is he going to give me an opportunity? Don't bother me during work hours. The voice of my ex-girlfriend Xinqing followed. I was stunned. Xinqing could actually say such materialistic things. I suddenly felt sad for myself. Leaving without saying a word is impossible. I kicked the door open. They looked at me in shock. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't hear anything. Ah, Foam, so you've always liked my ex-girlfriend. I should have just given her to you earlier. It's not worth it to make us not even friends. Li Feng looked as embarrassed as if he had eaten shit, then he cursed to himself. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Don't think I don't know. You haven't even touched it. Damn it, can't be caught like this. Wasn't it because I didn't touch it? It's just that I don't want to dirty myself. You can try if you like. But before Lia Feng could even feel disgusted, Shin Shing next to me couldn't help but get furious, pointing at my nose. He scolded, "You didn't tell me you were bankrupt, damn it. What's wrong with breaking up with you? Do I have to follow you to pay off your debts? Are you only happy when people look down on you for following you?" He was almost hysterical. "Who have you been drinking with every night recently? You can't have forgotten. It's only been a few days since you called someone else dad for a heartwarming story, right? You did it and still won't let others talk about it?" My words were like a bolt from the blue, shattering his final disguise. I could still hear him muttering after I left. After returning to the rental house, I thought that I was about to become a multi-millionaire. I need to expand my horizons a bit. I was going to open my phone and contact my future self, but then I suddenly received a call from my mom, who then asked me about bankruptcy and being fired. "And what's the situation with breaking up with your girlfriend?" I was stunned for a long time. This news spread too quickly, and he even told me that my relatives and friends all know, but he doesn't believe that I would do such an unreliable thing. I smiled. She really lives up to being my mom. Sold the house and the car. It's true that I broke up with my girlfriend, and it's also true about my hand. But being fired by the company is not true, and as for bankruptcy, that's just nonsense. I recounted everything that happened these days in detail. The old lady was shocked to hear it. "It's true that you never really know someone's heart. Son, don't take it too much to heart." Receiving comfort from my mom made me feel warm. Realizing it's been a while since I've been home, I asked my mom to prepare braised pork, so I can still make it for dinner if I leave now. "Be careful on the way," said the old lady before hanging up the phone. I got on the bus and finally arrived home after a 2-hour journey. As soon as LV Fan entered the house, he saw that there were guests at home. It was my uncle Lu Jingliang and Aunt Lu Fen. Our two families had a falling out in the early years due to a family separation. It was very unpleasant. I didn't think much about it. I put down my things and walked over to greet them with a smile. "How's work been recently, LV Fan? How come you have time to come back?" Lu Jingliang greeted. "Obviously. It's a bit puzzling to bring a suitcase home at a time like this. Well, something happened, so I came back home to take a break for a while." From the look in the eyes of the couple, I can tell. They probably heard about their own affairs from their parents. "You should be honest with Uncle. You really haven't gone bankrupt, have you? You've been mischievous since you were a child. Don't lie to your parents about this kind of thing. Tell Uncle what you really invested in." Lu Jin's words sound like he's caring about me on the surface, but our whole family can tell. They're definitely here to see the joke. I just casually brushed it off. Just dabble in stocks and futures, haven't gone bankrupt. When they heard the word stocks, it struck a chord with them. Because of stocks like Green City recently, they've also been affected. It seems that Lufan really went bankrupt, and he's been hiding it from his parents. "Lufan, you need to be down to earth. But don't ever count on getting rich overnight. If that kid Lu Hui dares to sell his car, sell his house, and play the stock market, see if I won't hit him and break his legs." Lu Jingliang immediately took on an elder's tone, and Liufan continued. "You really should learn this from Lu Hui. Although Lu Hui isn't very promising, he didn't even graduate from college, but you know that kid is resourceful. One step at a time. Now he's also a small business owner with hundreds of employees. Be steady." I furrowed my brows in annoyance, but I couldn't be bothered to explain to them. I just wanted to finish my meal quickly. Let these two weirdos leave. However, Lu Fen became even more enthusiastic. This woman towards her own son, Lu Hui. Since childhood, he has been resentful that he couldn't compare to my cousin who was 2 years older than him. In the face of such a great opportunity, he couldn't resist mocking him thoroughly. From the beginning, it turned from sourness to showing off, asking me to work for his son. When I left, the old lady couldn't help but say, "Often, you two are always so busy. If you don't have time, then don't come over unannounced. Can't we video chat now? It's not like we'll never see each other again." I almost burst out laughing. The old lady's status is still high. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been exactly 10 days since I bought the crude oil futures. Exactly 10 days had passed. The most I've done every day since coming home is holding my phone and watching the price trends. Recently, no one from the company has contacted me. The people I usually chat with either blocked me or I blocked them. Later, I accidentally saw the CEO's profile picture, hesitated for a while, and then sent a message. "Is President John's plan going smoothly?" Unexpectedly, he replied within seconds. "You declared bankruptcy very timely, and your acting skills are also top-notch. Those people running amok gave me the chance to catch them red-handed, and you deserve credit for it." I'm speechless. I'm not bankrupt, okay? I actually wanted to resign on this occasion. After all, I made quite a bit of money. But then he unexpectedly said he would raise my salary to 1,000,000 yuan annually, which left me in shock. In the past, I would have agreed immediately, but now I don't care. I maintained a serious tone on the surface and said it's not about the money. Then it's still a matter of emotions. Lu Fan, you are a talented person. Why worry about the future? Anyway, if you want to resign, I won't stop you. I feel a bit uncomfortable. If we don't clarify things. This woman seems to be holding on to her heartbreak, so I'll tell her about the ticket issue in detail. Then you'll earn at least 2 billion from this. But how could he figure out the principle of my investment? I feel a bit scared upon careful consideration. Could he have investigated me? I couldn't help but ask him. Isn't it because I'm afraid that your bankruptcy would affect the company? Is there a problem with knowing more about it? Jiang Manuel replied. It would be strange if there were no issues. If a manager were to go bankrupt, borrowing money within the company affects work and management. Why not just fire them directly? I furrowed my brow and jokingly said, those who don't know it yet. Do you think Jiang has a thing for me? After sending it out, I started to regret it a bit. I was just joking, but what I didn't expect was his reply. Even if I'm interested in you, it's nothing special. You don't have a girlfriend now, and I don't have a boyfriend either. I was completely shocked again. Could he be trying to check me out? My mom found out too. I used work as an excuse, but my mom questioned, you, a manager? Chatting with the female CEO late at night about work. I was suddenly asked and didn't know how to respond. Not answering is as good as agreeing. Son, I remember your company. It seems to be under the Jiang Group, and the Jiang Group seems to have only one daughter. Could it be that your CEO is the old lady? It's unbelievable. It's just a few words. I still couldn't speak the truth. The more I said, the more the old lady imagined. The old lady got the answer she wanted from my eyes, and then she looked surprised. Although the old lady felt proud, she also understood the significance of matching social status. I took this opportunity to give my parents a heads up in advance, so they won't ask where the money came from later. After the old lady left, I immediately opened my phone and looked at the last message. Did I abandon you as my boss? My mom suddenly interrupted the chat. I haven't replied for so long, there shouldn't be any misunderstanding, right? Mr. Jiang's matters about my future with the company. I will talk to you about it in person when I get back. I didn't expect an instant reply again. Is he staring at his phone waiting for my response? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Manuel puts down his phone, a barely noticeable smile crossing his lips. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days have passed. The international crude oil prices have finally stopped skyrocketing. After talking to my future self, I decisively sold it all. After that, when he hung up, he even said he wanted to accompany his wife. I couldn't help but ask him who it was when he got married so quickly. But after several minutes, there was no response at all. Forget it, I already know. Maybe it's not good to ask. After clearing the warehouse, I finally received $57. 65 million. Wow, I actually made over 300 million. The initial capital of over 6 million was earned in just over half a month. I couldn't help but sigh heavily, having obtained future information. Making money is surprisingly easy. It's time to go back to the southern city. The first thing is to cancel the rental house. Just the thought of living with Shin Qing in there for almost half a year makes me uncomfortable. I feel terrible all over, but the first thing to do is to buy a car. Later, I told Jiang Manuel about going back, and he invited me to a high-end restaurant where the average spending is in the thousands to chat. For me, it's very extravagant, but now, I'm not holding back either. Seeing how readily I agreed, she curiously asked if I had struck oil. I was stunned. How can this woman be so smart? Yes, just now. That night, wouldn't it be better if the guys paid for this meal? After all, you are a billionaire. John, don't be silly. When has an employee ever treated the boss? You are so petty. No wonder Shin Chang wants to break up with you. Do I owe you money? Always looking for an opportunity to stab me in the back. I've decided to ignore him for now. This Jiang Manuel is becoming more and more outrageous. There's not a trace of a female CEO about her. I've seen it clearly. If she were my wife, she would be controlled to death. In the evening, due to the bus being stuck in traffic, I ended up being 10 minutes late when I could have arrived early. At this time, Jiang Manuel had already reserved the private room and was waiting for me. I was shocked by the luxurious decor of the restaurant as soon as I entered, filled with artistic taste. I have to say, you get what you pay for. I was just about to open the door to the private room. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Fan, what are you doing here? I turned around and it was Shin Chang and Lin Yifan, but I'm not interested in them at all right now. I'm here to eat. What's it to you? I turned my head and was about to push the door into the private room. Lu Fan, how did you end up eating at such a high-end place? You couldn't afford to dine here before, let alone now. Where did you get the money? Girls are still attentive, especially ones like Xinqing, extremely sensitive to material things and money. Last time they parted, they had already spoken so decisively. He still needs to ask Lu Fan about the matter that may involve money. He doesn't want to see Lu Fan suddenly have money again. Not leaving? Stay and watch me eat. They were just about to leave, but the door of the adjacent private room was opened. Jiang Manuel's stunning face showed a hint of confusion in front of the three people. Upon seeing Jiang Manuel, Lin Yifan's voice trembled with surprise. This lackey is naturally afraid of leaders and bosses. Xinqiang unexpectedly calmed down faster than Lin Yifan, smiling and greeting Jiang Manuel. Jiang Manuel's gaze first swept past Xinqing, then shifted to Lin Yifan. From the distance between him and Xinqing, as well as the subtle expressions of the two, he instantly understood the situation before him. Lightly asked, "Are you also here to eat?" From Jiang Manuel's very ordinary words, Lin Yifan sensed a hint of inquiry. He's just a purchasing department manager, and can afford to eat in a place like this. Anyway, it's best to leave quickly, so the two of them left immediately. The oppression from this female CEO is too strong. There's a strong sense of discomfort around her, but after walking a few steps, Xinqiang noticed from the corner of his eye that Lu Fan was still standing there unmoving. Why isn't this guy leaving? Could it be that this guy Lu Fan is also here to eat? A sudden, inexplicable strong premonition surged up in Xinqiang's mind, and she finally couldn't restrain her curiosity, slowly turning her head. Then she saw Lu Fan following behind Jiang Manuel, walking into the private room together. What's going on? One is the company boss. The other is an employee on the brink of bankruptcy and dismissal. What else could they be discussing besides work? Lin Yifan, who turned around a second later, also wore a shocked expression. Why would Lu Fan, this guy, come to eat in a place like this with President Jiang? After sitting down in the private room, Jiang Manuel seemed somewhat playful. She asked Lu Fan how it felt to run into his ex-girlfriend who had just broken up with him and come out to eat with a male colleague. I don't mind. It's just that I'm increasingly disappointed in the female president in front of me. She's increasingly ruining her own reputation. Jiang Manuel briefly talked to Lu Fan about the recent situation in the company, mentioning that the audit department's work is almost done. She sincerely admires Jiang Manuel's courage to completely eliminate the internal troublemakers at Zhuoyue. Then he tried to persuade me again, but I refused. What I didn't know was that he had been silently watching me all along. Since the freshman mixer in the first year, after briefly dancing with Lu Fan from a different department, he started paying attention to this steady yet dashing young man, who was also a dashing young man. At that time, he thought he had left a good impression on Lu Fan, so after leaving his number, he had been waiting for Lu Fan to contact him. However, I never actively contacted him. Especially after graduation, I realized even more the difference between him and Jiang Manuel. It wasn't until half a year ago that I couldn't resist Xinqing's passionate pursuit, and we officially started dating. Knowing this news, Jiang Manuel felt a little sad and regretful, but when he investigated the character of Xinqing, he felt it wasn't worth it for me. It wasn't until half a month ago that he learned about my bankruptcy and breakup. In the end, he decided to call me to the office alone and talk to me under the guise of work. Only then did he realize that this feeling was really good. But now, Lu Fan has become rich overnight and is going to leave me. Then her beautiful eyes welled up, feeling disheartened. It made my heart skip a beat, unearthing memories that had been buried for 9 years. It flashed inexplicably in his mind. That was during the freshman welcome dance, the closest he had been to hand in hand with Jiang Manuel. This feeling made me shiver. It must be an illusion for sure. So I told him that we can be business partners in the future, because there will be plenty of investment opportunities. There will definitely be many investment opportunities for him in the future. Jiang Manuel's eyes lit up. You said this. If you don't cooperate with me then, we're not finished. Jiang Manuel asked again, how many billions are you worth now? How do you plan to spend so much money? I haven't decided yet, but I should probably buy a car first. It's really inconvenient without one. I came here by bus today, that's why I was late. Jiang Manuel mentioned another car. Not long ago, he had just asked a friend to order a Maserati, the limited edition for the CEO's centennial. I don't have any special preferences for cars, as long as it's decent, that's what I truthfully replied. What do you think of Maserati? I've ordered a white one, suitable for both men and women to drive. If you don't have any particular preferences, I can sell you mine for the original price of 4.8 million. As Jiang Manuel spoke, he actually moved closer to me, and opened his phone to show Lu Fan the car. With that enthusiasm, one would think he was a car salesman. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of the faint fragrance from Jiang Manua's body, and I felt a bit at a loss. Before I could even think it through, he took the initiative and then asked me if I wanted to buy a house. He also mentioned that the company recently developed a high-end property, with less than 300 units available, so it's not guaranteed you can buy one even if you want to. I can tell, you, as a female CEO, are not serious. You're really trying to get close to me. But to be honest, alright, I'll go take a look when I have time. Let me know when you go. I also want to buy a unit. It's not a bad idea to have business partners as neighbors. Jiang Manua's platform hasn't arrived yet. I haven't decided to buy, but oh my, I feel a bit overwhelmed. Is the high and cold female CEO really so easy to get along with in private, just like a girl next door? If anyone else in the company saw this, they'd be shocked. I really don't understand. Over half an hour later, I returned to my rental house. As soon as I opened the door, I was shocked, and at that moment, my expression was just like your second emoji. My ex-girlfriend Shinsheng was sitting on the sofa. Lufan, you're really something, you even threw away all my stuff. Shinsheng really likes to toy with my emotions like this, but my reaction next made it hard for him to control his emotions. Do you plan to keep these for the new year? Give me the keys, get out of here immediately. Shinsheng started to act up. Not only did he not leave, but he kept mocking me for living off a female CEO. I took a deep breath and left immediately. In order to prevent him from catching up, I took a taxi for over an hour and found a relatively distant hotel. I really don't know what sin I committed to encounter a weirdo like Shinsheng. I took out my phone, opened the international futures account, and transferred the funds in the trading market. It's already been deposited into my account. Without hesitation, I clicked to exchange all 65 million US dollars into Dasha coins. Without any surprises, I'll wake up tomorrow with assets over 100 million. Almost involuntarily, I opened Jiang Manua's profile picture and said thank you to him. Then I immediately thought of shutting down and going to sleep. But he replied, sending a message to his female boss so late. What's your intention? One sentence completely threw me off. I promptly suggested treating him to dinner next time. Goodbye, get some rest. On the other hand, Jiang Manua was a bit shocked when she saw the message. This guy couldn't be a tough, unemotional man, could he? Sending a message to someone in the middle of the night, chatting for a bit, then saying goodbye and to rest early. Rest my foot. The next day, I slept until after 10 in the morning. Opened my eyes. Saw a text message on my phone confirming the arrival of the money, a total of 389,255,821 yuan, not a penny less. However, I wasn't as excited as I was at the beginning. The first thing on my mind was to return the 60,000 yuan that Zhang Hui lent me. If Zhang Hui doesn't lend me money, I won't have any money to stay in a hotel. Ah oui, take the money, thank you for your timely help. Lufan, you really don't lack money, do you? I don't need it urgently, so it's okay if you return it later if you need it. He's actually still considering my feelings. I really understand Zhang Hui, a truly reliable friend. I quickly let him take it, then remembered he sells cars at the 4S store. You still need a car to get around, so I asked him for a location. Zhang Hui confirmed with me repeatedly, after all, he sells BMWs. I quickly arrived at the 4S store. He's now the store manager, a bit better than being a department manager like me. He couldn't wait to ask me what's been going on lately. I briefly mentioned the stock situation, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at me with a hint of disbelief. Lufan, you must have struck it rich this time. Then it's justifiable to buy a BMW. I wonder how Li Yifeng and Lu Yu would feel when they find out you've made a fortune. What their thoughts would be, and also Shinsheng's. Actually, when they found out about me, they seemed quite indignant on my behalf. But now, it might actually be a good thing. I smiled bitterly. These things are no longer my concern. Then he asked me what car model I wanted to buy. I thought about it and decided to get the top-of-the-line X7 for my old man. The top-of-the-line X7? This car is a pure import. We don't have it in stock, but we can get it from another place this afternoon. Is that okay? Zhang Hui was slightly stunned. Even though he knew Lu Fan had made a fortune, the mention of a million-level top-of-the-line luxury car still surprised him. No problem, and it won't take much time. This is probably the fastest sale Zhang Hui has had since becoming the store manager. After a dozen minutes, Zhang Hui clearly wrote down all the costs and loan data on a piece of paper. The total cost is 1.68 million. I directly made the down payment, and then Zhang Hui had the bank credit personnel stationed in the store come in to handle the loan. Mr. Lu, hello. Your credit history is completely fine. We just need you to provide bank statements for the past 6 months. The loan officer is a young lady, very professional and efficient. Okay, no problem. I'll open my own bank account and export the transaction records. Out. Then I sent it to the little girl to print it out. She didn't carefully read the document and went straight to the printer. After all, the review of the flow for the car loan is not strict. People who can afford a nearly 2 million luxury car, no flow will have any issues. He was just following the procedure, but when the little girl took the printed flow and saw the deposit on it, she was a little stunned. Zhang Hui on the side was also a bit dumbfounded when he heard this number. He had just made a bold calculation. Lu Fan made at least tens of millions or even over 100 million from this, but he never expected to have nearly 400 million. Looking at their surprised expressions, I just smiled and said I was lucky. Zhang Hui remembered when he resigned and used all his savings to start a business. He was so conflicted and frightened, while Lu Fan had sold both his house and car. He staked everything. The risk was many times higher than he knew, so the high return was simply unattainable. This also made Zhang Hui more convinced that choosing a loan to buy a car was just returning a favor to himself. Thanks, Lu Fan. Come to pick up the car around 5 p.m. The license plate will be ready in a few days, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. After completing all the formalities, I left. After taking all the personal items from the rental house, I returned the keys to the landlord and also returned the 2 months deposit. I'm sorry to tell the landlord that there's still one key I haven't returned. I suggest the landlord change the lock, and I will cover the cost. After returning to the hotel, I comfortably lay on the bed and messaged my future self. My dear future self, I have received 380 million. What's our next move? Lu Fan felt that his future self reaching out to him must be a plan message and quickly responded. The most profitable real estate deal in Nanchang this year will happen in half a month. Half a month later, there will be a large-scale concentration of resources in Nanchang. But the most profitable dark horse, especially with only one plot, must be secured. After saying these few sentences, the other party suddenly stopped. This time, Guangming District will only release 2 plots in total. If you can't even find this, then you deserve not to have this good fortune. Alright, that's all I have to say. My wife and I are going to play golf later. I find this information a bit annoying. Not directly telling me which plot it is, it's just unnecessary. Showing off your love again. Your wife is my wife. However, this message from the future still excites me greatly. Once we secure the plot, the land price will increase fourfold. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, I returned to the BMW 4S store. By this time, his X7 had all been taken care of. Lu Fan, can I take a picture and post it on my social circle? Every time we sell a car, we will promote it like this. Zhang Hui, who has been waiting in the store, is ready. He led me to the brand new black S7. I readily agreed. Then I'll post it on my WeChat moments, while Zhang Hui and I go to dinner. 2 people left earlier than us, and they arranged to have skewers and drinks together. It was Li Yifeng and Lu Yu, when we were talking about my bankruptcy. They happily had a drink. Indeed, finding joy in someone else's pain is quite something. Lu Fan is really something. He took advantage of my good relationship with him, and was the first to ask me for money. He even foolishly sent me records of him selling his car and house. Thankfully, I was sharp enough not to lend him any money. I didn't lend him any money. Otherwise, no matter how much I lent, it would have been a lost cause. Lu, you should thank me for that. If I hadn't warned you in advance, with your inability to refuse people, you would have been driven crazy by Lu Fan. Li Yifeng felt great cursing at Lu Fan, and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. The 2 of them clinked glasses again and finished their drinks. Ironically, Lu Fan even blocked me on WeChat. Li Yifeng disdainfully laughed as he skewered a piece of beef heart. Did he block you? I wonder if he blocked me too. Lu Yu picked up his phone with a hint of surprise, wanting to check, but habitually clicked on the red dot of WeChat moments. He scrolled down. Wow, Zhang Hui sold another BMW. And it's the top of the line X7, at least it must be over $1 million. Just from this sale, he must have made at least 50 to 60,000. Li Yifeng couldn't help but feel emotional, because the BMW X7 is also his dream car. The person buying the car, Mr. Lu, could it be Lu Fan? After zooming in on the picture and taking a closer look, he stood up with an incredulous expression and exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Fan buying an X7, that's impossible. Lu Fan's incredibly familiar face, with a bright smile on it, impacting Li Yifeng's heart through the screen. It's really Lu Fan. How is this possible? Didn't he go bankrupt? How could he afford $1 million luxury car? Even if he didn't go bankrupt, he couldn't afford it. It must be fake, definitely fake. Lu Yu obviously didn't believe it either, but then they both thought of something. Do you think Lu Fan might not have gone bankrupt? His selling of houses and cars is real, but losing money in stocks is fake. In fact, he raised money to make other investments, and even made money, Leah Feng remembers. When Lu Fan asked him for money, he did say he would invest the money in a project. But it's also a fact that Lu Fan made over 200,000 from stocks before going bankrupt. Shen Xing saw it with her own eyes. Just as the two of them were about to call Zhang Hui and verify it, their phones both rang with a series of message notifications. The group chat for outstanding workers suddenly became lively. Can someone explain to me why the bankrupt Lu Fan, manager Lu, can afford to buy a top-of-the-line X7 luxury car worth $1 million? Don't doubt the authenticity of this. I saw it on Zhang Hui's moments from the former marketing department head, and I verified it with him. Lu Fan paid for it. Tagging a post, what happened to going bankrupt from stock trading? Come out and explain it to me. A colleague from the HR department handed over several explosive photos, specifically calling for Leah Feng to come out and explain, because the rumor of Lu Fan's bankruptcy started with Leah Feng. Originally, this colleague from the HR department had a decent relationship with Lu Fan and was planning to lend him money at that time. It's because he believed Leah Feng's disclosure. Not only did he not lend money to Lu Fan, but he also blacklisted him. Everyone's blame is directed at Leah Feng, which made him explode with anger. At first, I was just kindly reminding these people, where did I say a word about Lu Fan going bankrupt? You guys are just making it up, and you're blaming it on me. Furthermore, it wasn't my proposal to kick Lu Fan out of the group. It wasn't me either, but it's also being counted against me. Seeing others buy luxury cars, they all put on this expression. Sure enough, this world is full of malice towards him. At this moment, Lu Yu's heart is also filled with mixed feelings. But thinking back, he didn't confront Lu Fan like Leah Feng did, and didn't directly fall out with Lu Fan. Moreover, Shanshan is like a money-devouring beast. He doesn't want to waste all his previous efforts. After stealing a glance at Leah Feng, Lu Yu found Lu Fan's chat box. He sent a message to him. Are you there? Just the next moment, his expression became somewhat stiff. There was an exclamation mark at the beginning of the message, and Lu Fan also blocked him. He either had to delete the friend directly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he didn't want to give up and clicked on Add Friend. At this moment, my former good buddy and ex-girlfriend are eating together. But my extremely materialistic ex-girlfriend didn't regret it. She was convinced that I was a meal ticket. Lin Yifan was also shocked and speechless by this explosive news. Lu Fan's true colors are really hard to see. It's a disgrace to us men. Spending a woman's money, showing off outside, really something. After cursing a couple of times, he suddenly realized a serious problem. Lu Fan is actually living off the company boss. Wouldn't he be fired? Absolutely can't let this happen. His expression involuntarily darkened. And this is exactly Shen Qing's purpose. He knew Lin Yifan would definitely go find Lu Fan, so half an hour later, rumors about the company boss taking care of Manhwa for Lu Fan quietly spread within the Zoyu company. This explosive piece of gossip spread rapidly throughout the night, and everyone knew about it, but it's still unclear where it spread from. Moving the time a little earlier, the dishes that Zhang Hui and I ordered had just arrived. The phone's notification tone rang, and I opened my phone to take a look. It turned out to be a friend request sent by Luoyu, probably knowing about me buying a car, and shamelessly adding me as a friend. Zhang Hui was quite speechless about this. In my memory, Lu Yu should be a very stylish person, even getting nervous when speaking big words, and easily blushes, especially in front of girls. How did he become so quick to lie and thick-skinned to this extent now? When it was almost over, Zhang Hui said I was his customer, so he insisted on paying the bill first. I didn't argue over anything either. During this time, I went to the restroom to wash my hands. When I came out, I was surprised. I saw the female president again, and she was indeed a bit surprised to see me, and even reminded me to come to work on time tomorrow. Speaking of which, Zhang Manhwa was also Zhang Hui's former boss, so Zhang Hui must know Zhang Manhwa. Zhang Manhwa may not necessarily remember Zhang Hui. Even so, I subconsciously didn't want the two of them to meet. You bought another car. You don't seem to want my car. Du Fan, you are so two-faced. Zhang Manhwa caught onto the so-called point. I suddenly felt a headache. This female CEO is acting up again. I can only deceive her, and the car hasn't arrived. I'm just buying it for my dad. Then he asked me to wait for him in the parking lot, implying that I had been drinking, but it was out of concern for the employees. I need to be sent. I'm really drunk. I can only meet up with Zhang Hui first, and then he took a taxi and left. At this time, Zhang Manhwa had already arrived downstairs and sent me directly back to the hotel. When are we going to see the house? We can't keep living in a hotel. I happen to need to go to the sales center after the meeting tomorrow morning. I'll take you with me. Do you doubt my availability? I'm your employee. I don't have to go to work. I can just lie down and pretend to sleep. Don't pretend to sleep. I'm not sure about your alcohol tolerance. Jiang Manhwa used her usual CEO tone, said condescendingly. All right, I'll finish the resignation procedures tomorrow. I'll go see the house with you. I won't pretend to sleep either. I might as well be frank. Started chatting aimlessly with Jiang Manhwa. The girl didn't feel embarrassed at all. I'm not embarrassed at all. Later, I brought up the matter of the centralized construction site, and their group was also very interested, but still lacked some funds. I immediately felt a sense of excitement. How could I not have thought that Joyue would also participate in this land auction? According to Weilai's disclosure, that plot of land in Guangming district, I must definitely acquire it. But in the short term, I also couldn't obtain the corresponding qualifications, so I weakly asked, what about Director Jiang? I also want to acquire a piece of land for investment and development. Do you think we have room for cooperation? Jiang Manhwa turned in surprise, looked back at me, but I also fully understand Jiang Manhua's lack of confidence in the idea. He enlightened me on some industry knowledge, but still agreed under my insistence. I drove away. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning, Jiang Manhwa said to me as a matter of course. I feel like I've been played, but there was nothing I could do. And as I watched Lu Fan's retreating figure enter the hotel, Jiang Manhua's pretty face blushed. Hoping for a fool to take the initiative is impossible in this lifetime. Luckily, I let go of my so-called reserve. But in the evening, he received a surprising message. Lu Fan from the marketing department was taken under the president's wing. Director Jiang even bought Lu Fan a BMW X7, the top-of-the-line million-dollar luxury car, all in a well-thought-out manner, quite convincing. Naturally, he was quite angry. Rumors about his company were spreading to his ears. After much consideration, he decided to ignore the rumors. With these rumors, wouldn't it give him more opportunities to get in touch with Lu Fan? Early the next morning, Jiang Manhwa arrived at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel on time. I thoughtfully bought him breakfast. After driving for almost an hour, we finally arrived at the underground parking lot of the company. While waiting for the elevator, suddenly, someone appeared beside me. Mr. Jiang glanced at me and walked past. Morning, Jiang Manhwa responded in his usual aloof manner. As for Lin Yifan appearing so coincidentally here, I already had a guess in my heart. My car was parked in his designated spot, while Lin Yifan, as an ordinary employee, did not have an assigned parking space. The area where he parked should have taken him to the company through a different elevator. Running into him and Lu Fan here was undoubtedly not a coincidence. Lin Yifan didn't greet me, and I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, but it was clear that Wu Yifan's gaze towards us was somewhat strange. Could this guy be thinking of something shady? After we left, he took out his phone and sent a few photos to someone. I really caught them. The two of them got out of that BMW X7, and Lu Fan's car has already taken the elevator. As soon as I arrived at the office, I received countless surprised looks. I was under the gaze of countless people. After arriving at my manager's office, I sat down and turned on the computer. Then I sent out a resignation letter. Then I just waited idly until it was time to attend the data meeting. This is Jiang Manhua's request, otherwise I wouldn't want to attend. During this time, people passed by my office one after another, sneaking curious glances at me. Just when my mind was full of confusion, a WeChat public account message alert sounded. It was finally about the announcement of the concentrated construction site for the third quarter of Nanchang. With an excited heart, I began to study it carefully, and I was still studying it until the meeting started. The meeting room was already full of people who were attending the year-end data meeting. All of them were at the manager level or above. Both Xin Cheng and Lu Yu are supervisors and not qualified to attend. As for Lin Yifan and Li Yifeng, they were naturally present, with the air of victors about them. On the platform, Jiang Manhwa announced the start of the meeting. First, it was He Kuan himself who attributed all the credit for the outstanding performance in the first half of the year to himself. However, anyone knows that the success of this property is mainly due to the wealth and power of the Jiang Group, being able to acquire that piece of land. Next was Jiang Manhwa herself, ensuring the smooth progress of each development stage. He and Cohen are just routine executors. I listened carefully for about 10 minutes, about the process and data analysis of real estate development. Because these things are very useful to me, I need to learn. This time, Nanchang released a total of 13 land parcels, among which the most attention-grabbing is a residential land parcel in the central Futian district. There are also 2 residential land parcels in Nanshan district, prime locations, and well-equipped facilities. Excellent school district, gathering all the best. Of course, the price is also exorbitant. The starting price is all at 1 billion. It's not something I can participate in right now. I've shifted my focus to 2 land parcels in the Gwangnam district. One of them is my target. The land parcel is not big, starting price is 300 million. Deposit of 60 million. Since this land parcel is relatively niche, the land price is not high. I estimate the final transaction price to be around 350 million. I have more than 380 million on hand, so it's no surprise that I can secure it. Following several departments presenting their figures, it was the turn of the marketing department I'm in. I presented the numerical PPT I had prepared long ago, and after finishing the presentation, something unexpected happened as expected. Hee-kun Luo first challenged me, "Manager Lu, there seems to be a problem with the data in your department. It's not the latest, right? The cost data from the marketing department. It doesn't match with our procurement departments." As one of Hee-kun's lackeys, Lin Yifan immediately spoke up. "The revenue data doesn't match with our finance departments either." Lia Feng also stood up without hesitation, and both of them presented evidence. As the general manager, Hee-kun launched an attack on me. In the meeting room, everyone else also echoed his sentiments, nodding and weighing the situation. This was all planned in advance. He was determined to ensure that his nephew became the manager of the marketing department. The reason he had the confidence to contradict Zhang Manhwa was because of his position as the general manager. It's because of his position as the general manager. He was also appointed by the Zhang Group. Moreover, Hee-kun's background is that he is the second largest shareholder of the Zhang Group. I was completely stunned. His data had been cross-checked with various departments, so it was definitely a setup to trap me. But what really concerns me is whether the infighting within Joyua Company has become so serious. No wonder Zhang Manhwa has made up her mind to cut off the company's cancer. There's nothing wrong with my report. Hee-kun's moral integrity doesn't match his position. If his capabilities don't allow it, he shouldn't force it. It will harm others. After saying this, he sat back down as if nothing had happened, because it was Zhang Manhwa's turn to perform next. Zhang Manhwa took out a document, since everyone was just discussing Manager Lu's case. "Then I will first announce the investigation results regarding Manager Lu. First, I announce that there are no issues with the investigation into me, and because of personal development reasons, he also approved my resignation. Then, I announce the investigation results of the inspection department. Marketing department head Lu Yu acted independently, causing damage to the company's interests, and has been dismissed. Customer service department head Shen Ching has been repeatedly complained about by customers for her bad attitude, and has been dismissed. Financial manager Lia Feng's business ability is not up to standard, and he has repeatedly sent false accounts. Dismissed. Purchasing manager Lin Yifan has repeatedly taken kickbacks, harming the company's interests. Fired. A total of more than a dozen people were dismissed in succession, and nearly half of those above the supervisory level were disciplined. The whole conference room was dumbfounded. No one had expected such a result. Looking at the investigation file, Lin Yifan and the others couldn't help shivering and looked at Hee-kun with a desolate expression. Hee-kun was also shocked at this moment. Zhang Manhwa must have come prepared. Zhang Manhwa took out the last piece of paper. General Manager Hee-kun announced without hesitation that his ability was inadequate. Resign from the position of General Manager, and the company will make further arrangements. The whole room fell silent. Even Hee-kun was removed from his position. Who else dares to make a move? The meeting is over. Zhang Manhwa suddenly stood up and left the conference room. Hee-kun left the conference room with a lifeless face, still ignoring Lin Yifan and Lia Feng's. I continued back to my manager's office, focusing all my energy on land auctions. More than an hour later, I went to Zhang Manhwa's office. Asked with concern, "Everything okay? Why make such a big fuss? If something happens to you, I won't have many people to rely on." Zhang Manhwa, however, had a smiling face, looking as if she had no worries at all. "But I remember that General Manager Hee-kun is from the group. Based on what I know about him, he won't give up easily." Zhang Manhwa boldly invited him over, and then began to talk about the land auction. "And now I am officially proposing a collaboration to him. I want to cooperate with Joyua to develop a piece of land. All the profits from it, to be distributed according to the proportion of the total development cost that each party occupies. If there's a loss, I will bear it alone." Zhang Manhwa was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect me to propose such conditions. Then she asked me which piece of land I wanted to bid on. "I want to bid on the H005 land in Gwangnam district. But at this time, Gwangnam district is a deserted suburb for Nanchang." She really couldn't understand why I was so optimistic about Gwangnam district. I blurted out my own speculation. By grasping future information, Guangming District will be listed as a national-level science city, which is also foreseeable. Moreover, shortly after the land auction ends, after hearing my prediction, Jiang Manhua fell silent, began to look at me with new eyes, and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If he follows my advice, it will definitely require at least 10 billion in funding. In this case, there is no guarantee of winning to acquire the land in the central Futian district. That piece of land, Full Moon, also has another reason that must be acquired, which is that it is connected to the Excellent Era project currently being developed by Zhuo Yue. He can on the land, planning a medium-sized high-end shopping center. This kind of strategy, anyway, the land auction is in half a month, there is still time. Let me think about it carefully again. I will give you an answer tomorrow. I agree to that wholeheartedly. Whether or not we cooperate with ZHUOYUE, I will still secure that piece of land. After reaching a consensus, I got up and prepared to leave. But he suddenly stopped me. We will visit together in the afternoon. Do you want to have lunch together at noon? Can't make it for lunch. I'm about to resign. At noon. I made an appointment with 2 colleagues from the marketing department to have a farewell meal. I answered truthfully. Coming out of Jiang Manhua's office, it attracted countless pairs of eyes filled with secret speculation. After all, the morning meeting had already caused a stir within the company. I originally thought it was a normal reaction, until lunch with 2 colleagues when I found out that the whole company was spreading rumors that I was being kept by the CEO. It made me spit out the food I had just eaten, in order to make me believe them. They even showed me the photo of Jiang Manhua and me getting out of the BMW together. Show me that photo. I immediately thought of Lin Yifan. It was most likely taken by Lin Yifan. Soon I thought of another person, Xin Xing, the reason why Lin Yifan, who was a bootlicker, would do this. I also thought of another issue. Jiang Manhua has a lot of informants within the company. She must have known about the rumor of being kept by someone, yet she acts as if nothing happened. She even arranged to see a house with me later. This woman is out of her mind. Thinking about this, I couldn't even eat. I went straight to her office to question her. Now the whole company knows that I, Lu Fan, am associated with you, Jiang Manhua. You don't know. What are you thinking? Do you really want to be kept? If you do, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Jiang Manhua suddenly froze. This isn't true, it's just rumors. Why do you care what others say? Besides, I'm a girl, and I'm still the boss of the company. I'm not afraid of rumors. What are you afraid of? You haven't suffered any losses. Jiang Manhua said indifferently. This female CEO was really unreasonable, but for a moment, I didn't know how to refute her. In the end, I could only say, how can I find a girlfriend like this? I didn't expect him to refute me without any politeness. Why are you telling me this? It's not like I started the rumor. If you really can't find a girlfriend, I can just be your girlfriend. Hearing this, I felt my whole brain go blank. The fox's tail finally showed. I said, Jiang Manhua, do you like me? I do like you, looking at him with a calm expression. I feel a bit disoriented. It's not a good feeling to be anti-Jiangyajuan. Shuang Jiang, don't tease. What do you like about me? You've asked like this, I have to give you some face. Thank you. Okay, Jiang Manhua raised her eyebrows. You've helped me so much. Satisfying your vanity, it's just a small effort. I directly admit defeat. It's the agreed time. He took me to see a house with him. Before the car even stopped, the salesperson warmly approached. Originally thought it was just an ordinary house viewing customer, but unexpectedly it was the company's beautiful female president. Many employees greeted Jiang Manhua one after another. I don't care about them either. Anyway, I'm not living off others. Jiang Manhua still had that aloof expression, not a hint of anomaly. This woman has a big heart. Then she chose a 388 square meter large flat. I calculated the price. This must be over 40 million. The down payment also needs to be over 10 million, if it's just this extra 10 million. It would be a pity if that plot of land isn't secured. I expressed my concern without hesitation. It's okay, if you don't have enough money at that time, I'll lend it to you. I'll definitely help you buy it smoothly, Jiang Manhua said readily. I'm not being pretentious, but these words were heard by the salesperson. It's a completely different meaning. What's going on? But still wearing a professional smile, leading us to see the house. Coming out of the model room, I noticed that the door next to it was closed. It's also the 388 square meter layout, and the layout of the 2 houses is exactly the same. How could my house possibly be connected to yours? Isn't that abnormal? Jiang Manhua faced my silent questioning and explained with a disdainful look. I didn't say a damn thing. What the hell are you thinking? And Huang Xiaoting, after hearing Jiang Manhua's forced self-justification, was completely flustered. They are planning to buy 2 sets on the same floor and even connect them. I didn't hear anything either. Wang Xiaoting seriously suspects that after this reception, she might be fired by the company. That being said, she obediently took us back to the sales center, selected the floor, paid the deposit, and signed the subscription agreement. Since the project has not yet opened, the price is not determined. It's also impossible to pay the down payment. Signing the sales contract, all processes are specially approved. So when Jiang Manhwa and I left the sales center, this news spread like wildfire within the Zoi company. The president bought a 388 square meter house in Zoi Times for LV Fan today. Valued at 40 million, he's definitely a winner in life. What do you say to that? I have no power to argue anymore. Who let me get on Jiang Manhwa's treacherous boat? Thinking about having to rely on Jiang Manhwa to buy land in the future, I can only endure it. On the way back to the Excellent company, Jiang Manhwa openly took out her phone and sent a message to the general manager of Excellent Real Estate, Gu Yanxiang. She sent a message requesting to keep the house next to Lu Fan's unsold. When Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa appeared together at the company again, everyone looked up for a moment, slightly surprised, and then buried themselves in their own work. Although the CEO's high-profile presence caused her aloof image to waver slightly, it was also a bit unsettling. But it's better to get used to it. While spectating is cool, obviously the rice bowl is more important. This is a principle that every office worker understands. Moreover, the CEO's decisive and resolute image had reached its peak through the continuous fermentation of the morning meeting. Who dares to complain now? After entering the company with face recognition, Jiang Manhwa smiled at Lu Fan and returned to her office. She summoned Gu Yanxiang and other high-level executives to start a closed-door meeting to discuss land acquisition strategies and matters related to cooperating with Lu Fan. As for Lu Fan, when the time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was just right for him to go through the resignation procedures. He returned to his office again after handing over his work to the deputy manager of the marketing department. Holding a stack of documents, he walked towards the HR department. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door of the HR department's office, he heard a commotion. Why does the company have the right to fire me just like that? Why does everyone else receive N+1 compensation, but not me? I refuse to accept this. I'm going to the labor bureau to sue you all. It was Li Yifeng's voice. President Jiang made it very clear in the meeting, if you want to sue, go ahead. Li Yifeng. I advise you to think twice. You falsified accounts, the evidence is solid, the company didn't make you compensate for the losses, that's already going above and beyond. Whether you want to sign the resignation certificate or not, leave quickly. If you keep complaining, I'll call security to kick you out. The HR manager didn't indulge him either and angrily retorted. You. Li Yifeng was left speechless. Losing a well-paying job at Excellence was undoubtedly hard for him to accept. He had been hoping to be promoted to director next year, which would give him the capital to pursue Xinjiang. But now, not only was there no hope for a promotion or a raise, he had also lost his job. He had been at Excellence for 5 years, starting as a small cashier and working his way up to the finance department manager. Among his peers, he was considered to be doing quite well. He knew he had done something wrong and deserved to be fired, but not receiving any compensation was something he couldn't tolerate no matter what. At this moment, his face turned red and his neck thickened as he glared at the HR manager. He wanted to cause a scene and make a big fuss. But as soon as he heard that security was coming to kick him out, he became a bit cowardly. And Lu Yu, who was next to him, had completely lost his spirit. When they came in, they were encouraged by Li Yifeng to stand together against the company. However, he was just a bootlicker and couldn't stand up for himself. Then, he silently signed the resignation certificate. Staying here would only bring him shame. Lu Yu at this moment was also filled with regret. Lu Fan, who was originally destined to be fired, had suddenly turned the tables and started enjoying a high position. As for those who made the decision to go against Lu Fan, they couldn't even afford a meal now. In this world, people laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. They used to look down on Lu Fan, but in the eyes of others, they could only complain and add to their own misery. After signing the document, Lu Yu pulled on Li Yifeng's sleeve. In his eyes, there was endless unwillingness and helplessness. This scene happened to be seen by Lu Fan, who had just pushed the door open. The gazes of the two intertwined with Lu Fan's gaze. But Lu Fan quickly averted his eyes, treating them as if they were air, and walked straight to the HR manager. "Manager Lu, come to handle your resignation." Come, there's no problem with handing over the documents, just sign here." The HR manager, who had a gloomy face just now, was instantly replaced by a bright smile. This obvious differential treatment, like a sharp knife, stabbed Li Yifeng and Lu Yu's hearts. Both left Excellence, both lost their jobs. Why does it hurt so much? Lu Fan smiled and handed the documents to the HR manager. The HR manager only glanced briefly and nodded. He took off the resignation certificate and had Lu Fan sign it. After Lu Fan signed smoothly, he left the office without looking back at these two former friends. Not only did he not have these two people in his eyes now, but they had completely disappeared from his entire world. Fan, go. Lu Fan deliberately quickened his pace, but he was still caught up by Lu Yu. This guy's face is thicker than a city wall, indeed. Learn from Li Yifeng, have some dignity. Isn't it better to leave without saying a word? Is there something? Lu Fan turned around, indifferent. At this moment, he was actually somewhat relieved that in the eyes of others, he was a freeloader. If this dog plaster knew his net worth of several billion, it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of him. And nothing special. Fan good, did you change your number? I sent you a WeChat message, but it didn't go through. Lu Yu knowingly asked. I didn't change it. I just blocked you. If someone calls me to harass me from time to time, then I will definitely consider changing my number, Lu Fan said firmly. However, Li Yu still wanted to salvage the situation. Oh, I won't bother you, no need to change. That's good, Lu Fan said with a smile, then turned and walked away resolutely. Even if Lu Yu's face was thicker, he couldn't muster the courage to chase after him again. This is even more hurtful than the attitude of his future girlfriend, Shan, who keeps people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Forget it, why bother? There's nothing to envy about being kept by someone. As a man, what's the difference between that and being castrated? Let's each go our own way. Lu Yu consoled himself like this. Lu Fan did not encounter Lin Yifan and Shen Qing in the HR department, as expected. Because these two people obviously have a higher position. And they still have a future to look forward to. At this time, in a cafe, He Kuan, Lin Yifan, and Shen Chang. And He Kuan's nephew, who was originally planned to take over as the market department manager. The four of them gathered together with gloomy faces. General He, what should we do? Jiang Manhwa has no scruples and wants to force you out. You are Mr. Gao's person. Is there no way? Lin Yifan anxiously asked for help. He needs the position of the purchasing department manager at Excellence more than Li Yifeng and Lu Yu. Shen Qing, his girlfriend, is like a bottomless pit. She has already emptied most of his savings. Without income, he will lose her in minutes. What's more important is that he doesn't want all the previous investments to go down the drain. He has been playing golf for so long and still hasn't sunk a ball. It's not worth it. Shaolin, do you not trust me? He Kuan asked displeasedly. He was also angry about Jiang Manhua's move to cut the Gordian knot, but it involves the internal struggle of the Jiang family group and the shareholders. It's not something he can control. He is in a hurry now. He has been a lackey for Gao Maoxian, the second largest shareholder of the group, for so long. How can he be kicked out just like that? No. Of course, I trust you, General He. I have always stood firmly by your side. Lin Yifan shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to lose the last straw that could save him. Shaolin, listen carefully. This matter is still uncertain. Did you not see what Jiang Manhwa said at the meeting? Did she imply that she had other arrangements for me? How dare she easily kick me out? With the control I have over some crucial business operations, as long as I make a move, it will be enough to give her a hard time. Besides, you can also say that I am under Director Gao. Can Director Gao approve of Jiang Manuel's reckless use of the company's funds? Don't worry. As long as I have a meal to eat, I will never let you go hungry. You just relax and continue to keep an eye on Lu Fan. Jiang Manuel is just a little girl, still inexperienced. He is so high profile, prioritizing his personal preferences over the company's interests. Even if her father, Jiang Hatong, is the chairman of the group, he can't protect her. Just wait and see, it won't be long. With the concentrated land supply in Nanchang this time, Zhuoyue will use the group's funds again. As long as this fails, Jiang Manuel will have to bow down. He Cohen said fiercely. He has no other choice now but to hold on to the thread of Lu Fan. He had previously brought up the matter of Jiang Manuel and Lu Fan to the group. Who could have expected that it not only had no effect, but Jiang Manuel became even more audacious? She seemed afraid that others wouldn't know that she was keeping an employee under her wing. She made it well known. What's even more outrageous is that she actually took Lu Fan to buy a house in her own real estate development. How dare she? Does she really think she can do whatever she wants and that Jiang Hatong will cover for her no matter what mess she creates? She's really naive. Okay, I will follow your instructions, Mr. He. With the situation reaching this point, Lin Yifan couldn't do anything else. His expression was like he had eaten shit as he glanced at the expressionless Shenqing beside him. The reason Shenqing hadn't broken up with him yet was probably because she still held a glimmer of hope. However, what Lin Yifan never expected was that although Shenqing appeared calm, her heart was bleeding. Lu Fan! Lu Fan! Jiang Manuel! Jiang Manuel! I won't let you, this pair of dogs, off easily. You shameless couple, not only did you show off your affair, but you even got me fired. I will definitely not let you off. After cursing for a while, Shenqing unintentionally found inspiration from the conversation between He Kuan and Lin Yifan. Director Gao. Director Gao of the Jiang Group. She didn't know about this person before. After all, she was just a customer service supervisor at Zhuoyue. She was in the middle and lower levels of the company, let alone a director of the parent company. She thought of a great idea. Instead of struggling at the bottom with no hope of advancement, why not strike at the top? As long as she climbed up to that Director Gao, she would have the capital to look down on Lu Fan. Even Jiang Manuel could be looked down upon. Mr. He, you've been troubled. I agree with Yifan. There's no need for me, Shenqing, to hesitate. As for Lu Fan, he is my ex-boyfriend. No one knows his situation better than me. We just broke up not long ago. I'm sure you now understand why Lu Fan and I broke up. I really misjudged him. I was heartbroken for a while. But now I understand. This scum doesn't deserve my sadness. Saying this, a tear welled up in Shenqing's eyes, a pitiful sight. He Cohen couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Is that so? That's great. I originally thought that you would side with Lu Fan because of your past relationship. It seems I was thinking too much. A small-time gigolo like Lu Fan won't have a good ending. Don't be sad for people like that. He Cohen comforted Shenqing with a smile. Lin Yifan, who was standing next to them, felt nauseous at the sight of that smile. Lin Yifan felt like he had just taken a bite of concentrated feces, wanting to vomit but unable to. However, he would not give up on Shenqing. After discussing for a while, the four of them dispersed without joy. In the taxi on the way back with Lin Yifan, Shenqing casually took out her phone and sent a message to He Cohen. Mr. He, if there's anything you want to know about Lu Fan from the group's CEO, you can tell me directly. I won't hide it from you, I know quite a few of Lu Fan's bad deeds. After sending the message, she waited for about 10 minutes. Alright, Shaoshan. I will definitely trouble you. Thank you. Shenqing's mouth revealed a barely noticeable sense of satisfaction upon seeing this message. In the excellent office, everything was packed up and it was almost time to leave work. Lu Fan was about to leave. Ding dong, unexpectedly, Jiang Manuel's message came. Can you give me a ride home after work? I don't have a car. Lu Fan was really annoyed. It was 5:15, 15 minutes before the end of work. Jiang Manuan must have timed it to find him, fearing that he would slip away. But he really couldn't ignore her. After all, she had sent him back to the hotel last night. Although, there was really no need for it. If you slip away, I will look down on you. After waiting for only 2 minutes without replying to her message, Jiang Manuan sent another preventive message. I'm waiting for you in the car. Lu Fan had no choice but to reply to the message and quickly leave. If he didn't leave soon, when Jiang Manuan came out, they would be seen going home together. Then he wouldn't be able to shake off the blame of being kept. He waited in the car for about 10 minutes. A graceful figure slowly walked towards Lu Fan's BMW X7. Lu Fan quickly glanced at her in the rearview mirror. He knew it was Jiang Manuan. There was no way around it. This crazy female CEO was tall, standing at 1.7 meters, and wearing high heels. This kind of outstanding height was unforgettable. Coupled with her iconic black long hair. In the windless underground parking lot, her distinct walking posture accompanied her flowing hair, dancing elegantly in the air. Moreover, her figure. Even if you only saw a blurry silhouette, it was easy to distinguish. Below the waist, it was all legs. The well-proportioned figure above was even more impressive. If she walked a little faster, it would be a feast for the eyes. Just a few more glances, and any man's mind would start to wander. Lu Fan opened the car window and lit a cigarette. Before that figure approached, he smelled a familiar fragrance. It was Jiang Manuan, there was no escaping. He didn't know where that unique scent came from. It wasn't a perfume scent. It was a bit like the refreshing scent of shampoo. What brand of shampoo did she use? It smelled so good? Let's go to Tianqi Garden. I've set the navigation for you. Jiang Manuan opened the car door with a bang. She sat naturally in the passenger seat and directed Lu Fan without hesitation. Tianqi Garden was located by Shangni Lake in Nanchang, a famous wealthy area in Nanchang. It was a high-end residential area consisting of pure villas developed and built by the Jiang Group. It was Jiang Manuan's home. It was the largest standalone villa in the entire community. Jiang Manuan really lives in a place like this. When the BMW X7 stopped in front of the spacious garden of the villa, Lu Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. I'm here. Jiang Manuan reached out and smoothed her hair. She didn't mean to get off the car. What, do you want me to get off and open the door for you, welcoming you home? Lu Fan saw Jiang Manuan unmoving and couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Is it okay? Jiang Manuan turned her head and smiled. What do you mean okay? I'm not your driver, even if I were, I wouldn't do that. You really dare to say anything. If there's such a service, why doesn't a butler or someone come running out of the house? Lu Fan was truly amazed. Ah! These days, has chivalry really disappeared? Jiang Manuan shook her head in annoyance. She opened the car door and got out. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly turned around. She knocked on Lu Fan's car window and bent down. She said to Lu Fan, "Come pick me up tomorrow, my driver is still on vacation." That depends on tonight, the result of your discussion with your father. If our win-win idea for cooperation in acquiring land is rejected, then, I have no need to go to Excellence anymore. Right, General Manager Jiang? Lu Fan shrugged. Finally, he seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Lu Fan, why are you so focused on self-interest? Even if we don't cooperate, as your former boss, what's wrong with inviting you to the company? Besides, we're also alumni. Don't alumni have any sense of camaraderie? Jiang Manuan pursed her lips. She wasn't too surprised that Lu Fan had already seen through what she wanted to discuss with her father. But Lu Fan was not entirely correct. Whether to cooperate or not, she could decide on her own. Discussing with her father was just to hear his opinion. Not talking about self-interest with a former boss, are we talking about camaraderie? Does that sound right? Alright, I'm leaving. Lu Fan was almost tricked by Jiang Manhwa, falling into her linguistic trap. He quickly rolled up the car window and stepped on the gas pedal. He slipped away. Watching the taillights slowly disappear into the darkness, Jiang Manhwa raised an eyebrow and smiled even more happily. On the luxurious leather sofa in the high-ceiling living room of the villa, Jiang Manhwa was somewhat surprised to see her father, Jiang Hatong, already sitting there waiting for her. And her mother, Su Yuqin, was there too. There was no need to think. They must have seen the situation when Lu Fan drove her back just now. Dad, why did you come back so early today? I just wanted to ask. Are you more concerned about my work or my personal situation? Jiang Manhwa sat down opposite her parents, somewhat suspiciously. I care about both. You've been so busy all day. I don't have the energy to do anything else. Jiang Hatong shook his head helplessly. Although there were complaints in his words, there was more indulgence. Hearing this, Jiang Manhwa silently nodded. It seemed that not only did her father know about the major changes in the company's personnel, but he also knew about the rumors between her and Lu Fan. All right. Jiang Manhwa picked up the cup on the coffee table and took a sip of tea. Her expression turned serious as she said, Dad, he Cohen. This time, I must kick him out of excellence. I've taken care of the resources he controls in the company. I just don't know if it will have any impact on your side. No need to worry about that. Jiang Hatong said confidently, he's just an insignificant little person. If I can't handle even this small matter, then I, as the chairman, would be useless. Jiang Manhwa nodded. Seems to be thinking. Then the beauty frowned slightly and said, so what you're saying is, the rumor about me keeping a toy boy would actually make it easier for people to use against me? It's not that extreme, is it? She had considered this possibility. After weighing the options, she still chose to do it. She just didn't expect it to be exposed to the company so quickly. It's hard to say for sure. Jiang Hatong also stared at his daughter with some confusion. He couldn't understand, I just don't get it. In the past, whenever there was any negative news about those young masters from prestigious families, you would be furious. And now, you're actively causing such a commotion with a subordinate. Don't tell me you actually like him? A father knows his daughter best. Jiang Hatong had already thoroughly investigated everything about Lu Fan. Fortunately, Lu Fan had worked at Excellence for 5 years, so everything was well known. Even the fact that Lu Fan and his daughter were college classmates, Jiang Hatong knew about it too. He knew just how proud his daughter was, he was well aware. After much thought, there was only one possibility. But even if his daughter liked Lu Fan, there was no need to spread rumors everywhere. He couldn't understand, his mischievous daughter had always been unpredictable. Now it was even more inexplicable. At this moment, Su Yuqin, who was beside them, suddenly seemed to have figured something out. She made a sound of understanding and then looked at Jiang Manhwa in surprise. Asking, Manhwa, Mom was just speculating, you know. Could it be that you're pursuing that Lu Fan? Are you playing hard to get? Are you intentionally making a fuss just to bind yourself to him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Manhwa trembled suddenly. Then a fleeting blush appeared on her face. Jiang Hatong and Su Yuqin noticed this subtle change in expression. Seeing Jiang Manhwa stunned for a while without refuting or explaining anything, the couple exchanged an incredulous glance. Oh my God, the case is solved. But why? That Lu Fan, he's just an ordinary person from an ordinary family. His abilities are average. After 5 years, he became the manager of the Excellence Marketing Department with an annual salary of 400,000 plus. This achievement might be impressive in the eyes of ordinary people. But who is their daughter, Jiang Manhwa? She comes from a wealthy family and is the CEO of the company. She has made Excellence thrive on her own. No matter how you look at it, they are not a match. There are so many talented young men who eagerly seek their daughter's attention. Their daughter doesn't even spare them a glance. And now, she's actively pursuing an ordinary employee? What does their daughter see in Lu Fan? Could it be his looks? They have seen Lu Fan's photos. The thought of this slight possibility made the couple feel bitter and helpless. Their daughter, who is beautiful and elegant, is she only concerned about looks? How can this be justified? If Jiang Manhwa knew what her parents were imagining at this moment, they would probably have to kneel. Since her mother had already revealed the truth, Jiang Manhwa couldn't evade the situation. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Since we've come this far, let me discuss something with you. For the upcoming land supply in the southern city, I plan to cooperate with Lu Fan and acquire a piece of land together." Wait. Jiang Hetan, who had always been calm and composed, suddenly became confused. Before his daughter finished speaking, he interrupted, "Cooperate? Acquire land? Am I hearing this correctly? Daughter, I'm only 50 years old today. I'm not at the stage of having blurred vision. Let's not worry about whether or not Lu Fan went bankrupt, whether it's true or false. With his and his family's financial status, what qualifications does he have to participate in land development and such large-scale commercial activities? Are you not only giving him money, but also acting as a money tree?" Although I have some understanding of Lu Fan's family and character, Jiang Hetan really has reason to doubt. Either his daughter has been enchanted, or Lu Fan has been scheming from the beginning. As parents, they are quite open-minded when it comes to their daughter's love life. Character comes first, ability comes second, and family background is irrelevant. Of course, it would be best if they were a good match. The Jiang family doesn't need to sacrifice their only daughter's happiness for some arranged marriage. But if someone has ulterior motives towards their daughter, that is absolutely unacceptable. Dad, please let me finish speaking. It's one thing if you look down on others, but if you look down on your own daughter, that's not right. Jiang Manhwa scolded. Of course, she also knew that too much concern could lead to chaos. Her father rarely showed such impatience. "I want to cooperate with Lu Fan because he is not bankrupt at all. Not only that, he made nearly 400 million in just half a month with 6 million. He has the qualifications to cooperate with me." Wait a minute. Jiang Hetan couldn't help but interrupt again. 6 million, half a month, made 400 million? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Can money be made so easily? These words would leave anyone dumbfounded. The Jiang Group, which they had worked hard on for decades, was a big business. They couldn't even say they could make 400 million in half a month. Because sometimes, doing business could also result in losses. And now their daughter was saying that Lu Fan, a worker who used to earn 400,000 a year, had made 400 million. Even if they were exaggerating, they wouldn't dare to exaggerate this much. Dad, I know what you're thinking. At first, I didn't believe it either. But it's all true. I know exactly how he made 400 million. Jiang Manhwa rolled her eyes helplessly. However, this was a normal reaction for a normal person. If someone else told her such a thing without knowing the cause and effect, she would have the same reaction. All right, I won't interrupt you anymore. Please continue. I'm curious now, how did he make 400 million in half a month? Jiang Hetan sneered mockingly. In his understanding, any method that could make money so quickly would be considered illegal. And, his daughter said he made it, not won it or gambled for it. Well, looking back now, I still find it unbelievable. Dad, do you know what kind of investment has an incredibly high return rate recently? Are you talking about the Black Swan events? Jiang Manhwa asked with a sigh. It should be foreign exchange, with interest rate hikes and balance sheet reductions. It has skyrocketed many times. Jiang Hetan thought for a moment, and the next second he blurted out, his eyes widening, "No, it can't be? That kid was trading foreign exchange?" Yes, he was trading the US dollar and the Japanese yen. Before the big rise, he sold his house and car and invested everything. And he even used 400 times leverage. That's how he made his 400 million. You could say he became rich overnight. I asked him why he took such a gamble. He said it wasn't entirely a gamble, but there were signs to follow, he said. Jiang Manhwa vividly described Lu Fan's various signs to follow. Of course, these were all hindsight from Lu Fan. They sounded plausible, with some credibility. But they couldn't help but believe it. After all, the fact that he could contact his future self seemed even more unbelievable. So that's how it is. No wonder he could make 400 million in just half a month. I know some foreign exchange institutions that have made a fortune in this market trend. But there are also many short sellers who have been killed. I didn't expect that kid, Lu Fan, to be able to predict the market trends so accurately. Although there is an element of gambling involved. But with such courage and determination, not everyone can do it. How should I put it? Getting rich overnight should be left to people like him. The Jiang couple listened in astonishment. They couldn't help but feel emotional. At the same time, they also understood their daughter's thoughts. Their daughter, Jiang Manhwa, has always admired strong individuals, true strong individuals. There is no doubt about it. Lu Fan's heroic spirit of daring to act alone has touched their daughter. However, such individuals are filled with too much uncertainty. Sometimes it is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to endless hell. Daughter, even if Lu Fan has made 400 million now, there is still an element of luck involved. It is not a reflection of his abilities. Even if abilities account for the majority, but... Dad, I know what you want to say. This time, Jiang Manhwa interrupted, I don't want to talk about personal matters with you now. Going back to the beginning, what I want to discuss with you is the cooperation in acquiring land. Lu Fan has set his sights on a piece of land. But he doesn't have a registered real estate company with development qualifications, nor does he have enough funds for subsequent development and construction. So he wants to cooperate with excellence in acquiring land for development. Hearing this, Zhang Hetan's brows furrowed even tighter. That kid Lu Fan wants to get into real estate development and make money? Isn't that wishful thinking? The main business of the Jiang Group is real estate development. Although it now involves various upstream and downstream industries such as operations, property management, and home decoration. And in recent years, it has also been preparing for transformation into new industries. But when it comes to real estate, there are few people who are more experienced than him. You, a reckless young person, with only a few billion in funds, want to come into the real estate industry to make a fortune? Zhang Hetan felt that Lu Fan was insulting this industry. He also insulted him, a veteran in the real estate industry who had been through thick and thin for more than 20 years. Moreover, he didn't start from scratch. He went through various support, opportunities, whippings, and hardships. Step by step, he managed to make it to where he is today. And Lu Fan? No. This kind of person is indeed too dangerous. I must keep my precious daughter away from Lu Fan, away from danger. Seeing his father's expression, he couldn't hide his disdain. Jiang Manhwa sighed. Then she took out a document from her bag and handed it over. Here are 2 land analysis reports. One is done by the Investment Department of Excellence Real Estate. The other is summarized based on Lu Fan's oral analysis. Dad, I know that Jiangshan Real Estate under the Jiang Group will also participate in the land auction this time. You must have done detailed and professional investment analysis on those land plots. Take a look first. Zhang Hetan nodded and directly picked up Lu Fan's report. He opened it. Since he had already listened to the report from Jiangshan Real Estate's investment department, he already had an idea of the situation of those land plots. So he went straight to the conclusion section. He actually has the highest expectations for 2 land plots in Guangming district? And the H005 plot is the target he wants to acquire? I even doubt if he has ever been to Guangming district. That place is so remote, it may not even develop in 10 years. Zhang Hetan shook his head. Obviously, he didn't agree. I didn't fully agree at first either. Until Lu Fan predicted that Guangming district is almost certain to pass the approval for the National Science City. And it can be achieved soon. Jiang Manhwa quickly explained. Humph. Applying for the National Science City in Guangming district is not something that happened overnight. Every time it's just a false alarm, and nothing comes of it in the end. The South City government submitted the application again earlier this year. Who in our real estate industry doesn't know about this? This can't even be considered a major planning advantage. It's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. John Hutton thought that Lu Fan had some real insights. It turns out he just went online and read some so-called influencers' opinions. He just used them directly. What a joke. Dad, take a look at the reasons he gave. Lu Fan believes that this can be achieved based on 5 aspects. John Manhwa impatiently explained, speaking directly. Knowing her father's character, he wasn't interested in continuing to read. But as he listened to his daughter listing the reasons one by one, he couldn't help but pick up the report. He checked each piece of data and official document. His expression gradually changed from disdain to interest. From interest to slight surprise. Finally, he was shocked, enlightened, and realized. It all made sense. Lu Fan connected seemingly ordinary but well-founded details. They all came together to form a conclusion: the National Science City is a reality. So, Dad, what do you think now? John Manhwa asked, somewhat smugly and teasingly, looking at John Hutton. There's no one who knows better than a daughter. She got the affirmative answer from her father's expression. And with the affirmation of her father, a real estate tycoon, John Manhwa's last doubt about Lu Fan's decision disappeared completely. In fact, in the afternoon, she had a secret meeting with the company's core members. The conclusion they reached was also to believe in Lu Fan's prediction. It sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But it's all just speculation. As businesspeople, we are most afraid of taking risks. Risk is our primary consideration. So, I don't particularly agree with you working with that Lu Fan. Although John Hutton was amazed by Lu Fan's talent, he still denied it. John Manhwa frowned. She could tell that her father's words didn't match his true feelings. She could even guess the reason behind his attitude. But she couldn't care about that much. Is that so? That's a pity. Since our chairman John doesn't support an excellent land acquisition strategy, then we have no choice but to reluctantly give up the competition for the Futian Central land. We will go all out to acquire the 2 plots in Guangming district. Of course, there's also the H005 plot that we will cooperate with Lu Fan on. We are determined to succeed. John Manhwa neatly put the documents on the table into her bag. She informed John Hutton with some regret. John Hutton was immediately dumbfounded. His daughter hadn't even done anything with that Lu Fan yet. Now she's already grown wings and is challenging her own father? Damn it, that Lu Fan is toxic. I will never let you easily take away my precious daughter. Never. Daughter, don't you think you're being too emotional? Billions of dollars in business, don't act impulsively. Give up that land in Futian. It's definitely not a wise choice. John Hutton softened his tone, but his attitude remained firm. I really don't think so. I think it's you, Dad, who's being emotional. I've always been talking to you about work, right? Very rational, very reasonable, right? You gave up a profitable deal because of emotions. That's not how you taught me in the beginning. John Manhwa didn't back down at all. This. John Hutton's old face couldn't hold up anymore. He was rendered speechless by his daughter's retort. All right. Is it necessary for father and daughter to be at odds with each other? At this moment, Su Yuqin, who had been silent on the side, suddenly stood up and said, although I may not understand the real estate business as well as the two of you, I can still tell. So, this time, I stand with Yuan. Saying that, Su Yuqin turned her head and complained to her husband, John Hutton, are you getting senile? Your daughter is so capable, yet you not only don't support her, but also undermine her confidence for what? I. John Hutton tried to defend himself. What about me? Do you think Yuan doesn't see through your little schemes? She was just giving our daughter a ride home. Why are you so jealous? Whether it's good or bad, there's still a long way to go. John Hatong was scolded by his wife to the point where he didn't dare to say a word. The family hierarchy was clear. And you too, Yuan. Your dad is also worried about you, so what's with your attitude when talking to him? Although I stand on your side, your dad's words do have some validity. It's always wise to be cautious in business matters. Do you think your dad would harm you? After scolding her husband, Su Yuqin then glared at Jiang Manhwa. She gave her daughter a lecture. Jiang Manhwa was completely out of patience after being scolded by her mother. Dad, I'm sorry. I really only considered work-related matters. As for anything else, it's still too early to tell, it's not a done deal. Jiang Manhwa softened her tone towards her father. She didn't know what had gotten into her today. She felt uncomfortable as soon as someone belittled Lu Fan. Oh well, forget it. Jiang Hatong waved his hand. Since his daughter had given him face, he decided to be magnanimous. Alright, since your mom said so. Then go ahead and do it. Don't worry about the funding issue. And don't worry about the board of directors. With your dad in the group, no one can cause any trouble. At this moment, Jiang Hatong once again became the domineering chairman. At the same time, he became more and more interested in Lu Fan. Dad, the people in the board of directors. Especially Gao Maoxian, he has always had reservations about Jiangshi Group investing in excellence, and has been critical. If this land auction allows excellence to reach new heights, will it alleviate some of the pressure on your side? Seeing that her father finally supported her, Jiang Manhwa was happy, but she couldn't help but ask with concern. In the beginning, Jiang Hatong invested personally to establish Excellence Company 5 years ago, in order to groom Jiang Manhwa as the successor of Jiangshi Group. Excellence mainly operates businesses related to home decoration, design, and smart homes in the real estate industry. These industries are not directly operated by Jiangshi Group, but the huge business demand and related transactions still provide great support to Excellence. And Jiang Manhwa did not disappoint. She managed Excellence with great success. Even without the support of Jiangshi Group, Excellence has made a name for itself in the industry and has a place of its own. Therefore, 2 years ago, Jiang Hatong accelerated Jiang Manhwa's training. He directly had Jiangshan Real Estate Company invest in Excellence, allowing Excellence to enter the real estate industry. The Excellence Era luxury residential project was successfully developed with the help of Jiangshan Real Estate. However, this undoubtedly caused dissatisfaction among the shareholders of Jiangshi Group. Jiang Hatong, as the chairman, supporting his daughter and giving her some peripheral businesses, was not unreasonable. After all, the Jiang Group won't suffer any losses. Anyway, they have to find suppliers, so if Excellence does a good job, let Excellence do it. Initially, even within the Jiang Group, there were some idle gossip about Excellence being their supplier. Later on, Excellence completely silenced those voices with its excellent quality and reputation. However, real estate is the main business of the Jiang Group. They invested money, tilted various resources, and even many human resources were assisted by Jiangshan Real Estate. They forcefully turned Excellence into a competitor. Isn't this obviously damaging to the interests of the shareholders? Of course, this is what some shareholders say openly. In fact, Excellence not only directly brought more profits to the Jiang Group but also boosted the stock price of the Jiang Group. It didn't harm the competition at all, but rather expanded the business scale of the Jiang Group. The core of the shareholders' dissatisfaction is actually that they don't want Jiang Manhwa to take over the Jiang Group. Especially the second largest shareholder, Gao Maoxian. He has always been scheming to take advantage of Jiang Hatong's intention to pass the company to Jiang Manhwa and seize more shares of the Jiang Group. He even wants to completely control the Jiang Group and become the largest shareholder. However, Gao Maoxian is no match for Jiang Hatong at all. But as long as the Jiang Group is not transferred to Jiang Manhwa, he still has a chance. These matters, Jiang Manhwa and her father are well aware of. It depends on how profitable this land auction is. If it's profitable enough to shut up other small shareholders, then of course, I can use this opportunity to teach Gao Maoxian a lesson. Jiang Hatong said indifferently. Although he said so, he didn't really have much hope. It's just 1 or 2 plots of land, how much impact can it have? Jiang Manhwa nodded thoughtfully. The father and daughter did not continue this topic but instead discussed the strategy for this land auction. When it was over, Jiang Hatang asked Jiang Manhwa to give him the report from Lu Fan. Because this report analyzed all the land plots in this land auction, it was also a reference for Jiangshan real estate. Dad, isn't this considered stealing someone else's intellectual achievement? Jiang Manhwa teased with a smile. You showed it to me, so how did I steal it? If we're talking about stealing, that would be your business with Lu Fan. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Hatang said righteously, then slipped away. After discussing work matters, Jiang Manhwa finally sat down at the dining table and started eating dinner. However, her mother, Su Yuqin, didn't want to let her off so easily. While Jiang Manhwa was eating, she gossiped beside her. Yeah, will Lu Fan come to pick you up tomorrow? Does he know that you like him? We know that he has a girlfriend, they just broke up. Do you know about his relationship with that girlfriend? Did you know him when you were in college? Jiang Manhwa almost choked several times. Even if she was a powerful old lady at home, encountering such things would still make her instantly turn into a gossiping aunt. Mom, can I say that I don't want to talk to you? Jiang Manhwa said helplessly. What kind of talk is that? You're already 27 this year, besides holding hands with that child from the Fong family in high school, it seems like you've never had a proper boyfriend. Is that normal? Do you know what new term Mom recently learned? Yuri, Jiang Manhwa, a lesbian. This is what others gossip about me. It's making me angry. Su Yuqin said indignantly. Even if her daughter marries Lu Fan, whom she doesn't really know well, she can accept it. In her opinion, taking over the Jiang group is just a passing cloud. Finding a boyfriend for her daughter is what's important. Hearing this, Jiang Manhwa was completely dumbfounded. There are rumors like this in the company too. Saying that she is so beautiful, never gets close to men, could it be her? People in this world, why are they so boring? Jiang Manhwa didn't want to speak anymore, so she left her mother there and slipped away. Before going to bed at night, she took out her phone and looked at that familiar profile picture. She was stunned for a while before sending a message, "Come pick me up tomorrow morning." Sign the agreement. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan replied to her instantly. General Jiang, pleasant cooperation. Smiling face with smiling eyes. The next morning at 7:30, Lu Fan drove his luxurious BMW X7 and arrived on time as promised. The moment the car stopped at the garden gate, the palace-like villa door opened. Jiang Manhwa, already dressed in professional attire, walked lightly and gracefully. Lu Fan looked at Jiang Manhwa carrying her bag, her elegant and charming figure. He was stunned. This female CEO, not crazy, is definitely a top-level goddess. However, in the next moment, a shrewd and lazy woman who resembled Jiang Manhwa appeared in Lu Fan's line of sight. Xiao Fan, hello. I am Manhwa's mother, please come and pick up our Manhwa. Have you had breakfast? Why don't you come in and have breakfast before leaving? We have soy milk and fried dough sticks, bread and bacon. Su Yuqin took the lead, approaching the car window. Waving her hand, she warmly greeted Lu Fan. I've already eaten. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Fan's hand holding the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. How could he have known that he would encounter this situation? What's wrong with Jiang Manhwa's mother? Why does she look at me with the gaze of a mother-in-law? Could she be another crazy goddess? Caught off guard, Jiang Manhwa stared at her mother with an extremely speechless expression, urging her to go away. Su Yuqin completely ignored her daughter's dissatisfaction. She continued to smile and scrutinize Lu Fan. This young man is even more handsome in person than in the photos. Any boy who shows this kind of nervousness and shyness in his expression can't be too bad. I told you. Now I somewhat understand why my daughter is so shamelessly pursuing someone. Jiang Manhwa seemed to see through her mother's current thoughts. She quickly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, blocking Lu Fan and Su Yuqin's line of sight. She gave the order, "Let's go, don't mind her." "Goodbye, Auntie." Lu Fan politely tilted his head and waved goodbye to Su Yuqin. "Okay, come to our house next time." It wasn't until the car left Tianqiu Garden and hit the road that Lu Fan still felt a bit lingering fear. He had no idea how Jiang Manhua introduced him to her parents. "Don't think too much. My parents just approve of our business relationship. You know, as a business person, it's normal to be enthusiastic towards business partners. After all, it can bring benefits to oneself." Jiang Manhua didn't look at Lu Fan and suddenly explained in a pretentious manner. "Oh, that's good," Lu Fan said speechlessly. Clearly, he didn't say anything. The car returned to its previous silence. After a while, Jiang Manhua took out a bread from her bag. She opened the plastic packaging and handed it to Lu Fan. "Here, breakfast. Yesterday, I ate one of your bread, so I'm returning it." Lu Fan glanced at the bread, but he didn't have much appetite. Because he had already eaten breakfast at the hotel. However, he still kept his eyes on the road. Left hand on the steering wheel, right hand reaching out to take the bread. In the next moment, a sudden warm and soft touch came from the tip of my right finger. It felt like an electric shock, and I instinctively pulled my hand back. "Lu Fan, were you intentionally trying to touch my hand?" Jiang Manhua's hand also slightly recoiled. But it remained there, questioning Lu Fan. "What are you talking about? Who wants to touch your hand? I'm just driving." Lu Fan became frustrated and grabbed a piece of bread, stuffing it into his mouth. Jiang Manhua calmly turned her head and looked out the window. On the dark glass window, her suppressed laughter was clearly reflected. Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua appeared together again at the outstanding moment. The people in the company were no longer surprised. "Do we now have a boss dad in our company? Damn, boss dad, do you still think Lu Fan can become a regular employee?" To be honest, if I had Lu Fan's looks, I could find a richer sugar mommy than General Manager Jiang. The problem is, General Manager Jiang is not the kind of rich sugar mommy who's past her prime. That's what makes people envy and jealous. But seriously, General Manager Jiang and Lu Fan, in terms of looks alone, they are a perfect match. You guys, isn't there a possibility that Lu Fan is just a smokescreen used by General Manager Jiang to hide her own orientation? Otherwise, I can't understand her confusing behavior. I really want to know how Shinsheng is feeling right now. Don't mention that scheming Shinsheng. She broke up with Lu Fan less than a week ago and is already dating Lin Yifan. Fortunately, both of them have been kicked out by General Manager Jiang. Our outstanding company in the whole world are peaceful now. Yeah, if it wasn't for Shinsheng, that gold-digging woman, stealing love, maybe I would have been with Lu Fan by now, and General Manager Jiang wouldn't have any business with us. I think Lu Fan is just retaliating against Shinsheng. Bankrupt and dumped, he turned around and followed the female CEO boss. Lu Fan felt quite awkward. He had just had a farewell dinner with the marketing department yesterday, and now they were meeting again. Fortunately, they didn't have to share the same space. He went straight to Jiang Manhua's office early in the morning. The general manager of outstanding real estate, Gu Yanxiang, as well as the directors of the investment, legal, and finance departments, were all present. Obviously, Jiang Manhua had already instructed them. General Manager Jiang, according to your request, the contracts have been drafted. Do you want to review them again? Gu Yanxiang handed over an investment cooperation agreement. No need, let Lu Fan take a look. The contracts were drafted according to her instructions, so naturally, there were no issues. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He took the contract and carefully read it. The contract was very favorable for Lu Fan. He would use the name of outstanding company to fully participate in land acquisition. After acquiring the land, all the profits and decision-making power would be in Lu Fan's hands. He could choose to develop with outstanding or transfer the land rights to them. Because the land was acquired in the name of outstanding real estate, there was no need to pay any land appreciation tax. In terms of the clauses in the agreement, there were no problems. But the 5 people present understood one thing. In fact, there was no risk for outstanding. It was only Lu Fan, as an individual, who had the risk. After all, once the land was acquired, from a legal perspective, it belonged to outstanding real estate. So, this contract was also based on Lu Fan's complete trust in outstanding in Jiang Manhwa. I have no problem, let's sign it. Lu Fan put down the contract and looked at Jiang Manhwa. Lu Fan, how about we each contribute half of the funds to acquire the land? Since you said you want to cooperate with outstanding in development, the development funds will also be provided by outstanding. I can promise that all the profits from the appreciation of the land will belong to you. Jiang Manhwa saw the clear and pure eyes of Lu Fan. There was no trace of impurity. She was glad that Lu Fan trusted her so much. But she didn't want to take advantage of Lu Fan. No need, I believe in excellence. Lu Fan said dismissively. In fact, they didn't know how much the land would appreciate. If one person contributed half of the investment, it might become complicated later. Seeing Lu Fan's insistence, Jiang Manhwa had nothing more to say. She immediately signed the contract on the spot. After signing the contract, Lu Fan immediately transferred 350 million yuan to the account of Excellence Real Estate according to the agreement in the contract. When the financial director checked the company's account and saw this huge sum of money, everyone except Jiang Manhwa looked at each other in shock and took a deep breath. At this moment, they truly believed that Lu Fan was not bankrupt. He really had billions. And now, he had become a partner of excellence. He was their half-boss. Before this, Gu Yanxiang and the others had doubts. Lu Fan's analysis of the land was done professionally and with unique insight. They had witnessed this yesterday and believed it. But how could he come up with billions of yuan? They had doubted that their boss would use his own money, but it was impossible for the boss to have 350 million yuan in cash. The financial director was well aware of every inflow and outflow of the company's money. All the company's money was invested in the yet-to-be-opened Excellence Era project. It was impossible to have so much liquid cash, let alone in Jiang Zong's personal wallet. It was even more impossible if it was funded by Jiang Zong's father's private treasury. So, it could only be Lu Fan's own money. Who spread the rumor that Jiang Zong is supporting Lu Fan? Come out and see if I won't beat you to death. Jiang Zong is clearly doing business openly with Lu Fan. Lu Fan is a hidden tycoon with billions of yuan in cash. How could he be supported? Although they sneered at this rumor, Jiang Zong himself did not come forward to clarify. They pretended not to know. From the eye contact between Jiang Manhwa and Lu Fan, the core members of Excellence also noticed some clues. They continued to gossip. Maybe it was just an ordinary melon. After finishing the matter, Gu Yanxiang and the other two left the office. They still had many things to do next, such as reporting the name of the land auction and paying the deposit. They also needed to prepare for the opening of Excellence Era. Jiang Zong, I'm leaving too. Only Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa were left in the office. Lu Fan also wanted to leave. Don't call me Jiang Zong, I'm not your boss anymore. We are partners. Jiang Manhwa inexplicably felt unhappy. Lu Fan was dumbfounded. Not calling Jiang Zong? Isn't that how partners address each other? I call you Jiang Zong, and you call me Lu Zong. It was fine when there were so many people around just now. Why did she suddenly change her attitude when they were alone? Such a big contrast between public and private? Lu Fan looked constipated and didn't want to argue with her. Lu Fan, if you want to do big things, you have to quickly adapt to the change in your identity. You can't see those former bosses with an employee mentality. What's wrong with being a boss? You are a boss now, and a billionaire boss. Do you see me calling you Lu Zong? Right? Jiang Manhwa spoke like a boss, imparting her experience to Lu Fan in a serious manner. So what? Lu Fan was speechless. So? I'll call you by your name, Lu Fan. You can call me by my name too. Jiang Manhwa said naturally. Call you Jiang Manhwa? No, call me Manhwa. Goodbye, General Jiang. Lu Fan turned his head and left without looking back. This woman is really inexplicable. With a name like hers, she sounds like the protagonist of a romance novel. Either that or she has the same name as the female lead in some adult anime. I wonder how her parents came up with her name. Must be a case of Chinibu. Who's calling who awkward? Manhwa, I'm still a shadow. How can I say it out loud? Watching Lu Fan's figure disappear, Jiang Manhwa felt a bit annoyed, if she had any eggs. She even voluntarily removed her goddess halo and acted like a girl next door. Why is Lu Fan still so clueless? If only I had admitted yesterday when I said, yes, I like you. Why did I suddenly become reserved? It's really suffering for the sake of face. Forget it. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Patience is a virtue, and I'm still a girl no matter what I say. The most important thing now is to focus on dealing with work matters. She had to meet with several business partners. Completely eliminate the hidden dangers left by He Cohen. And then she can finally fire him for good. Thinking of this, Jiang Manhwa sent a message to her driver, depart in half an hour. As for why it's half an hour later, it's because she's afraid of being seen by Lu Fan. Her driver didn't take a vacation at all. Lu Fan came out of Zhuoyue and found that there was nowhere else to go. Just then, Zhang Hui called and said that the license plate was ready. When he arrived at the 4S store, Zhang Hui suddenly had something to do and went out. Mr. Lu, have some tea. Our boss should be back soon. The new assistant store manager warmly entertained Lu Fan in Zhang Hui's office. At the same time, they arranged for staff to install the license plate for Lu Fan. Thank you. What's so urgent for your boss, Zhang? After sitting down, Lu Fan casually asked. Oh, there's a shop in Nanshan district whose lease is expiring at the end of the month. Our boss has always wanted to rent it and open a new store. The landlord happened to be nearby, so the boss went to talk to him and see if he could delay it and not rent it to someone else for the time being. The store manager replied. Zhang Hui wants to open a new store? The investment for a 4S store should be quite substantial, right? Lu Fan hadn't heard Zhang Hui mention this before and asked in confusion. Yes, the boss has been researching it for a long time. In total, it would require an investment of about 6 million. The boss has been trying to figure out a way, but he's still short of money. He even wanted me to join him. I also want to invest, but my financial strength doesn't allow it. That shop is in the most suitable location. With the boss's experience and ability, it will definitely make money. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to give up. The store manager knew that Lu Fan was Zhang Hui's best friend, so he didn't hide anything and told the truth. Then he went out to greet other customers. Lu Fan smiled helplessly. Why didn't Zhang Hui ask for his help? He clearly knows the balance of his bank account. He's being too distant. Even if there's only 30 million left now, lending him a few million would be no problem at all. While he was thinking, Zhang Hui walked in. You're back so soon? Lu Fan said with some surprise. And from the short time Zhang Hui had been away, it was evident from his disappointed expression that he probably didn't succeed in negotiating with the landlord. And if the landlord rents the shop to someone else, Zhang Hui may miss this rare opportunity. Yeah, it's right next door, very close. Didn't wait too long, right? Zhang Hui smiled and sat down. No, I just arrived a little while ago. Lu Fan saw Zhang Hui forcing a smile. Without beating around the bush, he said directly, Ah Hui, you're not much of a friend. You wanted to open a new store and didn't even tell me you didn't have enough money. How much is the difference? Give me a number. Zhang Hui was initially stunned but quickly realized that the new store manager must have told Lu Fan. That guy talks too much. It's more than 3 million, Zhang Hui reluctantly shook his head. Seeing Lu Fan's serious expression, he decided to accept the offer. Sometimes, accepting someone's help is a way to strengthen friendship, as long as you take it seriously. Lu Fan silently nodded, took out his phone, and opened the banking app. Ding dong. Zhang Hui received a text message on his phone. He opened it and saw, 4 million has been deposited. Seeing this number, Zhang Hui couldn't contain his excitement. He immediately called the landlord he had just met. After the call, he felt relieved. Then he gratefully smiled at Lu Fan and said, "Wait a moment, I'll write an IOU." Lu Fan stopped him and said, "Last time you lent me money, did I write an IOU for you?" "That's different. How much did I lend you?" Ignoring Lu Fan's obstruction, Zhang Hui insisted on writing the IOU. Even brothers need to keep accounts, let alone such a large sum of money. Lu Fan couldn't argue with him, so he let him be. Persisting further would be disrespectful. After Zhang Hui finished writing the IOU and handed it to Lu Fan, he suddenly said, "By the way, Lu Fan, guess who contacted me this morning?" "Judging by your expression, could it be Li Yifeng and Lu Yu, one of them?" Lu Fan frowned. It's them. One after the other, they both contacted me. And they both emphasized not to tell the other. Very mysterious. They contacted me for something. You can probably guess, yes, they wanted to know where you live. Of course, I ignored them. But they won't give up easily. I guess it won't be long before they come knocking on my door. I don't think I can hide from them. That's not a problem, I have ways to deal with them. But they said you and President Jiang Manhwa are together. What's going on? Zhang Hui still didn't know what had happened at Excellence these past few days. He looked confused. Ah. Those two idiots. They probably want me to plead with Jiang Manhwa not to fire them. Lu Fan said speechlessly. What? Both of them were fired by Excellence? Zhang Hui was greatly shocked. After realizing it, he was even more shocked and said, "So you and Jiang Manhwa are really together?" Jiang Manhwa. That cold and aloof female president, Jiang Manhwa. Lu Fan denied firmly, "Of course not. Speaking of which, this matter is related to you too. Since I bought a car from you." Lu Fan straightforwardly told Zhang Hui about everything that had happened these past few days, including their cooperation with Jiang Manhwa in acquiring land. Damn! These people have wild imaginations. But I can kind of understand them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that you could earn so much money? Zhang Hui listened with wide eyes, feeling deeply moved. Blame me? Lu Fan shrugged. Zhang Hui pursed his lips. Then he asked in confusion, "Lu Fan, did something really happen between you and Jiang Manhwa? Any discerning person can see that she likes you. Girls naturally care about their reputation, especially since she's the heiress of the Jiang group. What reason would she have to tarnish her own reputation? You two, do you like each other?" Poochie. Lu Fan sprayed his tea out in one mouthful. Well, what are you talking about? You haven't seen the true face of Jiang Manhwa. She's just a crazy woman. When he heard the words "like each other," Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Then every cell in his body tried to deny Zhang Hui's inexplicable guess. Crazy woman. Can someone who graduated from the same prestigious university as you? Can someone who runs such a large company? Crazy woman. Why doesn't she have episodes around other people? She only has them when she catches you. Are you the pathogen? Zhang Hui didn't know if Lu Fan was deliberately hiding or genuinely didn't understand. Or maybe he understood but didn't want to admit it. He asked with a skeptical expression. Lu Fan's mind went blank. Jiang Manhwa's innocent yet fatally beautiful face flashed in his mind. What? No more to say? Zhang Hui pressed on. What are you talking about? You seem to understand. If you understand so well, why are you still selling cars? You should be a relationship expert and go on the show Love Defense Battle as a guest. Lu Fan retorted without thinking. I'm doing fine, I understand a bit more than certain people. I've had relationships in high school and college, my daughter is 2 years old now. Unlike certain people, I'm still a genuine man. Zhang Hui wasn't bragging. He just wanted Lu Fan to face a reality. In matters of love, he really was a loser. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily won over by Xinxing, the green tea queen, with just a few words. Zhang Hui, you're annoying. Can I say that we should end our friendship? Lu Fan's face turned slightly green. He had always been a genuine man, and this incident. He had been teased a lot in college. After working for a long time, everyone focused on their own lives. No one cared about anyone else. And now, he was stabbed by Zhang Hui. Damn, it really hurt. If you want to end our friendship, I'm fine with it too. Oh, that's not the point. The point is, Zhang Manhwa really likes you. Don't you have any feelings at all? I don't believe it. Zhang Hui shrugged, looking helpless. Zhang Manhwa, a wealthy and heartless goddess, pursued him. And Lu Fan, this guy, called her a crazy woman. It's infuriating. Believe it or not. Lu Fan stood up and clapped his hands. He left. Lu Fan returned to the hotel. He watched some news about the auction, had lunch, and wanted to take a nap. But lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. His mind was filled with the words Zhang Hui had said. Upon careful recollection, it seemed to be true. Future dear me, are you there? Can you tell me honestly, who is my wife? Just tell me her last name. Thinking about getting married in less than a year, Lu Fan, with an inexplicable mood, sent a message to his future self. At this moment, he urgently wanted to know the answer. However, a whole hour passed without any response. Not a single word. This was truly something he could do to himself. Another hour passed. Lu Fan fell asleep in a daze. And he had a dream. In the dream, he was wearing a suit, holding the delicate hand of a woman in a wedding dress. The two of them walked slowly under the spotlight, under the gaze of countless eyes. They walked towards a stage. He was the groom. And the bride was none other than Zhang Manhwa. Lu Fan woke up. And he woke up with a sweet feeling. This is fucking unbelievable. Lu Fan resisted the image of his happy self in the dream. He went to the bathroom and freshened up. Put on clothes, looked at the phone, and the future self still hadn't replied. And it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually, he would be waiting to get off work. Naturally. He scrolled to Zhang Manhwa's profile picture again. Because it was in the recent contacts section of the WeChat messaging interface. The first one was Zhang Hui. The second one was Zhang Manhwa. Lu Fan held his phone and paced back and forth several times. Finally, he opened the chat box. Has your driver returned from vacation? Zhang Manhwa replied instantly, no. Are you coming to pick me up after work? Smiling face with smiling eyes looking at the happy expression that Zhang Manhwa sent. Lu Fan's heart tightened slightly. Then relaxed. Let's meet at the parking lot. After sending the message, Lu Fan quickly locked his phone. He put it in his pocket without even looking at it and went out. On the other side, Zhang Manhwa, who had just finished meeting all the cooperating business owners, returned to her office. She stared blankly at the message Lu Fan had sent on her phone. A bright light flashed in her clear eyes. She also quickly locked the screen and didn't reply anymore. Afraid of saying too much. What if Lu Fan changed his mind? Zhang Manhwa, who was inexplicably excited, called her driver from the office phone. She told him that she didn't need the car tonight. She hurriedly went back to her own home. There were still 15 minutes left until the end of work. Lu Fan's X7 was parked in Zhang Manhwa's designated parking space. Sure enough, it was empty, and Zhang Manhwa's white Karanen was not seen. It seemed that her driver really hadn't returned from vacation. He was just thinking about whether Zhang Manhwa had lied to him. Not possible. He waited for less than 3 minutes. Zhang Manhwa also came down early. Why, aren't you afraid of being secretly photographed now? Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhang Manhwa said triumphantly. We're not that kind of relationship. It's completely innocent. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders and started the car nonchalantly. Jiang Manhwa clearly felt it. Lu Fan's tone at this moment was completely different from before. Moreover, he took the initiative to come and send her home. Could it be that this blockhead finally realized it? What do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Manhwa pursued the topic naturally. Don't you have a chef at home who prepares meals for you? I'll just order takeout when I get back to the hotel. We're not that kind of relationship, why eat together? Lu Fan understood the subtlety in Jiang Manhwa's words. She wasn't asking if they should eat together. She was asking what to eat. She is indeed pursuing me. But he wasn't prepared yet. What if his future self replied saying that his wife wasn't Jiang Manhwa? That would be disastrous. It's really not her. It seems a bit regrettable. Jiang Manhwa frowned slightly. Just having a meal, it can only happen if we have that kind of relationship. This guy Lu Fan is really strange. It seems that this topic can't continue. Jiang Manhwa decided to talk about work instead. General Manager Gu has already completed the land auction registration today. The H005 plot, with a reserve price of 300 million, we paid a deposit of 15 million, using your money. We also registered separately for the H006 plot in Guangming district and the plot in Futian. The developers in the southern city are very enthusiastic about this land auction. All the well-known ones have registered. And there are also many powerful developers from other places who want to share. The competition is extremely fierce. I know, Lu Fan responded. Tomorrow, I will officially dismiss He Koan. This person may have some prejudice against you now. You should be more cautious in everything. Got it. Lu Fan responded again. They talked about work all the way. Lu Fan didn't say much, as if he had something on his mind. Do you really want to order takeout? Actually, it's fine to come to my house to eat. Anyway, you already greeted my mom in the morning. The car was still parked in front of the garden. Jiang Manhwa blinked her charming big eyes and looked at Lu Fan, asking. Just as Lu Fan was about to refuse, a figure rushed out of the villa and approached quickly. Xiao Fan. Come in and have a meal. If it's not Su Yuqin, then who else could it be? I already ate. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Fan repeated the same words like a broken record. Because he was lying. He was more nervous than in the morning. Mother-in-laws are indeed difficult creatures to deal with. Too enthusiastic. Damn it! Why do I subconsciously treat this woman as my mother-in-law? Lu Fan anxiously used his eyes to urge Jiang Manhwa to get off the car. Jiang Manhwa helplessly rolled her eyes and let him go. The mother and daughter stood side by side. They watched Lu Fan's car disappear in a puff of smoke. This young man is really good. He looks like your dad when he said he already ate on an empty stomach, just like when he was young. I can tell, Lu Fan definitely likes you. Su Yuqin praised with a smile. My dad was also a fool when he was young? Why don't I believe it? Jiang Manhwa smirked. Su Yuqin, that's right, even more foolish than him. And even more handsome than him. Jiang Manhwa, hee. In the next 10 days, Jiang Manhwa's driver was still on vacation. Lu Fan continued to act as the driver, picking up and dropping off every day, and they would always say they had already eaten. Half of their time was spent discussing work seriously, and the other half was spent having inexplicable conversations. Jiang Manhwa originally thought that He Koan would join forces with Gao Maoxian to make some moves. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. Dad was indeed very capable, saying that he wouldn't make waves, and he really didn't make waves. Finally, the day of the land auction arrived. After waiting for so many days, they finally reached this important moment. Lu Fan couldn't hide his excitement. Early in the morning, he picked up Jiang Manhwa and brought her to the Excellence Company. In the underground parking lot, they discovered Jiang Manhwa's white Cullinan was already parked there. Your driver finally came back from vacation? Where did he go? It's been almost 20 days. I've been at Excellence for 5 years, why don't I get such good treatment? Lufan parked the car next to the Cullinan and complained a bit. Gigi get married. He took a long vacation because of his wedding. If you get married, I'll give you a long vacation too. Jean Manuel said with a mischievous smile, teasing Lufan. Thank you. After I resign, you're still so generous. Lufan smiled sarcastically and retorted as usual. After arriving at the company, the executives of Excellence, led by Gu Yanxiang, were already waiting there. Today was also a very important day for Excellence. If the land auction went smoothly and achieved the set goal, then Excellence would have considerable strength in the real estate circle of Nan City. President Jiang, good morning. General Manager Liu, good morning. The executives greeted each other enthusiastically. As the only ones in the company who knew the true relationship between the two, their way of addressing Lufan also changed. Rumors are just rumors, but Lufan's abilities and wealth are real. You can't deny it. After a brief exchange, the group set off for the Nan City Land Trading Center. Gu Yanxiang and the others took a business car, while Lufan got into the Cullinan with Zhang Manuel. Lufan didn't say much. However, as soon as they got in the car, the driver who met Zhang Manuel turned out to be a woman in her 40s. Lufan looked at Zhang Manuel suspiciously. Zhang Manuel's eyes dodged, but she remained confident. It was as if she was saying, "What's wrong? Is it strange to get married at 40? Society, prejudice." Half an hour later, the underground parking lot of the large land trading center was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. If we talk about which industry has created the most billionaires in the country, it is undoubtedly the real estate industry. Especially in the southern city, many well-known national real estate companies have emerged. There have also been several national richest individuals. This concentrated land supply has gathered almost half of the wealthy entrepreneurs in the southern city. This situation made Lufan somewhat shocked. Zhang Manuel said something right. Lufan should adapt to his role as the boss. And at this moment, it was the first step for Lufan to enter the real estate billionaire circle in the southern city. He was a man who had it all, he needed to be confident. Today, Lufan put on a newly bought suit. It cost over 300,000 yuan. Coupled with Lufan's already handsome appearance, his temperament immediately stood out. Zhang Manuel, on the other hand, was dressed casually. But the nobility on her body couldn't be concealed, no matter how casual she looked. This woman, even if she wore tattered clothes, gave people the feeling of a fallen princess experiencing life among the common people. Lufan and Zhang Manuel walked side by side, giving off a feeling similar to that of the Smith couple. As soon as they stepped into the auction hall, they noticed that many people had arrived early. They were scattered around, chatting with each other. Zhang Manuel recognized many familiar faces at a glance. They were all from the real estate industry and had some dealings with her. And there were even more people who knew Zhang Manuel. Besides being recognized as a beauty, there was another more important reason: she was the heir of the Zhang Group. And the Zhang Group was one of the 4 giants in the real estate industry in the southern city. It ranked among the top 20 nationwide and was hard to ignore. President Jiang, long time no see. Soon, someone familiar came up to greet her. It was a young man in his late 20s. There was a smile on his face, mixed with a hint of mysterious self-confidence, and a touch of excitement. He naturally noticed that Zhang Manuel seemed to be close to the man next to her, Lufan. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, almost imperceptibly. But he quickly recovered. The overly attentive smile on the man's face, and the disgust that flashed by just now, made Lufan immediately understand. This is so familiar. Isn't this the daily expression of those 2 idiots, Lin Yifan and Lu Yu? Definitely a bootlicker. Actually, thinking about it, with Zhang Manuel's family background and beauty, it's not surprising that there's a line of bootlickers behind her. Oh, it's Chen Xiao. Zhang Manuel politely and awkwardly replied with just this sentence. That was all. Then, she raised her eyebrows and eyes, completely ignoring him. At this moment, Lu Fan finally witnessed Jiang Manhua's aloofness. It was truly deserving of its name, not an exaggeration. That inherent pride, and a faint disdain, deeply hurt the man. The man's name was Chen Huiqiu. He was the son of a middle-sized real estate company owner in the southern city. He was naturally charming and unrestrained. But since he had the privilege of seeing Jiang Manhua, he became completely infatuated. From then on, he transformed into a loyal bootlicker, entangling her in every possible way. However, his power did not allow it. One was the sole heir of a 100 billion group, the other was the third son of a billion-dollar real estate company. Even Jiang Manhua's personal company, Excellence, was catching up with her father's assets with great effort. As for Chen Huiqiu, he was just an idle and useless second generation in his father's company. The difference in wealth and status was obvious. What's even more fatal is that Jiang Manhua treated Chen Huiqiu as if he were invisible from beginning to end. Maybe it's the polluted and murky air. The kind that you can't avoid. Mr. Jiang is still so quiet. Gives off a sense of tranquility and farsightedness. Chen Huiqiu felt a sting and a hint of unnaturalness appeared on his face. But he forced a smile, showcasing his talent as a bootlicker. No, I just don't want to talk to you. Jiang Manhua immediately added. With her eyes, she signaled Chen Huiqiu to get out of the way and not block the path. Chen Huiqiu's bootlicking heart was pierced. This sentence created another hole. But if he were to retreat in the face of difficulties, he wouldn't be himself. Mr. Jiang is really joking, huh? This time in the land auction, I saw that Zhuoyue signed up for 3 plots. It's quite a coincidence, we also signed up for the H006 plot in Guangning district. It doesn't matter who gets it later. Actually, our 2 companies can form a strong alliance. Wouldn't that be great? Chen Huiqiu faced the difficulties head-on. He wanted to get closer to Jiang Manhua by discussing work-related topics. Because everyone knows that Jiang Manhua, as the heir of the Jiang Group, has always been honing herself to smoothly take over the Jiang Group. Talking about work is a topic that Jiang Manhua rarely resists. Sorry, I don't need a partner at the moment. We can talk about it in the future. Jiang Manhua suppressed her feelings of disgust. She decisively and resolutely said things that are rarely spoken in the business world. You see, in business, harmony brings wealth. Even if they are competitors, they will still be polite to each other, rarely speaking harshly. Especially between big bosses with certain status. They won't offend anyone for no reason. Upon hearing this, Chen Huiqiu was also stunned. Damn! What's wrong with Jiang Manhua today? Did she eat gunpowder? She doesn't care about face at all. I don't care about face. He really doesn't care. Compared to getting close to a beauty, what's the value of face? What's more important is that if he can win over this cold and aloof female CEO, he won't have to struggle for the rest of his life. Oh, that's a shame. We can collaborate in the future if there's a chance. Chen Huiqiu pretended to be casual and embarrassed. Then he keenly noticed that Jiang Manhua was particularly cold towards him today. Is it related to the man next to her? What is their relationship? An employee of Zhuoyue Company? They don't seem like it. The people behind her look more like employees. So, by the way, who is this gentleman? A new executive hired by Zhuoyue? Chen Huiqiu shamelessly changed the topic. While speaking, his gaze fell on Lu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The more he looked, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. This guy, damn, he's just a pretty boy. He's so handsome. Even more handsome than me. Does it have anything to do with you? All right. Can you move aside now? Jiang Manhua couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her voice directly and rudely. This attracted the attention of many people in the hall. In this kind of occasion, how could there still be someone making a loud noise? And when people saw that it was Jiang Manhua and Chen Huiqiu, some of them looked at them with amusement. Chen Huichu is lacking goods, so he's going to kneel and lick someone else again. This guy is also talented. If I were his father, I really couldn't afford to lose face. Don't say that, he also has his ideals. After all, the other party is Jiang Manhwa. Feeling the unfriendly gazes from the people around him, Chen Huichu's old face also felt a sting. He reluctantly and unwillingly moved aside, allowing Jiang Manhwa and her group to walk past him. But as they brushed past each other, a faint fragrance emanated from Jiang Manhwa's body. Suddenly, he lost himself again. At the same time, he looked at Lu Fan's back with a hint of envy and embarrassment. Who the hell is this guy? Although he really wants to know, he doesn't dare to approach anymore. Faced with Jiang Manhwa, he has to admit defeat. Jiang, I didn't know you were so popular. In this kind of place, there are still brainless fans blocking the way. After leaving Chen Huichu, Lu Fan said teasingly. He didn't think that Jiang Manhwa would reject some of her admirers so decisively. Even if they had some relationship, should he be happy about it? Obviously, he wasn't that happy. What's the big deal? Those guys who covet my beauty, the young masters of the entire city. Even if it's not 1,000, it's still 800. Don't be so surprised. Hearing Lu Fan's words with a hint of sourness, Jiang Manhwa's lips curled up slightly, and then she said disdainfully, look at what you're capable of. Those young masters don't all have titanium alloy dog eyes. Blindness can't get any blinder. Lu Fan regretted it. Why did he have to make things unpleasant? This goddess is obviously crazy again. Don't try to match her wits. Behind them, Gu Yanxiong and the others heard their conversation. Their jaws almost dropped, rubbing their chins. Are these two flirting in public? Please, can you treat us like human beings? Even if we're insignificant, we shouldn't be transparent to this extent. They understood. The sponsorship was fake, but the affair was real. In the future, as long as Lu Fan is present, they probably won't see the once aloof female CEO again. It was just a moment ago when she disdained Chen Huichu. She was so nice, just like Jiang Manhwa. How did things change so quickly? Love really changes a person's temperament. Chen, what's going on with you? The land auction hasn't even started yet, why do you look so gloomy? I just saw you with a smile on your face. In a corner of the auction hall, Chen Huichu had a gloomy expression. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. The person who patted his shoulder was Wang Xizhong, the son of a real estate developer in Nan City. They were equally powerful and had collaborated before, so their relationship with Chen Huichu was still okay. As soon as he came in, he noticed that something was wrong with Chen Huichu. Forget it, it's annoying. Damn it, I was ignored by that woman, Jiang Manhwa, again. She's so good at pretending, she didn't even give me any face in front of so many people. Clearly, she's with a little white face, why is she acting so high and mighty? When Chen Huichu saw that it was Wang Xizhong who patted his shoulder, he didn't have anything to hide and vented his unhappiness. After all, the two of them knew each other well. Of course, they were whispering. If they were overheard by others coming and going, it would be like being publicly humiliated again. What do you mean? Does Jiang Manhwa have a boyfriend? This is big news. Let me see. What little white face? Let me see if I know him. Wang Xizhong suddenly became interested. He looked up and searched for Jiang Manhwa's figure in the hall. You should know that among the wealthy children in Nan City, there is not only Chen Huichu who admires Jiang Manhwa. It's just that no one is as shameless as him. However, since Jiang Manhwa graduated from university and started her own business, so much time has passed. No matter how much effort these wealthy children put in, Jiang Manhwa remains unmoved. There are many outstanding pursuers who are intelligent, talented, and have good taste. The result is no different. Of course. There are also some brainless sand sculptures among the rich second generation, who have had some crooked ideas. However, the outcome is hard to say. Think about it. The only daughter of the real estate tycoon, Zhang Hatang. It's not something ordinary people can touch. Jiang Hatan, who knows his daughter's beauty well, has been protecting Jiang Manhwa since middle school to the extent of using real guns and bullets. Not to mention after she became an adult, her beauty blossomed even more. The protection had to be increased layer by layer. Anyone who doesn't know what's good for them and wants to act tough, Jiang Hatan will teach them again how to write the word tough. After a few times like that, no one dared to play dirty tricks anymore. Such Jiang Manhwa. Actually, there is a little white face following her. When Wang Xizhong saw a handsome guy standing next to Jiang Manhwa, he squinted his eyes thoughtfully. How should I put it, that appearance indeed looks like a boyfriend and girlfriend. But who is this person? In their circle, they have never seen such a character. Do you know this person? Wang Xizhong withdrew his gaze and asked Chen Huiqiu. I don't know, it's the first time I've seen him. Damn it! Dressed like a groom, it's hilarious. Chen Huiqiu replied angrily. Chen, if he really is Jiang Manhwa's boyfriend. What are you thinking? Don't give up yet? In Wang Xizhong's opinion, his buddy Chen Huiqiu had a screw loose in his head. Women like Jiang Manhwa are clearly unattainable. She has been rejected hundreds of times, and he still goes to lick. No, that's not called rejection, that's called being ignored. If Jiang Manhwa already has someone, it would be a good thing for Chen Huiqiu to give up this delusion. Just like himself. Find a girlfriend who listens to him obediently, and then indulge himself outside without any worries. Isn't that great? Let's find someone to investigate before making any conclusions. Maybe they're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Even if they are, I want to see what he's made of. If he's someone we can't afford to offend, then we can only give up. If he's useless, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Huiqiu said with a dark face, his voice deep. Well, Chen. Don't blame me for not reminding you, no matter who that person is. You better not mess with Jiang Manhwa. Last time, that guy had his legs broken, and he's still using crutches now. Seeing Chen Huiqiu's determined attitude, Wang Xizhong quickly advised him. Don't worry, I know my limits. Don't compare me to someone who has no self-awareness. Chen Huiqiu said somewhat displeased. Do you have self-awareness? Wang Xizhong had nothing to say. He thought to himself, maybe he should keep some distance from Chen Huiqiu. Otherwise, if this guy gets himself killed and ends up dragging him down too, that would be messed up. On the other side, Lu Fan followed Jiang Manhwa and arrived at a slightly forward position in the hall. Shortly after finding a seat and sitting down. Jiang General, you're here so early. 3 people came over, walking straight towards them. They greeted them with smiles. The leader of the group even shook hands with Jiang Manhwa, who stood up at the same time. Good morning, General Kai. We just arrived too. Jiang Manhwa's face also rarely showed a comfortable smile. Because these 3 people are representatives of Jiangshi Group's Jiangshan Real Estate Company, who came to participate in the land auction this time. And the one who shook hands with her, General Kai, is also a woman. This is General Lu, right? I've heard your name for a long time. Before the introduction could be made, the impatient General Kai turned her head to look at Lu Fan. She had a face full of interest. Seeing this, Lu Fan also stood up. Awkwardly and with a smile, he looked at Jiang Manhwa. Let me introduce you. This is General Kai Lin, the General Manager of Jiangshan Real Estate. This is the Finance Director of Jiangshan Real Estate. This is the Director of the Investment Department of Jiangshan Real Estate. Lu Fan, our partner for this land auction. Jiang Manhwa introduced while raising her eyebrows at Kai Lin. It was clear that the two had a good relationship. General Manager Kai, hello. 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 Lu Fan greeted Kai Lin and the others openly, shaking hands with them one by one. Then, his gaze returned to Kai Lin. She had a neat bob haircut and elegant, sharp eyes. Although she appeared to be a bit older than Jiang Manhwa, she was still a charming beauty. Unexpectedly, the general manager of Jiangshan Real Estate was a woman. And obviously, she had already heard about Lufan from Jiang Manhwa. Kai Lin also met Lufan's gaze without any hesitation. So, he's the one who made 400 million with 6 million? And he only took a morning to complete the land auction analysis report? How can he be so handsome? No wonder General Manager Jiang. Lufan, I've read your land auction analysis report. It astonishingly aligns with some of my predictions. We only have slightly different opinions on the two plots in Guangming district. Has your target for this time not changed? Kai Lin realized that her focus had drifted off and quickly regained her composure to continue the conversation. Ha! What land auction analysis report? Did I make something like that? Lufan, feeling a bit confused, noticed Jiang Manhua's evasive gaze. He finally understood. It must be something he said to Jiang Manhwa before. She had someone turn it into a report and shared it with the Jiang group. Lufan didn't mind it at all. With his funds, he could only afford the cheapest piece of land. As for the valuable information from the future, he gave it away cheaply to others. It was unavoidable. Well, of course it hasn't changed. Lufan replied with a smile. The determination and inexplicable confidence on his face made Kai Lin furrow her brows. However, it was a matter concerning Jiyue Company, so she couldn't say anything. After the introductions, both sides sat down. Speaking of which, Gu Yanxian used to be Kai Lin's subordinate. The three women chatted familiarly with each other. Jiang Manhwa occasionally brought up Lufan to prevent him from feeling too awkward. During the wait, many real estate colleagues with good relationships came over to greet them. They were executives from major real estate companies. There were also some small and medium-sized business owners who had given up. Jiang Manhwa introduced them to Lufan and exchanged WeChat contacts. Lufan naturally understood her intentions. No matter what, connections were important. And as the heir of the Jiang group, Jiang Manhua's circle was large enough and strong enough. Jiang Manhwa, this goddess, was truly flawless in socializing and handling matters. She was even stronger than Lufan by a lot. Lufan thought to himself and couldn't help but steal a glance at the goddess who had been emitting a faint fragrance beside him. Unexpectedly, he coincidentally met Jiang Manhua's meaningful gaze. Lufan quickly turned his head away. That gaze from the goddess was toxic. Jiang Manhwa thought to herself she thought he wouldn't be accustomed to this kind of occasion. She didn't expect this wooden man to handle it so effortlessly. That damn composure and confidence he had, how did he acquire it? It couldn't be developed without being a big boss for over a decade. Soon, it was 10:01, and the land auction began on time. The first one to be auctioned was the H005 plot in Guangming district, which had the lowest starting price. This was understandable. The more expensive ones would be auctioned later, with the Land King being the grand finale. The housing prices in Guangming district were currently the lowest in the entire southern city. H005 plot is small, and the starting price is only 300 million, which is quite low compared to the tens or even hundreds of billions in the southern city land auctions. It can only be considered as a small appetizer. A total of 26 real estate companies participated in this centralized land auction. Since each company is limited to 5 people entering, the scene did not appear crowded. Moreover, the participants in the land auction are all key personnel from various companies, so it is not noisy. When the staff appeared, the entire hall became unusually quiet. But beneath the surface calmness, there was an undercurrent. After all, only 13 plots were released this time. More than half of the real estate companies were destined to return empty-handed because there was one real estate company that acquired multiple plots. Just like Joyue. Their goal this time was to acquire 3 plots. Therefore, the competition was much more intense than imagined. Now, let's start the bidding for the first plot, H005 in Guangming district. The starting price is 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 2 million. Alright, now, let's begin. As the staff member's voice fell, there was no rush of raising paddles and shouting bids. Because no one had confidence in Guangming district. Last time, there was even a case of a failed auction in Guangming district. And this time, there were only 3 real estate companies that signed up for the H005 plot. Shuayue, Chen Huiqiu's father's company, and a local company called Xinghe Real Estate. They were all small local companies. Bid number 19 raised the price by 2 million. Surprisingly, Chen Huiqiu, who was hiding in the corner, was the first to raise his paddle. With the strength of his family's company, this was the only plot he could aim for. The host counted down for a long time before someone from Xinghe Real Estate raised their paddle for the second time. They also raised the price by 2 million. Kai Lin and the other 2 people from Jiangshan Real Estate shook their heads when they saw this. Indeed, no one had confidence in Guangming district. Jiang Manhwa, with an indifferent expression, looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, holding the paddle, was secretly delighted. Although his future self hadn't told him the final transaction price of this plot, it was always good to save some money. 330 million. After thinking for a moment, Lu Fan decisively raised his paddle. He directly increased the price by 26 million. His strategy was simple and aggressive, a leap in bidding to intimidate the other 2 opponents and disrupt their expectations. Instead of engaging in a back-and-forth competition, it would lead to a price that exceeded their expectations by a lot. Damn! Is it so exciting from the beginning? The bid increased by more than 10 times the 2 million. And this is just a small, unpopular plot. Bid number 10 is from Joyue Real Estate. No wonder. Zhang Hatang really spoils his precious daughter. Bidding for land is like buying vegetables in a market, shouting randomly. I thought Joyue was only interested in the plot in Futian district. Why would they want this lousy plot? Who knows, anyway, their dad is wealthy. Spending over 300 million is like buying a new toy for his daughter. As expected. When this bid was announced, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. People started whispering to each other. And when Chen Huiqiu heard this bid, he was completely dumbfounded. Upon seeing it, it turned out to be Lu Fan, this little white face. What? What does this little white face want? Is he crazy? Who bids like this? Is he jealous of me? Did he just talk to Jiang Manhwa earlier? The bid of 330 million exceeded the estimated price by too much. It was already uncertain if it would be profitable. I can see it now, if this bid wasn't Jiang Manhwa's idea. Then this person is just a complete idiot. I even doubt now that they are not even in a romantic relationship. He really is Jiang Manhwa's little white face, literally. People just play, just have fun. Otherwise, I really can't understand this amazing operation by Joyue. Wang Xizhong said with a playful tone. Hearing this, Chen Huiqiu really wanted to bite his annoying friend. Is my goddess the kind of person who would play around with someone else? Don't think that everyone in the world is the same, with nothing but lust in their minds. 330 million, once. 330 million, twice. 1 minute passed, and neither of the opponents raised the bid. The host started the countdown. When he shouted twice, he paused for a moment. He looked at Chen Huiqiu and Xinghe Real Estate. Unfortunately, both sides were still confused. Mr. Huang, the price is too high, we can't afford it. Let's give up. Yes, Mr. Huang. Even if we add 2 million and bid again, we still can't win. That female CEO from Joyue is crazy. Listening to the suggestions of his subordinates, Mr. Huang's expression was still conflicted. He was different from others, he actually had high hopes for the future of Guangming district. Well. Fine. After much consideration, Mr. Huang put down the bidding paddle in his hand. Now, he could only shift his focus to another plot of land in Guangming district. But the total price of that plot was much higher. He had to borrow money from others. He really didn't want to do it unless it was absolutely necessary. 330 million, third time. Sold. In the next moment, on the LED display screen in the auction hall, a line of words appeared: "Congratulations to Joyeux Real Estate for successfully winning the H005 plot in Guangming District." Looking at the bright red background text, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He saved 20 million from his budgeted 350 million. That's good. Immediately, he happily shrugged his shoulders at Jiang Manhwa. It was so easy to win. Did we bid too much? Jiang Manhwa and the others looked at Lu Fan with a helpless expression, unable to laugh or cry. Hee, as long as you're happy, boss. Besides, it's your own money. From now on, if Guangming District doesn't turn out as Lu Fan said, it will soon be approved as the National Science City. Then this hammer strike will result in a huge loss. However, they had no idea that this plot of land also had a subway station and prestigious schools. Soon, the land prices would experience an epic surge. They believed that by then, Shen Huiqiu and Mr. Huang would be crying in the bathroom. The opportunity was right in front of them. It's a pity they were useless. The next plot of land had nothing to do with Lu Fan. With the successful opening of the first plot, the real battle began. It started early with the second plot. Because the second plot was a prime location in Nanshan District. Although it was not large, the location was good enough. Every real estate company wanted to compete for it. Not only was it stable, but it could also be developed into a high-quality project, which would enhance the company's brand. The starting floor price was 3 times higher than the H005 plot in Guangming District. The starting total price immediately reached 2.8 billion. Kai Lin was eager to get started. This piece of land was also entrusted by Chairman Zhang Hutong to be acquired at all costs. Begin! As soon as the host's voice fell, the alternating bidding situation quickly became intense. In less than 10 minutes, the bidding price skyrocketed to 3 billion. Fortunately, after the premium reached 200 million, the number of bidders gradually decreased. The speed of bidding also slowed down significantly. Many real estate companies that lacked economies of scale and a clear development plan had already withdrawn from the competition. But for a big player like Zhongshan Real Estate, the bottom price was still far from being reached. 3.12 billion. Kai Lin decisively raised the paddle, directly increasing the bid by 20 million. And as observers who did not sign up for this plot, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa also noticed that they were still actively participating in the bidding. Only the 4 major real estate companies in the southern city, including Zhongshan Real Estate, were left. As well as 2 national central enterprises and state-owned enterprises from other places. 3.2 billion. Just as Kai Lin put her hand down, someone crazily raised the price by 80 million. This bold style, I'm afraid it was learned from Lu Fan. 3.4 billion. However, Kai Lin and the others hadn't reacted yet. Someone raised the price by 100 million, directly reaching 3.4 billion. The bidder is Qianke Real Estate, the undisputed leader of national real estate companies. In the southern city, they are also the arch-rivals of Zhongshan Real Estate. They have had many conflicts in the past. Jiang Manhwa whispered to Lu Fan after seeing who was bidding. I know some of it. In this case, it seems that they are determined to win this plot. Lu Fan nodded. Yes, the reason is similar to our determination to win that plot in Futian District. Qianke has been expanding the most in Nanshan in recent years. They can afford to not make money or even lose money on this plot. But when the price of flour goes up, other bread becomes more attractive. Jiang Manhwa continued. At the same time, she looked at Kai Lin, who seemed hesitant. She knew that this price was already close to Zhongshan Real Estate's bottom line, 3.42 billion. Kai Lin gritted her teeth and raised her sign again. The directors of the investment and finance departments beside her all frowned. If they could acquire it at this price, although the profit would be thin, they could reluctantly accept it. However, they also knew. It seems that they won't get their wish this time. 3.5 billion. It was still Qianke Real Estate, raising the price by 80 million again. Scaring off all the opponents. The ball was back in Kai Lin's court. President Kai, there's no need to fight to the death with him. Yes, the premium is too high, the cost is too great. Both subordinates expressed their opinions, and Kai Lin hesitated. President Jiang, President Liu, what do you think? Kai Lin turned her head and looked at Jiang Manhwa and Lu Fan. She wanted to hear their opinions. Especially Lu Fan's opinion. Because she remembered that in Lu Fan's land auction analysis report, he didn't particularly favor this plot. It's impossible to calculate the accounts for individual plots. But I know that President Jiang has always wanted to establish a foothold in Nanshan district and have a benchmark project. From this perspective, this plot may not meet the requirements. Jiang Manhwa said without reservation. This idea also coincided with Kai Lin's. So the two of them turned their gaze to Lu Fan. Do you really want to say it? Being stared at eagerly by the two beautiful women, Lu Fan felt a little flustered. Hurry up and say it, there's no time. If it weren't for being in a public place, Jiang Manhwa really wanted to directly pinch Lu Fan's thigh. Why keep teasing us, we're all on the same side. Alright. I suggest you give up on this plot. Just like I said before, the plot's in Baoan district in the west. The competition is not so fierce, and the future is not much worse than Nanshan. Isn't it better to acquire them? Lu Fan didn't specifically mention this plot in Nanshan district in his analysis. But the fact that he didn't mention it already speaks volumes. That means it's not necessary. After listening to Lu Fan's opinion, Kai Lin pondered. In fact, deep down, she had already agreed with this viewpoint. She was just afraid that it would be difficult to explain to President Jiang later. 3.5 billion, sold for the third time. The host didn't give Kai Lin time to consider, it was a done deal. Not far away, several representatives from Chienka Real Estate looked over at Kai Lin with a smug and mocking expression. However, next. The three plots in Baoan district that were taken out in succession were all taken by Kai Lin with a strong stance. The premium was not small, and it made the representatives of Chienka Real Estate unable to retaliate. Are the people from Jiangshan Real Estate crazy? There's no need to retaliate with a higher bid if they didn't win that plot. Women, indeed, are all brainless with big chests. They scornfully said in anger. Then, they focused all their efforts on the several plots in the eastern part, Longgang and Pingshan. And this time, Kai Lin still followed the advice in Lu Fan's report. But if it exceeded the budget even slightly, they would directly give up. This made others a bit puzzled. What's there to be puzzled about? Jiangshan Real Estate's budget is basically depleted. Putting all their eggs in one basket, they really dare to take risks. The representatives from Chienka Real Estate explained. In their opinion, Jiangshan Real Estate made a bad move in this land auction. Regarding this, Lu Fan and the others just smiled. Soon, the 11 plots were all sold to different companies. Only the last 2 remaining plots were left. It was time for Zhuoyue to show their skills. The first one to be auctioned was the H006 plot in Guangning district. This was the largest plot in this auction, the king of land area. Although the floor price was not high, the starting price was as high as 3.5 billion. Because it was large enough and had future value. There were quite a few real estate companies that signed up. Xinghe, Chienka, Zhuoyue, Huaran, Jiashang, and Jiangshan Real Estate, a total of 6 companies. Except for Zhuoyue and the CEO Huang from Xinghe Real Estate. They were all well-known big real estate companies. Lu Fan, you have quite good luck. Why don't you continue? Jiang Manhwa handed the sign to Lu Fan again, wanting him to take over. Really, me? Don't regret it. Lu Fan took the sign without understanding why. Gu Yanxiang and the others wanted to stop him but couldn't say a word. Women in love have poor judgment, understand. That won't happen. I chose my partner, and even if I have to do it with tears, I have to believe that he is not. Jiang Manhwa smirked. After being ready, Lu Fan raised the sign first, 4 billion. He directly increased the bid by 500 million, reaching the sky. The whole venue fell silent. What is Zhuoyue trying to do? Are they crazy? Guangming District, the area that often failed to sell before? They started like this. Are they still playing? Even Jiang Manhwa was stunned. She looked at Lu Fan with a smile but not a smile. Well, indeed, worthy, the man I fell in love with. His domineering appearance makes me want to kick him to death a little. What should we do? Friends, aren't you going to bid anymore? Don't be intimidated by our paper tiger, Zhuoyue. Come on, bid quickly. As expected, no one bid because no one is a fool. Even Huang, the CEO of Xinghao Real Estate, who was determined to win this plot, trembled and ultimately gave up. The premium was too high, the risk was too great, not worth it. So, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, Zhuoyue acquired the king of land area in this land auction. Why are you looking at me like that? You asked me for help. Don't worry, this plot has nothing to do with me. When we make money, I won't ask you for a share. Lu Fan said to Jiang Manhwa with a serious face. Jiang Manhua's eyelid twitched, she smiled, and said nothing. She tried her best to maintain her ladylike image in public. Otherwise, she would really thank. Kai Lin and Gu Yanxiang were also speechless and couldn't say a word. At this moment, they could only pray Guangming District, it must be approved as the National Science City just as Lu Fan predicted. Kai Lin knows this even better. If buying this piece of land turns out to be a mistake, not only will the outstanding benefits be affected, but it will also directly impact the chairman's reputation in the group. That Gao Maoxian will definitely make a big deal out of it. However, they can't think too much about it. The final highlight of the land. The Land King in the Futian Central District has been unveiled under the command of the host. Despite the starting price of 4.5 billion, it couldn't stop everyone from bidding enthusiastically. This time, Jiang Manhwa personally took action. She fought fiercely with all the big shots who coveted this piece of land for dozens of rounds. Carefully and steadily, step by step. In the end, it was successfully acquired for a total price of 5.8 billion. Outstanding is not the most financially powerful. But it is the only company in the Futian Central District that has properties for sale. With the Land King, the benefits are endless. Congratulations, outstanding. Congratulations, General Jiang. With this, the land auction is over. Many real estate companies that have a good relationship with the Jiang Group came forward to congratulate. The most eye-catching performance in this land auction is undoubtedly Jiang Group's own son, Outstanding Real Estate. Not only did they successfully acquire the Land King, but they also unexpectedly acquired 2 unpopular plots in the Guangming district at a high price. Coupled with the Outstanding Times project, Outstanding now has 4 projects in the southern city. Enough to rank among the upper-middle real estate companies in the southern city. This kind of news not only excites people in the real estate industry, but also arouses great interest from the outside world. Because of Jiang Manhwa, who also carries the title of the most beautiful woman in the southern city. Thank you, let's cooperate if there's a chance. Jiang Manhwa greeted everyone with a smile and shook hands with those who came to congratulate. Of course, where there are people who come to congratulate, there will naturally be people who are unhappy and want to make their presence known. General Jiang, congratulations. If there's anything you need for the development of the plots in Guangming District, feel free to ask, I will definitely not refuse. Chen Huiqiu, who returned empty-handed, came over with a thick-skinned face and said with hidden intentions. Because in his opinion, those 2 plots are definitely going to lose money. The more development funds invested, the more losses. Even if financing is involved, there are costs. Maybe in the end, Outstanding will reluctantly sell these 2 plots. Then, he can reappear in front of Jiang Manhwa as a savior. Just ask if you're tempted or not. It has to be said that the inner drama of a bootlicker is simply too much. No need, Mr. Chen. Jiang Manhwa replied coldly. This is Mr. Lu Fan, right? The action you just made with the paddle was really cool. I was totally impressed by you. However, when Chen Huiqiu heard Jiang Manhua's heartless words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he turned and smiled at Lu Fan next to him, and sarcastically praised him. because he had already successfully found out Lu Fan's identity. Originally, he thought Lu Fan would be a rich and powerful heir. But he never expected that this guy turned out to be the marketing manager of Outstanding. Just an ordinary employee from an ordinary family. He was taken care of by boss Jiang Manhwa just because he was handsome. This news was obtained by him from someone he had already bribed within Outstanding. The evidence was solid, and he couldn't help but believe it. Thinking of this, Chen Huiqiu felt extremely frustrated. After all, he was a genuine rich and handsome guy, but now he lost to a poor loser. Moreover, Jiang Manhwa even brought this loser to the land auction. And she let him hold up the paddle and shout the price? Who else could be blamed for the chaos caused by the paddle? He. Do we know each other? Don't flatter me for no reason. Lu Fan was also taken aback. He didn't expect this bootlicker to find out his full name so quickly. And he was digging a pit for himself in front of people from Jiangshan Real Estate and Outstanding. Why would he show him a good face? Without any fear, he directly retorted. This. Practice makes perfect. Chen Huiqiu's face twitched, feeling embarrassed. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he really wanted to give this pretty boy a big slap. There's no need for that. Lu Fan's eyes turned cold, sensing Chen Huiqiu's hostility towards him. At this moment, Jiang Manhwa, the instigator, also stepped forward. Coldly, she said, Chen Huiqiu, my partner says he doesn't know you. Leave. After all, he is no longer part of Excellent, as long as it has nothing to do with the H005 plot. After we finish discussing the opening, we'll talk about your land. What will you do while waiting? You're the boss now, you don't have to go to work, you can just do nothing. You haven't forgotten, have you? Once the opening plan is finalized, the price of Excellent Era will be determined. You can go pay and sign the contract for the house you bought. Don't you want to know what price we set for that house? In the back seat of the car, Jiang Manhwa heard that Lu Fan was leaving and said, it's only right and proper. Lu Fan thought about it too. After all, he didn't have anywhere he wanted to go. Just continue being Excellent's boss dad for another day. There's no other way. Before getting off the car, Lu Fan sincerely congratulated the aunt who replaced him as the driver, happy newlywed. After all, he had thought it was strange for someone in their 40s to get married. It was a rude thought and he felt guilty. The aunt suddenly turned her head, her face darkened. Mr. Lu, I just got divorced, don't joke about it, okay? It's not funny at all. This. The air in the car suddenly became awkward, almost suffocating. Jiang, aren't you going to explain anything? In the elevator, Lu Fan stared at Jiang Manhwa resentfully. This woman was still pretending to be dead. I made a mistake. She's on vacation after her divorce, not in a good mood, she needs rest. Jiang Manhwa said awkwardly. Do you think I would believe that? Why wouldn't you believe it? Otherwise, do you think I'm because? Jiang Manhwa didn't finish her sentence of liking you. Both of them felt a suffocating atmosphere. Liking you, she had said it before, but the result was not ideal. Both of them swallowed their saliva and tacitly stopped talking. The result was that Lu Fan inexplicably followed them to the conference room and participated in the special meeting for the opening of Excellent Era. It was shocking to participate, not participating was fine. Due to the new plot in Futian Center that Excellent just won, the land price reached a new high in the southern city's history. The floor price reached an astonishing 60,000 renminbi per square meter. With various design costs, construction costs, and taxes and fees, the normal calculation was that the house price needed to be sold at 150,000 renminbi per square meter to make a profit. But in reality, when it actually went on sale, it could possibly be sold for over 180,000 renminbi. There is a market for it. And for the Excellent Era project, which was originally sold at around 110,000 renminbi, Excellent's profit was already considerable. After all, Jiang's group had obtained this land a long time ago. And now, Jiang Manhwa and the others estimated that the opening price for Excellent Era would be set at around 150,000 renminbi, and they had no worries about selling it. They could sell it for 40,000 renminbi more per square meter. The sales revenue of the entire project could increase by 2.3 billion overnight, reaching an astonishing 7.8 billion. If excellence is not achieved by just buying 3 plots of land and spending nearly 10 billion, funds are a bit tight. Author's note: of course, the land price does not need to be paid in full at once, and it can also be mortgaged with the land to obtain a bank loan. The price can be sold for even higher, selling for 150,000, 170,000. If you don't want to liquidate all at once, you can sell slowly. 180,000, 200,000 are completely possible. Lu Fan was shocked. He knew that real estate was profitable, but he didn't expect it to be this profitable. His own over 300 million, in the eyes of real estate tycoons, was really nothing. In front of Jiang Manhwa, it was just a small amount. They don't care about your small plot. They promise to cooperate with you. Maybe it's really about personal relationships, that relationship. It's a pity that he previously vowed to take care of Jiang Manhwa. Now it seems that there is still a big gap between the two. Lu Fan, have you made up your mind? The H005 plot in Guangming district, cooperate with excellence for development. Or just sell it to us? After the meeting, Lu Fan went to Jiang Manhwa's office. As expected, Jiang Manhwa discussed work matters with him. Oh. Lu Fan was a bit absent-minded and said, I haven't decided yet. If he really wants to sell, he should wait for those 3 super good news to come out before selling. Okay, it's not urgent anyway, we already have the land. Jiang Manhwa also understood that Lu Fan wanted to wait. She raised her red lips and smiled again. Then let's go sign the contract for the house. Move in early, be neighbors sooner. How about it? Looking at this impatient female CEO, Lu Fan wanted to refuse, but for some reason, the words that came out were, okay, living in a hotel all the time is not a solution. So the two of them drove again and went to the sales office of Excellence Times. And, without surprise, they took Jiang Manhwa's Kiranan. The one who received them was still the property consultant Huang Xiaoting from last time. It was close to the opening, and Huang Xiaoting was very busy. But when the CEO and the CEO's wife came to sign the contract, how could she dare to neglect them? Mr. Lu, you are purchasing Unit 3601 in Building A of Excellence Times. The construction area is 388 square meters, unit price is 158,000 per square meter, total price is 61.3 million. Since you had a housing loan record in the southern city before, the down payment is at least 50%, 30.75 million. The loan is also 30.75 million, 30-year mortgage, monthly payment is 163,198 yuan. Of course, you can also choose to pay in full. Full payment has a 1% discount, which is more than 600,000 cheaper. Huang Xiaoting held the internal price list that had just been received. She explained the situation of Lu Fan's house to him. Lu Fan was speechless. The house that could have cost over 40 million suddenly jumped to over 60 million. And what surprised him even more was that he found out that he couldn't afford to pay in full. Originally, there were over 389 million on his bank card. He transferred 350 million to Excellence's corporate account. He also lent Zhang Hui 4 million. So he only had over 45 million left. Although buying the land ultimately only cost 330 million, according to the agreement, that 20 million cannot be returned to him so quickly. Even if it can be returned, Jiang Manhwa's Maserati will arrive next week. He still needs to pay nearly 4.8 million for the car. It's still not enough. Lu Fan, who became rich overnight, realized that in the end, he was still living beyond his means. He still couldn't escape the fate of being a mortgage slave. Well, he had never seen himself so poor. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, I'll go with the mortgage. Mortgages are so troublesome. Is it because you don't have enough money? If you don't have enough, I can lend you some. Jiang Manhwa quickly calculated Lu Fan's balance in her mind and generously said, no need. Lu Fan insisted, we're already at this stage in our relationship. Why are you still being polite with me? Jiang Manhwa pouted. Lu Fan didn't want to pay attention to her and said to Huang Xiaoting, Miss Huang, I'll make the down payment. Okay. Then, Mr. Lu, please come with me to the finance department to make the payment. Huang Xiaoting was confused. What's going on? Are the newlyweds having a disagreement and arguing? Please stop pretending. Whether it's a mortgage or full payment, it's all Mr. Zhang's money. You're so proud even when you're living off someone else. Later, Lu Fan made the down payment. Following the procedure, they applied for a mortgage and provided bank statements. When Huang Xiaoting saw Lu Fan's bank statement, half a month ago, there was a deposit of over 300 million. She was completely dumbfounded. This, so much money? Why does it feel like something is not right? Director Lu, have you seen Lu Fan's bank statement? Over 300 million, what's going on? In the finance office. Taking advantage of the break when Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa were signing the sales contract, Huang Xiaoting approached the finance director and asked in confusion. Because the project hasn't been launched yet, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa are considered internal buyers. The finance director, Lu Mingji, personally collected the payment. And Huang Xiaoting happened to have a little relationship with Lu Mingji, the finance director. I know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, stop being nosy and do more work. The relationship between Mr. Jiang and Mr. Lu is not what you think. Lu Fan is now our outstanding partner, and that money is his own. Lu Mingji said impatiently. What? Isn't Lu Fan bankrupt? Where did he get so much money? And you're saying they're not in that kind of relationship? They're practically flirting with each other. Especially Jiang Manhwa, she's practically drooling. Do you think I'm blind? Huang Xiaoting's pupils suddenly widened, as if struck by lightning. The whole company knows that Lu Fan is being kept by Mr. Jiang. And now you're telling me that he's a hidden big shot. It's that kind of relationship, but not that kind of relationship. Oh, I can't explain it clearly. Get out. You're a property consultant, why aren't you guiding customers to sign contracts instead of gossiping here? Do you still want to work or not? Lu Mingji impatiently pushed Huang Xiaoting out. After sitting back in front of Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa again, Huang Xiaoting sensed an inexplicable meaning in their expressions. Fortunately, she didn't say anything strange. Like this, Lu Fan completed the mortgage process, and Jiang Manhwa paid the full amount. They also took possession of the house. Holding the keys, they entered the elevator again and arrived on the 36th floor. The elevator doors opened. On the left side was Lu Fan's unit, 3601. On the right side was Jiang Manhwa's unit, 3602. Neighbors, please take care of us in the future. Jiang Manhwa brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. Then Lu Fan opened his own door with the key, and she followed him. Why are you following me instead of opening your own door? Lu Fan knew he couldn't shake her off and struggled symbolically. Lu Fan, are you stupid? Right now, the rooms only have basic furnishings and simple furniture. You used to sell smart homes, why not help outstanding increase in order? I came to listen to your expert opinion. Anyway, the layout of our rooms is the same, we can buy the same furniture and appliances. It's more convenient, isn't it? Jiang Manhwa confidently said. I've never seen a boss as good at doing business as you. Lu Fan didn't comment. After taking a tour of the house, he had one feeling, it's big, too big. Living alone, it feels a bit empty. Lu Fan, do you like watching movies? How about installing a high-definition projector in the living room? And also here. Jiang Manhwa lay comfortably on the sofa, speaking to Lu Fan. After a while, Lu Fan didn't respond. She got up and found Lu Fan in a bedroom, knocking on a wall. That was the only place connected to Unit 02. Jiang Manhwa suddenly thought of something. Lu Fan, do you really think I'm a pervert? How could I ask someone to tamper with this place? That's what he said. In fact, she had actually considered that idea. Oh, really? Jiang Manhwa saw through his intentions. Lu Fan turned his head awkwardly and pretended to scoff, saying, "That's a shame. I thought we could really break through." Hearing this, Jiang Manhua's face inexplicably turned red. She felt a bit ashamed of her perverted thoughts. In an instant, she was caught off guard. "Chairman Jiang, this morning's land auction process was like this." At the same time, in the headquarters of the Jiang Group, in the chairman's office, Kai Lin reported the land auction to Chairman Jiang Hatong. It's a bit of a pity that we didn't get the land in Nanshan district. But perhaps it would be better to acquire the 3 plots of land in Baoan district. You've worked hard. Jiang Hatong nodded thoughtfully. Then his brows suddenly furrowed and he said that Lu Fan is really crazy. He casually used the name of excellence and shouted out billions. And why did she let him do as he pleases? Although he complained, Jiang Hatong couldn't really get angry. Because he made a phone call to his father-in-law last night. His father-in-law, who is also Jiang Manhua's grandfather, is a highly influential retired cadre. Lu Fan confidently claimed that the Bright District would successfully be approved as the National Science City. And his daughter Jiang Manhwa believed in him so much. So, he specifically studied the clues provided by Lu Fan and found them to be quite terrifying and traceable. Unable to resist, he consulted his father-in-law. His father-in-law's exact words were, Hatong, why are you particularly concerned about this matter? The application for the Bright District requires approval at the national level, as you know. We have been applying for 6 consecutive years, and our provincial government has been actively promoting it. Although I don't know if it will be approved this year. But this is definitely the greatest opportunity. If things go well, we should have the results by next week. After carefully considering his father-in-law's words, Jiang Hatong became even more convinced of the high possibility. Therefore, he didn't think it was a big problem for Excellence to acquire the H006 plot in the Bright District for 3.5 billion. Instead, he felt a bit fortunate. Now, he was pondering another question. Since such a huge opportunity was right in front of them, how could they settle for just 1 plot of land? The entire Bright District was full of opportunities. If they missed it, they might not have such a good chance next time. Although the Jiang Group was known as one of the 4 major real estate companies in the southern city, they had always been at the bottom. This was because Jiangshan Real Estate's business scope was only competitive in the Xianan, South China, region, while the other 3 companies had a nationwide presence. Of course, the Xianan region was also the most vibrant and profitable region in the country. Especially in the southern city, housing prices had skyrocketed over the past few decades. It had become the city with the highest housing prices in the country and the cornerstone of profits for major southern faction real estate companies. So, seizing this century's great opportunity in the Bright District was crucial. Isn't it possible to become the leader of the real estate industry in Nanshan, thereby taking Jiangshan Group to a higher level? Of course, in case this good news falls through. Then entering hastily at this time will inevitably bring endless hidden dangers to Jiangshan real estate. Originally, this land auction, coupled with outstanding performance, has already invested a lot of funds. What should we do? Should we take a gamble? Jiang Hatong is very conflicted. General Kai, you also saw that person, Lu Fan, today. It's clear that Yuan's thoughts about her, you don't need to say. What do you think of this person? Jiang Hatong took a deep breath, changed his thinking, and asked Kai Lin. Lu Fan is a very confident person. A kind of confidence that is inexplicable, but doesn't make people think he is blind or arrogant. It's a kind of confident planning and winning, as if he has the confidence. Although it sounds vague, it's just my personal feeling. Of course, it can be seen from the analysis report of that land auction. He has great insight and unique vision. Also, he looks handsome and his character. Kai Lin hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Hatong interrupted her, "All right, don't ask those things." He didn't want to be misunderstood. It seemed like he was inspecting a future son-in-law. There's no way he would become his son-in-law, not a chance. Lu Fan is too radical, very dangerous. Kai Lin knew she had misunderstood and quickly smiled awkwardly. Jang Hatan fell into contemplation again. He had never heard Kai Lin speak so highly of a young person before, especially after only meeting once. This evaluation was already very high. Could it be that Lu Fan has some kind of magic? It's really strange. General Kai, I have a task for you. Within 5 days, buy all the land available in Guangming district. Do whatever it takes to buy them for me. If you can't buy them, consider cooperating and taking a stake. After a long silence, Jang Hatang's eyes narrowed, and he made up his mind. Damn it, I'm going all in. Lu Fan, a poor young man, dares to sell his car and house, risking everything. After finally earning a few billion, he puts it all on the line. What am I afraid of? If I make the wrong bet, I won't lose everything. When did I, Jang Hatang, become so timid and hesitant? Ah! Kai Lin was suddenly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect the chairman to make such a shocking decision. For a moment, she couldn't react. What's wrong? Go and buy all the land in Guangming district for me. Time is running out, hurry. And, don't let any rumors leak out. Jang Hatang confirmed again. At this moment, his ambitious spirit as a leader was fully revealed. Okay, Chairman, I understand. Kai Lin resolutely responded. She naturally understood the chairman's intentions. This was choosing to believe in Lu Fan and planning a big move. But she still expressed her concerns. This will probably require a lot of funds, and the board of directors. Jang Hatang immediately said domineeringly, you don't need to worry about the board of directors. He knew very well that this land auction had already used a lot of the group's funds. There would definitely be people making a fuss about it. But so what? Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I still prefer to go to the mountains. Jang Hatang has always been unconventional in his approach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from being a poor boy to a real estate tycoon and a billionaire. Of course, this is also related to him marrying a good wife. At this moment, Jiang Manhwa is completely unaware of her father's bold decision. Lu Fan is even more unaware of his own actions. Accidentally influenced a real estate tycoon who has a deep connection with him. The two of them came out of the sales office and got into the car back to the Excellence Company. Lu Fan, what do you want to eat tonight? You are now a distinguished owner of Excellence Era. Shouldn't we celebrate? Jiang Manhwa casually said to Lu Fan. Let's go to Tang Palace number 1 last time. This time, I'll treat you. Lu Fan didn't refuse this time. Whether it was about acquiring land or buying a house, Jiang Manhwa had helped him a lot. Needless to say about acquiring land. Without Excellence Company, he wouldn't even have the qualification to participate in the land auction. The same goes for buying a house. Don't be fooled by the current price of over 150,000. These core area scarce luxury homes have plenty of wealthy people lining up to buy, and they might not even be able to snatch one. It won't be long before the price rises to 200,000 per square meter. It's definitely worth celebrating. And, last time it was Jiang Manhwa who treated him. It's only right to return the favor. Okay, then I'll order a few more dishes. Only pick the most expensive ones. After all, you still have over 10 million in cash in your account. No, I also have 20 million in my company's account. It seems like you're not going broke anytime soon. Jiang Manhwa's face lit up. Then she realized her miscalculation and shook her head repeatedly. With your small frame, how much can you eat? Lu Fan disdainfully said. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Manhwa unexpectedly. Oops, I just contradicted myself. In some aspects, it's not small at all. It has a strong presence. In the cramped space of the back seat of the car, there was a strong sense of oppression. The imagination was even stronger. Lu Fan quickly turned his head and looked out the window, forcibly shifting his attention to other things. Why is this crazy goddess calculating my financial situation so accurately? What's the point of grasping my financial situation? Stop thinking about it. What am I thinking about? Sensing Lu Fan's strange gaze, Jiang Manua's face slightly flushed. She owed her body and looked out the other side of the car window without saying a word. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tang Palace No. 1 again. They were still in the same private room as last time, Shangali. Jiang Manue ordered a table full of dishes and a bottle of red wine, saying that they should celebrate and have a drink. Lu Fan casually said, "Do as you please, I can't get drunk anyway." Both of them were in a good mood and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. They even finished the whole bottle of wine. Lu Fan's alcohol tolerance was needless to say. Even if he drank a whole bottle alone, it was nothing. And Jiang Manue didn't drink any less either. They took turns drinking, sharing the wine equally. From her calm demeanor, it could be seen that it was nothing to her. As a CEO, she couldn't avoid socializing, and she had developed her alcohol tolerance. "Let me take you back. Consider it my debt for being your driver for over half a month." After being full and satisfied, Jiang Manue proposed naturally. "Okay, thanks." Lu Fan nodded. After all, she had a driver. Thinking of the driver, Lu Fan called the waiter and packed the dishes on the table. There were quite a few dishes that hadn't been touched. "Do you want to take it away?" "I was thinking of giving it to Mei Jie." Jiang Manue was slightly surprised. Mei Jie was the driver. "I'm paying, so naturally it belongs to me." Lu Fan was not polite at all. He took the takeaway box and went to pay the bill. When Lu Fan handed the takeaway box to Aunt Mei, Jiang Manue suddenly realized. "Aunt Mei, these dishes haven't been touched much, it's a waste to throw them away. I live alone, you see, can you help me?" Lu Fan smiled apologetically. He heard from Jiang Manue that Mei Jie has a brother who has difficulty moving. Her job as a driver has irregular hours. She usually doesn't have time to cook, so she orders takeout to be delivered to her home. She just happened to need these packed meals. Otherwise, Lu Fan wouldn't have taken the initiative. "Lu Zong is thoughtful, thank you." Mei Jie took the packed box and casually placed it on the passenger seat, accepting Lu Fan's apology. Jiang Manue glanced at Lu Fan and couldn't help but smile. "Remember to come to the company tomorrow to finalize the soft furnishings plan. Get it done early and move in early. You don't know, I'm such a grown person, still living with my parents, it's very inconvenient." The car arrived at the Marriott Hotel. Jiang Manue, like an old mother, reminded Lu Fan. "I know." Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to complain about her. As an adult, who can stop you from moving out? Are you homeless? Your family has thousands of houses in the southern city, tens of thousands of houses. Watching Lu Fan disappear into the hotel's entrance, Jiang Manue regretted not drinking more. In that case, she could have used the excuse of being drunk to follow him and spend some time together. Yeah, just spend some time. Jiang Manue, who was in a state of low spirits, didn't go home. Instead, she went to her best friend's house. Her best friend had been on a business trip for over a month and just returned today. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and her best friend had originally invited Jiang Manue to have dinner together. But how could Jiang Manue miss the opportunity to take advantage of Lu Fan? So she made an excuse and said she had a social engagement in the evening and would come to see her afterwards. Lu Fan is now considered a half-excellent partner. Saying it's a social engagement seems reasonable. Jiang Manue felt that she shouldn't have any psychological burden. "Hey, drinking?" Huo Qiuyan opened the door and smelled the alcohol on Jiang Manue. She welcomed her in. Annoyed, she said, "I specially prepared a bottle of your favorite Glen. Shall we drink it or not?" "Let's drink." "Why not? It's a waste if we don't drink." Jiang Manue quickly took off her high heels and black stockings. With bare feet, she stepped on the white marble floor like a light cat. She threw her handbag and collapsed directly onto the sofa. She stretched lazily. Without saying a word, Huo Qiuyan went to get the red wine. She took out a hangover bottle, a corkscrew, and 2 tall glasses. Jiang Manue closed her eyes and rested for a while before getting up and going to the bar. At this time, the 2 glasses of Glen were already on the bar as usual. Have you been busy lately? You look so tired. Hua Qiuyan handed the glass to Jiang Manhwa, and the two lightly touched glasses. After taking a sip, they put them down and casually asked, "Quite busy?" There have been big changes in the company recently. The land auction just ended today, and there will be more to do next. Zhuoyue Times is also preparing for the opening. Jiang Manhwa shrugged and then asked, "What about you?" "I'm just like that. This time, the station sent me as a special reporter to the Magic City. I hope this business trip experience can help me become a financial anchor and accumulate some qualifications. But it seems too early for now." Hua Qiuyan shook her head lightly. The two clinked glasses again, talking about what had happened to each other in the past month. Wait. The name Lu Fan, why does it sound familiar to me? When Hua Qiuyan heard that Jiang Manhua's company had undergone a major reorganization with Lu Fan's help, and they had also cooperated in acquiring land together, the name Lu Fan kept lingering in her mind. She timely interrupted and said, "Oh." Jiang Manhua's eyes dodged for a moment, then quickly turned back. With a relaxed expression, she said, "Isn't he just from the finance department, the same year as us, that Lu Fan?" "What?" "I mean the Lu Fan you've had a crush on for 4 years since freshman year." "Him, has he been working at Zhuoyue after graduation?" I. She was too shocked to even utter the word damn that Hua Qiuyan had mentioned. "Yes, at my company. Didn't I tell you about this?" Jiang Manhwa looked puzzled. She wasn't sure if she had told her best friend or not. The person she had a crush on actually applied to her company after graduation. After all, it had been 5 years since she started working there. "What did you tell me? It's been so many years, I thought you had moved on. So you've been single all this time because you still have feelings for Lu Fan? I thought there wasn't a man in the world who could catch your eye. Turns out you've been waiting for him all these years." Hua Qiuyan took a deep breath. She absent-mindedly drank half a glass of wine in one gulp. She stared at Jiang Manhwa with wide eyes and asked, "And then? You've been working with Lu Fan for 5 years, is your old flame rekindled?" Jiang Manhwa frowned slightly. "Are you obsessed with writing online novels? What do you mean by rekindled?" "No, it's not like that. It's just..." After a few glasses of wine, plus everything that had happened with Lu Fan recently, she felt like she was in a different world. It felt unreal. Jiang Manhwa didn't hold back and told her best friend everything. After finishing, she emptied her glass alone. There was a hint of sweetness on her face, mixed with a touch of melancholy. Although she could clearly feel that Lu Fan also had that unspoken understanding, the two of them never took that step. Was she not proactive enough? Or was she too proactive? Hua Qiuyan, who had listened to everything, couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, she suddenly said, "What's Lu Fan's phone number? Give it to me." "What are you going to do?" Jiang Manhwa instinctively moved back. She knew that her best friend was known for being fierce. She loved taking the initiative. "What else can I do? Call him and give him a good scolding. He obviously likes you too, so why is he acting so wishy-washy? A grown man, being pursued by a beauty like you. Why is he playing hard to get instead of enjoying it?" Hua Qiuyan couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Manhwa, her childhood best friend, was actually a reserved person. She was not someone who would take the initiative like this. She had boldly gone this far, and Lu Fan was still pretending to be innocent. If she saw him, she would definitely give him a few big slaps. Damn it, he probably didn't know how many people, 100 times better than him, were pursuing Jiang Manhwa. Did he still think he was just an ordinary person who didn't deserve her? That's why he was so hesitant? Anyway, just thinking about it made her angry. "Thank you." Jiang Manhwa gave Hua Qiuyan a disdainful look. Of course, she wouldn't let her make that call. She shook her head helplessly and poured her another glass of wine. "Next time, I'll introduce you to each other when there's a chance. I remember, you two seem to have met a few times in freshman year. I wonder if he still remembers you." how about this weekend? Are you free? Jiang Manhwa was already content to be able to chat with her best friend. She thought that with her best friend's rich experience, she might be able to help a little. So she suggested, going with the flow. Besides, if she didn't let her best friend meet Lu Fan, knowing her temperament, she would probably go and demand answers herself. At that time, something bad will definitely happen. I will definitely meet you. But, this weekend I have to attend my brother's graduation ceremony. Hua Qiuyan has a younger brother, just like the two of them. Like Lu Fan, they are both from Zhongshan University. It happens to be graduation season. Oh, I see. Let's find another time then. Jiang Manhwa nodded. Then she couldn't help but sigh, your brother is graduating. Time flies, we have all graduated for 5 years. Thinking back to our time in school. Jiang Manhwa said, and the image of Lu Fan appeared in her mind again. She suddenly stopped and stared into space. Hua Qiuyan silently shook her head as she watched this. The two of them chatted and reminisced about their wonderful time in university. That night, Jiang Manhwa stayed over at Hua Qiuyan's house. Lu Fan returned to the hotel. He lay on the bed alone, still savoring the dinner he had with Jiang Manhwa just now. He chuckled secretly, feeling a mix of emotions. Thinking back to the first time he had dinner with Jiang Manhwa there. She was the boss, and he was an employee. Now they are already business partners, always together. Unclear, uncertain. At that time, he also ran into Xin Cheng and Lin Yifan at the restaurant. But now, in his mind, Xin Cheng has long disappeared. After today's land auction and house purchase, Lu Fan realized clearly the gap between him and Jiang Manhwa. There is still a huge divide between him, a small nouveau riche, and the true wealthy families. A sense of anxiety and urgency, for no reason, enveloped him. After much contemplation, Lu Fan decisively contacted his future self. Dear future me, are you there? You are very poor at this time, don't you know? After a while, I know. You were stimulated by those real estate tycoons. No need. Who are we? We are badass, who are we afraid of? Lu Fan really wanted to say, I'm proud of myself. I was actually thinking of contacting you in a week or two. It seems that your progress with Jiang Manhwa is faster than me in the past. No choice, I can only tell you in advance. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep. Looking at the message sent by his future self, Lu Fan's heart tightened suddenly. In fact, he had thought about it. His future wife is actually Jiang Manhwa. It should be difficult for it to be someone else. After all, the relationship between him and Jiang Manhwa now is somewhat ambiguous. He has never taken that step. It's not that he is doubtful about anything. It's just that he feels there is a bit of a gap between them, and he instinctively hesitates. And his personality is like that. At this moment, he almost can be certain that Jiang Manhwa is his wife. So, Jiang Manhwa and I are together? Lu Fan asked. Is it necessary to give you that answer? His future self replied. Indeed. All right. I'm ready to receive the news of getting rich overnight. Bring it on. Lu Fan said eagerly. After an okay expression, a long message was sent one after another. Within the next 2 months, there are 3 opportunities to get rich overnight. Only one of them doesn't require any cost. And it has a short cycle, easily obtainable. Although I don't know how much money you have left in your account. But most likely, you can only seize this opportunity in order to have the capital to leverage the other 2 opportunities. In the Luohu antique market, there is a famous painting from the Song dynasty called Autumn Scene in the Han Palace. Because it was painted by an unknown artist from the southern Song dynasty, many people do not have the ability to authenticate it. However, it is a genuine and rare masterpiece. It was auctioned off for a high price of 168 million. At this moment, this painting should be in the hands of a seller at the antique market, selling it on a stall. That's right, it was bought by a collector for 500 yuan. It should have been within the past 2 months. If you don't find it in 2 months, you will miss this opportunity. This is a photo of the painting, in high definition. That's all the information, take a careful look. Immediately after, a photo of an ink painting was sent. It was a whopping 108 megabytes in size. Lu Fan decisively clicked to download and saved it. He quickly backed it up to his own cloud storage, afraid that he might accidentally delete it. This is a treasure worth over 100 million. It only takes a few hundred yuan to pick up. Lu Fan was amazed and his confidence soared. Others may need luck for a lifetime to come across such a good opportunity. He only needs to wait patiently and be focused. He can easily obtain it. Being the one who has future information, he is indeed the strongest, without a doubt. Received. Are there 2 more opportunities? If it weren't late at night, Lu Fan really wanted to rush to the Luohu antique market immediately. Although the information was already comprehensive enough, some luck and patience were still needed. After all, no one knows about that stall owner. When do they set up the stall? Where do they set it up? Do they bring that painting every time? Fortunately, Lu Fan has 2 months, so he is certain that no one else will snatch it away. The second opportunity is similar to this painting, it's about picking up a bargain. It's also in the Luohu antique market. But this time, it's a huge piece of jadeite rough. That's right, it's a real opportunity to get rich through gambling. That piece of jadeite rough is in a jade shop called Puyu Workshop. It's very large and placed in the most prominent position in the store. The boss is asking for 40 million. Due to its poor appearance and high cost, the risk is too high. Although many people are interested in it, no one dares to easily make a move. It's said to have been lying in the store for half a year without anyone showing interest, and the boss is also very distressed. Here's the key point. Guess how much it will be worth after cutting this rough stone. As he spoke, the future Lu Fan actually started to build suspense. Lu Fan didn't know much about the gambling stone industry. He only knew that if it turned out to be genuine jadeite, it would at least increase by 7 or 8 times. For top quality jadeite, increasing by 10 or 20 times is also an easy task. 500 million? Lu Fan, whose curiosity was piqued, casually guessed a number. The foolish me from the past still had a closed mind. It will be valued at over 10 billion. If you want to sell it quickly, selling it for 7 or 8 billion is a matter of minutes. I only know that this rough stone definitely won't be bought within a month. Because the buyer only came out with the news last week, which is over a year later on your side. If I had known this news earlier, I would have let you use the money for foreign exchange speculation. To make that 10 billion easily. So, it all depends on your luck. Seeing the figure of 10 billion, Lu Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The profit of over 20 times, it's like striking gold. It's too astonishing. Of course, in the gambling stone industry, it's all about taking risks. Many people have lost everything. Understood, what about the last opportunity? So far, these 2 opportunities have made Lu Fan eager. He suppressed his excitement and asked for more details. The last opportunity is a longer-term one. It belongs to normal business investment. You can treat it as your own career and manage it in the long term. However, I missed the first 2 opportunities, so it was all in vain. So, I'll tell you next time. Lu Fan suddenly felt emo. This is so teasing. Hey. You'll die if you say that now. Lu Fan angrily retorted to himself. The stupid me in the past had some character. Otherwise, what can I say? I hate my past self the most, such an idiot. Alright, I'm going to sleep comfortably. My wife is going to take a bath. Don't send me any more messages, disturbing my happiness. Goodbye. If there was a video, Lu Fan really wanted to send a video over. Sleep, I'll let you sleep. Who likes character after all? Clearly, it's the beauty that's currently present, floating away and forgetting oneself. It's only a little over a year. How did I become an LSP? But when I think about who my future wife is, Lu Fan becomes a little unsettled again. Taking a bath. Sleeping. Entering certain fantasy scenes. Jiang Manhua's WeChat profile picture suddenly appeared in Lu Fan's line of sight. I don't know when. Lu Fan pinned the chat conversation with Jiang Manhua to the top. It can be seen as soon as I open WeChat, I can't even hide from it. Are you asleep? Lu Fan couldn't resist and sent a message. I'm just about to sleep, I'm staying at my best friend's house tonight. She's lying next to me. Jiang Manhua replied instantly. Seeing this message, an image immediately appeared in Lu Fan's mind, Jiang Manhua wearing black pajamas. Lying on her side, facing away from another woman. Holding her phone in her hand, sending messages to herself. Why is it black pajamas? Could it be that I saw Jiang Manhua's black stockings and naturally associated it with black? Damn it, stop thinking, I won't be able to sleep. Lu Fan shook his head vigorously. He replied to the message, good night then. Good night. Feeling sleepy. Only then did Lu Fan peacefully turn off his phone. Closing his eyes, preparing to sleep. But he realized that he was still too excited, he couldn't sleep at all. His mind was filled with famous paintings and jade. These two things are luxury collectibles. With his current connections, even if he gets his hands on them, it seems like there's no way to sell them. Moreover, the huge amount of several billion. How can he ensure its safety? There are rules in every industry. It's hard for someone who is not part of the circle to understand the ins and outs. There's also a saying, the innocent man carries the guilt of possessing a treasure. Lu Fan completely doesn't understand the ancient calligraphy and painting and gambling stone industries. He feels it's very necessary to find a few knowledgeable and well-connected people to accompany him in scavenging the antique market, especially in the transaction process, to ensure that he can safely receive the money. However, at his level, he has never had contact with such people before. Perhaps Jiang Manhua might have a way? After all, she is undoubtedly a trillionaire heiress. Her connections and resources are probably beyond Lu Fan's reach at this moment. Why am I thinking of that woman again? Sleep. After thinking back and forth until 4 or 5 in the morning, Lu Fan finally couldn't resist the invasion of sleepiness. He fell into a deep sleep. Did you go out stealing last night? Clearly it wasn't that late, yet you have dark circles under your eyes. The next morning, when Jiang Manhua came to pick up Lu Fan in her car, she noticed that he not only yawned repeatedly but also had panda eyes, obviously not having slept well. She couldn't help but sarcastically comment. Oh, I had a bit of insomnia. Did you have breakfast? Here, take this, it's bread. Lu Fan fastened his seatbelt and replied listlessly. After confirming that Jiang Manhua is indeed his future wife, he realized that this goddess's words were a bit crazy, but they seemed quite ordinary, quite sweet. Isn't it obvious that this is caring for oneself? I haven't eaten, thank you. Jiang Manhua took the bread and was also slightly stunned. In the past, Lu Fan would definitely retort her. Today, why is he so honest, so obedient? Jiang Manhua drove while chatting with Lu Fan about her ideas on the interior design of the house. Lu Fan nodded in agreement and occasionally responded. This made Jiang Manhua even more surprised. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. This behavior makes me a little uncomfortable. Why don't you take a nap? We're still far from the company, and it's rush hour. Jiang Manhua said softly, unable to bear seeing how tired Lu Fan was. Unexpectedly, this woman's gentle voice sounded like a dream. After a while, Lu Fan fell asleep. Jiang Manhua occasionally turned her head to steal glances at him. Black hair, long eyelashes, a strong nose, sexy lips. This handsome face is still the same in Jiang Manhua's heart. Last night, her best friend Hua Choyan suggested that she keep a distance from Lu Fan. Because distance sometimes creates beauty. But the moment Jiang Manhua saw Lu Fan, she gave up on this idea. She couldn't help but tease Lu Fan. This should be her most authentic self in front of Lu Fan. So, let everything happen naturally. A crazy goddess, isn't it great? Are we there? When she felt the car stop, Lu Fan leisurely opened his eyes. Can't you sleep more soundly? Let's go, we still have a lot of things to do today. Jean Manuel raised her eyebrows and said with resentment. How did I get the feeling that the crazy goddess has become gentle? Forget it, since you're my wife, I won't argue with you. Lu Fan pursed his lips and got out of the car. He walked side by side with Jiang Manue and arrived at the Excellence Company. They spent an hour selecting the interior design. It must be said that their tastes were surprisingly similar. Jiang Manue couldn't find an opportunity to despise Lu Fan. Afterwards, Jiang Manue went to attend to her own matters, while Lu Fan sat alone in her office. He looked at the personal items casually placed on the desk, even including cosmetics. Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh. Now it really looks like a boss's daughter. This woman, Jiang Manue, doesn't even tidy up her desk. She looks elegant, but is she actually a messy woman? If you like me, shouldn't you pay attention to your image in front of me? Look, this drawer isn't closed properly. Lu Fan lay on the CEO chair and reached out to close the drawer. But because he didn't adjust his posture properly, with a swoosh, he accidentally pulled the drawer open. And then, a pair of black stockings. Suddenly, they caught Lu Fan's eye. The way they were casually placed indicated that they had been worn. The image of a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings lightly swaying entered Lu Fan's mind. This. Lu Fan shook his head vigorously. In a flash, he pushed the drawer back in. What is this? I really want to escape from this place of trouble. It's just an office, why is it so dangerous? Lu Fan took a deep breath and took out his phone. He began to focus on learning about ancient calligraphy and jadeite. Fortunately, these two things now have a fatal attraction to him. Soon, he became engrossed. Just as Lu Fan was considering how to ask Jiang Manue to accompany him to the Luohu antique market later, his phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw that it was his mother calling. What's up? Miss your son? Coincidentally, your son misses you too. Lu Fan slid open the answer button and spoke to the old lady with a smooth tongue. I don't know if you miss your mother. But I can be sure that you definitely haven't thought about your only sister. You don't even ask about her, I feel sorry for my sister. The old lady didn't buy it and immediately scolded. How could I not miss my little Chushi at home? Last time I wanted to go to school to see her, but she was on an internship. What's going on here? Lu Fan defended himself without much confidence. It's true that he hasn't actively contacted his sister Chushi for a while. Mainly because this little girl, 6 years younger than him, didn't stick to him as much when she grew up. Clearly, before junior high school, she used to follow him like a shadow, calling him brother endlessly. You really are a cheap brother. You don't even remember your sister's graduation ceremony, and you dare to say that. This Saturday, your father and I will both go. Remember to buy a nice gift. Although Chushi doesn't say it, who knows how much she's looking forward to it. Alright, that's it. The old lady hung up the phone in a bad mood. This Saturday, which is the day after tomorrow. It seems like he has to make a trip to Guangcheng. But before that, he needs to buy a gift. When he thought of the gift, Lu Fan suddenly had a great idea. President Jiang, I have something to ask of you. After Jiang Manue finished her busy work and returned to the office, Lu Fan immediately spoke up. I've told you, don't call me President Jiang. Call me by my name, otherwise we won't discuss anything. Jiang Manue threw her bag onto the table and looked at Lu Fan arrogantly. Damn! This woman really knows how to control people. She started talking about conditions before anything else. Jiang Manue, can I ask you for a favor? For those tens of billions, and also for my sister. Lu Fan could only compromise. Tell me, what is it? Although she didn't directly call her Manue, at least there was some progress. Jiang Manue showed a somewhat dissatisfied expression, indicating that she reluctantly listened. Well, it's like this. I have a sister who is about to graduate from college. The day after tomorrow, I have to attend her graduation ceremony, so I need to buy a gift. My sister's preferences are different from those of ordinary girls. She has a fascination with old objects since she was young. Especially old-fashioned jewelry, she really likes them. So, I want to go to the Luohu antique market. But I don't really understand girls' things. I just want to ask if you have time in the afternoon? She really does like old objects. But Lu Fan is not sure about old-fashioned jewelry. He had to semi-truthfully trick Jiang Manhwa. First, take her to the antique market. Then ask if she knows anyone who understands ancient calligraphy and painting or gambling on stones. It would naturally follow. You have a sister? Why have I never heard you mention her before? But you told me that you don't understand girls' jewelry. Do you think I would believe that? In the past 6 months, haven't you been giving someone these kinds of gifts? Jiang Manhwa narrowed her eyes slightly and seriously questioned Lu Fan's words. Lu Fan was dumbfounded. He had thought that she might have doubts. But he didn't expect her focus to be on this strange matter. It's been a while since all that happened. Why is she still bringing up my breakup? Is she mocking me, or is she jealous? Thinking that it might be the latter. I can't indulge her. All right, forget what I said. Lu Fan stood up nonchalantly, ready to leave. Lu Fan, why are you so easily swayed? Is this the extent of your concern for your own sister? I didn't say I don't have time. It's such a coincidence. My dad is a collector of antiques and has been to many antique markets. Under his influence, I also know a little bit about it. You can go, but you have to treat me to lunch. Before Lu Fan even reached the door, Jiang Manhwa started lecturing him. He picked up his bag from the table, as if he was ready to go for a free meal. Lu Fan turned his back to her, a smug smile on his face. Zhang Hatang is an antique enthusiast. This information was an unexpected surprise. Whether it's about knowledge or sales, it's all there. This step was indeed the right one. However, the tone of this female CEO scolding him for not caring about his sister was just like the old lady. It's only natural for my own mother to say that about my family. What's your relationship with me? You really don't consider yourself an outsider. He muttered a few words in his heart. Lu Fan led Jiang Manhwa and went to Tang Palace No. 1 to have a meal again. Luohu Antique Market. 3 whole streets filled with various antique and jade shops. Of course, there were also many small stalls. They were not only concentrated in a designated area for stalls. On both sides of the road, wherever there was an empty space, people would set up stalls. Porcelain, ancient pottery, jade, calligraphy and painting, bronzeware, bamboo and wood carvings, strange stones, jewelry and jade, collectibles. Everything was being sold, and it was exceptionally lively. Although Lu Fan had found a lot of information about the antique market online, this was his first time visiting in person. As soon as he got off the car, he was amazed by the scene in front of him. This place is too big. How long will it take to explore it all? Should we go directly to the place where they sell jewelry? Or should we just wander around? Jiang Manhwa asked after getting out of Lu Fan's X7. Let's just wander around first, it doesn't have to be jewelry. Lu Fan's main purpose for this trip was twofold. First, to scan through all the stalls. Second, to go to the shop of the jade workshop and confirm if the piece of jadeite rough was still there. He also wanted to see if there were any potential buyers for that piece of jadeite rough. Of course, if he happened to come across something that Chushi might like, he would buy it. Does your dad often come here? As they walked, Lu Fan casually asked Jiang Manhwa for information. Not often, he's so busy. He comes to visit once or twice a year. Mainly because he's familiar with several senior sellers here. If there's anything worth buying, they will contact him proactively. After all, he's a big spender, who else would they extort if not him? Jiang Manhwa changed into a white dress. With both hands lightly folded behind her, she walked enthusiastically beside Lu Fan. Occasionally, she would tilt her head and sneak a glance at Lu Fan's profile. But this guy, it seemed like his gaze never stayed on her for long. He kept looking left and right, as if afraid of missing something. This could be considered their first time shopping together. Although the place they were shopping at was a bit strange. There were hardly any young people. They were all middle-aged or older, and there were some strange artists as well. This place had nothing to do with romance. Damn it, it didn't match at all. Oh well, it's still the first time, after all. Oh, what kind of antiques does your dad usually buy? Lu Fan continued to dig for information. He used to be the richest man in Nanchang, so he probably doesn't care about anything worth less than a few million or even a billion. He wouldn't even look at things like that. Lu Fan continued his investigation. Hee, you think too highly of him. As long as he likes it, he won't let go of things worth a few $100. But he especially likes collecting calligraphy and paintings, that's true. In my house, there's a copy of Emperor Huizong's calligraphy. He traveled all the way from England to the Sotheby's auction and spent 400 million to buy it. What a treasure it is! Jiang Manhwa talked about her father's purchase with a disdainful expression. It's still considered an artwork. Most people don't have this kind of appreciation ability. Besides, having this kind of hobby is a way to cultivate one's sentiment. Lu Fan saw that Jiang Manhwa seemed uninterested in it. He chimed in to support his future father-in-law. As he spoke, he casually glanced at a booth nearby. The next second, Lu Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. An incredibly familiar ancient painting suddenly appeared before him without any warning. Last night, Lu Fan had already studied that painting, Autumn Scene in the Han Palace, very carefully. The color, the contours, the positions of the buildings and trees. It couldn't be anyone else but it. Damn! Did I find it so easily? 168 million, right in front of me? Let's go, let's buy a painting. We'll have your dad take a look and see if it's an antique art treasure. Who knows, it might be worth billions. Ha ha! Lu Fan couldn't contain his excitement. Joking with Jiang Manhwa, he squatted down and carefully examined the painting. That painting, Autumn Scene in the Han Palace, was spread out among many other paintings. Lu Fan didn't specifically stare at it. Instead, his eyes flickered around. What would you handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies like to buy? I have many good things here, things that young people like. An old man warmly greeted them. He hadn't opened for business for several days. So even though Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa didn't look like potential buyers, they didn't want to miss any opportunity. Oh, just looking around. Is this jade bracelet real? Lu Fan casually picked up a green bracelet and asked the shopkeeper. But his gaze kept glancing at the painting. Yes, it's the real deal, no escape. Young man, you have a good eye. This jade bracelet was worn by Emperor Yongjing's beloved concubine, Shigue. You know Shigue, right? The one played by Sun Li in the drama Empresses in the Palace. Not only is it genuine, but it's also quite romantic. Giving it to your girlfriend would be amazing. She would be a modern-day Shigue. However, when this jade bracelet was unearthed, it had some impurities mixed in. It's not worth as much as it originally was. Being able to buy it is also fate. The old man used the prepared sales pitch, bombarding them with flowery words. If Lu Fan's mind wasn't elsewhere, he would have been completely fooled. Really? How much are you selling it for? Unexpectedly, upon hearing the shopkeeper's persuasive words, Jiang Manhwa snatched the bracelet from Lu Fan's hand. She showed an unusually high level of interest. As she held it in her hand and looked at it, she saw some black impurities inside the green bracelet. This guy is so good at making up stories. Just based on his storytelling marketing skills, she felt it was worth buying. Miss, this item. It suits you perfectly, just like Shigue. It seems like you also have the destiny to become a noble concubine and empress. Alright, I'll give you a discount. 2,000 yuan, consider it a gift. As expected, the shopkeeper turned his attention to Jiang Manhwa. He asked if this empress was tempted or not. Jiang Manua's cherry lips couldn't help but twitch. With all this hype, she thought it would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It's only selling for 2,000? Are you looking down on me or what? This thing definitely isn't Shigue's, it must be a fake Gue's. I didn't bring any money, can you pay for me? However, Jiang Manhwa also had her own plan. She said to Lu Fan, who still looked confused, in a righteous manner. It doesn't matter what the thing is. What matters is that she can use it as an excuse to not pay. In this way, isn't it like Lu Fan gave it to her? I'm truly a genius. And Lu Fan, seeing the obvious malicious look in Jiang Manhua's eyes, suddenly had a clever idea. Jiang Manhwa, are you stupid? This bracelet is nothing special, it's not worth 2,000 yuan. He pointed to several paintings, including the autumn scene in the Han Palace, and said casually, even if you add these few paintings, they might not be worth 2,000 yuan. The old man was displeased upon hearing this. Because the price he received for the bracelet, along with those paintings, was exactly 2,000 yuan. How could he say it's not worth 2,000 yuan when it clearly is? Young man, I don't like what you're saying. Let's talk about this painting. I went through a lot of trouble to get it from an old mansion. They say it's from a famous painter from the Song dynasty. Just this painting alone is worth more than 2,000 yuan, not to mention the others. You really don't want to buy it, do you? The old man pointed at the autumn scene in the Han Palace with indignation. It's not even a genuine painting from the Song dynasty, there's not even a seal on it. Do you think I know nothing? Lu Fan confidently picked up the autumn scene in the Han Palace and confronted the shop owner. Because the authentic autumn scene in the Han Palace indeed had no seal. The old man mentioned the Song dynasty painting because he had heard a bit about its origin when he acquired it. But everyone could clearly see that it lacked a seal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only spent 100 yuan to buy it back. It was just the paper and condition of the painting that had a somewhat antique appearance. Perhaps there were others who had the same idea and could sell it for a higher price. Alright, boss. This bracelet, along with this painting, 2,000 yuan in total. Sell it if you want, if not, forget it. At this moment, the clever Jiang Manhwa knew that Lu Fan was interested in the painting. Although she didn't know how much he wanted to buy it for. But she wanted that bracelet. So, unknowingly, she gave Lu Fan a helping hand. Oh well, fine, take it. Only your girlfriend speaks nicely, otherwise I definitely wouldn't sell it. This young man's words are too rude. He's insulting our intelligence in this business. The old man helplessly waved his hand. Taking advantage of the fact that the beauty hadn't realized it yet, he decisively took out the QR code hanging on his chest, signaling Lu Fan to scan it. Alright. I really admire you, all for a simple bracelet. You want it that badly. Lu Fan, seeing how well Jiang Manhwa acted, played along with her. He gave her a disdainful look. He took out his phone, scanned the code, and made the payment. Then, reluctantly, he carefully put away the autumn scene in the Han Palace. Shamelessly, he asked the shop owner for a tube to protect the painting. Without paying. The old man's eyelid twitched. He could have earned over 1,500 yuan, but now he had to give away a tube for the painting. He directly earned 30 yuan less. He had never seen such a stingy man. How did this kind of man find such a beautiful girlfriend? It's simply unfair. Jiang Manhwa raised an eyebrow and happily put the bracelet on her wrist. No one could take it off. I said. Lu Fan also gave Jiang Manhwa a rare strange smile. From this moment on, a painting worth over 100 million yuan was finally in their hands. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else. Lu Fan urged Jiang Manhwa with a displeased expression. Let's leave quickly. What if this old man regrets it or tries to cheat them? Here, why are you in such a hurry? I've never seen you so impatient. Jiang Manhwa pursed her lips and quickly caught up with Lu Fan. Who said that strolling through the antique street doesn't feel like a date? Pretending to be a couple feels so wonderful. Hmm. Lu Fan, who was walking ahead, heard the phrase impatient. He clearly felt that something was off. This female CEO is acting up again. She's addicted to acting, isn't she? And she's teasing herself. Forget it, considering that she helped me secure a deal worth over $1 billion, I won't argue with her. Maybe I'm just lucky today and have encountered the goddess of luck. Besides, there's the matter of selling the painting. I still have to rely on this goddess, her father. After obtaining the famous painting, Lu Fan no longer aimlessly wandered around. Instead, he headed directly towards the Jade Workshop store. He had already located the approximate position of the store through his phone. Fortunately, Jiang Manhua's interest in strolling had been replaced by the jade bracelet in her hand. She couldn't take her eyes off it. A fake jade bracelet that cost less than 500 yuan but gave her a sense of treasured possession worth several billion. After wandering for about 10 minutes, a signboard with the words Jade Workshop carved in ancient style finally appeared in Lu Fan's sight. What's the matter? Are you here to buy jade jewelry? Or are you here to gamble on stones? Jiang Manhua looked at the signboard and the line of small characters below it, puzzled. Let's go in and take a look. Buying a jade jewelry for my sister might not be a bad idea. Lu Fan continued to use his pitiful sister as an excuse. He turned around and walked into the store. Once inside, he immediately saw the huge jade raw stone. It was placed in the center of the store on a wooden base against the wall. The base was surrounded by potted flowers. The light from 4 or 5 spotlights shone on the raw stone, giving it a noble and mysterious feeling. It was clearly treated as the store's treasure. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the item was still there. The information he had sent himself in the future had indeed not gone wrong. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 people scattered around the store, casually browsing and observing. Because this store only sold genuine jade jewelry at a high price, it was not as crowded and lively as the street vendors, which was normal. Welcome. What would you like to buy? Please feel free to look around. A male shop assistant approached Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua. Handsome and extraordinary, with good taste in clothing and outstanding temperament. It was clear that they were the target customers with money, so he immediately came up to greet them warmly. What are the high-quality, popular jewelry items that young girls like? Can you introduce them to us? Lu Fan asked like an ordinary customer, not in a hurry to gather information. Of course. We have necklaces, rings, pendants, earrings, and ear studs. The most classic item is the jade bracelet. It's also our store's signature product. Young girls nowadays also love it. The shop assistant led Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua to the counter and began enthusiastically introducing each item. Lu Fan was dazzled and couldn't see anything special. In the past, he had bought jewelry for Xincheng many times, but she only liked trendy gold, silver, and platinum. Jade, in her opinion, was something that only mothers and grandmothers would like. But for someone like Jiang Manhua, a true rich girl, she didn't have such preconceived notions. That's why Jiang Manhua, who rarely wore jewelry, was now listening more attentively than Lu Fan. Can you show me these earrings? She pointed to a pair of earrings and said to the shop assistant with great interest. You have a good eye, miss. This pair was designed by a famous domestic master and is a limited edition. The shop assistant, who was well aware of the prices, saw that the customer was interested in this model. Naturally, she took out the earrings and handed them to Jiang Manhua with enthusiasm. How do they look? Do you like them? Jiang Manhua twisted the earrings with one hand and brushed her hair aside with the other. She revealed her fair neck and well-shaped ears. Then she placed the earrings on her left ear and gently swayed them twice. She smiled and asked Lu Fan, "Are they nice?" Lu Fan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. It was his first time seeing Jiang Manhua's slightly hidden body parts like her neck and ears, which were different from the impression brought by her black stockings and beautiful legs. But it made him feel unusually intimate. It was as if it could break some natural barrier between men and women and create some inexplicable connection. You didn't even look carefully, how can you say they're nice? Jiang Manuel glanced at Lu Fan briefly and quickly averted her gaze, expressing her strong dissatisfaction. Everything looks good on you, alright? Lu Fan nervously avoided making eye contact with Jiang Manuel and turned to the shop assistant, saying, "How much is it?" "I'll buy it. 188,888 yuan, sir. Would you like to pay by card or mobile transfer?" The shop assistant was delighted. He liked customers who were straightforward and decisive. However, Jiang Manuel couldn't help but intervene. "Hey, is this appropriate? Just buy it like that? You don't even know if your sister has pierced ears, do you? You must have picked her up, that's why it's so cheap." She put the earrings down with a confused expression and questioned Lu Fan. Just as Lu Fan turned his head, he saw a faint earlobe piercing mark on Jiang Manuel. Indeed, he really didn't know if Chu Shi, that girl, had pierced her ears. If she doesn't have one, she can get it pierced. "I think she'll like it, so I'll buy this. Please wrap it up for me." Lu Fan waved his hand. He followed the shop assistant to the front desk as if escaping. "TCH, I clearly saw it first," Jiang Manuel muttered from behind. But it wasn't for her, so she couldn't say anything. But speaking of which, Lu Fan only had a little over 10 million yuan in cash on him now. He didn't hesitate to buy jewelry worth nearly 200,000 yuan. It was just a graduation gift for his sister. Should it be said that he was generous, or especially generous to his family? Anyway, she was satisfied with his generosity. Little did she know that money was not even a consideration for Lu Fan. Because in the future, the thing he would probably have the least shortage of was money. Moreover, it was a gift for his own sister. And this pair of earrings. Lu Fan was certain that Chu Shi would most likely like them. It seemed that from childhood to adulthood, there was nothing that Chu Shi didn't like if it was given by Lu Fan. And the reason why Lu Fan didn't think much and bought it was also because he wanted to ask about the jadeite later. At least the other party would take it seriously and not be vague. After all, someone who decided to buy a precious earring worth over 180,000 yuan without even blinking an eye might not be the potential buyer of that piece of jadeite. As expected, after holding the earrings in his hand, Lu Fan walked over to the jadeite and carefully examined it. After showing some interest, a middle-aged man wearing a white practice suit and a small beard walked out of the store and quickly approached Lu Fan. "Hello, sir. I'm Shin Tang, the owner of this store. How should I address you?" Mr. Shin introduced himself warmly. Now he doesn't care about white cats or cats, anyone who can possibly get this raw stone. He has to personally take action and deceive them. He has invested over 20 million in this broken stone since a year ago. If it were exchanged for other goods, who knows how much profit it would have made by now. If no one else wants it, he might have to cut his losses. Or maybe, blindfold himself and cut it. But not until the last moment. These sellers of raw stones will not reveal the true value of their stones. "Hello, my last name is Lu." Lu Fan smiled politely and didn't say much. "Mr. Lu, you seem to be a fresh face. Is this your first time in the antique market? Interested in gambling on stones?" Boss Shin wasn't in a hurry either. He first got acquainted with Lu Fan and confirmed some of Lu Fan's circumstances. It's my first time. Gambling on stones, taking a risk to get rich quick. Although I don't know much, I've seen plenty of news about getting rich overnight. As soon as I entered your store, it was hard not to be attracted to this stone. Boss Shin, what is the origin of this stone?" Lu Fan also didn't hide his interest and directly expressed it. Boss Shin immediately became excited upon hearing this. This clearly was a rookie with a gambling spirit, there's a chance. Hee, Mr. Lu is joking. But indeed, you have spoken the truth about our stone gambling industry. This piece of jadeite. It comes from the state in Myanmar with the highest jadeite production and quality. I obtained it by chance. To be honest with you, several experts have said that its appearance is not good. It's ridiculous. Are there not enough examples of something that looks good but turns out to be a piece of shit? No matter how experienced you are, sometimes it's those outsiders who are blessed by heaven. These people are the ones who have no fate with this precious stone. Such a large raw stone, let alone the best quality all green. But as long as you can see a little bit of green, it's stable. If you're lucky, you'll have a worry-free life for the rest of your life. There are a few buyers who have been longing for it, but the only flaw of this raw stone of mine is that it's expensive. If you can't afford it, you're out of luck. Boston passionately explained. There was no sign of worry about not being able to sell it. Clearly, it was in high demand and he was reluctant to sell it. He had to find someone with fate. If it weren't for Lu Fan knowing the true situation, he would have been deceived. This line of work was several levels above the old man selling paintings on the street stall. Oh, really? Then how much are you selling it for? Lu Fan pretended to widen his eyes and asked eagerly. There's not much profit in raw stones. I'm just making a decent living. And also, if you find a good piece, you should consider selling the material back to me. First, our store mainly makes money from craftsmanship. After Boston finished his introduction, he held up 4 fingers, 40 million, non-negotiable. Lu Fan silently nodded. He naturally knew this price a long time ago. And when Boston saw that Lu Fan wasn't surprised at all by this price, he was even more convinced, this guy can definitely afford it. Just as he was about to further entice him, Lu Fan took the initiative to bring up a point. Boston, if, cut open and it's all the best jadeite. For example, imperial green. Then how much would such a large piece be worth? Boston's mouth suddenly opened wide, showing an extremely exaggerated expression. He exclaimed, oh, that would be something. At least 10 billion. Should I say it or not, this expression? Even he himself would be ruined. Wouldn't that be turning 40 million into 1 billion, a direct increase of 25 times? This is too exaggerated. Lu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. It was even more astonishing than when he first heard the valuation of 1 billion. It was simply incredible. Gambling on stones, it's just like that, very ordinary. At this moment, Boston remained calm. His face, accustomed to seeing countless people get rich overnight, immediately sparked endless imagination. Lu Fan stared at the rough stone, lost in tactical contemplation. Lu Fan, you don't really want to buy this stone, do you? Turning 40 million into 1 billion, this kind of daydream, I can't believe you would dare. Watching these two people go back and forth, shouting and screaming here. Jiang Manhwa was speechless to the extreme. If she didn't speak up soon, Lu Fan, this madman, might actually do something like this. Can't buy it? Lu Fan frowned and asked Jiang Manhwa. Of course not. How could something like a pie falling from the sky happen to you? Jiang Manhwa denied with no confidence. Because she thought of Lu Fan turning 6 million into 400 million. But trading foreign exchange and gambling on stones were completely different things. One required professional technical expertise, while the other relied purely on luck. I think the boss makes sense. Lu Fan said in confusion. What sense? Let's go quickly. Jiang Manhwa was about to go crazy. She quickly grabbed Lu Fan's arm and tried to leave. As they walked, she said, Boston, we have something else to do, we'll come back next time. Lu Fan's entire arm was pressed against Jiang Manhwa's arm. Due to the sudden pull, there was a moment when they accidentally brushed against something soft. But Lu Fan didn't have time to savor it at all. He quickly took out his phone. He showed his WeChat QR code. Boston, add me on WeChat, add me on WeChat. Boston was a bit confused. He quickly took out his phone and chased after them to the door, beeped, and scanned it. It was the first time he had seen someone so eager to take the bait. Unfortunately, it was a fish afraid of his wife. But fortunately, with WeChat added, he didn't have to worry about them running away. Boston knew very well that someone with a strong gambling nature would come even if they had to hide it from their wife. And Lu Fan was secretly relieved. Fortunately, WeChat was added. In this way, if anyone really wanted to buy this piece of jadeite rough, Boston would definitely contact him. After all, with his foolishness and wealth, he would definitely be willing to offer a higher price than others. And this was also one of Lu Fan's purposes for coming today. After selling the painting Autumn Scene in the Han Palace for over 100 million, he would come back. Jiang Manhwa directly pulled Lu Fan into the car. She closed the car door, stepped on the gas pedal, and quickly left the antique market. She was really afraid that if they stayed any longer, Lu Fan would turn around and have another in-depth conversation with the boss. If he didn't have enough money, he would probably sell the house again. This guy, he's not generous at all. Clearly, he has no concept of money, and his gambling nature is too strong. Ah, what kind of heart am I having? I'm so annoyed. When they left the antique market, it was already late. Jiang Manhwa drove directly home. If you dare to sell the house and buy that piece of junk stone, let's break up. Jiang Manhwa threatened Lu Fan with the money from their partnership. No, I haven't even lived in that house, it would be a shame to sell it. Lu Fan assured her. Then go back, come pick me up tomorrow. After Jiang Manhwa finished speaking, she opened the car door and tried to get out. Oh. Lu Fan obediently responded. He was worried about how to get in touch with John Hutong. Unexpectedly, the face of the wealthy man who often appeared in financial news suddenly appeared from the entrance of the villa and slowly walked towards the car. Dad, you're home? Jiang Manhwa obviously didn't expect her father to come back so early. She approached with a slight surprise. John Hutong habitually smiled at his daughter and maintained his usual dignity. He looked at Lu Fan getting off the car with a burning gaze, and stopped about 5 or 6 steps away from him. Mr. Jiang, hello, I'm Lu Fan. Lu Fan took the initiative to speak out of respect for his elders. His attitude was neither arrogant nor humble, just right. This made Jiang Manhwa's slightly anxious heart relax a bit. Her father didn't have a good impression of Lu Fan, but he naturally harbored an inexplicable hostility towards any man who approached him. So you're Lu Fan. You do have a talent for looking good, not bad at all. Even though John Hutong had already seen Lu Fan's photo, he unabashedly scrutinized him. He wanted to assert his dominance over Lu Fan in a rude manner. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. It's just a superficial appearance. Even though Lu Fan's future father-in-law, he had no intention of spoiling him. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile. John Hutong couldn't help but twitch in his heart. This guy is indeed dangerous and highly aggressive. But he does fit his daughter Jiang Manhwa's aesthetic. Nowadays, it's the era of popularity economy, and having a good appearance is also a competitive advantage. There's no need for prejudice. Since we're already at the door, come in and have a seat. John Hutong maintained a calm expression on his face. He made a gesture of invitation and said to Lu Fan. He had already made up his mind. Instead of worrying and being afraid, it was better to take the initiative and keep a close eye on Lu Fan. Even if his daughter was unhappy, as parents, they had a responsibility. All right, sorry for the disturbance. Lu Fan walked forward confidently. As he passed by Jiang Manhwa, she gave him a puzzled look. She was a bit caught off guard. Are we meeting the parents already? So soon? We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. But why do I feel like neither of them can hold back? Oh well, who cares? It's fine like this too. Xiao Fan is here. Please have a seat, we'll start dinner soon. Su Yuqin, who came out of the kitchen, greeted Lu Fan warmly as always. She was very happy that after inviting him so many times, Lu Fan finally agreed to come to their house. Maybe it was because his relationship with her daughter had progressed further. Or maybe it was because old Zhang's intervention was more effective. Hello, Auntie, sorry for the trouble. Lu Fan greeted his future mother-in-law with the most sincere smile. Indeed, mothers-in-law naturally have a good impression of their son-in-law. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Hutong sat on the sofa, ready and waiting. The spacious living room was open plan. Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa naturally sat opposite each other. Even though there was tea at home, Jiang Hutong insisted on not brewing it and instead had a bottle of mineral water brought over by the servant. Xiaofan, right. I heard that you made a lot of money from trading foreign exchange recently. And you also cooperated with excellence and bought a piece of land in Guangning district. That's quite a big leap. What are your plans for the future? Zhang Hatong had long known about Lu Fan's background. So he didn't engage in much small talk and went straight to the key topic. After all, a man cannot be without his own career. And his daughter's future career would be significant. This had to be said, it would be a problem. I don't have any specific plans. Just to become the richest man in Nanchang first, then the richest man in the country. And then the richest man in the world, like that. Seeing his future father-in-law trying to block him from Jiang Manhwa, Lu Fan felt a bit annoyed. He and Jiang Manhwa hadn't even started yet. So he retorted without a good tone. It's good for young people to have dreams. So I just want to ask, how long do you plan to become the richest person in Nanchang? 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years? No other meaning, just giving you a reference first, huh? I, Zhang Hatong, graduated from Stanford MBA at the age of 26 and returned to Nanchang to start my own business. I'm not afraid to tell you that with the support of my wife's grandfather, it took me a whole 20 years to become the richest person in Nanchang. And, only after half a year, someone surpassed me. Now at the age of 50, the assets of the Zhang Group have soared to hundreds of billions, but the gap between me and the richest person keeps widening. It's not that I'm not working hard enough, but there are people who work harder and are more excellent than me. And you, just 2 months ago, you were just a manager in the excellent marketing department, right? With a salary of over 400,000 a year. Do you think you have extraordinary talent? Or did you suddenly awaken the qualities of a rich person? Zhang Hatong was hit hard by Lu Fan's words. He couldn't control his emotions and couldn't help but bombard Lu Fan. If Lu Fan was just unhappy and used words to provoke him, it would be fine and understandable. But if he really had this idea, he really wanted to slap him awake. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Lu Fan. Lu Fan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the mighty real estate tycoon would react so strongly. Wasn't he exaggerating too much and stimulating the other party's heart? Then look at Jiang Manhwa. From the look in his eyes, it was almost as if he wanted to kill him. Other people are cautious and restrained when they meet their parents. Damn it, but you, Lu Fan, are different. You don't hold back with your words and directly confront the parents. If you don't like me, just say it. There's no need to make meeting the parents so difficult, like going to hell, right? I can't say for sure how long exactly. It could be 3 years at most, or 1 year at least. I'm average in both hard work and excellence, but I can't deny that I've been lucky. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan thought for a moment and smiled in response. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Stay away from my precious daughter from now on. Zhang Hatong's heart was collapsing at this moment. Even though he was used to storms and had a stable mindset like an old dog, at this moment, he was completely shattered. Damn it! What kind of weirdo did my daughter fall in love with? This is a disaster. Let's go, let's eat. Jiang Manhwa had a dark face and pulled Lu Fan up with a forced smile. She directly dragged him to the dining table. She was afraid that Lu Fan's shameless face would continue to show off in front of her father. Her father couldn't help but flip the coffee table. What are you talking about? Why are you so excited? Su Yuqin, who heard the passionate conversation in the living room from the kitchen, came out with the last dish. She asked Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa with a bored expression. Oh, Chairman Jiang was giving me advice on becoming the richest person. After listening, I gained a lot. Lu Fan awkwardly replied. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about selling paintings. He didn't know if he would have a chance to come in through this door in the future. Don't listen to old Jiang bragging there. Su Yuqin, who was unaware, just thought that Lu Fan was a humorous and nice child. After pressing Lu Fan onto the dining table, Jiang Manhua looked at Jiang Hatong, who was still sitting in the living room with a confused expression, with pleading eyes. In consideration of her daughter's face, Jiang Hatong reluctantly joined them at the table. He didn't say a word. The task of chatting and probing military information with Lu Fan fell to Su Yuqin. Surprisingly, it was exceptionally harmonious. Lu Fan answered every question from Su Yuqin. He was enthusiastic, patient, respectful, and polite. "Auntie, I'm quite interested in real estate. I think real estate will still have a glorious 10 years at least. In the future, I will also start my own company and venture into a specific industry soon. Apart from running my own business, I will focus my main energy on investments. Investing in various assets, potential industries and companies, and so on." Jiang Hatong heard all the answers he wanted at the dining table. The atmosphere at the table was relatively pleasant. Jiang Manhua gradually relaxed and joined the group chat. "Mom, don't listen to Lu Fan's nonsense. He is the most unreliable investor I have ever met. I'm starting to regret cooperating with him now, believing his nonsense and buying those 2 plots of land in Guangming district." Jiang Manhua shook her head and criticized Lu Fan. But to a mother's ears, this sounded like a flirtatious boast. Only when the relationship is close enough can one speak such words of obvious criticism and hidden praise. And from Lu Fan's expression at this moment, it could be seen that he actually accepted this intimacy between the two. No wonder he agreed to come in for dinner today. But when Jiang Hatong heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He secretly muttered to himself, "Daughter, what did you mean by that just now? Was Lu Fan just talking nonsense about the Guangming district matter?" "No, I have also done research myself. I even consulted your grandfather on the phone. Don't scare your old man. Your old man has spent billions buying a lot of scattered land in Guangming district. I was even planning to invest several tens of billions more." Fortunately, Jiang Manhua changed the subject. "Even if those 2 plots of land are reliable. Mom, guess what stupid thing Lu Fan did today? We were supposed to go to the antique market today to buy a graduation gift for his sister. Who knew he set his eyes on a jadeite rough stone worth 40 million? He knows nothing about gambling on stones, but he was fooled by that Mr. Shin. The boss said it could produce an exquisite green jade worth 10 billion. When he heard the 10 billion figure, he couldn't even move his legs. If I hadn't dragged him out, he would have immediately asked the boss to sell it to him. I'm asking you, is that outrageous or not?" After saying that, Jiang Manhua couldn't help but pout at Lu Fan. It was as if she was saying, "Don't blame me for spreading your own business everywhere. Besides, my parents are not just anyone, they won't lose face. I don't know if that Mr. Shin was fooling him. But I really think that jadeite rough stone can produce something good. It's just that I don't have enough money. As long as I have enough money, I will definitely buy it." Unexpectedly, Lu Fan not only didn't feel embarrassed, but he earnestly reiterated his unique vision and decision. Jiang Manhua's mouth instantly closed, and she didn't feel like talking anymore. She understood the pain her father, Jiang Hatong, felt when he was criticized just now. At the same time, she secretly decided that the 20 million in the account of the Excellence Company should never be returned to Lu Fan. It must be turned into the cost of cooperative development. Is it Mr. Shintong from Jade Workshop? I know about that jadeite rough stone, he approached me before. The appearance is indeed not very good, but it doesn't mean it can't produce green jade. Gambling on stones is a very mystical thing. Unfortunately, I'm not too interested. At this moment, Jiang Hatong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Although he didn't show any disdain on the surface for what Lu Fan said, he sneered in his heart. This Lu Fan is truly a madman. Such a person will eventually fall flat on his face. When that time comes, it won't be too late to separate him from his daughter. For now, let's just endure it. All right. Even if there is a tiny bit of luck in gambling on stones. But this guy did something even more outrageous today. He bought a pair from a street stall, and the owner said it was an ancient painting from the Song dynasty. It probably cost around 500 yuan. He even said he wanted to bring it over and show it to you, Dad, as an antique enthusiast. Who knows, it might be a priceless treasure worth billions. Ha, the stall owner also said that the bracelet I have is the one worn by the concubine of Emperor Kangxi, Zhenhuan. It should be worth several billion. Jiang Manhwa said, showing her wrist with the bracelet. The clearly fake jade was immediately seen through by Jiang Hatong and his wife. The couple frowned deeply. Oh, daughter. We have so many real jade bracelets worth millions at home, but you don't care about them. You're so enthusiastic about wearing a fake bracelet worth a few hundred yuan. And hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. I was just saying. I think that painting, the paper and the craftsmanship are excellent, extraordinary. It might really be a priceless genuine piece that I stumbled upon. These things do exist in the antique market. Lu Fan weakly defended. After being scolded by Jiang Manhwa for so long, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. Is that so? Is the painting still in the car? Bring it over and let me have a look, it might really be something good. Lu Fan has always had a sharp eye, I believe he has his reasons. Jiang Hatong seized this opportunity instantly. Although he couldn't break them up, he could still undermine Lu Fan's prestige a bit. He was truly delighted by this. Dad, do you really want to see it? Jiang Manhwa hesitated. It was clear that her father wanted to see Lu Fan's embarrassment. It was my fault for being a bit too harsh, I didn't handle it well. It's nothing to take a look, I'll go get it. Lu Fan stood up first and ran out directly, not giving Jiang Manhwa a chance to help him. Less than 3 minutes later, Lu Fan placed the painting Autumn Scene in the Han Palace in front of Jiang Hatong. Look. Can't you tell it's genuine? You, the expert in ancient calligraphy and painting, are just a fake. Jiang Manhwa and her daughter realized that there was nothing they could do at this point. Su Yuqin thought to herself that Lu Fan was a good kid, but he was a bit too arrogant. It wouldn't hurt to let old Jiang teach him a lesson. Jiang Manhwa, on the other hand, held a glimmer of hope. If the painting turned out to be genuine, that would be great. She didn't want to see her father personally suppress Lu Fan. Jiang Hatong pretended to look very seriously at the painting. But as he looked, his expression became unsettled. This paper, it's indeed Xin paper from the Song dynasty, around the Southern Song period. The craftsmanship is exquisite, reminiscent of the style of the Imperial Painting Academy. Most importantly, the poems on the painting have a refined elegance. The brushwork is powerful and elegant. Jiang Hatong vaguely realized that it seemed to be the work of Emperor Qianlong. Judging from the content of these poems, the theme of the painting is Emperor Wu of Han meeting the Queen Mother of the West. It's just missing a seal, so it's unclear who the artist is. But it's most likely not a fake, nor is it a copy. Jiang Hatong's face completely lost its previous relaxed and playful expression, replaced by deep sighs. This could possibly be a genuine piece. How is that possible? What's wrong, old Jiang? Seeing Jiang Hatong's expression change, Su Yuqin asked in confusion. Jiang Hatong hesitated and replied, I'm not sure either. Tomorrow, I'll ask Director Huang to take a look. He knows more about traditional Chinese painting than I do. I only have a bit of an eye for calligraphy. Hearing this, Su Yuqin and Jiang Manhwa were both shocked. It is very telling that Jiang Hatong was able to bring out Director Huang. If it were just ordinary counterfeit goods, there would be no need to seek the appraisal of experts from the Nanchang Academy of Calligraphy and Painting, right? The mother and daughter both looked at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression. See, I told you it might be something good. Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders and confidently said. At this moment, Jiang Hatong's face couldn't hide his unease, and his eyelids twitched twice. But due to his love for calligraphy and painting, and his eagerness to know the truth, he immediately took several photos of the autumn scene in the Han Palace and sent them to his friend Huang Yudao. Less than 10 minutes later, Jiang Hatong saw Huang Yudao's reply. He was completely shocked. Lao Jiang, where did you get this painting? This is highly likely to be an authentic work by Huang Tingjin. If it's authentic, It's an invaluable masterpiece. Do you still have the painting? I'm in Guangcheng. I'll find you when I return to Nanchang tomorrow. Zhang Hatong took a deep breath. He silently replied, I still have it. Then he said to Lu Fan with a blank expression, Xiao Fan, can I keep this painting for now? No problem. I'm not interested in collecting calligraphy and painting. If your friend here likes it, I'll sell it to him. Lu Fan readily agreed. He knew that as long as the price was reasonable, collectors would find it hard to resist. If he could sell it for 100 million yuan, he would be satisfied. After all, he was in a hurry to get the money to buy that piece of jadeite. There was no time to go through the auction process, it would be more trouble than it's worth. The jadeite was the main attraction. As for whether his future father-in-law would deceive him, that was obviously impossible. Zhang Hatong nodded silently and didn't say anything more. After adding Lu Fan on WeChat, he left the table. He returned to his room alone, lost in thought about life. It's frustrating when your plans fail. It seems that Lu Fan has outsmarted him this time. Zhang Manhwa and her daughter were also dumbfounded. They had never seen the esteemed Zhang Hatong suffer such a big loss. And he brought it upon himself. After having a few meals and fruits at the Zhang family villa, Lu Fan happily drove away in his BMW X7. The next morning, as usual, Lu Fan came to pick up Zhang Manhwa. Su Yuqin asked Lu Fan to come in and have breakfast before leaving, and he didn't make a fuss about it. Once is enough, there will be a second time. Besides, he didn't have time to have breakfast at the hotel today. Fortunately, he didn't run into Director Jiang, otherwise it would have been awkward. Lu Fan, you're amazing. You made my old man miserable all night. Zhang Manhwa raised her eyebrows from the passenger seat. Although it was different from what she had expected when meeting her parents, the result was still good. The two of them had breakfast together at home, which was a big breakthrough. I didn't mean to. Who would have thought that the broken painting could actually be authentic? Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders, feeling proud. This is just the beginning, wait until everything with the jadeite is settled, you'll be even more surprised. If that painting sells for 40 million yuan. Are you really going to buy that piece of junk stone? Zhang Manhwa immediately thought of a question and asked Lu Fan seriously. Of course, I've already bragged to your dad, how can I back down now? I only promised you not to sell the house. Are you going to interfere with that too? Lu Fan firmly replied. And he used the word interfere in response to Zhang Manhwa's question. This made Zhang Manhwa ponder. Interfere? What is my identity? Why should I interfere with you? Do whatever you want, I don't care, it's not like it's my money. Zhang Manhwa arrogantly said. At the same time, she kept shaking her head in her mind. Let him squander if he wants to. I'm not broke, I can afford anything. As long as the house next door is still there. Then the two of them happily went to the house in the outstanding era. They received the soft furnishings and some selected home appliances one by one. Because there were a lot of things and the house was big. There were 2 sets. It took a whole morning to finish everything. Finally done. Now we just need some daily necessities and we can move in. What do you think, should we have a housewarming party? Looking at the full house, there was suddenly a homely atmosphere. Zhang Manhwa took off her socks and lay comfortably on the sofa. Looking at the ceiling, she smiled at Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the goddess who was completely carefree on the sofa, and couldn't help but smile. A housewarming party? It's not impossible. But all of their family members are in Guangcheng. It's not that they can't come. It's just that inviting relatives and friends over and being neighbors with this goddess. It's like making it public. Their family members don't even know that they've become successful. This weekend is definitely not possible. I'm going to Guangcheng tomorrow to attend my sister's graduation ceremony. My parents will also go, I'll ask them if they want to come. If they come, we can have one, if not, forget it. Lu Fan thought for a moment, he would eventually have to tell his family about his situation. Let it happen naturally. It's not like it has to be this weekend. The Outstanding Era is opening this weekend, and I'm busy too. When Lu Fan agreed to have a housewarming party, Jiang Manhwa was already secretly happy. She also thought about Lu Fan's family, they might come over. So she casually asked, "By the way, which school did your sister graduate from?" "The same as us, Zhongshan University." Lu Fan replied. "Huh? Zhongshan University too? Graduation ceremony too? Why does it sound familiar?" "Ah, I remember now. It's Hua Qiuyan's younger brother," Jiang Manhwa exclaimed, sitting up from the sofa. "Huh? Hua Qiuyan? Why does this name sound familiar?" This time, it was Lu Fan who fell into contemplation. And during this gap, Jiang Manhwa's brain was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, she made a shocking decision. "I've decided. Tomorrow, I'm also going to Guangqing to attend the graduation ceremony." Originally, she was thinking that she couldn't go to Guangqing with Lu Fan, which was a pity. But now, the opportunity has come. Why do you want to join in the fun at my sister's graduation ceremony?" Lu Fan felt that Jiang Manhwa, this goddess, had some wires crossed in her head and was acting strange again. "She wouldn't want to meet my parents, would she? Meeting your parents is for my own needs, not to meet your parents. Don't misunderstand, okay? Who said I want to attend your sister's graduation ceremony? I'm going to attend my best friend Hua Qiuyan's younger brother's graduation ceremony. It just happens to be from Zhongshan University too," Jiang Manhwa said confidently. "Hee, what a coincidence. You just said that the Outstanding Era is opening tomorrow, right? As the boss, is it really okay for you not to show up?" Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth and asked 3 questions in a row. "It's just a coincidence, why would I lie to you? Hua Qiuyan, oh, don't you remember? You met her before. After the freshman welcome party, we went to have supper together." Jiang Manhwa neither confirmed nor denied. "Oh, I have some impression. But you're still going to join in the fun at someone else's brother's graduation ceremony?" Jiang Manhwa said. Lu Fan suddenly remembered that there was a female classmate who was always with Jiang Manhwa. "You guys don't understand the bond between us sisters. Besides, it's been 5 years since I graduated and haven't returned to my alma mater. You can go back, why can't I? Besides, you can say that I'm the boss, and the opening ceremony can be handled by Guzong and the others. Otherwise, why did I hire so many employees?" Jiang Manhwa's flawless argumentation left Lu Fan speechless and unable to retort. Next, Jiang Manhwa came up with another reason that made him think, yeah, that's true, and difficult to refuse. "Oh, and you haven't forgotten, we still have to talk about your Maserati this afternoon, right? You drive your BMW X7, and I'll drive the Maserati there for you. Leave the X7 in Guangqing for your dad, and we'll take the Maserati back. Isn't that perfect?" It has to be said that Jiang Manhwa really knows how to consider Lu Fan. The arrangements were clearly understood. It's hard to believe that she just thought of it on the spot. If it weren't for accidentally mentioning the opening ceremony, Lu Fan would definitely think this was planned. What else could he say? During lunchtime, Lu Fan unexpectedly received a WeChat message from Jiang Hatong. "Xiaofan, Director Huang wants to buy that painting with his own money. The price is fair, 120 million. Do you have any objections?" What objections could Lu Fan have? This price is already higher than what he expected. It seems that Director Huang not only knows how to appreciate art but is also very generous. However, he doesn't know what kind of expression his future father-in-law will have when he hears that his good friend wants to buy the painting for 120 million. Lu Fan smiled and replied, "No objections." "Then send me your bank account number. The funds are a bit large, Director Huang can only transfer it to you tomorrow." Soon, Jiang Hatong replied succinctly. At this moment, he was also feeling a bit annoyed. Not only was he slapped in the face, but he also became a middleman who didn't make a profit. Lu Fan wondered what kind of expression he would have when he saw this number. Fortunately, Huang Yudao, who had a shocked and excited expression, didn't notice Lu Fan. "Thank you, Director Jiang. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lu Fan quickly sent his bank account number. He remembered that his future father-in-law said he knew the boss of the Jade Workshop, Shintang. When he brings his future father-in-law, this big shot, over, there won't be any unexpected problems. As for slapping him in the face again, that's a bit excessive. I have to think about how to handle it. Lu Fan, why are you smiling? You look so silly, like you found money. Jiang Manhwa saw Lu Fan happily playing with his phone and thought there was no reason for him to be chatting with other girls. She put down her chopsticks and pouted. I did find money. That painting sold for 120 million, your dad just told me. Lu Fan grinned at Jiang Manhwa. What? It's worth that much? Jiang Manhwa was instantly stunned. She thought it would be worth some money, but she didn't expect it to be worth that much. Otherwise, would your dad lie to me? Of course not. Well, there you have it. Seeing Lu Fan's smug expression, Jiang Manhwa became angry. Is money so easy to make in Lu Fan's hands? She worked hard to start her own company and only made 1 or 2 billion in a year. But Lu Fan, he made 4 billion in half a month by trading foreign exchange. He can make 1.2 billion in a day by buying some junk at the antique market? People compare themselves to others, and it's infuriating. Now, his money won't be wasted even if he buys a worthless stone. Clearly, in the eyes of others, she is a rich woman who is supporting Lu Fan. Will she be laughed at as a sugar mama? That painting was obviously bought with my help. So, I deserve a share too. Jiang Manhwa came up with a good idea and confidently said to Lu Fan, "What? You also have a share? We haven't even settled things yet, and you want to divide the assets? Even if I give you half, so what? Can it stop me from buying that piece of jadeite?" Lu Fan also had his own plan and disdainfully replied, "Alright, then you owe me 60 million, let's settle it like this." Jiang Manhwa took the first move and felt quite proud. "Fine, let's make it clear. You brought me to the store to see that piece of jadeite, don't say later that you also have a share." Lu Fan finally understood that even brothers need to keep accounts. It doesn't matter if it's about future wives, it still needs to be clarified. Alright, it's not my business. Lu Fan, why do you always think with a small mind? I am that kind of unreasonable person. Yes, you are. You are a neurotic, don't you know? After finishing their meal, they went to pick up the car. Lu Fan had already provided his identification information to the car dealership early on, so the car was registered under his name. When Lu Fan saw the Maserati president, his eyes almost popped out. What the hell, why is it red? Isn't this a car for women? At that time, in Tang Palace No. 1, Jiang Manhwa clearly showed him a photo of a white one. She even said that both men and women can drive it. Which man would drive such a flashy car? Jiang Manhwa, you neurotic. At that time, you were plotting against me. Is this the car you said both men and women can drive? Jiang Manhwa, do you have some misunderstanding about gender preferences? Lu Fan stood in front of the red enchantress and said speechlessly. The car was indeed a good car, it looked high-end and classy, but it was impossible for him to drive it, not in this lifetime. If I were to drive this car on the street, it would attract countless gay men. Why can't you drive it? Anyway, the car is registered under your name. Don't think about avoiding the bill and not paying. If you don't like it, then you drive it. I can just drive my white Porsche Cayenne. Jiang Manhwa proposed a solution that she had already thought of. The matter had come to this point. No matter what Lu Fan said, it would be useless. After quickly completing the procedures and transferring the 4.8 million car payment to Jiang Manhwa, Lu Fan drove the X7 back to the hotel alone. He thought to himself that when he returned from Guangcheng, he would have to buy a car. As for Jiang Manhwa, she naturally drove her beloved red enchantress back home. When she arrived home, Jiang Manhwa couldn't wait to tell her best friend Hua Qiuyan that she also wanted to attend the graduation ceremony.
So, does that mean I can see Lu Fan tomorrow?
Hua Qiuyan was naturally happy to return to campus with her best friend.
Most
importantly, she could see a certain alumnus.
Hua Qiuyan's main job was a reporter and practicing anchor at the television station. She was also a part-time female-oriented online novel author.
She had published several pure love novels and gained some popularity. Recently, she started a new book. The protagonists were based on her best friend Jiang Manhwa and a certain alumnus. A wealthy heiress secretly loved her university classmate for 4 years.
After graduation, the classmate joined the company of the female CEO.
They treated each other with respect for 5 years, but eventually discovered that they still had feelings for each other. The female CEO relentlessly pursued the male classmate, even willing to bear the bad reputation of keeping him.
However, with the huge difference in their social status, could they end up together? This plot didn't require much imagination, it was already sweet in reality.
Next, it was finally time for the plot of meeting her best friend and meeting the male protagonist's parents. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. After all, she was also an important character in this novel.
Yes, if you want to help me keep an eye on things, don't drive there yourself. Tomorrow, you'll ride in my new car and we'll go to Guangqing together. To be precise, it should be Lu Fan's car. Then, the three of us will come back in one car.
Jiang Manhwa also wanted Hua Qiuyan to meet Lu Fan. After all, these two people were the most important to her, besides her parents.
No problem.
By the way, even though my younger brother Hua Dongsong is just a tool. But at least pretend and bring him a gift, otherwise the poor tool will be too pitiful.
And Lu Fan's sister's gift, you wouldn't forget to bring it, right? Hua Qiuyan reminded.
I know, I've already thought of a gift. On the way home, Jiang Manhwa thought about this. She called Gu Yanxiong and explained some work matters.
She eagerly looked forward to tomorrow. Before going to sleep,
as usual, she sent a message to Lu Fan, "See you tomorrow, good night."
Good night.
Lu Fan also reliably replied to her message.
Angry? That was impossible. After all, this neurotic girl was his future wife, right? Guangqing Zhongshan University.
At this moment on campus, you could occasionally see university students wearing graduation gowns and holding flowers. They walked around with a smile on their faces.
The atmosphere of graduation season permeated everywhere.
Finally, the day of graduation has come.
After 4 years in school, it's time to say goodbye. It's a bit reluctant.
On the lawn below the girls' dormitory building, 3 girls wearing graduation gowns gathered together to look at the photos they had just taken. They wanted to take a group photo in every corner of the campus they often frequented.
Huan is so lucky. She's going back to her hometown in Inner Mongolia to inherit thousands of sheep and cows. I can't do that. I'm interning at a law firm and I have to pass the exam. I don't know when I'll be able to pass. By the way, Cece, are you going to work at the law firm where you're interning?
The girl with red hair who had just expressed her emotions asked the girl with a ponytail on her left hand.
I haven't decided yet. That law firm is pretty good, and they're willing to keep me as an intern. But I want to go to Nanchang, they don't have a branch there.
The girl with the ponytail is Lu Fan's sister, Lu Shi. She smoothed her bangs and said with some hesitation. The girl with red hair is her roommate, Lu Qi. On the right side is another slightly chubby roommate, Mo Huan.
Shi, isn't your family from Guangcheng? Why do you want to go to Nanchang? Are you also like me, wanting to break free from your family's constraints? Unfortunately, it's so difficult to find a job now. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to go back to Inner Mongolia. I just want to stay in Guangqing and live freely. Mo Huan took over the conversation, shaking her head helplessly. I know. Your brother Lu Fan is in Nanchang, right?
We've heard of sister complex, but have you ever heard of brother complex?
Lu Qi suddenly slapped her leg, incredulous. Yeah, it's been so long since we've seen Senior Lu Fan. She, is your brother in love? He hasn't come to see you in over a month. You're still thinking about leaving home and going with him after graduation. He's a typical case of forgetting his sister after getting a sister-in-law. Mo Huan thought about Lu Fan's return today and felt excited. At the same time, she also sympathized with Lu Shi. Every time Lu Fan came home before, he would come to the school to see his sister. He was quite familiar with Lu Shi's roommates. I didn't know. Lu Shi was a bit confused. Her roommates had wild imaginations and she couldn't keep up. But her thoughts were hit on the mark. She bit her lip, feeling a bit at a loss. Let's go somewhere else to take pictures. Lu Chi sat up from the grassy hill and suggested, there's a tall girl coming this way, holding a bouquet of flowers. But she casually threw them into the roadside trash can. You guys are really rude. We all live in the same dormitory, but you didn't invite me for the photo. Even if our relationship is just average, we're graduating, so at least put on a show. There were 4 people in the dormitory. This obvious outsider was called Zhonglin. She didn't like to hang out with Lu Shi and the others. She thought they were low-class, poor, and childish. Xu Shi and the others were also annoyed by her. She came from a wealthy family, had a seductive appearance, and had a terrible personality. She loved showing off her wealthy and numerous boyfriends. It's over. That person found us again. Look at her arrogant face, she's probably here to show off again. Shi, let's just ignore her. Don't let anything she says get to you. After today, we might not even see each other again, so let's just endure it. Lu Chi instinctively stood in front of Lu Shi, and Mo Huanwan's face showed determination. They all knew that Zhonglin's main target for showing off was Lu Shi. Because she believed that she was better than Lu Shi in every way. But the campus heartthrob pursued Lu Shi, not her. What made it even harder for her to accept was that Lu Shi rejected the campus heartthrob. She said that his wealth and abilities had nothing to do with her. She even said that the campus heartthrob wasn't necessarily handsome, not even as good as her silly brother, Lu Fan. What did that make Zhonglin, who had always admired the campus heartthrob? Was she unwanted? I have to say, Zhonglin, you haven't spent many nights in the dormitory throughout the year. We actually wanted to consider you as a roommate. But we have to ask the roommate who actually sleeps with you. I'm afraid they wouldn't agree, right? Lu Chi, as the leader of the dormitory sisters, took the initiative to mock Zhonglin. Zhonglin, the woman who changes boyfriends at the speed of light, probably can't keep up with the speed at which she changes her cohabitation houses. Hee, I'll take it as you're jealous. Zhonglin directly ignored Lu Chi's childish mockery. Instead, she walked directly to Lu Shi's side and raised her wrist, showing off a high-end watch. She waved it in front of Lu Shi's eyes and said, "Do you know what this is?" "It's an Omega watch, bought for over 90,000 yuan. Of course, I couldn't afford to buy such an expensive watch myself. It's a graduation gift from my boyfriend. My current boyfriend, whom you should also know, is He Tongxue. By the way, He Tongxue and the previous guy who pursued you, Chen, are good friends. It's just that He Tongxue's family is even wealthier. It seems like you're also interested in He Tongxue, right? It's a pity that even though your looks are impressive, your family background is lacking. I'm not afraid to tell you, even though Chen pursued you, he won't actually marry a girl from an ordinary family given his situation. This is the reality." Zhonglin had used all her tricks recently. She finally conquered He Tongxue, the good friend of the campus heartthrob, and redeemed herself. Thinking about the rumors that Lu Shi also liked He Tongxue, she couldn't contain her joy. Throughout their 4 years of university, she had always been overshadowed by Lu Shi in terms of beauty. She felt like she had become the ultimate winner. Graduation was approaching, and she couldn't help but vent her frustrations. Sometimes, women live in a world of comparison. "Oh, good luck to you." And, I don't like He Tongxue," Lu Shi casually replied, not caring at all. She understood everything,
But her personality was not as vengeful as her brother, Lu Fan. Most of the time, she was quiet and peaceful, not seeking conflict with the world.
If it were me, I would say the same thing.
After all, admitting failure is a very embarrassing thing.
Anyway, from now on, we are people from two different worlds.
Let's forget about the past grievances, we won't see each other again anyway.
Let's take a photo together, at least we were roommates.
Zhonglin sneered.
She was most annoyed by Lu Shi's carefree attitude.
But there's really no need to dwell on anything anymore, we should look forward. Lu Shi had no objections to this.
But Lu Qi and Mo Huan refused.
Who wants to take a photo with you? It's ridiculous how you showed off your 90,000 yuan watch.
Lu Shi doesn't care, but it still irritates us.
Just as the two were about to refuse Zhonglin, a BMW X7 stopped not far from the dormitory building.
A handsome guy got out of the car, holding 4 bouquets of flowers and a paper bag.
He walked slowly towards them. After Lu Shi saw who it was, she turned her head slightly, pretending not to see. But her heart was already filled with joy.
Senior Lu, you finally came, we've been waiting for you.
Senior, long time no see.
Thank you, Senior. Lu Qi and Mo Huan happily accepted the flowers and greeted Lu Fan warmly.
Zhonglin accepted the flowers but only glanced at them with disdain, without saying thank you.
Lu Fan didn't mind.
He had met all 3 of his sister's roommates before.
Especially Lu Qi and Mo Huan, they were very familiar.
As for their relationship, he wasn't too sure. Lu Shi, this little girl, doesn't talk to her brother about her feelings anymore.
Oh, who bullied my little cutie Shishi?
Brother brought flowers, but you're ignoring me, brother is sad.
Lu Fan poked the flowers at Lu Shi, jokingly.
Oh.
Lu Shi calmly accepted the flowers and gave Lu Fan a faint smile. Although it was faint, the joy in Lu Shi's eyes couldn't escape Lu Fan's gaze. This little girl, why does she become more awkward as she grows up? Come.
Senior prepared a small gift for each of you. Congratulations to the 4 beautiful ladies on graduating successfully. Also, thank you for taking care of my little Shishi for the past 4 years.
Lu Fan took out 4 boxes from the paper bag. He handed one to each of them. Wow! It's the latest model of the top-of-the-line Apple phone. These cost over 10,000 yuan each.
Senior, did you strike it rich? You're so generous.
I was just about to get a new phone.
Thank you, rich senior. Lu Qi and Mo Huan hesitated for a moment, but still happily accepted the gifts. They also noticed that Lu Fan had changed his car to a BMW X7.
He used to drive a Passat every time he came.
The 4 phones added up to over 50,000 yuan, which was quite a sum.
Lu Fan, as a manager of a company in Nan City, was suddenly so well off? Senior Lu Fan, have you become a nouveau riche? Or are you pretending to be rich? We're just ordinary classmates, there's no need to give such expensive gifts, right?
At this moment, Zhonglin didn't accept the phone, but instead looked disdainful. She didn't refuse the flowers, that was basic etiquette. But accepting this slightly expensive phone made her feel insulted. My boyfriend casually wears a watch worth over 90,000 yuan, and my family is not short of money.
A phone worth just over 10,000 yuan, trying to show off in front of me? Who do you think you are looking down on? It's just a small gift. Lu Fan was also taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed.
Then he noticed the expensive watch on Zhonglin's hand, along with her exquisite appearance. There are 3 girls, including my younger sister, who have a disgusted expression towards Zhonglin.
I quickly understood something. Brother, if she doesn't want it, then don't force it.
Lu Shi, who had always remained indifferent, saw Lu Fan being bitten by a dog.
He couldn't stay silent anymore and sympathized with his brother in an instant. Oh, so she doesn't like it and finds it embarrassing. Well, there's nothing I can do.
I'll just keep it for myself.
Lu Fan furrowed his brows slightly and retorted impatiently. He could tell that this girl named Zhonglin was full of hostility towards his sister, Lu Shi. They had only met once before. He was not aware of the relationship between the two girls. Now, he was being dragged into this mess. He wanted to give himself some face. Lucy must have endured a lot from this woman during her 4 years at school. As an older brother, he realized it a bit late. But he had to fight back and regain his dignity at the last moment. Senior, let it go. Some people don't appreciate kindness, there's no need to stoop to her level. Lu Qi came to Lu Fan's defense when she saw Zhonglin seizing the opportunity to attack Lu Xi. She even wanted to attack her own brother, Lu Fan. That's right, no need. We don't have to bother with someone we won't even see in the future. Mo Huanhuan also voiced her support. Zhonglin sneered disdainfully at this. She was ready to leave. After all, she had already shown off everything she wanted to. Staying here any longer would be boring. Pretending to be close with a few poor classmates was meaningless. Alright, the small gifts are done. It's time to give my little cutie a real graduation gift. Lu Fan smiled and took out a delicate little box from his pocket. Lu Xi's previous displeasure vanished instantly upon hearing that there was another gift. She didn't care if her brother was rich or not. As long as he still cherished her, it was enough. In the moment she opened the box, a small note accidentally flew out. It happened to land at Lu Qi's feet. Lu Qi picked it up and read it. Wow! Shishi, the senior bought you a pair of jade earrings. Didn't you just get your ears pierced recently? I'm so jealous of you. Lu Qi exclaimed when she saw the gift name on the receipt, but froze when she accidentally glanced at the amount on the receipt. Huan, come and take a look. Am I seeing this right? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions? Oh my god. 188,800 yuan. Senior, you're so generous. Senior, do you need another sister? I don't have an older brother. Upon hearing Lu Qi's exclamation, Mo Huanhuan also hurriedly approached in surprise. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. That's right. It's 188,800 yuan. Senior, if you're so generous to your sister, what about your girlfriend? Senior, what do you think of a slightly chubby girl like me? Mo Huanhuan also joined in the excitement. The two deliberately raised their voices. Obviously, they were saying it for Zhonglin to hear. Let her show off her arrogance, we'll take this opportunity to make some noise too. So what if it's a 90,000 yuan watch? 188,800 yuan earrings, isn't that more extravagant than you? And these were gifts from their own brothers, it seems like your boyfriend isn't that generous. Thank you. With the atmosphere created by their two roommates, Lu Xi happily took the open box from Lu Fan's hand. She took out the earrings with joy and examined them carefully. The jade was crystal clear and exquisitely crafted. It was also in an old-fashioned style, just to her liking. However, the price did exceed her expectations. Lu Xi couldn't help but worry, could her brother really be pretending to be rich? It was completely unnecessary. This pair of earrings, could it be originally intended for his girlfriend? In order to save face in front of Zhonglin, did you only give it to me on a whim? It's very possible. Big Brother has always been a fool who cares about his reputation. Thinking of this, Lu Xi frowned slightly. Brother, is this earring really for me? Of course. Otherwise, I don't have a girlfriend. I specially went to the antique market in Nan City to pick it out for you. Your brother is now a nouveau riche, I can spend this little money however I want. Lu Fan said firmly. He knew that Lu Xi was worried about money, but he didn't know that the little girl had so many thoughts in her mind. This earring, a certain goddess CEO even said that she saw it first. Look, did I give it to her? Your brother's love for you is genuine. Lu Fan's words of spend it however I want indeed irritated Zhonglin, who was standing by. The luxury BMW and the gold-plated mobile phone couldn't catch her eye. But a pair of earrings worth over 180,000 yuan is not something an ordinary rich person would buy. Unless they have assets of several tens of millions or even billions,
they wouldn't give such a high-priced item as a graduation gift to their sister. Her own family's assets are worth several billion. Her parents only gave her a bag worth over 20,000 yuan, just as a gesture. Could it be that Lu Shi, this idiotic brother, really struck it rich? Assets of over $1 billion and spending it however he wants? I'm overthinking it. It's not easy to earn several billion in assets. Lu Fan, at such a young age, used to be a laborer and his family had no money or power. Impossible. At most, he has several tens of millions, which is already impressive. And this kind of sudden nouveau riche with several tens of millions loves to flaunt their wealth. It's similar to a small person gaining power. That's right, it must be like this. Damn it, I almost let these poor ghosts disturb my state of mind. Don't pay attention to them, let them indulge in their own satisfaction. I'll just pretend to be an idiot. You guys have fun, I won't accompany you. Zhong Lin sneered. With her long legs, she left gracefully. When she passed by the trash can just now, she threw the flowers that Lu Fan gave her into it. Looking at the arrogant figure of this woman, Lu Fan couldn't help but think of Xin Qing, that gold digger. This kind of woman needs to be taught a lesson. I don't care about her, but bullying my sister is unacceptable. I've never scolded this cute little one since she was young, how can I let you bully her? He already had another plan. Hey! Shi, let's take a big group photo. After taking the group photo, let's check in. At this moment, Mo Huan looked at the notification in the class group and shouted. They hurried to the square for the group photo. Lu Fan, where are you? We finished taking Hua Qiuyan's group photo. We're coming to find you. Lu Fan looked at the message sent by Jiang Manhwa and thought that he couldn't avoid it anyway. He replied, I'm going to the place where the law school takes the group photo. If you're bored, just wait there. Who said we're bored? Wait for me there. Jiang Manhwa retorted. After a while, she asked again, have your parents arrived? Not yet, my dad's car broke down. They took the subway, so they should be a few stops away. Lu Fan knew what this neurotic woman was thinking, but he didn't expose her. Let's just meet the parents. But he didn't even take any precautions. And just now, he told Lu Shi that he didn't have a girlfriend. Well, no girlfriend, but a wife. No problem. However, what he didn't expect was that before they arrived at the photo location, they bumped into Jiang Manhwa. This is a bit awkward. With so many people around, should they pretend not to know each other? Lu Fan. It's really you. Just as Jiang Manhwa was also stunned and about to speak. Next to her, Hua Qiuyan exclaimed and quickly walked up. Hua Qiuyan? Lu Fan looked at this short-haired and capable woman, feeling a bit familiar. And there were no other girls around Jiang Manhwa. It's me. We haven't seen each other in 7 or 8 years, right? Wow. Why are you even more handsome than before? Running into Lu Fan made Hua Qiuyan very excited. Childhood friends, meeting best friends and girlfriends on campus. This plot should definitely be written into a novel. You're not bad either. You're still as beautiful as before. Lu Fan didn't remember this news department's campus belle, who turned out to have such a bold personality. After a long separation, even profanity burst out. Could she be another goddess? Definitely, goddesses are also attracted to each other. Lu Fan, is this your sister? Wow. This appearance is simply at the level of a campus belle. I really don't know what your parents look like. How did they give birth to such a pair of extraordinary siblings? Hua Qiuyan immediately noticed Lu Shi, who looked like Lu Fan, next to him. She couldn't help but praise. The campus belle's words really hit the mark. Lu Shi, with a height of nearly 1.7 meters like a model, had a figure and proportions that surpassed even models. Especially the degree of fullness. Perhaps only Jiang Manhwa could compare with her. In addition to her delicate and exquisite facial features like an elf, she was enough to captivate all otaku. And Lu Shi's gentle personality, as well as her slightly sweet voice when she spoke, made countless male gods unable to extricate themselves. This was also the reason why Zhonglin, a woman who was confident in her figure and appearance, was completely overshadowed. Because there was really no comparison. Although aesthetics may differ, some people can still have a unified aesthetic. Can't deny the truth. Jiang Manhwa was hailed as the #1 beauty in Nan City's upper-class circles. In terms of appearance alone, it was difficult to distinguish between her and Lu Shi. The difference was that Jiang Manhwa had an added intellectual maturity. And her innate noble temperament. Even the slightly cold and proud aura on her was the reason why she was unique. Compared to her, Lu Shi's advantage was her natural approachability. These analyses were made subconsciously by Huo Qiuyan, a senior female writer, in her mind. She herself was also a genuine beauty. But she knew how to appreciate beautiful women. Hearing Huo Qiuyan's praise, Lu Shi felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head slightly. Compliments about her beauty, she had heard them since she was young and had become numb to them. But this slightly familiar beauty who seemed a bit too friendly was praising her and her brother Lu Fan together. She felt very happy. In Lu Shi's eyes, anyone who sincerely praised her older brother was a good person. Don't look at my sister like that. Lu Fan, regardless of whether Huo Qiuyan was Jiang Manhwa's best friend or not, bluntly expressed his displeasure. His sister was such a shy person. She shouldn't be tainted by this second goddess. Sorry. I'm in the same year as your brother Lu Fan, he's in the finance department, and I'm in the news department. We're alumni. Huo Qiuyan was slightly annoyed, but she ignored Lu Fan and instead extended a hand to Lu Shi. Senior, hello, I'm Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled and shook hands with Huo Qiuyan. Senior, there's more than just me. This is my best friend Jiang Manhwa. Also your brother's good friend. Huo Qiuyan pulled the still confused Jiang Manhwa to her side and introduced her. It made it seem like she was very familiar with Lu Shi. Clearly, Jiang Manhwa was Lu Shi's future sister-in-law. And thinking about how Jiang Manhwa and Lu Fan hadn't broken through that barrier yet, she quickly swallowed the words girlfriend. Hello, my name is Jiang Manhwa. I am an old classmate of your brother, Lu Fan, and now we are also business partners. Jiang Manhwa took the opportunity to introduce herself seriously. She was also amazed by Lu Shi's appearance just now. Oh, suddenly there is such a fairy-like sister, she looks so beautiful. Hello, senior sister, my name is Lu Shi. Lu Shi took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Manhwa. She had noticed earlier that there was this beautiful senior sister next to Huo Qiuyan. And she also keenly noticed that the way this sister Jiang looked at her brother Lu Fan was a bit different. Her brother's eyes seemed a bit evasive. Could it be that she is her brother's girlfriend? Her brother is amazing, where did he find such a beautiful girlfriend? What does it mean to be business partners? Are they working together with her brother? Lu Shi stared at Lu Fan with her big watery eyes, looking at him with confusion. Senior sister, all senior sisters. Lu Fan, who was unprepared, was a bit caught off guard. He casually made up an excuse. Fortunately, Lu Qi and Mo Huanhuan said they were running out of time. They quickly pulled Lu Shi and ran towards Jiang Manhwa and the others. Lu Fan followed them. Jiang Manhwa and Huo Qiuyan looked at each other. They then glanced at Huo Qiuyan's younger brother, Huo Dongsong, the protagonist who seemed to be invisible. They immediately made a decision and followed them. So, the group of 7 people arrived at the square downstairs of the law school one after another. Lu Shi and her 2 dormitory sisters quickly joined the crowd for a group photo. Lu Fan and the others watched from the side. Lu Fan, you are really something. It's fine if I am a senior sister, everyone is a senior sister. Huo Qiuyan snapped back to reality and bluntly questioned Lu Fan. Jiang Manhwa had told her about her and Lu Fan that night, and she couldn't help but want to call Lu Fan and ask him about it. Now that everyone was present, she had to ask Lu Fan for an explanation. Your story may be sweet, but my best friend must not be wronged. Besides, why should she be? Huo Qiuyan, there's so much tension between us from the moment we meet.
What's with this attitude of wanting to tear apart a scumbag? Why don't you go write women's online novels with this ability? Lu Fan felt slightly annoyed by Jiang Manua's direct questioning. In theory, he and Jiang Manua understood each other's situation. They hadn't crossed that line yet, they just felt that the timing wasn't right. You're my best friend, you're amazing. But you can't force it. Even if it's a good thing, it gets ruined by friends like you. Well, that's how it's written in women's novels. He. You, a grown man, really have some backbone. Huo Qiuyan sneered. Jiang Manua was present, so she couldn't be too explicit. To avoid making everyone uncomfortable. And Lu Fan's last sentence almost made her explode. But writing women's online novels, haha. Sorry, Qiuyan, I couldn't help it. Jiang Manua suddenly covered her face and burst into laughter, her laughter echoing within a 30-meter radius. This guy Lu Fan is really something. Huo Qiuyan really is someone who writes women's online novels. What's so funny about that? The #1 drama queen really lives up to her reputation, suddenly erupting like this. Lu Fan furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Manua, who was laughing so brightly. Her laughter made her chest rise and fall. He almost got caught up in it again. Lu Fan shook his head vigorously. Seriously, he said, Jiang Manua, I want to tell you something about my car. Although the car is his, Lu Fan plans to give it to his sister. He didn't know why, but he felt like he should tell Jiang Manua. I just experienced it for a day. Lu Fan, be honest, are you trying to get back at me? As expected. After listening to Lu Fan's plan, Jiang Manua immediately became unhappy. She really wanted to cry. After successfully selling the red Maserati Quattroporte to Lu Fan, Jiang Manua immediately ordered another black one of the same model. Originally, she thought that if Lu Fan didn't want to drive his own red one, she could drive her black one. They could take turns driving, and there would be no problem. In this way, wouldn't they also have a couple's car? It's just that the names on the car registration got mixed up. Now, it's been ruined by her sister. What am I retaliating against you for? I only have one sister, what's wrong with treating her well? You don't have any siblings, so you can't understand my feelings. Lu Fan argued. Then he had a sudden inspiration and looked at Huo Qiuyan next to him, saying, right? Don't believe me? Ask your best friend Huo Qiuyan. She has a brother, she definitely understands how I feel. Unexpectedly, Huo Qiuyan, who was inexplicably dragged into the conversation, immediately got angry. Am I crazy? Even if I have money, I wouldn't buy a car worth millions for my brother. If he wants to drive a good car, he should find a way to earn money himself. Damn. That's right. Siblings and brothers and sisters are two different dimensions of biological relationships. They can't empathize with each other at all. Lu Fan pursed his lips and sighed at his own mistake. And today's protagonist, his younger brother Huo Dongsong, innocently shrugged his shoulders, indicating that his sister was just like that. The graduation gift hasn't even been given by Jiang Zong yet. What can I say? Who made her my sister? Anyway, I'll give my car to whoever I want. Lu Fan made up his mind and said stubbornly. Yes. Who can control you? You have a sister, you're amazing. Jiang Manua said sarcastically. Just now, she said that Lu Fan had no concept of money, but now he wants to give away $1 million luxury car. That bracelet was originally something I had my eye on. I really lost out this time. Fortunately, Jiang Manua came up with a good idea and didn't argue with Lu Fan anymore. Forget it. I don't care about you guys anymore, do whatever you want. So that people won't say that I'm the kind of toxic best friend who only causes trouble. I have a clear conscience. Seeing Lu Fan and Jiang Manua teasing each other and having fun, Huo Qiuyan shook her head helplessly and gave up on the idea of standing up for her best friend. From now on, she would focus on being a supporting character. Just as Lu Fan and Jiang Manua reluctantly reached an agreement, suddenly, Lu Fan!
a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Fan turned his head and saw that it was his parents. Finally, they arrived. Jiang Manuel and Huo Qiuyan saw the couple who came in a hurry and immediately confirmed in their hearts, these are Lu Fan and Lu Shi's parents. This temperament, this charm, they really are a family with outstanding looks. Jiang Manuel's heart inexplicably tightened. Finally, the moment has come. Dad, Mom. Lu Fan called out and greeted his parents. After Lu Fan's parents approached, they glanced at the large group of people taking a group photo. There were too many people, and they couldn't find their daughter Lu Shi. So, they locked their gaze on the two beautiful women next to their son. Especially the one who was almost clinging to their son's arm. They couldn't help but notice her, she was too dazzling. This is my college classmate, Jiang Manuel, and also my current business partner. And this is my college classmate, Huo Qiuyan. We haven't seen each other for many years, and we met today. They are best friends. This is Huo Qiuyan's younger brother, just like Lu Shi, recently graduated. After a brief introduction, Lu Fan intentionally didn't look at Jiang Manuel. It wasn't time yet for the daughter-in-law to meet her in-laws. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Jiang Manuel and the other two greeted their elders politely. Lu Jinyu, the father, just chuckled and said, hello, hello. What a coincidence, classmates' siblings are also classmates, haha. And Mrs. Wu Hui, the old lady, keenly caught two pieces of information. First, this beauty's last name is Jiang. The person her son Lu Fan was chatting with late at night under the covers during his last visit home was the heir of the Jiang group. Also known as the president and boss mentioned by Lu Fan. Her name turned out to be Jiang Manuel, quite a girlish name. Second, this beauty is now Lu Fan's business partner. Lu Fan mentioned last time that he invested in a big project and would find someone to cooperate with in the future. The two pieces of information combined. Looking at this Miss Jiang Manuel again, she exuded an air of nobility and remarkable temperament. There was no escape. This was the son Lu Fan, an unattainable object from a different social class. Also, there was another classmate named Huo Qiuyan who came to attend her brother's graduation ceremony. Jiang Manuel was the only daughter of the Jiang family. Did she come with her best friend? Or did she come with Lu Fan? What is their relationship now? Hello, hello? After Mrs. Wu Hui finished her greetings, she immediately stared at Jiang Manuel. Smiling, she asked, Miss Jiang, you should be Lu Fan's former boss, right? Jiang Manuel and Lu Fan were both stunned for a moment. Yes, we used to be colleagues. Auntie, Lu Fan must have said a lot of bad things about his boss, right? Jiang Manuel admitted with a smile, then casually made a joke. And this sentence also subtly indicated her special relationship with Lu Fan now. A former boss wouldn't make this kind of joke. Not really. I just remember one time, he was reporting work to his boss in the middle of the night. They were chatting happily. Mrs. Wu Hui understood immediately and also made a joke. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. If you two have that kind of relationship, I already know, and I approve. Although she only had some suspicions at that time. And deep down, she didn't believe that her son Lu Fan could really get involved with the heir of the Jiang group. However, now that she saw Jiang Manuel at first glance, she liked this intelligent and beautiful girl. She didn't have the airs of a child from a wealthy family. The love in her eyes for Lu Fan was genuine, intense, and hard to hide. As for whether her son was worthy of the other person, that's another matter. He doesn't need to report work to me now. He is his own boss, earning more than me. Jiang Manuel was very happy and understood Mrs. Wu Hui's intentions. She also emphasized with a smile not to underestimate their son Lu Fan. His ability to make money now is truly stronger than mine. Is that so? He said last time that he invested in a guaranteed profitable project. I don't know how it's going now. He's almost 30, not reporting to his parents, we can't do anything about it. Mrs. Wu Hui knew that Lu Fan didn't lie last time, but she really didn't know how much money he made. He must have made a lot of money. So you can't say I'm a stingy older brother. I'm planning to buy a luxury car for Lu Shi now.
Lu Fan knew it was time to be honest. Pointing to the red Maserati parked not far away. The car's color was eye-catching, and Lu Fan also noticed the license plate number earlier. It was exactly the one Jiang Manhwa parked there. That's the red Maserati. Bought specifically for Lu Shi. I think there aren't many students in this graduating class who can compare to your daughter. She must have received such a generous gift. Lu Shi doesn't know yet, let's surprise her later. Lu Dad and Lu Mom followed Lu Fan's direction and looked over. When they saw the Maserati, their brows furrowed. Their son was becoming more and more extravagant. Just randomly pointing at a luxury car and claiming it was a gift for his sister. Although we don't know much about cars, we can tell that car is definitely worth more than $1 million. Especially for Mrs. Wu Hui, she felt even more guilty. Is her son just bragging in front of his girlfriend? Could he have deceived the beautiful CEO with sweet words? This can't be good. He. Lu Dad and Lu Mom awkwardly laughed. It was clear that they didn't really believe it. But when they looked at Lu Fan's serious expression, they glanced at Jiang Manhwa and Hua Chouyan, who seemed nonchalant and calm. They couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Is that really your car? Mrs. Wu asked in surprise. Yes, it's mine. Dad, I also bought you an X7, parked it near Lu Shi's dormitory building. Today is a good day to drive it back home. Lu Fan nodded confidently. Ah. I have one too. Lu Fan, this must be worth several million. Is it okay? Lu Jinyu still looked astonished. As a father and a retired cadre, he was naturally happy that his son had become successful. But amidst his happiness, he couldn't help but wonder if Lu Fan's success was legitimate. Of course it's okay. You can rest assured, General Jiang knows what project I invested in. If there were any issues, would General Jiang still cooperate with me? Lu Fan said casually, looking towards Jiang Manhwa beside him. Uncle and aunt, you can rest assured, Lu Fan's money is definitely earned legally and in compliance with regulations. Jiang Manhwa cooperatively added. That's right. Lu Dad and Lu Mom nodded in unison. Although they were curious about how much money their son had actually earned, enough to buy a luxury car worth several million. With their son's steady demeanor, he must have earned at least tens of millions. But since their son didn't tell them directly, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask in front of others, they didn't inquire further. Alright, stop showing off just because you have some money. I don't mind if you get your dad a better car. He's been driving that car for over 10 years, it's about time to replace it. But Lu Shi just graduated from university, she's a girl, and you're giving her such an expensive luxury car. Is that appropriate? Even if you really love your sister, buying her a car worth a couple $100,000 as a means of transportation would be enough. There's no need to act like a nouveau riche and attract hatred. Although Mrs. Wu had accepted the fact that Lu Fan had suddenly become rich, she couldn't understand his behavior as a nouveau riche. As a gardener who had always lived a simple life, she straightforwardly criticized Lu Fan. Ah, well. Lu Fan was speechless after being criticized. He couldn't say that several million for a car would become a regular expense for him in the future. However, he didn't originally plan to give the car to Lu Shi, he just couldn't stand her roommate, Zhang Lin. He just wanted to support Lu Shi. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a bit thoughtless. Dad, Mom. What are you talking about? Who is giving a car to whom? At this moment, Lu Shi, still wearing her graduation gown, with her outstanding figure impossible to hide, came over with small steps. She ran over, blending in with the crowd after taking photos. She hadn't been noticed, but she happened to hear Mrs. Wu pointing at Lu Fan's words. It was just too noisy, I couldn't hear clearly. Oh my! Our Cece looks so good in this bachelor's gown. The old lady turned around with a smile and gave Lu Shi a big hug. She didn't want to answer Lu Shi's doubts from earlier. Lu Shi held her mother Wu Hui's hand, her little face filled with joy. She no longer cared about what she had heard earlier. But Lu Qi and Mo Huanhuan found it suspicious. Cece, didn't your senior brother give you a pair of earrings worth over 180,000 yuan? And a new iPhone, that's 2 gifts already. Why would he also give you a car? This is too much pampering. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and voiced her doubts without hesitation. Yeah, I heard Auntie mention a luxury car. She even said that Lu Fan is a nouveau riche. Mo Huan also chimed in curiously. On the side, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa and the others didn't know how to respond after the old lady's declaration. Lu Fan had an innocent look on his face. What did I say? What can I dare to say? Oh, your brother is rich now. I asked him to buy you a car for commuting, since you already have a driver's license. And you've been talking about finding a job in the southern city. With a car, it's also convenient for you to come back and visit me and your dad. The old lady quickly came up with a perfect explanation. In fact, she was also amazed when she heard that Lu Fan had given away jewelry worth over 180,000 yuan. But since the gifts had already been given, there was no need to mention it. Oh. Lu Qi felt joy in her heart once again. Her older brother had already been so good to her, and her mother loved her older brother so much, it was great. Huh? Is that so? Did I really mishear? Lu Qi and Mo Huan, on the other hand, were full of question marks. Yes, that's right. Your brother will buy you a car for commuting. He's not short of money. Lu Fan could only go along with the old lady's explanation. He thought he would let go of that matter with Zhong Lin, as long as his sister was happy. Little did he know. Just as he finished speaking, the radiant Zhong Lin approached. Behind her was a tall and handsome young man. The two of them held hands, with a proud look that made others envious. Lu Qi and Mo Huan looked at them with disdain. Lu Qi instinctively lowered her head. Especially when she saw that man, her face clearly showed some discomfort. Are they here to show off? Are they not done yet? That male classmate should be that he guy. Seeing Lu Qi like this, could it be that there's something between them? Lu Fan furrowed his brows and stared at Zhong Lin and the other guy who had approached. Lu Qi, your brother is really good to you, it's really enviable. He's planning to buy you a car. Xiaoyi also plans to buy me a car, my family doesn't lack good cars either. But he insists on buying one. And he insists on buying a convertible Mercedes-Benz AMG worth over $1 million. I just think, it's not necessary. But you know him, he's a bit stubborn. Zhong Lin said in front of so many people, pretending to be coy. After hearing Lu Fan's words earlier, she had made up her mind she had to change the necklace worth over 400,000 yuan with great effort. Even if Xiaoyi didn't want to spend so much money, she would buy it herself. Although the necklace worth over 400,000 yuan had some advantage over the earrings worth over 180,000 yuan, it wasn't a significant advantage. After enduring for more than 4 years, she had to deliver the final blow. From now on, she would make Lu Qi, this poor ghost, forever live in her shadow. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy? Even Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. I have to find a way to deceive my family for a necklace worth over 400,000 yuan. $1 million luxury car, even if you kill me, I still can't afford it. My family is wealthy, but that's not my money. Zhong Lin, I think you've misunderstood something. I really never liked classmate he. It's classmate he. Faced with Zhong Lin's aggressive attitude, Lu Qi felt it necessary to secretly confess that it was classmate he who confessed his feelings to her. It would be better to let Zhong Lin know the truth instead of keeping her in the dark and constantly bringing it up. But after hesitating for a moment, Lu Qi still couldn't bring herself to say it. It would be embarrassing for everyone if it was revealed. You don't think that maybe classmate he also likes you? Lu Qi. You really think highly of yourself. The school heartthrob likes you, and his good friend classmate he also likes you? So, every good man in the world has to like you, right? Don't you find that funny? Seeing Lu Qi's hesitant expression, Zhong Lin couldn't contain her anger. Her previously arrogant demeanor almost crumbled. Lu Shi, this woman, really had a high position. And no, I didn't say that. Lu Shi denied in a low voice. Zhonglin, let's go. We're not in the same circle, and we won't have a chance to meet again in the future. There's no need to show off in front of these poor people. Let's go see the car. At this moment, he, who was feeling a mix of emotions, quickly stepped forward to persuade Zhonglin. If they stayed any longer, it would be hard to hide the fact that he confessed to Lu Shi while dating Zhonglin. If Zhonglin found out, she would go crazy. If only he had known that Zhonglin was a lunatic, he wouldn't have provoked her. He was only attracted to Zhonglin's beauty and tried to flirt with her. He never expected that this woman would be so easy to flirt with. He didn't have time to play the game of showing off a boyfriend with her. Besides, he was still burning with anger from being rejected by Lu Shi. It would be a disaster if this turned into a public humiliation. His words slapped everyone's face in the room. Lu Fan was about to take out the key to his Maserati and unlock it in front of this couple. The car could sense it from this distance. Plus, Jiang Manhwa had given him the key. He had already taken out the key. And at that moment, He Juanhao? Are you the third son of the Emperor Group, He Juanhao? Jiang Manhwa stared at He with confusion and suddenly spoke. She had felt that this disgusting-looking person seemed familiar just now. Hearing the surname He, she suddenly remembered. Jiang, President Jian? President Jiang, why are you here? He Juanhao's mouth hung open wide, shocked. Jiang Manhwa didn't remember He Juanhao very well, but how could He Juanhao not recognize her? It was just that Jiang Manhwa had been standing by Lu Fan's side and hadn't noticed him. Although he had only seen Jiang Manhwa once at a certain banquet in Guangqing, she was the heir of the Jiang family. Their emperor group was not on the same level as his family's emperor group. 100 billion was barely enough to match their loose change. Moreover, he was just the third son in his family, with 2 older brothers above him. The difference in status within the family was far apart. Plus, Jiang Manhwa was also the #1 beauty in Nan City. He Juanhao didn't even have a chance to flatter Jiang Manhwa. "Heh, it's really you." Jiang Manhwa's lips curled slightly, and she chuckled lightly. She couldn't bear to watch the situation unfold in front of her, not to mention Lu Fan. And as for Lu Shi, she was determined to fight for her and make others call her sister-in-law. How could she let you bully her? Jiang Manhwa had made up her mind. Lu Fan was hesitant to make a move due to his parents' authority, but she had no such concerns. "Hey Gongzi, what a coincidence. Of course, I'm here to attend the graduation ceremony too." "Well, Lu Shi, my sister. Of course, I haven't registered with her brother Lu Fan yet. Her brother thinks I don't make as much money as him. So, he gave his sister a graduation gift, a luxury car worth 4.8 million. Jiang Manhwa helplessly took the keys from Lu Fan's hand. In front of everyone, she raised them slightly and pressed down. Beep beep. Not far away, a red Maserati responded. It even flashed its lights twice. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. Their expressions instantly became extremely exciting. "Ah! I knew Senior would give a luxury car to CC. I thought there was something wrong with my ears." Lu Chi, the big-mouthed one, was the first to exclaim. She wanted to defend her organs. "Wow! What a beautiful car. Senior, let me ask you again, do you still need a sister? It doesn't have to be blood-related, being a sister-in-law is fine too." Mo Huan almost jumped up in excitement. She didn't really want to be a gold-digging dog, asking Lu Fan to recognize her as a sister. She just felt satisfied this way. Meanwhile, Zhonglin and He Juanhao's faces turned green. Impossible. I know the environment of Lu Shi's family very well. How could her brother Lu Fan afford a luxury car worth nearly 5 million? And to give it to Lu Shi as a graduation gift with such extravagance? Even for my sister, I can't afford such a valuable gift. This is absolutely impossible. This car definitely belongs to Jiang Manhwa. Considering Jiang Manhwa's background, buying a car like this is reasonable. This woman Jiang Manhwa did it on purpose for Lu Shi's brother. But why? Would Jiang Manhwa like Lu Shi's brother? That seems even more impossible. He Juanhao, who was confused, was even more confused at this moment. On the other hand, Zhonglin, having witnessed the jade earrings Lu Fan gave, had a slight belief. But if Lu Fan was really that rich, that would be even harder to accept. At this moment, even Lu Shi herself was a little confused. Is my brother really that rich? Ah, no. Is this beautiful senior really that bold? Saying in front of my parents that they're going to register. Am I really going to have another sister-in-law? She's so brave. Lu Dad, Lu Mom, and Hua Qiuyan, who knew about the car situation, were also shocked by Jiang Manhua's bold statement. Only Lu Fan remained foolishly expressionless. Jiang Manhwa, who had pressed the car keys twice in a row, finally turned her head. With a helpless expression, she said to Lu Shi, my sister. There's nothing I can do, I really don't make as much money as your brother. So, my gift might be a bit lacking. Saying that, Jiang Manhwa walked up to Lu Shi. She took out a box from her bag and handed it to Lu Shi. This one is a birthday gift my dad gave me last year. It's a lady's watch from Jaeger LeCoultre. I haven't used it, the packaging is still intact, and here's the receipt. Let me see how much it cost. Oh, 680,000, I remember now. Sorry, I don't have the money to buy a new one, please don't dislike it. Actually, I also thought that your brother might think I'm not sincere if I give you a watch I don't use. Without any sincerity. But there's another gift that I think should be fine even if it's been used. Auntie just said that you're coming to the southern city to find a job. You definitely don't have a place to stay. I happen to have a small apartment in the southern city, 48 square meters, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It's enough for one person to live in. I'll give it to you. After Jiang Manhwa finished speaking, she asked Lu Shi for her identification information. She said it was needed to transfer the house. Ah. This. Lu Shi's mind was completely blank. She couldn't process it at all. A watch worth hundreds of thousands, a house worth millions. Is she just giving them to me like this? What's going on? She looked at Jiang Manhwa in confusion. Silently taking out her phone, she followed Jiang Manhua's rhythm. First, add WeChat. As for Zhonglin, after seeing the familiar style of the Vacheron Constantin watch, her eyes widened. That was the true luxury item she wanted to buy but didn't dare to. Something she longed for but couldn't have at the moment. This woman surnamed Zhang didn't even blink her eyes before giving them away? That's not all. A 48 square meter apartment in Nanchang, worth at least 3 to 4 million. And she's giving it away like this? And with such a condescending attitude, giving it to Lu Shi, a poor person she looked down upon? It's as if Lu Shi accepting them is this woman's honor. And all of this is because of Lu Shi's brother, Lu Fan? Anyone with eyes can see that this woman is trying to please Lu Fan and his family. She's standing up for Lu Shi, slapping her own face. But she can only swallow this bitter fruit herself. The discomfort in her heart is indescribable, and her face burns with pain. Why? On what grounds? What is happening? Zhonglin looked at her boyfriend, He Juanhao, with a dark face, feeling a bit lost. But He Juanhao's face. At this moment, it looks even worse than hers. The person she doesn't even have a chance to curry favor with is actually helping Lu Shi in such a humble manner. In his impression, He Juanhao had never seen Jiang Manhwa like this. But it's precisely because of this Jiang Manhwa that she can casually give away millions of dollars. It's impossible to feel sorry for this amount of money. But for Lu Shi's ordinary brother, Lu Fan, He Juanhao's worldview feels like it's collapsing. He secretly tugged at Zhonglin's sleeve, wanting to escape quickly. But Zhonglin was already stunned, unable to move. Behind Lu Shi, even Lu Ba, was a bit shocked and couldn't recover. Knowing that John's only daughter, from a wealthy family, is not short of money. But I didn't expect her to be so extravagant.
And to do this for her own son. The unpleasantness of her daughter being humiliated just now disappeared instantly. Lu Qi and Mo Huan, the two of them, not to mention. Their mouths were wide open in astonishment. So, this Miss Jiang is the real hidden boss? Zhonglin, oh Zhonglin. It serves you right for being so arrogant and getting slapped in the face, right? Someone's brother gave a 5 million luxury car. The potential future sister-in-law is giving away houses and watches. In comparison, you, from a wealthy family, and your boyfriend, who is even wealthier, are both weak. Even Hu Qiuyan and her brother, after seeing Jiang Manua's impressive actions, couldn't help but be amazed. Hu Qiuyan thought to herself, this plot must be written into her new book. Although it's a bit exaggerated, readers love to read it. At this moment, Lu Fan noticed the pleading look Lu Shi gave him. Although Jiang Manua's idiotic behavior surprised him, it somehow aligned with his own desires. As for her words about being bold and unrestrained and related to him, let it be. There's no need for further explanation. So, he decided to accept her kindness for now and give her the money later if necessary. With that in mind, Lu Fan gave Lu Shi a reassuring look and nodded slightly. Thank you, Jiang Xuejie. With the approval of her older brother, Lu Shi nervously accepted the watch and sincerely expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. I'm working with your brother, and he's helping me earn much more than just this money. Congratulations on graduating. And also, welcome to come to Nanchang to find a job. I've added you on WeChat. If there's anything I can help with, be sure to let me know. Jiang Manhwa smiled brightly and said openly. Lu Shi also smiled and nodded at Jiang Manhwa. This future sister-in-law, she's really nice. Alright, we've taken the group photo, let's not linger here. Let's go, don't you still have places to visit? Since our parents are here, let's take some family photos too. It's time to put an end to this mess. Lu Fan walked up to Lu Shi and smiled. And so, the group left the place. Without even looking at Zhonglin and He Juanhao. The two stood by the bustling square, their frustrated thoughts scattered in the wind. In the shade by the football field, Lu Shi and her dormitory sisters struck various poses and took crazy photos. Lu Fan stood by with his parents, smiling happily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Fan also shared his experiences during this period with his parents. Of course, he didn't go into too much detail about Jiang Manhwa. When Lu Dad and Lu Mom heard that Lu Fan had earned 4 to 5 billion, although they were mentally prepared after what happened earlier, they were still shocked. Being able to earn money and have a successful career is certainly a good thing. As parents, we are naturally happy for you. But the two words starting a family should also be taken seriously by you. Although Mom said last time that you were reaching for someone above your status. But we can see that they genuinely care about you. You are our son, how could we not see through your thoughts? So, your dad and I both agree. Although our families are still a bit different in social class, as long as you work harder, the problem won't be that big. The most important thing is, if it's your own choice, why hesitate? Surprised, Grandma Wu clearly couldn't accept Lu Fan's vague words. She happened to have met Jiang Manhwa and was particularly satisfied with her performance. She had to get some answers today. Oh, I see. Listening to Grandma's earnest words, Lu Fan's gaze involuntarily turned to the figure not far away, the one taking photos with Hu Qiuyan and her brother, that smile. He had already accepted it in his heart, but emotionally, he still felt something was missing. He hadn't had a serious relationship before, so he wasn't sure if this counted as true love. Although he knew that he and Jiang Manhwa would eventually enter into marriage. But before that, couldn't he experience a real love? Oh, what do you mean? I know, know what? Grandma persistently pressed on. Well, in my house in Nanchang, I was considering whether or not to have a housewarming party. If everything is settled by then, I'll invite you all to come and celebrate. It'll only be for about 10 days or half a month, is that okay? Lu Fan withdrew his gaze and promised his parents. It was also his last deadline for himself. Alright, as long as you remember this in your heart.
Always making the girl take the initiative, what's the meaning of that? On this point, you're not even as good as old Lou. Grandma reluctantly accepted. Why are you bringing me up? Back then, wasn't it because you thought I looked handsome and actively pursued me? I was also tricked by you and willingly fell into your gentle trap. Lou Jinyu inexplicably threw out some old dog food. It really choked Lou Fan. Old Lou, don't you have any shame? Who was shamelessly coming to my school gate every night? Grandma complained with a mix of resentment and joy. You guys can chat, treat this place as your living room. Dad, Mom, older brother, come take a photo. At this moment, Lucy waved her little hand not far away, calling them over. Lou Fan walked to Lucy's side, holding his parents' arms. Come, stand closer, let me take a photo of your family. Lu Chi, the dormitory leader, took on the role of photographer and directed Lu Fan's family of 4. Use my phone to take the photos, take a few more. Lu Fan handed his phone to Lu Chi. Lu Chi took it and raised it with both hands. Good. She, you can hold the senior's hand. Right, like this. Look here, she's. Click. After taking several photos in a row, Lu Chi naturally wanted to open the album and see the results. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Lu Chi, who was focused on her phone, subconsciously glanced at the content of the message. Your bank account has received 120 million yuan. Seeing the long string of numbers, Lu Chi's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, she counted in her mind units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. Oh my God. Senior. Your bank account has received 120 million yuan. After confirming that she didn't count wrong, Lu Chi exclaimed loudly. Astonishing volume, astonishing amount. Instantly, it attracted the disdainful gazes of the people around who were also taking photos. Is this woman crazy? Bank account received 120 million yuan? Happy beans. Lu Chi saw that everyone was staring at her. She quickly flipped her phone over, with the screen facing down. Afraid that others would also see the message content, the 120 million yuan might disappear. Oh, are the photos taken? Lu Fan walked over as if nothing had happened. It should be President Huang Yudao who transferred the money from selling the painting. The action was quite fast. Here. Lu Chi quickly handed the phone back to Lu Fan. Her face still had a lingering fear, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. It was the first time she had seen so many zeros. So, what Jiang Shuajie said about Lu Shuachang earning more money than her might be true. I thought she was just saying that on purpose. I thought that Maserati might belong to Jiang Shuajie. Turns out, it was really bought by Lu Shuachang. Zhonglin and her boyfriend might think the same way, right? After all, who can easily earn hundreds of millions of yuan? He. Poor Zhonglin, if she saw this string of numbers, she would probably be even more depressed. Thank you, Chi. Lu Fan took the phone and glanced at the text message. Then he opened WeChat and sent a message to his future father-in-law, Jiang Hatong. Director Jiang, I have received the money from President Huang. Please thank him for me, let's have a meal together another day. After sending the message, Lu Fan thought that Jiang Hatong wouldn't reply. Unexpectedly, he replied instantly, no need, it's just a mutually beneficial transaction. Are these two father and daughter so similar in their ways? Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. On the other side, Jiang Hatong frowned slightly. If Lu Fan found out, that old man Huang Yudao would definitely have to treat Lu Fan to a meal. He said he wanted to thank Lu Fan for bringing him a divine painting. Lu Fan would definitely be overjoyed. Next, Lu Fan's family took many more photos of each other. Lu Fan temporarily bid farewell to his parents and headed towards where Jiang Manua's figure was.
He walked through the familiar football field after a long absence and arrived at the railing on the other side.
Jiang Manuel and Hua Qiuyan were leaning against the railing, chatting happily. Hua Dongsong was not there.
He probably finished taking photos and went to find his classmates.
What are you talking about? You're laughing so happily? Lu Fan leaned against the railing next to Jiang Manuel and smiled, asking, what else can we talk about?
Let's talk about the good times we had in school, Jiang Manuel replied. Those were truly nostalgic, she added, tilting her head and giving Lu Fan a playful glance. Today, she was wearing a particularly casual floral dress, with the breeze gently lifting the hem of her skirt. Her hair swayed with the wind.
That overflowing smile seemed to transport them back to their youthful days.
Yes, it's been 5 years since we graduated in the blink of an eye.
Who would have thought that I would come back to our alma mater with you, Manuel?
And to think it would be with you, Lu Fan, a mere acquaintance. The three of us, it seems we only had a few more conversations during the freshman dance and the late-night snacks afterwards. After that, we would just pass each other by on campus.
But now... Hua Qiuyan shook her head with emotion.
Jiang Manuel half-tilted her head, looking at the sky and the grass. Her thoughts drifted back to the scene of the freshman dance, where she and Lu Fan held hands.
That's right. Who said it would be easy for a journalism major, a law major, and me, an economics major, to meet? We weren't even in the same building.
Besides, both of you were campus beauties, and you came from wealthy families.
It wasn't easy for me to hang out with you. As she spoke, Lu Fan's thoughts also drifted back to the dance.
He and Jiang Manuel, hand in hand. At that time, he did have that kind of mindset.
Humph.
You may not be a campus heartthrob, but you were always surrounded by girls, weren't you?
Hua Qiuyan retorted dismissively.
After the freshman dance, she had heard Jiang Manuel mention that guy named Lu Fan more than once.
Now, she realized that it was probably fate. Lu Fan remained silent. Jiang Manuel also remained silent.
In the silence, the two of them almost simultaneously turned their heads to look at each other. But they quickly averted their gaze.
Ha! Dongsong seems to be looking for me.
I'll go check it out. You guys chat.
Hua Qiuyan waved her phone and tactfully left.
She gave Lu Fan and Jiang Manuel some alone time. The two of them watched Hua Qiuyan's departing figure and smiled at each other. After a moment of silence, Lu Fan took out a box from his pocket. I accidentally bought an extra pair of earrings at the Jade Workshop that day.
I can't possibly give my sister 2 identical pairs.
So, if you like them, they're yours.
Jiang Manuel looked at the box that Lu Fan opened. Inside were the emerald earrings she had wanted.
Jiang Manuel felt a surge of joy in her heart. She pretended to be calm as she picked up the earrings. Then she turned her head and, right in front of Lu Fan, directly put them on. After a moment, Jiang Manuel turned her head again. The 2 simple earrings swayed gently on her earlobes, shining like stars.
Do they look good?
They look beautiful.
This time, Lu Fan looked at them for a good 2 or 3 minutes.
He sincerely praised her. Jiang Manuel smiled sweetly, lightly playing with a strand of hair and lowering her head slightly. On her hand, she still wore the cheap jade bracelet she had found at a stall.
It complemented the emerald earrings on her ears perfectly.
In this moment, silence spoke louder than words. The two of them leaned quietly against the railing, occasionally reminiscing about their respective campus memories. Their faces were filled with smiles, their eyes filled with nostalgia.
Yet, their hearts couldn't hide a hint of regret. If only they had been a little braver back then. Perhaps now, things would be a bit different.
They wouldn't have been so close yet so far, passing each other by for a whole 9 years. But fortunately, there was still time for everything.
Around noon.
When most of the photos had been taken, Lu Fan suggested treating Lu Qi and Mo Huanuan to a meal. It would be a celebration of their successful graduation.
Both of their parents were in another province and couldn't come.
Looking at the happy family of Lu Qi, it's inevitable to feel a bit lost.
That's great, thank you, Senior.
Senior just achieved a small goal,
so we won't hesitate to let you treat us. Lu Qi and Mo Huan happily agreed. Hearing this, Jiang Manue immediately guessed that it must be the money from Lu Fan's painting sales. She turned her head and quietly explained to the somewhat puzzled Hua Qiuyan, "You're included in the listeners. My younger brother also graduated, and he's also an alumni. It's not excessive to join for a meal, right?" Upon hearing that Lu Fan had almost picked up over $1 billion, Hua Qiuyan immediately expressed her desire to join the team of eating Lu Fan out of house and home. She could also gather material with the protagonist. Why not take advantage of it? Yes, it's not excessive. We're also alumni. Lu Fan shook his head helplessly and laughed. Jiang Manue remained silent about having a meal together. The others didn't feel the need to mention it either, because everyone assumed that she and Lu Fan were undoubtedly in a romantic relationship. Going out to eat together was only natural. Both Lu Fan and Jiang Manue also assumed this assumption. Following the principle of convenience, the group of 9 people arrived at a relatively high-end restaurant on campus. The main customers of this restaurant were not students of the university, but rather high-income teachers and various groups of people who came to the campus for exchange and investigation. After all, Zhongshan University was considered one of the top universities in the country. It was normal to have high-end reception demands. Therefore, the decoration of the restaurant was quite upscale and refined. Private rooms were also available. As the only pair of elders present, Mrs. Wu Hui took on the role of the host and discreetly arranged the seating positions. Although this wasn't a formal dinner, there was still a small personal motive. Besides, this was not something old Lu could be expected to do. Old Lu had worked diligently in a public institution for over 20 years and was only a small section chief. There was a reason for that. He was too straightforward and couldn't learn to be smooth at all. But that was also what Mrs. Wu appreciated about him. "General Jiang, if you don't mind, please sit here." Mrs. Wu smiled and gestured to Jiang Manue, pointing to the seat next to her. Before her son Lu Fan spoke, she still referred to Jiang Manue as General Jiang. Jiang Manue and the siblings Hua Qiuyan and Hua Dongsong were the last to enter the private room. Seeing Lu Dad and Lu Mom sitting together, they sat in the seats slightly closer to the inside. Lu Dad was on one side, followed by Lu Fan, Lu Shi, Lu Qi, and Mo Huan. If she sat next to Lu Mom, then Hua Qiuyan and Hua Dongsong would be next to her. Hua Dongsong sat next to Mo Huan. Fortunately, the 4 graduates had a topic to talk about, so although they didn't know each other, it wasn't awkward. The 3 groups of people were arranged properly by Lu Mom. Of course, Jiang Manue also understood Lu Mom's intentions. "Auntie, you can just call me Manue." Jiang Manue gladly accepted and immediately expressed her attitude by sitting down. The siblings Hua Qiuyan and Hua Dongsong naturally sat next to Jiang Manue in order. "Okay, then Auntie will just call you Manue directly." Mrs. Wu smiled with satisfaction, staring at Jiang Manue. They were sitting so close this time. Mrs. Wu was once again amazed by Jiang Manue's stunning beauty that could withstand close scrutiny. Thinking back to when she was young and was also known as the campus belle. She was the student belle during her student days and the faculty belle after she started working. But if they were to be compared, she felt that she would lose. With such extraordinary looks, an astonishing family background, and a personality that was like a breath of fresh air, there would surely be no shortage of people pursuing Jiang Manue. "Son Lu Fan, this is a difficult and challenging path you have embarked on. I don't know if it's good or bad. Manu, are you in the same class as Lu Fan?" "You too." The old lady realized that she was being overly worried and thinking too far ahead. She redirected her thoughts and quietly chatted with Jiang Manue. Lu Fan, who was watching, didn't say much. He picked up the menu and started ordering. Signature dishes, specialties, all of them were arranged. He also ordered a few bottles of good wine, so anyone who wanted to drink could enjoy themselves. Then he handed the menu to Lu Qi and the other graduates, to see if they had any dishes they wanted to eat. "In my 4 years of university, this is the first time I've eaten here. I didn't expect the food here to be quite expensive. After this meal, I have To prepare for the judicial exam. Lu Qi glanced at the menu and couldn't help but mutter.
Among the 4 people in the dormitory, her family had the worst financial situation.
Lu Qi's family was a local working-class family in Guangcheng, so they didn't have to worry about food and drink.
Mo Huanhuan's family had cows and sheep, and they were relatively well off in the local area. As for Zhonglin, she was even more well off, being the daughter of a wealthy family. Only Lu Qi came from the countryside and had to pay for her tuition with student loans. Getting a government job was her only way out now.
You guys in the law department shouldn't have a hard time finding a job, right? Unlike me, studying English in the foreign language department.
Nowadays, it's probably the most difficult major to find a job in.
Hua Dongson, who had been silent all along, complained to himself after getting acquainted with Mo Huanhuan and the others.
It's not difficult to find a job these days, what's difficult is finding a good job. I graduated from Zhongshan University, but I still have to go home and herd sheep.
Mo Huanhuan also sighed along.
Graduation season, the inevitable topic was always about finding a job.
By the way, Lu Qi, you said you want to come to the southern city to find a job, do you have any plans?
Seeing them talking about this topic, Lu Fan asked his sister with concern. His own company hadn't started yet, so it wasn't easy to arrange.
Not yet.
Lu Qi replied softly. She just wanted to be closer to her older brother, she hadn't thought about anything else.
Lu Qi, my sister is also in the law department. Come to my company, we are currently in need of people.
Your brother knows this best, our company has been expanding its business recently.
We just went through another round of personnel adjustments, and many positions are vacant.
The legal department in particular has been understaffed for a long time.
Jiang Manyu spoke without hesitation.
The people that Excellence had fired last time still hadn't been replaced. The real estate company had just acquired 3 new plots of land, and its scale was rapidly expanding.
This was all true. It could be said that the personnel department at Excellence was under the most pressure right now.
They were going crazy trying to recruit and poach people. And Lu Qi was a legitimate law student with outstanding talent.
She was not only professionally qualified, but also met Excellence's recruitment standards. Starting as a legal assistant would be no problem at all. Jiang Manyu didn't think she had any ulterior motives.
She just didn't know what Lu Qi's job preferences were. After all, even if it was a profession related to law in the future. Whether it was a government agency, a law firm, or a company, there would still be significant differences in future career development.
Lu Qi, what do you think?
Lu Fan glanced at Jiang Manyu and asked. He had considered this option before. It's just that he had been working at Excellence for 5 years, and his relationship with the CEO was unclear. He felt a bit strange about sending his younger sister there. But he couldn't deny that it was indeed a good choice. In the end, it still depended on Lu Qi's own opinion.
I can give it a try.
Lu Qi had already agreed in her heart a long time ago. If she worked with her future sister-in-law, would her brother be able to escape?
Okay, then send me your resume later. I'll arrange for the personnel department to schedule an interview with you.
But, on the other hand, although your brother, Lu Fan, is to some extent also considered half of the boss of our real estate company, the process to follow and the standards for hiring are still the same. Additionally, fresh graduates can only apply for the position of a basic legal assistant.
Jiang Manyu said. She then looked at Lu Fan and asked, Lu Zong, do you have any objections?
Jiang Manyu had already said what she wanted to say.
What else could Lu Fan say?
He could only smile awkwardly and think to himself, you're the CEO, you have the final say.
No problem. Lu Qi firmly nodded. She was very confident that she could pass the interview. Throughout her 4 years of university, she had always been at the top of her class.
During her internship, she had also gained recognition from the leaders of the law firm.
Although she didn't study corporate law, she could learn.
Congratulations.
You found a job. Lu Qi and Mo Huanhuan, her good friends, sincerely congratulated Lu Qi. Finally, she could follow her brother.
And in the future, she wouldn't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Brother Lu Fan might not be of much help, but sister-in-law Jiang Manhwa would definitely be supportive. Just look at what happened to Zhonglin. It's easy when you have connections, especially when you have such a good brother and sister-in-law. It's a bit envy-inducing. Lu Shi, if you go to work in the southern city, remember. Lu's parents naturally also welcomed this. However, they still gave a few reminders. As they spoke, the dishes they ordered were gradually brought to the table. The three groups of people had a lively and enjoyable lunch. Except for Lu Fan and his son who had to drive, everyone else had quite a bit to drink. Jiang Manhwa had been chatting endlessly with the old lady Hu Wei. The four graduates were also having a great time. Lu Fan could only have awkward conversations with the old man. Only Huo Qiuyan felt ignored. No one paid attention to her. And it was precisely because of this that she noticed her younger brother, Huo Dongsong, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Shi sitting across from him. That innocent look. It reminded her of when she had a crush on the captain of the basketball team in high school. But Lu Shi's gaze never lingered on him. Instead, she foolishly stole glances at her brother and sister-in-law. Ah, this poor child. Maybe she shouldn't have brought him to this meal. In the slim chance of something happening, Huo Qiuyan took the initiative to add Lu Shi on WeChat. It felt like something out of her own novel. Leaving a foreshadowing, digging a pit. Well, it's best not to worry about it. After a satisfying meal, Lu Fan drove the BMW X7 in front of his father, Lu Jinyu. After taking a glance, the old man liked it. After raising his son for 27 years, he could finally enjoy the feeling of being filial. Truly not bad. Brother, once I've finished dealing with my school matters, I'll come to the southern city to find you. It'll take about a week. Lu Shi bid farewell reluctantly to her brother and sister-in-law. Then she got into her wealthy father's new car. As for the Maserati, of course, it wasn't really given to her. It couldn't be helped. Lu Fan had to drive his own old car. He took Jiang Manhwa and Huo Qiuyan back to the southern city. The two women had been drinking and were slightly tipsy. They reminisced about their unforgettable campus youth all the way. Lu Fan, let me tell you. If you ever dare to treat my Yu badly, I won't spare you. You don't know, she has always. Without warning, Huo Qiuyan suddenly leaned over from the back seat. She warned Lu Fan into his ear. But before she could finish her muddled words, Jiang Manhwa, who was semi-sober, covered her mouth. Don't say it. It would be too embarrassing. Huo Qiuyan pried open Jiang Manhwa's hand that was covering her mouth and pondered for a moment. Ah. That's right. Lu Fan, let me tell you, I am indeed a web novel author. I recently started a new book called A River Full of Moon. You know. Hurry up and give me a Golden Alliance reward, you can afford this little money. Did you hear me? Huo Qiuyan said the unsaid words in a roundabout way. As for whether Lu Fan could hear it, it would depend on fate. Got it. I'll give you 10 Golden Alliance rewards. You're also a famous TV anchor, why are you so greedy for fame? Huo Qiuyan's alcohol breath almost reached Lu Fan's nose. He quickly responded. He did indeed enjoy reading web novels. But romantic novels for women? Who would read those? After reading hundreds of brainless novels about heroes, he was still poor. Reading women's novels, could it make him a love expert? That's nonsense. The only skill he could learn was quarreling. 2 hours later, Lu Fan dropped Huo Qiuyan off at her home, which happened to be on the way. Then he drove to Jiang Manhwa's house. It was better to let her rest at home after drinking. When he thought of Jiang Manhwa's house, Lu Fan thought of his future father-in-law, Jiang Hetong. Because, at this moment, Lu Fan's mind was filled with a jadeite worth 10 billion yuan. He had enough money now. It was time to find an opportunity to invite his future father-in-law to dinner. He would take him to cut the jadeite. However, Lu Fan was also very clear in his heart.
This opportunity was not easy to find. He still didn't have enough weight in Jiang Hutong's eyes. Whether it was earning nearly 300 million yuan from foreign exchange trading or earning over 100 million yuan from buying discounted ancient paintings, there was still an element of luck involved, and it couldn't truly reflect his abilities. Moreover, this amount of money was still not enough. Jiang Hutong might agree to Lu Fan's dinner invitation because of his daughter Jiang Manhwa, but it was impossible for him to endorse him and cut the jadeite. Lu Fan still lacked a real opportunity to make Jiang Hutong take him seriously. And this opportunity might have to wait a few more days. Although Lu Fan was a little impatient, he wasn't that anxious. Because the owner of Jade Workshop, Shintang, sent him a message. The jadeite was still there. It was better to let Shintang wait a little longer, so he wouldn't raise the price later. When the car stopped in front of the Shangni Lake Villa Garden, Jiang Manhwa, who was sitting in the back seat, had already fallen asleep with her head tilted. A ray of sunlight shone through the window, perfectly illuminating her beautiful chin. Her slightly messy hair was stuck to her cheek. Like a drunk sleeping beauty. After quietly looking at her for a few moments, Lu Fan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Then, he slapped his own face a few times. What was he thinking? When he woke up, he realized that the air conditioning in the car was a bit too cold, and there were no blankets or anything in the car. Wouldn't she catch a cold? Thinking of this, Lu Fan quickly got out of the car and opened the back door. He gently pushed Jiang Manhua's shoulder and said, "We're home, go inside and sleep." Jiang Manhwa leisurely opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Fan's calm face, she smiled brightly. Then she stretched lazily and slowly got out of the car. At the moment her feet touched the ground, she inexplicably felt dizzy. Her whole body involuntarily leaned backward. Lu Fan quickly reacted and his big hand naturally wrapped around her. It perfectly held Jiang Manhua's slender waist, and she leaned against Lu Fan's chest. They avoided the fate of falling. "Be careful, why did you drink so much?" Lu Fan softly complained. He felt a tingling sensation in his waist and back. Jiang Manhua's face instantly turned red. Due to the heat from drinking, her body, which had been cooled by the air conditioning all the way, was gradually returning to normal. The alcohol was making her feel warm again. But when she heard Lu Fan's complaint, she instantly sobered up. "Ah, such a rare scene. If you don't speak, you'll die. Ruining the atmosphere." But Jiang Manhwa didn't want to respond to him. She put her hand on her forehead and stayed still. She really felt a little dizzy. She blinked her slightly confused eyes. Coincidentally, she suddenly caught sight of her mother, Su Yuling, with a shocked expression on her face. With her eyes slightly widened, she stared at the scene of her leaning against Lu Fan. When she made eye contact with her daughter, Su Yuling immediately turned and went back inside. I didn't see anything. Jiang Manhwa was shocked and bounced out of Lu Fan's embrace. Then she quickly followed her mother's footsteps. Lu Fan's face also turned red. The pressure on his chest and arms disappeared in an instant. There was an indescribable sense of emptiness. However, he felt embarrassed to chase after her and say goodbye or anything. After a moment of daze, he got in the car and left. By the time the future mother-in-law came out again, she didn't see his figure. "Ha! Little Fan, why are you still so shy? You've already hugged, why don't you come in and sit back at the hotel?" Lu Fan, who had been tired all day, went to bed early. Although it was Sunday the next day, Jiang Manhwa still had to go to the company because the outstanding era had just finished its opening. According to the unwritten agreement, Lu Fan went to pick her up as usual. After exchanging greetings, the two didn't say much. Almost at the same moment, the scene of their intimate contact from yesterday appeared in both of their minds. It felt like saying one more word would break this beautiful memory. As soon as they arrived at the company, they could clearly feel that the employees of outstanding real estate who were working overtime today were tired but still excited. Jiang Manhwa went directly to the conference room to listen to Gu Yanxiang's report on the opening work. Of course, she already knew the final result, sold out on the same day. This was also an expected result. As the president's wife,
Lu Fan was also arranged to sit in the conference room, right next to Jiang Manhwa. There was no room for error.
Everyone understood this without saying it. Thank you all for your hard work. Busy all day yesterday, and still have to continue working overtime today. Let's not waste time and get started. After Jiang Manhwa's brief opening, Gu Yanxian took out a pen and faced the projection screen. He opened the prepared PPT and began the report. General Manager Jiang, President Lu. All 188 units of our outstanding era have been released in this opening. Due to a large number of registered customers, we adopted the method of offline lottery for selecting houses. Within 2 hours, all units were sold out. The final average selling price was 158,000 renminbi per square meter, with a total sales amount of 8.26 billion renminbi. 1/3 of the customers chose to pay in full, and the rest must come to sign the contract within 7 days. We have already communicated with the banks. We expect that more than 95% of the funds will be returned within half a month. For customers who couldn't sign the contract on time or had mortgage issues, according to the subscription agreement, we will ask them to cancel their reservation. Then we will prioritize selling to those customers who couldn't buy with full payment, ensuring timely payment. Gu Yanxian's report was concise and clear in its objectives. She knew that Jiang Manhwa was most concerned about the payment. Only when this money was returned could outstanding era have the funds to pay the remaining land transfer fees for the 3 plots they just won. And only then can funds be formally invested in the construction of the new site. Nowadays, in real estate, emphasis is placed on high turnover and efficiency. The sooner construction starts, the faster sales can be made, reducing financial risks and increasing profits. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. If there are significant market fluctuations in housing prices, then it's a different story. Great! You still need to oversee the collection of remaining payments. Also, let's implement the team incentive plan we previously established. Everyone has worked hard for almost 2 years for this project. Now is the time to reap the rewards, and no one can slack off. Jiang Manhwa affirmed the team's work. With a wave of her hand, she immediately approved a team incentive amounting to over 8 million. Upon hearing this good news, the 20 or so key members of the excellent real estate team attending the meeting couldn't help but smile with happiness. When the boss is willing to give money, it's always the best motivation. Everything else is just nonsense. Jiang Manhwa is strict in her work, but she never compromises when it comes to money. This is something that Lu Fan, who is no longer an employee of Excellent, deeply understands. His future wife, Jiang Manhwa, has always been a good boss. And he himself is about to enter the ranks of bosses. In fact, he really needs to learn. Now, let's discuss the work plan for the new site. One topic concluded, and Jiang Manhwa quickly moved on to the next important topic. And this topic is related to Lu Fan. Lu Fan has already decided to cooperate with Excellent in developing his Bright District H005 site. Today is also the day to sign the cooperation and development agreement. According to the agreement, Lu Fan provides the land, and Excellent provides the development funds. They have agreed on a fixed estimated selling price, which of course includes a certain profit margin. If the project's profit increases due to land appreciation or other market factors, Lu Fan and Excellent will split the additional profit in a 70-30 ratio. Lu Fan gets 70%, and Excellent gets 30%. If the predetermined profit target is not met, then the investment funds will be shared according to the project's investment ratio. This plan is relatively market-oriented. Jiang Manhwa doesn't want to take advantage of Lu Fan, and Lu Fan doesn't want to take advantage of Jiang Manhwa either. Before their relationship is confirmed, whoever takes advantage of the other would be acting like a rogue. Of course, even if they establish a relationship, Lu Fan cannot simply take advantage of Jiang Manhwa. After all, Excellent is a company, and it doesn't belong to Jiang Manhwa alone. The Jiang Group still holds 40% of the shares. But Jiang Manhwa can take advantage of Lu Fan as she pleases, which is quite frustrating. Back to the point. After carefully listening to their discussion, Lu Fan calculated in his mind, once all the favorable conditions for the Bright District H005 site are in place, he can probably earn 800 million in a year. After all, this time Excellent will not sell finished houses, but will pre-sell according to market conditions. This significantly shortens the payment cycle. Spending 350 million on the land and earning 800 million in a year is already quite terrifying. In the context of the real estate industry's average profit margin being less than 30%, Lu Fan's land is undoubtedly enough to make his peers drop their jaws in astonishment. Oh, why does real estate not seem as profitable as imagined? It's better to dabble in futures, stocks, forex, or lottery to make quick money. Although he teased himself in his mind, Lu Fan knew that industry was the way to go. Even if he had insider information about the future, opportunities for sudden wealth are not always present. One should not aim too high. The entire day was spent with Jiang Manhwa at the company. When they were almost done with their busy schedule, Jiang Manhwa slumped in her chair in the CEO's office. "Ah, so tired. Neck pain," she exclaimed, while Jiang Manhwa shrugged her fragrant shoulders and twisted her jade-like neck. The meaning was unclear. Lu Fan was busy on his phone and didn't understand. When he finally realized, Jiang Manhwa suddenly jumped up from her chair. Let's go to the supermarket. I'm not going home tonight." "Huh? You're not going home? Then where do you want to stay?" Lu Fan was taken aback and looked at Jiang Manhwa suspiciously. "Lu Fan, what are you thinking? I mean, let's go to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities and stay in the new house tonight. You don't want to continue staying in the hotel, do you? Marriott Hotel, the minimum charge is 800 per night, staying every day, it's free. Lu Fan, why don't you try to save some money?" Jiang Manhwa reprimanded without hesitation, receiving Lu Fan's trusting gaze. It's really hard to find someone who can't live frugally like Jiang Manhwa, the daughter of a wealthy family. But what Jiang Manhwa said made sense, it was time to move to the new house. But all his belongings were still in the hotel. Like this, Jiang Manhwa took Lu Fan to a nearby Sam's Club supermarket. At the same time, there was a couple who had been feeling very depressed recently. They were Xin Chang and Lin Yifan, this pair of lovers. After Lin Yifan was fired by Zhua Yue, he also sent out resumes to find a job. But it was quite difficult to find a job with such good benefits as Zhua Yue. Originally, Zhua Yue was well regarded in the industry, and with this resume, he was quite popular in job interviews. However, because of his unprofessional behavior, he was fired by Zhua Yue. Although Zhua Yue did not make a public announcement about personnel matters, other companies discovered the problem during background checks. Everything was fine during the interviews, but once they returned home, there was no news at all. Small companies might not conduct background checks, but Lin Yifan didn't even consider them. So, he placed all his hopes on the former general manager, He Kun. As a lackey, he had no other way out and could only cling to the powerful. But He Kun kept telling him to be patient, that Chairman Gao would soon take action. What action? He and Xin Chang had already given all the information they had on Lu Fan to that so-called Chairman Gao. They even added fuel to the fire and fabricated a lot of negative information about Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa. They even found out about Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa going to Guangqing together to attend Lu Fan's sister's graduation ceremony. This was powerful evidence of their affair. Why was Chairman Gao so calm? Did he still want to strike at Jiang Hatan or not? Xin Chang was even more frustrated about this matter than Lin Yifan. She had hinted to He Kun many times that she could provide evidence directly to Chairman Gao in order to hinder Jiang Manhwa. All for the chance to meet Chairman Gao. But she underestimated the class difference between them. Even if others knew about Jiang Manhwa's weaknesses, they wouldn't easily believe her. If things continued like this, she would have nothing. Lin Yifan's savings were barely enough for himself. Did the two of them have to starve together? However, today finally brought a turning point. Gao Dong, the second largest shareholder of the Jiang Group, finally agreed to meet with them. Xin Chang and Lin Yifan arrived at the agreed location early. It was a high-end private club.
They waited downstairs for more than 2 hours before He Kuan led them into the elevator.
Answer whatever Chairman Gao asks. Don't talk too much, don't try to be clever. Understood? He Kuan reminded them. Understood, General He.
The two of them nodded vigorously. After getting off the elevator and going through several twists and turns in a corridor, He Kuan knocked on the door of a private room.
Come in.
A slightly sharp male voice came from inside.
After entering the room, Shin Chang and Lin Yifan sat down cautiously.
I saw a middle-aged man with a big head and ears, around 50 years old. He held a cup of tea and looked at the two of them with a gloomy face.
I already know all the information you provided.
If there's anything else, you can only say it in front of me.
Now, speak. Gao Maoxian used his soft voice, which was completely inconsistent with his appearance. He got straight to the point.
He had no choice but to resort to this plan. Because he didn't want to miss this opportunity, Zhang Hetan not only supported the purchase of land with billions of dollars, but also acquired land through various channels. Regardless of whether this behavior was good or bad for the Zhang family group, it was extremely risky. And he had to take advantage of this opportunity to confront Zhang Hetan at the board meeting. It would be best if he could remove Zhang Hetan from the position of chairman.
Even if he couldn't, he hoped to strike a blow to Zhang Hetan's influence.
And the best breakthrough point was Zhang Manhwa and her outstanding company. Zhang Manhwa embezzled company funds. She bought a luxury car worth millions for Lu Fan. She also manipulated the outstanding era housing resources and gave Lu Fan a luxury mansion worth 40 million. This has caused serious loss of company assets and directly harmed the interests of the group. Lin Yifan couldn't wait to speak, as if he had caught a life-saving straw.
In his opinion, financial problems were usually the most fatal.
Although these pieces of information were a bit unfounded because he had already left the outstanding management team, he couldn't care about that anymore.
Upon hearing this, Gao Maoxian's gloomy face trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was a little angry.
These two pieces of information had already been mentioned before.
If there were any financial problems with the outstanding company, they would have been audited long ago. He had already taken action, so why would he wait until now? Could it be that Lin Yifan came to amuse him? And what about He Kuan? Why did he always attract such useless people?
Seeing that Gao Maoxian didn't speak, both He Kuan and Shin Chang felt an inexplicable pressure. They knew that Lin Yifan had wasted his opportunity.
This big shot was probably going to kick him away. Gao, Chairman Gao. Shin Chang's mind quickly turned, and she also took a risk.
She said with some trepidation, Lu Fan is a morally corrupt scum who deliberately wants to seduce rich women. He and Zhang Manhwa were college classmates, and Lu Fan had this idea from the beginning.
He just started working at Outstanding. Perhaps he and Zhang Manhwa have been colluding for a long time. My girlfriend is just a cover-up for them. A while ago, Lu Fan went bankrupt, and Outstanding Era is about to launch. They decided to stop pretending.
Lu Fan immediately broke up with me, and he got the car and the house in one fell swoop.
He even flaunts his presence in the company.
Zhang Manhwa wants to turn Lu Fan into a high-level member of Outstanding.
Ask yourself, is indulging such a scum without any bottom line beneficial to the company's development? Won't the investors of the Zhang family group worry? And as an heir, can shareholders and investors trust him?
Shin Chang accused indignantly.
Her passionate chest couldn't help but tremble.
After speaking, her eyes revealed a sense of unwillingness and hatred. Shin Chang told a story that could barely pass.
She gave Gao Maoxian a direction, which was to tarnish and deny Zhang Manhua's personal image and abilities as a bargaining chip.
Gao Maoxian's eyes lit up slightly, and he fell into deep thought. This idea coincided with the purpose of his visit to Lin Yifan and Shin Chang.
It was a coincidence. He didn't expect the two of them to provide any major revelations. If there were any, they would have already said it. He just came to investigate and see if these two people are suitable as informants for exposing secrets. Now it seems that Shin Chang is a bit unexpected to him. This woman might unexpectedly be useful. I understand, Shin Chang stays. Gao Maoxian took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice.
Upon hearing this, He Kuan immediately pulled Lin Yifan and left the private room.
Lin Yifan was confused, but he didn't dare to ask anything.
Mr. He, I still have a lot of black material on Lu Fan.
Leave me behind, I will be useful.
In the elevator, Lin Yifan was still struggling desperately, expressing his value to He Kuan.
Don't talk nonsense about black material or anything like that. If you want to live longer, it's best to learn to keep your mouth shut. He Kuan warned sternly.
But that was all he could say.
In the private room, Gao Maoxian stood up and twisted his huge body. Slowly, he approached Xin Chang. He circled around Xin Chang, and finally his fat hand touched her chin. Do you hate that Lu Fan so much? You know how outrageous what you just said was, right?
In this world, everything comes with a price.
If I'm willing to help you, what price can you pay?
Gao Maoxian's small eyes emitted a faint greedy light as he stared at Xin Chang.
He had already made up his mind. He would take advantage of this opportunity against Jiang Hatong. And since something was delivered to his doorstep, why not accept it? And no. As long as I can help Mr. Gao, I'm willing to do anything.
Xin Chang lowered her head, trembling but resolute.
Hearing this, Gao Maoxian grinned.
His face was filled with a smile made of flesh, almost engulfing his small eyes.
He couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
This woman really had a way with words and a lot of cunning. But playing these tricks in front of him was ridiculous.
All right, let's cooperate and win together.
After saying that, Gao Maoxian slowly walked towards a room inside the private room. Xin Chang hesitated for a few seconds, then got up and followed. 1 hour later, when He Kuan received a message and pushed open the door to the private room again, Gao Maoxian was no longer there, and the door to the room inside was open. Xin Chang, wrapped in a white towel, walked out. There was no expression on her face as she calmly sat in front of He Kuan as if nothing had happened.
He Kuan was slightly surprised by her composure. Mr. He, let's begin.
Xin Chang said calmly.
Oh. He Kuan responded with a nod, collecting his thoughts.
There were still many things to do next, and they had to be completed before dawn. What they had to do was simple. They had to fabricate a piece of black material on Jiang Manhwa.
Starting with Xin Chang, the former outstanding employee and Lu Fan's ex-girlfriend. They would expose Jiang Manhua's malicious behavior. After finishing with Xin Chang, He Kuan would have it polished by a professional.
Finally, he would send the final draft to Gao Maoxian.
After finalizing the draft, he would contact various media outlets and influencers to buy various hot searches. Because tomorrow was Monday. Gao Maoxian wanted the article to be released early in the morning.
If Jiang Group's stock price was successfully affected and fell as a result, then the first step would be completed. At the same time that Xin Chang and Lin Yifan were on their way to the club, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa also arrived at the supermarket.
Lu Fan pushed a shopping cart and followed behind Jiang Manhwa. If it weren't for her attractive figure, Lu Fan wouldn't be doing this. Let me take a look.
We need to buy towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, hair conditioner, tissues, mops.
Did we miss anything? Jiang Manhua's excited appearance didn't seem like she was just shopping at a supermarket.
It was as if a girl had entered a luxury store.
Before entering, her boyfriend said 3 words, buy whatever. Buy whatever you see, and also, buy 2 of everything.
Lu Fan, who had been living alone for a long time, was extremely experienced when it came to buying daily necessities. Previously, when he lived with Xin Chang for half a year, he was responsible for these things as well. Xin Chang was too lazy to do it herself. Now it seems that without comparison, there is no harm.
Lu Fan felt a different kind of satisfaction from Jiang Manhua's excitement. This made Lu Fan have some inexplicable expectations for moving into the new house. Although they weren't living together and the house wasn't connected, at least they would be face to face.
However, the two of them arrived at the Excellence Times building, apartment 3601, carrying a large pile of things. Jiang Manhwa was so tired that she shook her hand and sat down on the sofa. She watched as Lu Fan took out each item one by one and placed them in their designated spaces.
Lu Fan. Why don't we just live in the same apartment? Jiang Manhwa suddenly said. Lu Fan, who was about to put a box of tissues on the coffee table, stopped in midair and froze. He knew that Jiang Manhwa might say such provocative words. Jiang Manhwa also knew that Lu Fan knew she would say this. Lu Fan also knew that Jiang Manhwa knew he knew she would say this. However, she still said it. Oh, I didn't mean anything else. Living alone in such a big house is so empty. It's also troublesome to clean. It would be easier if we take turns. And we can save some electricity. With so many rooms, we won't disturb each other. Jiang Manhwa argued without changing her expression. I didn't bring any spare clothes. I have to go to a hotel. Lu Fan quickly put down the tissues and grabbed the car keys on the coffee table. He rushed out of the door as if escaping. Only after he left did he realize that it was his own apartment. Jiang Manhwa's apartment was apartment 3602 across the hall. Damn it! Am I going to be forced to live together like this? No. We haven't even confessed, how can it happen so quickly? I have to stay in a hotel tonight and think it through. It's like someone brought spare clothes, what an idiot. Jiang Manhwa looked at Lu Fan's embarrassed escape with a mischievous smile. Her cherry lips curled up as she covered her face and laughed. She didn't say no, so it's possible, huh? However, immediately after, her eyebrows furrowed. At this point, I don't even know when this fool will confess to me? Giving someone a pair of earrings without saying anything, how can I handle this? Do I have to confess to you as a girl? It's really distressing. I can say something more explicit than a confession. But for a true confession, I still hope you will speak up first. Jiang Manhwa touched the jade earrings on her earlobe and looked at the fake jade bracelet on her hand. After being stunned for a while, she thought that Lu Fan would definitely not come back. She picked up her phone and called Mei Jia. After returning to the Shangni Lake Villa, Jiang Manhwa couldn't help but want to tease Lu Fan. When are you coming back? I've already taken a shower. After waiting for a long time, Lu Fan finally replied. I've already paid for the hotel tonight, it would be a waste not to stay. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Looking at this message, Jiang Manhwa was also extremely impressed. He really found such a reason. But unfortunately, it was also the truth. Alright, come pick me up at Shangni Lake Villa. Jiang Manhwa replied without any guilt. On the other side, Lu Fan didn't want to reply to the message anymore. Feeling frustrated, Jiang Group headquarters. Chairman's office. Chairman Jiang, we finalized the last piece of land yesterday. We signed a cooperative development agreement with the other party, with each side holding a 50% stake. So far, we have raised a total of 8.9 billion in funds through various subsidiaries and banks. We acquired 5 undeveloped projects in Guangming District. We have 3 projects under cooperative development. We acquired a total of 358 scattered properties. We used a total of 6.8 billion in funds, and there are still 2.1 billion remaining. Some other potential land and properties may not be able to be negotiated in the short term. Should we relax the conditions and continue negotiating? Or should we stop here? General Manager Kai Lin sat on the sofa, holding a notebook. She reported to Zhang Hatong. These days, she has been busy day and night. Fortunately, she successfully acquired all the possible land and properties in Guangming District in less than a week. Of course, it is also because the developers in Guangming District are not doing well. The housing prices are not going up, and the sales speed is slow. Developers who cannot control development costs when the land acquisition costs are slightly higher will face financial difficulties. At this time, Zhongshan Real Estate offered very generous conditions. How could they not accept it happily? Let's stop here. The news of our massive land acquisition in Guangming District has been widely discussed by many peers. If we relax the conditions for acquisition, they may suspect something. Besides, the remaining properties are not of low quality. There's no need. Zhang Hatong nodded in satisfaction. With this matter successfully completed, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Next, besides waiting for good news from Lu Fan's golden mouth, he also needed to deal with internal questioning within the company, especially from the shareholders and the board of directors. A few small shareholders who were his close friends told him that someone was persuading them to convene a board meeting to discuss the company's strategic direction. What nonsense strategic issues! It's just a few people led by Gao Maoxian. They are just stirring up trouble. Based on Zhang Hatang's understanding of Gao Maoxian, this fat guy will definitely make some moves. But Zhang Hatang is not worried at all. Not to mention that he is the largest shareholder of the Zhang Group, holding 35% of the shares. Gao Maoxian is only the second largest shareholder. Moreover, there is a significant gap in their shareholding, with Gao Maoxian only holding 14%. What's more important is that Zhang Hatang's control over the Zhang Group is something that Gao Maoxian cannot shake at all. After all, he is the founder of the Zhang Group. Every brick and tile of the company was built by his hard work. If it weren't for the need to accelerate the listing process and raise funds, he wouldn't have let someone like Gao Maoxian into the company. Clearly, after the company went public, the market value continued to soar. All shareholders made a fortune. But this fat guy still wants to cause trouble. Especially after he clearly stated that he would pass on the Zhang Group to his daughter, Zhang Manhwa. This guy is harboring evil intentions. By the way, Excellent Era just finished their project and they have funds now. We need to speed up the progress of the new plots we acquired in Bowen District. Don't let Excellent Era catch up. Zhang Hatang put aside his worries and proudly talked about his daughter. Excellent Era is quite fast. Gu Yinshan, the CEO, told me that they finished their project last Saturday and already started planning the next day, Sunday. But our Jiangshan real estate won't fall behind. We started construction on 2 plots on the same day we acquired them. You can rest assured, Director Jiang. Kai Lin also replied with a smile. Zhang Hatang nodded with satisfaction. In his mind, he could see Zhang Manhua's smiling face from last night. But his thoughts were interrupted by an urgent knock on the door from his secretary. Director Jiang, something has happened. The secretary pushed the door open and looked a bit flustered. What happened? You seem flustered. Zhang Hatang rarely saw Gusong knock on the door and enter without waiting for his response. He scolded him lightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sorry, Chairman Jiang. Check your phone, I sent you something. Gusong, the secretary to the chairman, couldn't care less and urged him directly. If it weren't for the urgency in knowing that Kai Lin, the general manager, was inside, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Most importantly, he knew exactly what the chairman cared about. Seeing this, Zhang Hatang was slightly taken aback. He picked up his phone and opened the message. Gusong had sent 5 tweet links, and when he saw the title of the first tweet, Zhang Hatang's calm expression suddenly changed. The entertainment industry is in chaos. Zhang Manhu, the heir of the Zhang Group, is far more unruly than you can imagine. The following titles were even more shocking, one after another. Entertainment: Zhang Group's wealthy daughter spends money like water, just to make a male companion smile. Society is being financially supported, also a way out for young men nowadays? Finance: can a $1 trillion group's heir treat business as a joke? Does the company have a future? Trending: Zhang Manhu, the heir of the Zhang Group, keeps a male subordinate. Zhang Hatang suppressed his immense anger. He clicked on the titles and started reading. Half an hour later, his face had turned as red as a pig's lung, pale as iron. This was clearly a shameless and premeditated operation. Early in the morning, various media outlets exploded at the same time. Society, entertainment, and finance sections were all buzzing. It even instantly became the #1 local trending topic in the city. What shocked Zhang Hatang even more was that the content inside was well organized, with pictures and evidence, and it claimed to be leaked by insiders. The shamelessness of distorting the truth and stirring up trouble was simply outrageous. Even thinking with his toes, Zhang Hatang knew who did it. Snap! In a fit of anger, Zhang Hatang slammed his phone hard on the table. His eyes were almost spewing fire. Kai Lin, who had just finished reading, was also shocked and her face turned pale. She and Gusong looked at each other, feeling anxious. They had followed Chairman Jiang for so many years and had never seen him so furious. Chairman Jiang, the Internet Department is rapidly handling the situation. The Public Relations Department is already discussing countermeasures. The Legal Department is drafting a lawyer's letter. We must prevent the spread of rumors in the shortest possible time. Minimize the impact. Gusong reported tremblingly. He knew he had to pull Chairman Jiang back from his rage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hatan focused for a moment and looked at his watch. It was 9:55 a.m. The stock market had been open for 25 minutes. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Hatan glanced at the stock software on the computer in front of him. Behind the Jiang Group's stock code, there was a bright green number. It made his eyebrows furrow deeply. A 10% drop, directly hitting the limit. The market value of 138.6 billion evaporated by 13.8 billion. Fortunately, they hadn't gone public in Hong Kong. If they had, without the limit on price fluctuations, the consequences would have been even more severe. However, the stock market's intense reaction still surprised Zhang Hatan a bit. Although his daughter, Zhang Manyu, as the heir of the Jiang Group, had a growing connection with him due to his deliberate actions. Investors and shareholders naturally reacted to this. But Zhang Manyu neither held shares nor held a significant position in the Jiang Group. In theory, a tabloid news shouldn't have caused a direct limit down. Zhang Hatang had a ridiculous premonition. Could it be that Gao Maoxian, that crazy fat man, used funds to attack their own stocks? This couldn't be so insane, right? The stock market has now become a settled matter, it won't be long. Gao Maoxian should urge the board members to convene a board meeting. The next step is to hold a shareholders' meeting and remove himself from the position of chairman. Just because of a smear campaign? Dream on. In Zhang Hatang's sharp eyes, a hint of fierceness suddenly shot out. It is already his bottom line to dare to touch his daughter. Coveting his daughter's future position as chairman is even more unforgivable. Zhang Hatang made a decisive decision, picked up his phone again, and prepared to call a few close shareholder friends. First stabilize the situation, then consider countermeasures. Fortunately, the Huawei phone is of good quality and was not broken by him. After making a few calls, the overall outlook was optimistic. The close shareholder friends trust Zhang Hatang very much and also approve of Zhang Manhwa. They can naturally see that someone is deliberately smearing and causing trouble. But they also vaguely expressed their concern that the stock may still hit the limit down tomorrow. Measures must be taken to control the situation, otherwise it will lead to a chain reaction. You should know that the mentality of ordinary investors is not so stable. After taking this reassurance pill, Zhang Hatang was just about to call Gusong and Gu Yanxiang back in. Unexpectedly, Zhang Manhua's call came in. Dad, I just checked the stock, is everything okay with the group? As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Manhua asked. Her voice sounded no different from usual. Obviously, she already knew about her own hot search and quickly understood the ins and outs. As the protagonist of the smear campaign, not only was her emotions not affected, but she also immediately showed concern for her father. This calmness, this determination. It made Zhang Hatang very satisfied. She is indeed my daughter, truly capable of being a chairman. What could be the matter? Don't worry about the group's affairs. And you? Are you with Lu Fan at the company? Zhang Hatang pretended to be relaxed. This incident undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to his daughter's reputation. She was fine. But her old father still worried. No. There are a bunch of reporters downstairs at the company, so we went home. Okay, Lu Fan is also here, and Mom made him your favorite pu'er tea. You wouldn't mind, would you? Zhang Manhua teased with a smile. Go ahead, drink the damn kid to death. This matter is also related to him, he really found a good ex-girlfriend. Zhang Hatang habitually belittled Lu Fan. But his mood undoubtedly became much lighter. Dad, I won't be happy if you say that. In the end, this is all my fault, when there were rumors within the company. Not only did I not stop it in time, I let it spread. I regret it so much now. Anyway, I made this mess myself, and I will take my own measures. I can't help much with the external affairs of the group, Jiang Manhwa said assertively. Then she added, Dad, Zoe Times just finished trading, there is still over 6 billion in cash flow in the account, do you need me to transfer it immediately? Because she just heard it from Kai Lin. Zhongshan Real Estate spent 6.8 billion, going crazy acquiring land in Guangning district. The group's funds are bound to be very tight. And thinking that Jiang Group's stocks may be targeted by someone, Dad needs this money. That's why she said that. No, not for now. Jiang Hetan understood his daughter's intention, but still refused. Okay, call me if there's any situation, Jiang Manhwa said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Manhwa found that Lu Fan was still in the bathroom. Hey, is this Xinsheng? It's Lu Fan. Since breaking up with Xinsheng, this was the first time Lu Fan had a conversation with her. At this time, Xinsheng was lying on Lin Yifan's bed in the rental house. Seeing Lu Fan's call, she quickly got up. She hurriedly put on her shoes and locked the door, in case Lin Yifan, who lived in another room, suddenly ran in. Yes, they lived together. But it seemed like they weren't living together. Just like before, she and Lu Fan slept in separate rooms. In Xinsheng's eyes, her body was her greatest asset. She couldn't just give it to anyone. She should make the most of it. Those who weren't worth it only deserved to be backup plans. It was impossible to have a frequent intimate life with a boyfriend. If one day her body was needed, but the other person found her not tight enough, wouldn't it be a loss? Just like yesterday at that high-end club, she could clearly feel. Chairman Gao was very satisfied. Plus, the trending news she had just created herself. With these two achievements combined, she felt confident. Finally, she had caught a truly significant fish. So, she had been scrolling through her phone since early morning, reading all the exciting comments. She had been waiting for Lu Fan to call her. She had endured for so long, not sending him a single message or making a phone call. She just wanted him to think that she had climbed up to Jiang Manhwa and could look down on him. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. She, Xinsheng, not only could climb up the tree, but she could also destroy him with her own hands. Once this matter came out, she couldn't think of any reason why Jiang Manhwa would keep Lu Fan. She would definitely kick him out. Living off someone else? Humph. You're not capable of that. So, Lu Fan must be anxious now. He must be angry and desperate, coming to confront her. Let's see if I'll sympathize with you. What's the matter? Xinsheng listened to Lu Fan's pretending to be calm voice and responded coldly. The trending news, you and He Kun helped Gao Maoxian create it, right? Lu Fan's voice remained calm. I don't know what you're talking about. Chairman Gao, who's Chairman Gao? I don't know him. I wanted to ask you too, is it true what the news said about you and Jiang Manhwa? Lu Fan, why do you have such wild imagination? It's not too late to wake up now, really. Don't daydream, it's harmful to your health. Faced with Lu Fan's questioning, Xinsheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it. What if she was recorded? How would it benefit Chairman Gao? She clearly understood these little tricks from watching TV. That's it then. You're living in the house rented by Lin Yifan, right? After confirming something almost 100%, Lu Fan asked coldly again. So what if I am? Don't tell me you still want to come and hit me. Lu Fan, it's not that I look down on you, do you have the guts? The image of Lu Fan getting angry and embarrassed didn't appear as she had imagined. It unexpectedly ignited Xinsheng's anger. She even provocatively challenged him. After a muffled sound, Lu Fan hung up the phone. This disgusting woman, Xinsheng, had really crossed his bottom line this time. Not only did she fabricate a bunch of scandals, but she also turned his and Jiang Manhwa's photos into hot pictures. Early in the morning, he had received countless calls.
including calls from his parents and his sister, Lu Shi.
Those hurtful words undoubtedly made him angry, but what made him even angrier was that all the malicious comments were directed at Jiang Manhwa. And Jiang Manhwa was his future wife. No one could tolerate their own wife being hurt like this.
After calmly analyzing the situation with Jiang Manhwa, he understood Gao Maoxian's ultimate goal.
Jiang Hatong and Jiang Manhwa were more experienced in dealing with this crisis than him. But to completely resolve this crisis, Lu Fan realized that he could also help a little. He just had to wait for a message to arrive as planned. So, what he could do and wanted to do now was to seek revenge. He wanted to completely make Shenqing disappear from his world. Ever since he had money, Lu Fan found that things he couldn't do before, things he didn't dare to do, all became simple.
Money is the most powerful weapon in this world. I'm going out for a bit. Lu Fan came out of the bathroom and calmly greeted Jiang Manhwa. Then he drove away from Shangmi Lake Villa.
Jiang Manhwa didn't stop him because she had her own things to do. A rental house in a certain urban village in Luohu district.
Lu Fan knocked on the iron door.
He had been here once 2 years ago.
So you really came. Come in.
A scruffy young man opened the door with sleepy eyes. When he received Lu Fan's call 20 minutes ago, he was quite surprised.
His cousin didn't usually come to him.
After Lu Fan went in, he sat directly on the messy bed. After looking around the chaotic environment of the rental house, he looked into the young man's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Duan Kai, I need you to do something." The young man's name was Duan Kai. He was the son of Wu Hui's older sister Wu Yuan, and he was Lu Fan's cousin. He was a little over a year older than Lu Fan. They used to play together when they were young, but after Duan Kai dropped out of high school and entered society early, he had less contact with Lu Fan. When Lu Fan graduated from university and came from Guangqing to Nanchang, he knew that Duan Kai had always been in Nanchang. He was everywhere, just one step away from going to jail.
Is something really happening?
You have to think carefully.
I'm not interested in helping you with trivial matters.
As soon as Lu Fan came in, Duan Kai noticed that there was something off about his gaze. He was completely different from the gentle and refined Lu Fan he remembered.
Well, I wouldn't come to you for ordinary matters.
I want to make sure someone never appears in Nanchang again.
Of course, not killing or anything like that. Lu Fan nodded.
Oh, I see. There are many methods, and the results vary greatly. Also, the cost can be high or low.
Duan Kai suddenly became interested and asked.
Lu Fan briefly explained Shencheng's situation to Duan Kai.
That's about it.
The job must be done well, and money is not a problem.
Just give me a number. Lu Fan, looking like a big boss, made Duan Kai furrow his brow. Is my cousin starting to get involved in shady business to make money? And it seems like he's making quite a lot?
This matter, it's difficult to say if it's difficult, and it's easy to say if it's easy.
To achieve seamless perfection, at least.
Duan Kai paused and boldly named his price, at least 500,000.
No problem, I'll transfer 200,000 as a deposit first. I'll give you the remaining 300,000 after it's done. With that, Lu Fan took out his phone and made a transfer in a second.
As soon as Duan Kai heard the sound of the bank message notification, he couldn't believe it and read it several times. He even opened the app to check his balance.
After confirming it was correct. Honestly, Lu Fan, did some rich woman adopt you?
You're so generous. And then you're afraid the rich woman will find out about your ex-girlfriend, so you're going all out.
Duan Kai made a malicious guess.
Originally, he thought Lu Fan would be generous enough to give him 2,000 or 3,000. Considering they were cousins, he wouldn't lose out by helping him with this matter.
Asking for 500,000 was actually a way to test if Lu Fan would back down. After all, these dirty deeds would burden an ordinary person.
If his aunt found out, she would blame him for corrupting Lu Fan.
He might even get beaten up.
Duan Kai wasn't afraid of his own parents, but he was afraid of his aunt Wu Wei. She had been his junior high school homeroom teacher for 3 years and left a psychological shadow.
Who would have thought that Lu Fan casually threw 200,000 at him? It left him a little dumbfounded. Can you do it? If you can't, then give me the money back. Why so much nonsense? Lu Fan was slightly shocked by Duan Kai's keen insight. This guy must not have read the news, otherwise he would probably take advantage of him. Lu Fan was willing to give so much money, firstly because he wasn't short of money himself. Secondly, his cousin was also a pitiful person. Back then, it was all for a girl. You can do it, very capable. Within a week, I guarantee to get it done for you. Duan Kai confidently declared. You can't let the opportunity slip away. He immediately asked Lu Fan for his phone number, address, and photos. Then he made a call to his subordinate, instructing him to keep an eye on the person right away. He even generously gave his subordinate a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Money makes things easier. The subordinate, who was still in bed, quickly got up and headed to Lin Yifan's place. Lu Fan, for this to be secure, we need your cooperation. Do you know the situation of Xinqing's family? I might as well explain the plan to you. It's simple. It's about threatening her, making her scared enough to not dare to come back. And the most effective threat is her family. After hanging up the phone, Duan Kai said to Lu Fan again. She is from Sichuan, her parents are alive and they are farmers. If you need the address of her hometown, I'll send it to you later. Lu Fan thought for a moment and decided to speak up. This is not the time to be merciful. Very good, it's best to threaten someone from this kind of family background. Today, I will send someone to Sichuan by plane and directly approach her family. If you're not confident, I can go personally. And take a trip for leisure as well. Duan Kai, who seemed to have done this kind of thing many times, casually said. You handle it yourself. Lu Fan said. Also, when threatening her personally, it's best to find a suitable scapegoat. Can you think of anyone she wouldn't dare to offend? Duan Kai pulled out a notebook and a pen from the bedside table. Acting like a detective, he actually wanted to jot down the key points. Upon hearing this, the first person that came to Lu Fan's mind was Gao Maoxian. He absolutely didn't believe that Xinqing could climb up to someone like Gao Maoxian. Others were just using her. There is. So Lu Fan also told Duan Kai about this situation. Next, Duan Kai went through the entire plan in detail with Lu Fan. After confirming that there were no issues, Duan Kai smiled and said, How about it? It must cost quite a bit of money, right? I haven't earned a single cent from you. Lu Fan chuckled, knowing he was talking nonsense. Duan Kai, this cheap cousin, had this kind of greedy behavior, truly not good. In other aspects, he was fine, especially rare was this guy was very loyal. He had never betrayed Lu Fan, always taking the blame for him since childhood. You've been mixing in society for so many years, why are you still living in a place like this? Lu Fan touched the slightly dirty blanket, expressing his disgust. According to reason, this guy also made quite a bit of money, but he probably spent money like water. You used to earn so little salary in a month, do you think you're better than me? Now that you're successful, you look down on us poor relatives? Look at what you've become. Duan Kai patted his butt, wanting to drive Lu Fan away. But he couldn't help asking the main point, seriously. Lu Fan, how did you make your fortune? Did you quit that excellent company you used to work for? I seem to remember my mom telling me recently that you went bankrupt. My mom even said if you came to borrow money from me, she would help you out. Did that really happen? Lu Fan thought to himself, this guy can support his whole family without any problems. The information is indeed a bit outdated. The old man was at his house just a few days ago, looking at his BMW X7. He didn't even know. Over a month ago, I invested in a big project. I made quite a bit of money and now I'm doing business with my former boss. It's not bad, I have a few billion in assets now. Thinking that there was no need to hide it from him, Lu Fan replied truthfully. Although Duan Kai was greedy for small advantages, he would never accept handouts. He had too much pride, to the point where he didn't even want to touch the business in his own home. He wanted to rely on his own abilities. That's great, kid. The salted fish has turned over, huh? You'll have to take care of your cousin from now on. No, from now on, I'll call you brother, Fangu. Duan Kai lightly laughed and patted Lu Fan's shoulder. What he was thinking was, he would have to take advantage of Lu Fan's success. After all, he was a big fat sheep. Activities like today should happen at least once a month, every month. After leaving Duan Kai, Lu Fan called his family one by one. He told them not to worry, it was just some baseless rumors. Aunt Wu Hui was particularly concerned about Jiang Manhwa, saying that the news portrayed her in a certain way. She was furious. If she found out who started the rumors, she would tear that person's mouth apart. Lu Fan forced a bitter smile. The person spreading the rumors was none other than Aunt Wu's least favorite, Shen Shang. After hanging up the phone and before returning to the Shangmi Lake Villa, Lu Fan looked at the slowly declining popularity of the hot search. It should be the result of future father-in-law Zhang Hatang's actions. But based on the current situation, when the stock market opens tomorrow, Zhang Group's stock will plummet. My dear future self. When will the good news from the Guangming district come out? Lu Fan anxiously sent a message. June 12th. That's tomorrow. Don't worry, once this news is out, Zhang Group's stock price will rise. Just wait and see Jiang Dong's performance. After seeing this reply, Lu Fan finally felt relieved. Now, all he had to do was stay by Jiang Manhua's side. When Lu Fan entered the villa, he noticed that Hua Qiuyan had also come over. It seemed like the two of them were waiting for him. Is your business finished? Jiang Manhwa asked. Yes. Lu Fan nodded to Hua Qiuyan. He sat down next to Jiang Manhwa. Hua Qiuyan was not only Jiang Manhua's best friend but also a journalist. She was a professional when it came to hot searches and debunking rumors. It made sense for her to be here. Lu Fan, I discussed it with Qiuyan. The best solution for now is to announce the truth and clarify the situation. Your normal investment as an outstanding partner goes without saying. And also, our personal relationship. Jiang Manhwa paused for a moment, lowering her head slightly. Then she raised it again, looking directly into Lu Fan's eyes and said, I wanted to hear your opinion. After all, I also have a responsibility for the rumors within the company. And the best way to stop rumors is through an announcement. Announcing that we are in a romantic relationship. Originally, Jiang Manhwa didn't plan on telling Lu Fan. She wanted to publicly declare that Lu Fan was her boyfriend and that their relationship wasn't based on any financial arrangements. But after experiencing the consequences of indulging in rumors and acting stubbornly, she felt that even though they hadn't crossed that line yet, they had to be honest with each other. They had to discuss everything. Otherwise, they might unintentionally hurt each other. Yes, I think the same. Let's announce it like that. We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Lu Fan also looked into Jiang Manhua's eyes and said calmly. Wow. I didn't expect you two to confess like this. I can't even imagine such a plot. Hua Qiuyan, who was on the side, couldn't help but comment. All right. Since there are no objections, let me explain the next plan. First, all clarifications will be made through Manhua's personal Weibo account. The announcement about our partnership will be made by Zhuoyue Company. As for the media and influencers who have received money, besides cooperating with Zhang Group to send them lawyers' letters, I will also use my connections in the media industry to privately communicate with them. Let them stop chasing after this kind of unproductive traffic, so as not to harm ourselves. As for some small media outlets and unethical marketing accounts, we will directly sue them and drag them down. Manhwa has already drafted the clarification article, and I helped her polish it. Take a look, and if there are no issues, we will release it this afternoon. Hua Qiuyan put away her strange expression and said seriously. Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa nodded. There is one thing that is a pity. We don't know who the so-called insider spreading rumors is. Otherwise, we could definitely sue them for defamation and make them taste the consequences. These kind of people are truly despicable. Hua Qiuyan said indignantly. She also knew that even if Jiang Manhwa could find out who was spreading false information about her, if the person didn't come forward with their real name, the law couldn't do anything to them. After all, there were no reports, no interviews, and no recordings. The whole thing was purely a smear campaign. Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa exchanged a glance, remaining silent. After further discussion, Hua Qiuyan was about to leave to attend to her tasks. After seeing Hua Qiuyan off, Lu Fan suddenly remembered something and said to Jiang Manhwa, "Has the matter in Guanming district been implemented?" Jiang Manhwa immediately thought of this possibility. She was also looking forward to Lu Fan's prediction coming true as soon as possible. In this way, Jiang Group's crisis would be resolved. Moreover, even if her father, Jiang Hatong, didn't want to use Zhuoyua's funds, she planned to invest around 5 billion to save the market. If she could also buy at a low price and make a profit, that would be even better. I estimate it will come out in the next day or two. Even if it's a little late, it won't matter. After this incident, Jiang Group's stock price will stabilize a lot. Lu Fan didn't want to reveal too much about the future information. He also planned to invest a few $100 million to make a small profit. Alright, let's see after the market opens tomorrow. After going through some things, Jiang Manhwa had almost complete trust in Lu Fan. Now, people online were accusing her, criticizing her, and even insulting her. And as the other protagonist at the center of the storm, Lu Fan chose to stand silently by her side without hesitation. He even cooperated with her and acted as her official boyfriend in the announcement. Although it was only in the announcement, she was very happy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after fully communicating with Jiang Group's public relations department, a series of measures were taken, launching a thunderous attack. The heat of the incident was ignited once again. 25 lawyers' letters. 18 lawsuits. Jiang Group's announcement across all platforms. Zhuoyua Company's announcement across all platforms. Jiang Manhwa's personal Weibo announcement. Accompanied by countless media, platforms, marketing accounts, various articles and opinions with completely different directions have been published. The one-sided public opinion is slowly starting to change. The reversal came so quickly. What reversal? It's just a game for the rich. Let me take a look. Damn! What's so good about the melon of the CEO keeping a subordinate? Others show affection based on their abilities. I knew it, how could a fairy-like female CEO keep an ordinary subordinate? It's strange if there's no catch. If this is true, I'm even more frustrated. I was counting on this dream to support my life as a working person. Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't. Would the Jiang Group do such a thing just for stocks? To be honest, regardless of the facts, this Lu Fan and CEO Jiang do make a good match. Love it, love it. I fucking want to become a fan of these two. It's rarer for a poor boy to marry into a wealthy family than for a female star to marry into one. I believe in this Lu Fan, he's not just an ordinary worker, he's definitely a hidden big shot. Please don't insult us working people, okay? Who did we provoke? For a while, it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and the gossip continued. It has to be said that having money makes things easier. Once the Jiang Group spends money on this, the matter will cool down in a few days. And Gao Maoxian, who is watching all this, doesn't care either. After all, he has already achieved his goal. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, the long-awaited board meeting will finally be held. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning. When the stock market opened, the Jiang Group stock once again hit the limit down. This result is also within reason. The public opinion environment of the hot search event has improved somewhat after many efforts. However, the strong expectations of panic and distrust have already formed. And on the day of the board meeting, some people are still doing their best to short sell Jiang Group's stocks through stock index futures, investing a considerable amount of money behind the scenes. Yesterday's wave of short selling has already earned him a limit down. Taking advantage of the situation, why not harvest another wave? In this regard, Lu Fan and Gao Maoxian surprisingly have the same mindset. Seeing that the limit down has become a trend, Lu Fan decisively bought 130 million yuan worth of Jiang Group's stocks to bottom out. After experiencing 2 limit downs, the stock price has fallen from 28.65 yuan last week to 23.2 yuan. Lu Fan bought a total of about 6.5 million shares. Even if the stock price returns to its previous level, Lu Fan can still make over 30 million yuan from this wave. At the same time, Jiang Manuel also, almost at the same time, invested all of the 5 billion yuan in the Outstanding account. Outstanding is not a listed company, so basically she has the final say. She didn't inform Jiang Hatong about this move. If Jiang Hatong knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. She almost put the lifeline of Outstanding at stake. It's fake to say that Jiang Manuel has no worries at all. But at this moment, she inexplicably believes in Lu Fan. Just at the next moment after Lu Fan and Jiang Manuel completed their actions, another 2 billion yuan joined the market rescue. Naturally, it came from Jiang Hatong himself. Although he firmly believes that this storm will soon pass and Jiang Group will not suffer any damage, this capital is also very safe. But in order to slightly increase his chips at the afternoon board meeting, he still needs the stock price to stabilize as soon as possible in the next few days. Jiang Manuel and her father made the same choice without communicating with each other. Together with Lu Fan's 130 million yuan, the total amount of funds for the market rescue reached 7.13 billion yuan. It is already a considerable amount of money. Much larger than Gao Maoxian's short-selling funds of less than 1 billion yuan. Soon, the stock price of the Jiang Group showed a small upward trend. It quickly rose to around 25 yuan. This made the market smell something different. Some bold institutions and individual investors also started buying in. After all, the fundamentals of the Jiang Group have always been good, and many investors were waiting to buy at a low price. However, they didn't expect that. On the second day, there were signs of a rebound. It seems that the public opinion is changing and fermenting slowly. However, most people are still pessimistic. After a morning of ups and downs, when the market closed at noon, the stock price of the Jiang Group stopped at a 4.2% decline. Jiang Hatong was very satisfied with this result. It seems that the market still has confidence in my Jiang Group. I originally thought that with 2 billion in funds, it would be good enough to raise it by 3 or 4 points. Jiang Hatong was not the only one who thought so. Lu Fan and Jiang Manuel had the same idea. In the office of the outstanding president. Why didn't you wait for me yesterday and went to the new house alone? Jiang Manuel, whose mood had improved, leaned back in her chair and questioned Lu Fan. Don't be silly. Could you not stay at home last night? Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? Lu Fan said indifferently. From Jiang Manuel's slightly tired face, it could be seen that she had probably discussed with Jiang Hatong until late last night. However, Jiang Manuel was also quite arrogant and had dark circles under her eyes. She almost came to work without makeup, just applied a little powder. However, even so, she was still beautiful enough to make people feel inferior. Seeing his future wife working so hard, how could Lu Fan not reward her well? In fact, he didn't sleep well last night either. Before going to bed, he kept thinking about the announcement Jiang Manuel posted on Weibo. Lu Fan is my college classmate. We have known each other for 9 years and have always had feelings for each other. After 5 years of being together day and night after graduation, we finally took that step. He is my true boyfriend. Although the whole announcement had a taste of official denial, the phrase always had feelings for each other kept lingering in his mind. However, Jiang Manuel said that this sentence was written by Huo Qiuyan. Huo Qiuyan completely changed her initial draft. The description of their relationship, and it was all written by her. This made Lu Fan suddenly think of something on the way back from Guangcheng. Huo Qiuyan seemed to mention a web novel she was writing. The title was A River Full of Moon, and she reminded Lu Fan to remember to reward her as a Golden Alliance leader. Moreover, from her tone at that time, the female protagonist seemed to be based on Jiang Manuel. Lu Fan immediately found that novel,
and saw that it was already 3 in the morning.
At this moment, he finally understood.
It turns out that Jiang Manhwa had feelings for him since their freshman year. It turns out that throughout their 4 years of college, she had been carrying a nervous longing for him but didn't dare to approach him. It turns out that when he joined the outstanding company, she had been silently paying attention. It turns out that when he was dating Shenxing, she got drunk.
He still remembers that there was originally a meeting that day.
Jiang Manhwa cancelled it because she couldn't attend.
It turns out his feelings were not wrong.
When the bankruptcy rumors came out, Jiang Manhwa didn't come to the president's office for no reason. She took a brave step. It turns out that during this period of time, Jiang Manhwa's crazy words and actions were a true reflection of her anxious and excited feelings.
And Lu Fan himself, wasn't he the same? In one night, the last bit of uneasiness in Lu Fan's heart disappeared instantly.
This woman in front of him was destined to be the woman who would become his future wife. She had liked him in the past, now, and always. And he has irreversibly fallen in love with her.
Well, that's true. Alright, I'll give you some credit. I'm going to have a feast. Jiang Manhwa's cherry lips curled up, filled with joy.
She noticed that Lu Fan's gaze towards her was slightly different from usual.
It seemed more gentle. Did she misjudge him? Whatever. 2 p.m.
Jiang Corporation Headquarters Conference Room. 18 board members gathered together. It had been a long time since they were all present like this.
The last time was 3 years ago during a major strategic transformation meeting.
There were a few shareholders who never attended the annual management meetings.
For them, as long as they received their fixed dividends, it was enough. They didn't want to get involved in the company's operations.
Jiang Hatong had never disappointed them. But someone said that Jiang Hatong had problems and the company would face major issues in the future.
It concerned their personal interests, so they had to come. Hey, everyone is here.
As the chairman, Jiang Hatong entered the room with a big stride. He sat firmly in his chairman's seat. Chairman Gao, you called for this emergency board meeting.
If there's something, just say it directly. We're all busy, so let's not waste time.
Jiang Hatong spread his hands and got straight to the point.
He glanced around the conference room. Jiang Corporation's shareholders were divided into 3 categories.
The first category was represented by the founding team led by Jiang Hatong.
There were a total of 4 people, holding a combined 45% of the shares.
The other 3 not only held important positions in the company but also stood firmly by Jiang Hatong's side.
This was the foundation of Jiang Hatong's control over Jiang Corporation.
The second category consisted of investment institutions and individuals who provided financing before the company went public. There were 3 major investment institutions in total, with Gao Maoxian's Gao Sheng Investment holding the majority of shares at 35%. These investment institutions had some connection with Gao Maoxian to varying degrees. Most of the time, their interests aligned, but they were also competitors in the market. The third category included post-IPO investors, financial institutions, and retail investors.
These people were not board members and could be ignored.
In terms of individuals, Jiang Hatong was the largest shareholder, followed by Gao Maoxian. However, Gao Maoxian had always wanted to influence Jiang Corporation's decision-making power.
While enjoying the dividends, he sought personal gain. And those investment institutions were in cahoots with him.
The entire conference room naturally divided into 2 factions, subtly confronting each other.
Chairman Zhang, although I called for this emergency board meeting, I also responded to everyone's demands and had no choice.
Gao Maoxian smiled insincerely and immediately denied Jiang Hatong's words.
Then, he put on a deeply worried expression and continued, The
situation has already occurred, and the impact is continuously expanding. The interests of all shareholders have been severely damaged. Of course, we also know that you, Chairman Zhang, have been making great efforts to salvage the situation and have done a lot of work.
But through this incident, we have reason to suspect that you have made inappropriate decisions in the company's operations.
Especially in the matter of selecting a successor, you may not have fully considered the interests of all shareholders. We are very concerned about the future of the company. Today, we want to hear the opinions of the board members. Let's gather everyone's thoughts and discuss the current crisis and the future of the company. Gao Maoxian spoke earnestly. He glanced at a skinny man beside him, signaling with his eyes. Yes, Chairman Gao is right. We don't mean to deny Chairman Zhang's contributions to the shareholders. But some of Chairman Zhang's recent decisions are truly hard to believe. Supporting excellent company, spending billions to acquire 2 financially troubled plots in Guangning district. Zhongshan Real Estate also invested 6.8 billion yuan, participating in the acquisition and cooperation of a large number of plots and properties in Guangning district. Such risky behavior is likely to expose the company to significant financial risks. And we haven't seen the performance of excellent company in the future. Everyone has experienced it firsthand these past few days. President Jiang Manhua's personal reasons have dragged down the group. The company's stock has evaporated nearly 20 billion yuan in just 2 days. It's still uncertain how it will end. Even if we can survive this crisis, who can guarantee that we won't encounter an even bigger crisis in the future? The market is treacherous, a slight mistake can lead to complete failure. We are a large corporation, not a family business. We can't take it lightly. It has become a hot topic in entertainment news, making it seem like Wang, the CEO of Qianke Real Estate. It's disgraceful, don't you all agree? The skinny guy didn't hesitate to speak out. He was here today to provide the main firepower, as Chairman Gao had made him an irresistible promise. Even though he knew he was being used as a pawn, he was willing. After all, as a small shareholder, Zhang Hatong couldn't do anything to him. All right. Does anyone else have any brilliant ideas? I'm all ears. Zhang Hatong nodded, although he was cursing in his heart. On the surface, he remained calm and steady. At this moment, one of the founders who followed Zhang Hatong wanted to speak up and support him, but Zhang Hatong stopped him with his eyes. The other 2 people saw this and remained silent. The meeting room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Chairman Zhang, we are all thinking for the good of the company. So, you should give us a reasonable explanation, shouldn't you? Otherwise, at the next shareholders' meeting, we will have reasons to propose some unpleasant resolutions. The fat on Gao Maoxian's face trembled slightly. He decided to make his intentions clear, paving the way for the next shareholders' meeting. If today's board meeting ended with this result, it would be fine. He didn't believe that some neutral shareholders would distrust Zhang Hatong or waver. However, unexpectedly. Explanation? What is there to explain? What is there to explain at all? If anyone doubts me, Zhang Hatong, they can sell their shares, withdraw their investments, and leave. I welcome it with open arms. Zhang Group has come this far, thanks to capital. But for those greedy capitalists who go too far, it would be a great thing for the company if they withdraw. And dare to bring up my daughter Jiang Manhwa, what a joke. Why don't you mention the fact that Excellent Era sold out within minutes, earning over 3 billion yuan? The decisions I make don't need your questioning. By noon, the stock price has already risen, you all saw it. Can a small incident like this really affect the future operation of the company? What a joke! I will be responsible to some shareholders, to all shareholders, and to all employees. And I will be responsible to myself. Although Jiang Group is not a family business, it still carries the name Jiang. Just wait and see. That's it, I've finished speaking. Who is in favor, who is against? It doesn't matter. After speaking, Zhang Hatong slammed the table heavily. This startled Gao Maoxian and the skinny guy, causing them to instinctively shrink back. Before the meeting started, Zhang Hatong had already made up his mind. His strategy was simple: directly and forcefully rebuke all doubts and accountability. Overwhelm all skepticism and dissatisfaction with his aura. There was no need for a bunch of nonsense. This way, it would make the wavering people believe that he had confidence. Sure enough, a few shareholders who were frowning just now heard Zhang Hatong's domineering speech. After a moment of stunned silence, it seemed like they understood something.
Chairman Jiang, don't be angry, don't be angry.
Yes, we never doubted Chairman Zhang's intentions. Those few people actually turned around and comforted Zhang Hatan.
This completely confused Gao Maoxian. It's different from what I imagined.
The whole conference room suddenly became noisy, and the atmosphere changed abruptly.
Chairman Jiang. Good news, great news.
At this time, one of the founders suddenly stood up. Looking at the content on his phone, he exclaimed. Faced with the gazes of everyone looking over. Without saying a word, the founder forwarded a piece of information to the board of directors group.
Quick, take a look. I've sent it to the group, it's amazing news.
Upon hearing this, everyone present took out their phones unconsciously.
They opened WeChat and clicked on the group chat.
It was an official announcement forwarded by the local Today's headlines.
The title was Simple Dust Settles. Guangming National Science City approved.
The content was also simple.
Guangming District in the southern city was approved as one of the 2 national international science cities.
It will be built with the goal of open and innovative city, livable city with humanistic qualities, green and intelligent city. It will gather high-end scientific research, higher education institutions, high-end communities, high-tech industries, and high-end talents.
It will become a globally influential hub of technological innovation.
Eventually, it will become a world-class science city with outstanding competitiveness and influence.
Everyone present was a senior professional in the real estate industry.
What did this heavyweight news mean? They understood better than anyone else. Guangming District has always been limited by a shortage of land resources. The central area has long been saturated, with no land available for development. The authorities have long been seeking to develop new areas to alleviate the shortage of land resources. The plan to promote the construction of Guangming District was proposed 6 years ago. The concept of a national science city was also proposed long ago and has been submitted for national level approval for 6 consecutive years. Because after national approval, there will be policies to provide strong support in terms of taxation and other aspects. The local authorities in the southern city also took the opportunity to launch various supporting preferential measures to accelerate the development of the entire region. The originally underdeveloped and low-priced suburban area, Guangming District, will become a hotspot. People, money, and industries will flock in, and the real estate industry will be the most direct and heavily impacted. In other words, from today onwards, every piece of land in Guangming District will undergo a phoenix rebirth and its value will soar. How did this happen? Why did this news come so suddenly?
After reading this announcement, Gao Maoxian was dumbfounded.
1 second ago, he was criticizing Zhang Hatan for making a wrong decision and taking a high-risk position in Guangming District.
The next second, he was directly slapped in the face.
It can be said that the announcement of this news, including all industries in the real estate sector, the biggest winner is the Zhang Group. Not only did they successfully acquire the only 2 pieces of land in Guangming District through the land auction, but Jiangshan Real Estate also invested 6.8 billion yuan to lay out in advance. The skyrocketing land prices are visible to the naked eye.
The Zhang Group will make a fortune.
Not only that, in such a major positive situation, the impact of the Zhang Manhwa scandal on the Zhang Group will be completely eliminated. The Zhang Group's stock will also usher in a new round of gains. Gao Maoxian, who realized this serious problem, trembled as he quickly opened the stock trading app. He looked at the time, it was already 3:10 in the afternoon. The market had already opened. When he opened the list of his favorite stocks, his head buzzed.
Limit up. It directly hit the limit up.
The part that fell in the morning not only was completely wiped out, but also directly hit the limit down.
The moment he saw that announcement, he knew. This action against Zhang Hatan can be considered a complete failure. However, now, not only did he lose his wife, but he also lost his soldiers. Yesterday, out of caution, he only used 200 million in funds to short.
One limit down, and he made a profit of 20 million. And today, seeing that the trend has already emerged, he directly invested 1 billion to short. After the limit up, he immediately lost 100 million. In this back and forth, he also lost 80 million. Gao Maoxian trembled and sent a message out, asking people to close their positions and withdraw immediately. Because he knew that, barring any surprises, Zhang Group's stock will welcome a limit up tomorrow. At this moment, he, like Zhang Hatong, was grateful that it wasn't Hong Kong stocks. He could stop the loss in time, otherwise it would have been a complete disaster. After sending out the information, Gao Maoxian took a deep breath and slumped down. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In contrast, Zhang Hatong also saw the page where the stock was soaring and hitting the limit up. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst into laughter. Truly, heaven is helping me, heaven is helping me. Although he had just suppressed Gao Maoxian and his gang with his own strength, his mood was extremely depressed. He clearly knew that it was this fat guy who was messing with him, but he couldn't do anything to him. But now, seeing Gao Maoxian looking like he had eaten shit. Satisfying, truly satisfying. Although he didn't know how much money Gao Maoxian lost. But with this fat guy's cowardice and greed, as well as his stingy nature, there must be quite a lot. Several houses, a dozen luxury cars, he should have them. In the conference room, a burst of cheers followed. The company not only survived the crisis, but also received such great news. Which shareholder wouldn't be happy? Only that skinny guy just now seemed a little depressed. After all, his face was swollen on the spot. But thinking about making money, he also let it go. There's no need to continue this meeting. Adjourn. It's satisfying, but thinking about how Gao Maoxian, this fat guy, also benefited. And he's the second largest shareholder. Zhang Hatong felt a bit annoyed. With a wave of his hand, he left the conference room. The remaining shareholders also looked at each other and left one after another. Looking at the empty conference room, Gao Maoxian's fat face immediately turned black. After today's incident, it will be even harder to deal with Zhang Hatong in the future. Fuck. Why couldn't I control my temper and had to take action when I wasn't sure? It's all that bastard He Kun, always instigating me. And that dead woman Shen Xing, she looks like a troublemaker. This shot was really fucking expensive, 80 million. Even if it's a diamond-studded shot, I could have fired dozens of them. Gao Maoxian immediately directed his anger towards He Kun and Shen Xing. He vented in his mind. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Did Zhang Hatong get this news in advance? Did he lay out the plan in advance and deliberately lure me into a trap? Impossible. Zhang Hatong's father-in-law, Wu Yong, may be a high-ranking official in the state capital. But he couldn't possibly know about matters at the national level. Moreover, seeing Zhang Hatong's unexpected joy just now, and the slight relief on his face, it didn't seem like he was pretending. It should be that he was just bold and lucky. Zhang Hatong came out of the conference room. The entire headquarters office was filled with a burst of surprise and cheers. All the employees looked at Zhang Hatong with passionate and admiring eyes. Chairman Jiang is mighty. Chairman Jiang is my idol, my god. In the silence, resolve the company crisis, turn the tide, and reach new heights. Double the year-end bonus. If it weren't for the chairman's authority that must not be violated, the employees would have stood up and applauded. All the way, Zhang Hatong also smiled in response to everyone's enthusiasm. Chairman Jiang, your move is truly brilliant. Absolutely amazing. To be honest, I was secretly sweating. Back in the chairman's office, Gusong, in a great mood, sincerely offered his flattery. Zhang Hatong smiled faintly. But he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. What kind of god is he? I only listened to Lu Fan's advice. Chairman Jiang, congratulations. During the meeting, I received several calls. They all want to cooperate with us to build a bright future. These people, who knows if they were laughing at us behind our backs before. Now they're seeking cooperation in the blink of an eye. Seeing that we have a lot on our hands but little funding, they want a piece of the pie. I politely declined. However, Wang Shiji from Chenka Real Estate also called and expressed sincere intentions to cooperate. They have a lot of scattered land in the southern city, except for the Guangming district. After all, Xianke Real Estate is a leading company in the industry, and it may not be a bad idea to cooperate with them.
Chairman Jiang, what do you think?
Kai Lin, who had been waiting outside the door, reported the latest situation to Zhang Hetan with a joyful face.
General Kai, we need to think long-term. Cooperating with Xianke can indeed provide us with funding and accelerate development in the short term. But this is an excellent opportunity for us to regain our position as the top real estate company in the southern city. Even if it's difficult, we should develop on our own. If our headquarters in the southern city is stable, the company has a chance to break into the top 10 real estate companies this year. Reject them all.
Zhang Hetan shook his head without hesitation.
He knew the intentions of Xianke Real Estate too well.
The Guangming district is now a hotspot, and it will continue to be a key area in the next 10 years.
Early deployment means early profits.
Absence not only means missing out on the opportunity, but also losing market share and instability in the rear. Although these large real estate companies have a nationwide layout, the property market in domestic third and fourth tier cities is already saturated, with little profit.
Some places even experience losses. The focus of real estate companies is returning to key cities in the first and second tier.
A first-tier city like the southern city is a battleground for all.
Not to mention, several representative private real estate giants have emerged from the southern city. Wang Shi, the chairman of Xianke Real Estate, is still Zhang Hetan's archenemy.
Their feud is not only in business, but also personal.
In the past, Wang Shi almost ruined the relationship between Zhang Hetan and Su Yuqin. Kai Lin didn't know about these things. So Zhang Hetan didn't blame her. Okay, Chairman Jiang. Kai Lin immediately understood and responded firmly. Then, she thought of Lu Fan.
This heavyweight news came just in time.
This time, we really owe a lot to Mr. Lu.
I carefully read the announcement and some expert analysis. I found that it was exactly the same as Mr. Lu's analysis. It's as if he can predict the future in advance. Kai Lin generously praised Lu Fan. After all, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa have already made their relationship public. It doesn't seem inappropriate to praise her son-in-law in front of her father-in-law.
Yes.
That kid has a sharp eye. Zhang Hetan also muttered with some emotion.
Lu Fan not only has a unique vision in business, but also extraordinary foresight.
He's so audacious, yet he has a keen eye for treasures.
Where can I reason with him?
Perhaps, this kid, Lu Fan, is actually a good candidate for a son-in-law?
No. Capability is one thing, but emotions are another.
Anyone who treats you poorly is off limits.
Thinking of this, Zhang Hetan asked Kai Lin and Gusong to leave for a while so he could make a phone call to his precious daughter, Jiang Manhwa. Let's share some good news. At this moment, in the Outstanding office, there was also a jubilant atmosphere.
You see, Outstanding has acquired both the Guangming plots and put them all in their pocket. Especially the H006 plot. That was the area king from the last land auction, with a construction area of a whopping 300,000 square meters. Not to mention waiting for the land value to appreciate, they could still earn several billion just from that. If they develop it themselves and wait for the housing prices to slowly rise, they could earn at least another several billion. Jiang Manhwa had worked hard for Outstanding for 5 years, but all the efforts combined didn't earn her half of what she earned from this wave.
Alright, I got it, Dad. Then let's leave it at that. Zhang Hetan hung up the phone.
Jiang Manhwa leaned back on the sofa chair and quietly watched Lu Fan. The joy on her face, which seemed like a smile yet not, was evident.
Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat me? Lu Fan felt his heart race under Jiang Manhwa's ambiguous gaze.
Facing Lu Fan's teasing tone, Jiang Manhwa pursed her lips and tilted her head. Although I firmly believe that all of this will come true.
But when it really happens, it still feels a bit unreal. Lu Fan, I really want to peel open your head and see what's inside. Are you an alien disguised as a human? Or maybe a time traveler? A reincarnated person? Otherwise, how could you predict things so accurately?
Saying that, Jiang Manhua leaned closer to Lu Fan, looking directly into his eyes. She even pinched his cheeks with her hands. All right. Why are you touching me? If someone sees this, you're shameless, and I'll lose face. What nonsense, have you read too many online novels? Lu Fan angrily pushed away Jiang Manhua's hand. So what if someone sees? The whole world knows that we're in a romantic relationship. They don't take pictures of us, but I take pictures of this. Jiang Manhua grinned at Lu Fan. With a nonchalant attitude, it made Lu Fan furrow his brows. Ugh! How did I end up liking such a person? Besides being good-looking and having a great figure, she's useless in every other aspect. Look, there's another pair of black stockings in the drawer, and it's open. If you look inside, you can vaguely see the patterned edge of a red bra. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. My dad said to have a meal with you sometime. Huang director invited us, and he can't refuse. Those were his exact words. Jiang Manhua sat back on the sofa chair and conveyed the message. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. He knew that after today's events, he had officially caught Jiang Hatong's attention. He had the qualifications to make this real estate tycoon take him seriously. It's just that this future father-in-law is so awkward. Just agree to have a meal with me, why mention that it's Huang director's invitation? It seems like I have to shock him again to make his jaw drop. When it was time to get off work, Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua left the president's office together. Before today, there were inevitably a few employees who would gossip privately. Has Manager Lu completely turned Jiang's CEO's office into his own tea room? What Manager Lu? It's General Manager Lu. He's now half of our boss, you know. It's the president's wife, can't you see? You guys are so blind. The longtime employees reluctantly accepted Lu Fan's special identity change. After all, the rumors of Lu Fan's bankruptcy have long been debunked. The rumors of being kept have also started to crumble. They already know that the money for buying land and buying houses was all paid by Lu Fan himself. But most of them are still somewhat dissatisfied. They feel that Lu Fan was just lucky, made a little money, and happened to be favored by General Jiang. Let us respect you like we respect General Jiang, we don't even have a door. We can only lower our heads because of General Jiang's face. Especially those old employees who know Lu Fan, they all have a bit of a sour attitude. On the other hand, the employees of Excellence Real Estate have long recognized Lu Fan as half of a boss. After all, they had little contact with Lu Fan before in different branches. And they have had several meetings with Lu Fan, so they are already used to it. However, at this moment, as Lu Fan walks from the office, he can clearly feel that the way some familiar faces look at him has changed. It has become warm, with a hint of admiration. Especially some female colleagues. The admiration in their eyes also carries a hint of infatuation. I heard from my colleagues at Excellence Real Estate that this time we won 2 plots in the Guangning district in the land auction, all thanks to Mr. Lu's attention. Mr. Lu is amazing. He has made great contributions to the company. Yes, now Excellence Real Estate is the main force. With this momentum, we will catch up with the Big Four in no time. With the company's real estate development, we can also benefit from it. In any case, it's a good thing. Don't call Mr. Lu Madam President in private anymore, it's impolite. Mr. Lu is so handsome, he has been openly admired by our General Jiang, the #1 beauty in the city. He's so charming. When I saw General Jiang's Weibo yesterday, I was stunned. It was so sweet. Yes. My friend even said that he wants to visit our company someday, saying that he wants to encounter a love story like the ones in novels. Enough, General Jiang and Mr. Lu are coming out. Lu Fan didn't show any particular difference. He just smiled lightly and left gracefully. Naturally, Lu Fan acted as the driver and drove Jiang Manhua's Kuranin. They arrived at the new house in the Excellence era. Lu Fan was still carrying a big bag in his hand. Inside were Jiang Manhua's change of clothes, cosmetics, and so on. What surprised Jiang Manhua a little was that Lu Fan twisted the doorknob and went straight into his room, 3602. Jiang Manhua.
From today on, let's live together.
At the moment the door opened, Lu Fan turned his head and looked directly into Jiang Manue's eyes. Jiang Manue was directly stunned by this sudden bold statement.
What do you mean live together? It's more lively and saves electricity.
At this moment, Jiang Manue found herself unable to meet Lu Fan's
passionate gaze.
She stammered a few words. She wanted to go in, but Lu Fan blocked the doorway. Unconsciously, she lowered her head slightly, feeling a little flustered.
What's wrong with Lu Fan?
He has been acting strange since noon.
Seeing Jiang Manue's rare shy appearance, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Oh, really? You wanted to live together, didn't you? I thought. Lu Fan shook his head regretfully and stepped into the room. Jiang Manue's mouth moved slightly, wanting to say something, but she didn't have time to say it. After closing the door, Lu Fan took the things to the master bedroom on the right side. Because the bedroom on the left side was where he slept last night. So, I'll leave the master bedroom to you, isn't that considerate enough?
I'll sleep in the room on the other side, with a living room in between. As long as you don't make any strange noises, we shouldn't disturb each other. I won't help you tidy up your things.
Lu Fan put the suitcase in the master bedroom and walked up to Jiang Manue. It's not. Lu Fan, is this what you meant by cohabitation? Do you have any misunderstandings about the concept of cohabitation? Isn't it just as I thought? Jiang Manue looked confused. She had been anxious and conflicted. Lu Fan smiled and suddenly grabbed Jiang Manue's hand. Jiang Manue. I read Huo Qiuyin's novel. Now I understand. What I want to tell you is that I feel the same way.
Ever since the freshman dance party in our first year, I've had feelings for you.
And now, I've completely fallen in love with you. Yes, starting from today, you are my girlfriend. A real girlfriend.
As for living together in the true sense, if you're ready.
I'm ready anytime. The question is, do you want to be my girlfriend? Jiang Manue.
Lu Fan's gaze gradually became affectionate. He remembered that night 9 years ago. He remembered the countless days and nights in the past 5 years. He also remembered every little thing that happened recently. He didn't want to let go of this woman's hand anymore.
I want to. Then, do you want to be my boyfriend? Lu Fan.
Feeling the warmth from Lu Fan's hand and the emotions in his voice, Jiang Manue couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, her heart started beating faster. After waiting for so long for a confession, it suddenly came like this. It was a bit unexpected, as if she wasn't fully prepared. But it was also the kind of relief that happiness had arrived as expected.
I want to. Lu Fan could clearly feel that Jiang Manue's hand was getting warmer.
Her face was blushing. And his heartbeat was also fervently responding.
The faint fragrance on Jiang Manue's body became even stronger. It felt like she was about to devour him. Lu Fan's Adam's apple involuntarily moved twice.
Then he embraced Jiang Manue's delicate body with both hands and lowered his head, sealing her peach-like lips.
After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Fan, why did you make me wait for so long? You're really bad, so bad.
Jiang Manue snuggled in Lu Fan's arms, choking up a bit.
I'm sorry. I had a hard time finding you, even though you were right there. But I turned a blind eye. But no matter what, I'm destined to marry you. Lu Fan gently stroked Jiang Manue's hair and smiled. Ha ha.
I agreed to be your girlfriend, but I didn't say I would definitely marry you.
Do you think I'm so easy to marry? There are plenty of people who want to marry me, why should I?
Jiang Manue came out of Lu Fan's embrace, tears on her nose.
But then she started laughing, her eyebrows dancing.
However, Lu Fan didn't give her a chance to continue pushing her luck. He kissed her passionately, sealing her fragrant lips.
The disease of being a goddess hasn't been cured yet. She talks nonsense a lot.
The next day, Jiang Corporation's stocks hit the limit up again, as expected. It continued to hit the limit up for 3 consecutive days. It wasn't until the 4th day that there were signs of it not being able to rise further. Lu Fan sold at a high position as usual. After earning 4 consecutive limit ups, he made nearly 130 million, comfortable. Jiang Manuwei and Jiang Hatam also exited on the same day. The outstanding 5 billion turned into 7.8 billion, earning 2.8 billion. The company's cash flow suddenly reached over 10 billion. After repaying the 5 billion borrowed from the group, they had over 5 billion in funds remaining. Developing 3 plots at the same time is more than enough. And Jiang Hatang's 2 billion yuan also made a small profit of 1 billion yuan, turning into 3 billion yuan. Together with the 5 billion yuan brought over by Zhuoyue, a total of 7 billion yuan in funds. It is also enough to support Jiangshan Real Estate to simultaneously launch new plots in Baoan District and multiple plots in Guangming District. Moreover, previously Jiang Hatang not only bought land in Guangming District but also acquired 358 sets of housing resources. The price at that time was less than 20,000 renminbi per square meter, and now the housing prices have doubled. It has reached nearly 40,000 renminbi per square meter. Some high-end properties are directly sold for 50,000 or 60,000 renminbi per square meter. Jiangshan Real Estate can cash in these housing resources at any time, generating an additional 1 billion yuan. Because the number of housing resources for sale in the entire Guangming district is not large, they will be quickly absorbed. It will become a situation where there are no houses to sell and it's difficult to find one. It's so easy to sell. Those developers who had projects in Guangming district before are now laughing in their dreams. Of course, except for those who sold land and houses to Jiangshan Real Estate. Those in need of money can easily sell some housing resources to recover funds. The rest can be sold slowly, gradually increasing prices, and enjoying the process. Those who don't need money can directly hold onto their properties and sell them at a higher price. In less than a week, a real estate frenzy has swept through Nanchang. It has had a profound impact on the overall real estate landscape in Nanchang. Some people are happy, while others are worried. For some, this is a nightmare. Star River Real Estate, which had intentions for those 2 plots in Guangming District, and also Chen Hui, the second generation rich. They are now regretting it. Especially Chen Huiqiu, who has suffered a double blow in a short period of time. Jiang Manuwei even announced her relationship with Lu Fan. It's fake, it must be fake. How could she really be in a relationship with that pretty boy? It's all for the sake of Jiang Group's stock price, just a show. Chen Huiqiu's dream of pursuing his goddess has been completely shattered. And when he saw that plot H005, which was actually acquired solely by Lu Fan, he became even more bitter. Originally, this plot should have belonged to him. He is left with nothing, both financially and personally. How miserable. And now that he knows Lu Fan is not just a poor pretty boy, he doesn't dare to have any private thoughts anymore. Not to mention the possibility of offending Jiang Group and getting into trouble. Just dealing with Lu Fan himself, he can't afford it now. These days, Jiang Manuwei is very busy. There are endless meetings and partners to meet every day. The workload of developing 3 plots simultaneously is not a small task. Lu Fan also participated in all the important preparations. But basically, he rarely expresses his opinions, just learning. He doesn't need to make decisions or implement them. So relatively speaking, it's much easier for him. Every day, he would go home early, prepare meals at home, and wait for Jiang Manuwei to finish work. The relationship between the two is also heating up. When there is no one around, they hug, kiss, and cuddle. There was one time when they didn't close the office door and were directly caught by Gu Yanxiang, the general manager. Lu Fan's hand was on Jiang Manuwei's black stockings, touching. It was immediately awkward enough to fill a 3-bedroom apartment. I didn't see anything, you guys continue. Then, Jiang Manuwei, still panting heavily, really continued. Without any shyness. At the same time, 2 other pieces of good news about Lu Fan's H005 plot were also released. Subway stations in prestigious school districts. It's like winning the lottery, but it actually happened. Either of these two pieces of news could cause a big surge in housing prices. Combined together, Lu Fan's plot instantly became a hot property in high demand. It also caused quite a stir in the industry. Now, just the land price alone has risen to over 700 million yuan, more than doubling. If only I had bought that plot of land earlier. Now, if you want to buy it, you'll have to spend at least another 100 million. Jiang Manuel had never heard Lu Fan mention this before. But judging from Lu Fan's calm demeanor, it seemed that he had already anticipated it. She grumbled discontentedly, "If you want it, just say so. If you want it, how can I not give it to you? It won't be long before I'm completely yours. Why do I need that piece of land? I'm not a farmer. Even if I want a farm, I won't farm that piece of land. I want to cultivate this more beautiful land of yours. It hasn't been developed yet, it's time to loosen the soil." Lu Fan said with a mischievous smile. "Ah. Lu Fan, you're asking for trouble. Driving in broad daylight, be careful of drunk driving checks." Jiang Manuel was truly teased by Lu Fan. This fool was really reserved before, but now he's become so bold. He must have been holding back for too long. Otherwise, should she find an opportunity to give in to him? Thinking of this, Jiang Manuel blushed and ignored him. Night fell. After dinner, Lu Fan and Jiang Manuel snuggled on the sofa watching TV. Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. Both of them looked in the direction of the ringtone at the same time. Duan Kai? This person's name is interesting, cutting off his own path to wealth, quite ruthless. Looking at the incoming call display on Lu Fan's phone, Jiang Manuel couldn't help but comment. "This person is my cousin." Lu Fan picked up the phone and thought for a moment. Still in front of Jiang Manuel, he slid to answer the call. "Lu Fan. My brother has returned from Sichuan and everything is settled. The preparations in Nanchang are also ready, we can start. Just confirming with you one last time, is there any problem?" Lu Fan nodded. "Are you done talking?" Seeing Lu Fan hang up the phone with a Jiang Manuel was surprised. "I'm done." Lu Fan didn't want to tell Jiang Manuel about Xinqing's matter for now. After it was all over, he would find a suitable time to confess to her. No matter what, smearing his own wife and causing trouble for his father-in-law. Xinqiang may not be the mastermind, but she was the instigator. And she was his ex-girlfriend. Lu Fan didn't want to hide anything. Jiang Manuel didn't say much either. She picked up her wineglass and clinked it with Lu Fan's. Their gaze continued to be fixed on the TV screen. Tomorrow is the weekend, and they are ready to relax at home. Nestling in and watching an ancient puppet drama seems like a good choice. Jiang Manuel never used to watch this kind of drama. She thought it was childish, embarrassing, boring, and a waste of time. But now, she enjoys it. She laughs foolishly with the silly female lead in the drama and constantly ridicules the male lead for his appearance. Where does he get the confidence to think he's a handsome guy who can shake the world? He's not even half as handsome as my boyfriend. Lu Fan, needless to say, thinks this kind of drama is brainless. But after watching it with Jiang Manuel for a while, oh my goodness, it's so addictive. It's a bit too sweet. Just as the two of them were getting all tangled up in sweetness, Lu Fan's phone rang again. It was Jiang Hatong calling. "Xiaofan, are you free tomorrow noon? Director Huan wants to have a meal with us." Jiang Hatong got straight to the point, without the need for pleasantries. And he knew that his daughter Jiang Manuel was most likely by Lu Fan's side at this moment. His precious daughter who had lived with him for 27 years. She was taken away by Lu Fan, leaving him feeling uneasy. Fortunately, he has been in a good mood these days, otherwise he would be really depressed. And the reason for his good mood is all thanks to Lu Fan. "I'm free, Director Jiang. But let me treat you, can I arrange the details?" Lu Fan readily agreed. However, he is about to ask for help from someone, so how can he let others invite him? "Whatever you say." After speaking, Jiang Hatong hung up the phone. He must not lose his momentum, he still needs to maintain his seniority.
My dad is quite funny.
Although he is grateful to you, he still acts tough. But, Lufan, don't take it too seriously. He is just like that, pretending to be tough outside, but a coward when he meets my mom.
And, I can understand him.
You haven't seen it, there was someone who didn't know what's good for him and wanted to pursue me, he stayed at my doorstep. My dad directly cursed at him and wanted to beat him up. He scared the guy so much that his legs went weak. From this point of view, my dad actually has a good impression of you. Since the first time he saw you. Not to mention my mom, she's all about looks. She can't wait for us to get married tomorrow, have a wedding the day after tomorrow, and have a grandchild the day after that. These days, she has been wanting to come and see. I didn't agree, so she couldn't come.
Lufan listened to the short conversation between the two on speakerphone. Jiang Manhwa couldn't help but sigh.
Actually, she doesn't have anything to do tomorrow and she also wants to join for a free meal. But considering that this is a private conversation between two men, she didn't mention it.
But it's still necessary to encourage Lufan. No one can bully my boyfriend, not even my dad. I know.
If we have a daughter in the future, all fathers in the world will feel the same.
Probably. Lufan smiled. Without saying a word, he kissed Jiang Manhwa's lips.
When his girlfriend protects him like this, he must reward her.
Hey! What are you doing? The wine I just drank, you drank it all. Jiang Manhwa said angrily.
Then she licked her own lips.
And took another sip of red wine. Do you want to taste it again? That enchanting voice made Lufan feel intoxicated. The two of them stayed up late watching dramas.
Taking advantage of being slightly tipsy, Lufan sneaked into the master bedroom.
Although Jiang Manhwa didn't explicitly or implicitly suggest it, just hugging and doing nothing should be fine, Lufan and Jiang Manhwa slept soundly. But Shin Chang and Lin Yifan, these days they have been restless and unable to sleep.
When Jiang Manhwa's clarification article came out, public opinion shifted. Coupled with the reversal of Jiang Group's stock price, they knew that Gao Dong had failed.
All their hopes turned into nothing. Especially Shin Chang. She paid a certain price for this. How could this happen? This isn't true, it's not true.
These days, Shin Ching has been like a madwoman, constantly muttering these two sentences. However, she will not accept this fate. Without Gao Maoxian's phone number, she frantically sent messages to He Kuan, making continuous calls. He Kuan, who was also greatly affected, shouted at Shin Ching in annoyance, "You disgusting woman, how dare you say these things to me?
I have been ruined by you this time too. Don't bother me anymore, okay?"
In fact, he has almost become Gao Maoxian's abandoned pawn. After putting in so much effort, only to fail, he is even worse off than Shin Chang.
He Kuan, please give me Gao Dong's phone number, please? I will directly tell Gao Dong that everything Jiang Manhwa said is false, it's all lies. Lufan is just a poor guy, he can't afford to buy land. It's impossible. Let me talk to Gao Dong, I beg you. Shin Chang pleaded desperately on the phone. Ha, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Whether Lufan has money or not, can't we find out? Do you still want to establish a relationship with Gao Dong? Just because you slept with Gao Dong once? Wake up, stop daydreaming.
Gao Dong didn't make you disappear from this world, that's already showing mercy. This world is dirty, very dark.
It's not something someone like you can handle. Take care of yourself, if you bother me again, I won't be polite to you. Over the phone.
A cold beep followed. Shin Chang felt as if struck by lightning, fell to the ground with a thud.
Shin Chang. What did He Kuan just say? You slept with that Gao Maoxian? You. Lin Yifan next to her didn't hear everything clearly.
But he heard that sentence very clearly. His whole world turned upside down in an instant, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. He had given his whole heart and sacrificed so much for Shin Chang.
But in the end, he ended up like this.
Shin Ching, however, had an indifferent expression, as if she hadn't heard anything. She didn't even lift her head. Shin Chang. Tell me, is this true? Is it? Look at me. Speak. Lin Yifan shook Shin Chang angrily. And Shin Chang was like a puppet with broken strings, her whole body falling apart. Ah! Lin Yifan kicked the table in anger. The whole table was overturned on the ground. Thud. 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 Just at that moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Who is it? Lin Yifan angrily shouted. We are community grid officers, here to register residential information. Lin Yifan sighed heavily. He walked to the door and opened it. Duan Kai's somewhat handsome face appeared with a smile. Following Duan Kai, there were 3 other men. They were holding ropes and sacks. Not the standard folders and notebooks of grid officers. Lin Yifan and Shin Chang just realized that something was a little off. And then they were tied up. Blindfolded, with a bag over their heads, they were put into a van. They were jolted in the darkness for over 2 hours. When the hood was removed, Shin Chang found herself indeed brought to a deserted forest. She was instantly terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. But her mouth was tightly sealed with tape, unable to make a sound. Lin Yifan, on the other hand, still had the hood on. He was being beaten up by 3 men, punched and kicked relentlessly. Lin Yifan soon fell completely silent. When they got tired, one of them picked up 2 shovels. The other 2 dragged Lin Yifan and threw him into a pre-dug pit. Shin Chang, who witnessed it all, was already scared out of her wits. She mumbled in her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Be quiet. Why are you making noise? Duan Kai impatiently tore off the tape from Shin Chang's mouth. Be big brother, spare me. I can give you anything, please let me go, please, I beg you. As soon as the tape was removed, Shin Chang burst into tears and pleaded. He Koan's words were still lingering in her mind. But she didn't dare ask or say anything. Spare me? Why should I spare your life? I do things for money, sparing your life will benefit me. Because you're a woman, I didn't let my brothers beat you up. Don't worry, I'll knock you out before burying you, it won't hurt. Duan Kai smoked a cigarette, with an indifferent expression, not caring at all. Big brother. I have elderly parents in my hometown, and a 12-year-old brother. They depend on me, they can't be without me. Big brother, please, have mercy. I won't say anything, I'll forget everything. Just let me go, and I'll immediately go back to my hometown. I'll never come back again in this lifetime. Please, I'm begging you. Please. In this moment, Shin Chang's mind was filled with thoughts of her parents and younger brother. All thoughts of climbing the social ladder and seeking wealth and glory were thrown aside. She only wanted to survive. Oh, from what you're saying, you know who sent me to do this, don't you? Then I definitely can't let you go. Duan Kai extinguished his cigarette without hesitation and prepared to put the hood back on. I'll give you money. 1 million, I'll give it all to you. Just let me go, and I'll transfer it to you immediately. At this critical moment, Shin Chang gritted her teeth. She finally revealed her trump card and took a gamble. Over the years, she had taken advantage of many people, including Lu Fan and Lin Yifan, and had gained a lot of benefits. This was almost like her coffin money, something that she couldn't touch under any circumstances. As soon as Duan Kai heard this, he indeed stopped what he was doing. It must be said that he was somewhat tempted. But after hesitating for a while, he gave up. If he really took this money, the situation would become even more serious. There are rules to follow, and I can't help you with this. Duan Kai shook his head. Shin Chang was completely devastated. She began to sob and cry uncontrollably. Big brother, please let me go. In the next life, I will definitely repay you by being a cow or a horse. I was wrong, this is all my retribution. Heaven, I know I was wrong, Shin Chang knows she was wrong. Father, mother, I have been unfilial, I'm sorry.
Little brother, sister is not a good person, sister is sorry. She cried so intensely that it moved the heavens and the earth. And she also moved Duan Kai. Hey girl, it seems like you're also a person with a miserable fate. When Shin Chang heard these words, it was as if she saw a glimmer of hope in her despair. She continued to plead desperately, playing the emotional card. Hey. I'm a soft-hearted person. I can let you go, but you must agree to a few conditions. Duan Kai hesitated and troubled. Big brother, you tell me. I promise, I swear, I will definitely agree. Shin Chang cried tears of joy. Leave Nan City forever, never come back. And you can't return to your hometown in Sichuan. Saying this, Duan Kai opened the photo album on his phone. He showed it to Shin Chang and said in a deep voice, see? Your whole family is here. If you go back, everything will be exposed. At that time, no one can save you, and even I will suffer. When Shin Chang saw the photos of her parents and younger brother, her whole body trembled. The photos were taken just yesterday. Okay, big brother. I will leave Nan City forever, never return to my hometown. I swear. Shin Chang swore tremblingly. Also, you absolutely cannot mention anything about my boss to anyone. Not a word. My boss's power is immense, I don't need to emphasize it anymore. Even if they want to crush us, it will be a piece of cake. Duan Kai continued to threaten with kind words. I know. I've kept Gao Dong's secret buried in my heart for my whole life. Shin Chang hadn't finished speaking when Duan Kai violently interrupted her. Shut up. Didn't I tell you not to speak? And you still did. You can't mention a single word. Seeing Duan Kai's expression turn dark, Shin Chang quickly slapped herself in a self-pitying manner. Slap. 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 She slapped herself more than 10 times, almost swelling her face. All right. Hurry up and leave. Lastly, never mention that you've seen me. Duan Kai reluctantly put the hood back on Shin Chang. He pulled her back into the van. Then he greeted with 2 calls, and the other 3 men pulled Lin Yifan out of the pit. They filled the hole with soil again. They got into 2 different vans and disappeared into the night. This woman is really heartless. She never mentioned Lin Yifan from beginning to end. She doesn't care at all about her boyfriend's life or death. After finishing the matter, Duan Kai sighed in his heart. There is always a feeling of releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Tang Palace No. 1, Supreme Box. Lu Fan finally had a meal with his future father-in-law, Zhang Hatang. He booked the best private room and ordered the most expensive dishes. He was ready to have a conversation between men with Zhang Hatang. Of course, there was also an old man who was a third wheel, Dean Huang Yudao. Clearly, he was the initiator of this meal. Knowing that his future father-in-law likes to drink liquor, Lu Fan specially asked Zhang Manhwa for 2 bottles of the excellent vintage Maotai that had been aged for 50 years. It was only brought out for special important clients. Director Jiang, Dean Huang, let me fill your glasses. Lu Fan showed his true colors as the marketing department manager. He respectfully treated the 2 elders as if they were honored guests. Of course, mainly because he was sincere. After a few glasses of wine, Zhang Hatang slowly let go of his facade. He began to talk to Lu Fan. He talked about the bitterness and glory of his entrepreneurship. He talked about the bottlenecks and pains of the industry's transformation. He talked about his ideals and ambitions. Actually, he just wanted to retire and enjoy a leisurely fishing life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed Zhang Manhwa up so early. Xiao Fan. Just call you Lu Fan. Lu Fan, Manhwa is a very sensitive person, not ruthless enough. In the business world, if you're not cold-hearted, how can you compete with other fierce beasts? But I don't want to see her abandon her true nature. This has always been a contradiction for me. I hope you can support her a little in the future. I know you seem gentle on the surface, but deep down, you're very combative. You're brave and cunning. I'm not belittling you when I say this, I'm sincerely praising you. Although I've always been worried about you. But today, I can honestly tell you. I know my daughter the best. I have never seen Manhwa treat a boy like this. So Manhwa believes in you, and I believe in Manhwa. Indirectly, I can unconditionally trust you too. But let me make it clear, if I find any place where you have wronged Manhwa, even if you escape to hell, I will go to hell and cut you. This is not a threat, nor is it well-intentioned advice. It's just my determination. I'm just letting you know. John Hutong said a lot in one breath, and he was clearly sober. For Lu Fan, that amount of alcohol was child's play. Not to mention John Hutong. I understand. Director Jiang, Uncle Jiang, thank you for your trust in me. I won't say anything big, just watch me. Lu Fan picked up his glass and drank it all. He didn't expect his future father-in-law to be so open and honest with him. He thought that although he would come with great sincerity this time, he would definitely hold back and be reserved. He didn't expect him to be so emotional. It seems that no matter how strong a person is, they have their own weaknesses. For his daughter's sake, John Hutong put down all his facades and chose to trust Lu Fan. It can be said that it was a bold gamble. This kind of courage is quite similar to Lu Fan. John Hutong didn't say anything more, he was toasted by Lu Fan. 1 hour later. The 2 bottles of Mao Tai were emptied. Uncle Jiang, do you have time this afternoon? As it was nearing the end, they took the opportunity to officially break the ice in their relationship. Lu Fan asked, "What's the matter?" "Tell me." John Hutong replied cleanly and neatly, "Oh, didn't we say last time that I was going to buy a piece of jadeite rough? Huang director's money just arrived, and I've made quite a bit from stocks recently. I was thinking of asking you to help me take a look." Lu Fan smiled and said, "You really want to buy that piece of junkstone?" John Hutong was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Yes, we agreed to buy it. I can't sleep if I don't buy it. If we really make money, how about we split the profits 50-50? Lu Fan shamelessly joked. He knew very well that his father-in-law wouldn't be moved by a 50-50 split. He just wanted to pique his curiosity or ignite his competitive spirit. Hee, you're so confident. Alright, it won't take much time anyway. Seeing Lu Fan's insistence, John Hutong became genuinely curious. Lu Fan grinned and paid the bill. Then he got into John Hutong's car and headed straight to the Luohu antique market. Lu Fan couldn't drive because he had been drinking, and John Hutong naturally had a driver. From beginning to end, Huang Yudao, who hadn't said a word, asked, "Where am I? What am I here for? To drink alone?" Half an hour later. Xin Tang, the owner of the Puyu workshop, eagerly waited at the shop door. Half an hour ago, he received a message from Lu Fan saying that he was coming, and he knew that his previous efforts had not been in vain. This rich second generation, who knows where he came from, still hasn't forgotten about his stone. "Oh, isn't this Director Jiang?" "Director Jiang, it's an honor to have you here. Please come in." Xin Tang immediately noticed John Hutong standing beside Lu Fan. Astonished, he began to speculate about the relationship between Lu Fan and John Hutong. He really didn't expect that Lu Fan would come with the well-known big shot John Hutong from Nanchang. "Long time no see, Mr. Xin. I brought a younger generation from my family to visit your place," John Hutong said with a faint smile. He actually knew why Lu Fan called him here. So he directly revealed the purpose of his and Lu Fan's visit. The implicit meaning was, "Xin Tang, don't try to deceive my younger generation. Welcome, welcome. Director Jiang, I have a good reputation in the antique market. You can definitely trust me." Saying that, Xin Tang turned to Lu Fan and said, "Mr. Lu, how about it? Shall we get it today? I can see that you're really interested, so let's not beat around the bush. I can give you a discount." Lu Fan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Saving money is always a good thing. A discount? How much are you willing to sell it to me for? Even if it's a 10% discount, he can save 4 million, so why not? Mr. Lu, rest assured, the discount I'll give you is absolutely favorable. Besides, I'm an old acquaintance of Director Jiang. 35 million, I'll give you the lowest price. The owner of the Puyu workshop said sincerely.
He knew that he shouldn't play any tricks in front of Jiang Hatong and directly reduced the price by 5 million.
Mr. Shin, if you really want to sell it, give me a fair price. If I think it's feasible, I'll buy it.
If the price is too high, I'll go look at others. Although Lu Fan knew that the profits from cutting open this rough stone would far exceed its original price, he could see that this wasn't Shintang's bottom line.
It's better to save some money. Isn't it great to use the saved money to buy gifts for his future wife or pocket money for his sister? Lu Fan, do you want to buy this rough stone? I'm afraid you'll lose a lot.
Before Shintang could speak after Lu Fan finished speaking, Jiang Hatong, who was standing aside, suddenly spoke up. First, he really felt that the chance of this jadeite raw stone turning green was too low. Second, in any case, Lu Fan was determined to buy it. Help him negotiate the price, even if it means losing a little.
Uncle Jiang, don't you think highly of this raw stone? Lu Fan's heart moved, planning to use a trick.
Although I rarely gamble on stones, I have done quite a bit of research in this area. The chance of this stone turning green is almost non-existent.
So, I don't recommend you buying it. Moreover, the price of this stone is too high.
If it turns out to be a pile of waste,
then your 35 million will go down the drain. Jiang Hatong kindly reminded. Is that so?
Lu Fan heard this, touched his chin, and began to ponder.
He was deliberately pretending for Boss Shin to see. Deliberately pretending to have a bit of a giving up attitude.
In this way, Boss Shin would be the one in a hurry.
Director Jiang, you can't say it like that.
This raw stone is expensive for a reason.
Gambling on stones, it's all about that slight chance. Who knows, this stone might yield something amazing. Sure enough, seeing that Lu Fan seemed to have no intention of buying, Boss Shin became anxious.
He quickly started praising his raw stone. In fact, he also saw something fishy. These two were putting on an act. But out of respect for Jiang Hatong, he couldn't expose it. And his eagerness to sell this raw stone was genuine. Others had him in a tight spot.
Then why don't you cut it yourself, boss? Lu Fan chuckled and asked in return.
I'm in the business of gambling on stones, of course, I won't cut my own raw stones.
Boss Shin's face stiffened.
Then, he quickly came up with an excuse.
Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but admire Boss Shin's ability to react. He really could talk nonsense when dealing with ghosts and speak the truth when facing people.
If you knew that there were jade worth billions lying inside, you would have cut it yourself a long time ago.
Why would you wait for someone else? Alright, I won't say much to you anymore. Give me a sincere price.
If the price satisfies me, I'll buy it.
Lu Fan didn't want to continue this open negotiation with Boss Shin.
Mr. Lu, you seem like a person who does big things.
Alright, I won't beat around the bush. 32 million, any less won't do. What do you think? After much consideration, Boss Shin gave his final offer.
In fact, someone had offered 35 million before, but at that time he felt the price was a bit low. He wanted to wait a bit longer, so he didn't sell. As a result, this wait took nearly a year.
Since then, no one has offered a higher price.
On the contrary, the prices offered have been getting lower and lower.
From a high of 30 million to a low of only 25 million.
If he could sell it for 32 million now, he would be satisfied. He also knew that Lu Fan would definitely buy it. It was his last bottom line and stubbornness.
32 million. Alright, that's the decision. Let's swipe the card. Lu Fan thought for a moment and felt it was about right.
He agreed on the spot.
Immediately, he took out his bank card and let Boss Shin swipe it.
Lu Fan, you're so casual with your gambling on stones.
You didn't even look at the others, just bought it directly?
Jiang Hatong said helplessly on the side. He could see that this was not Boss Shin's bottom line, but Lu Fan didn't care about the 2 million.
He wouldn't care about anything. He just felt that Lu Fan had a great deal of confidence, that's why he did it this way. Maybe it's just like Boss Shin said before. I have a connection with this stone. And I believe in my intuition. Lu Fan smiled slightly, explaining helplessly. How else could he explain? Anyway, he had mentioned before that his intuition was accurate. In the past, it was about forex trading, ancient calligraphy and paintings, and the changes in the Guangming district. He always claimed that his intuition was accurate. Now, he was using the same claim for stone gambling. It could barely pass. Mr. Lu, the card payment was successful. From now on, this raw stone belongs to you. Take a look, I will start cutting it here. Or do you want to take it back and find someone else to cut it? Mr. Shin smiled and returned Lu Fan's bank card to him. Selling this huge raw stone would completely resolve his worries. Moreover, he would retrieve over 30 million in funds, which would greatly ease his burden. Let's cut it here. It would be troublesome to move such a big raw stone back. Without hesitation, Lu Fan chose to have it cut at the Jade Workshop. Alright, I'll call the stone cutter to cut it for you. At this moment, the owner of the Jade Workshop was very enthusiastic towards Lu Fan. Besides, as long as Lu Fan didn't expose himself, no one would believe that he could obtain future information. Alright, just enjoy yourself. I hope this raw stone can yield a good jade. Seeing Lu Fan's words, Zhang Hatang didn't say much anymore. At this moment, he was also very eager to see the results of the cut. Accurate once, accurate twice, accurate thrice. What about the fourth time? It was unknown whether it would be accurate or not. If the fourth time was also accurate, Zhang Hatang felt that he could consult with Lu Fan, this sorcerer of the martial world, about any future matters. As a Chaos-Han person who had been in the business world for decades, he knew that sometimes, no matter how experienced one was, they couldn't compare to someone with sharp intuition. Moreover, in life, sometimes one had no choice but to believe in the supernatural. Someone who could spend 32 million on stone gambling definitely had considerable assets. Ordinary people didn't have such strong financial capabilities. In the mind of the owner of the Jade Workshop, Lu Fan had become someone who couldn't be easily offended. After all, he was Zhang Hatang's junior. Uncle Zhang, let's witness together what kind of jade can be cut from this 32 million worth raw stone. Lu Fan said to Zhang Hatang beside him. I'm really looking forward to it. Although Zhang Hatang was currently obsessed with ancient calligraphy and paintings, he had also gambled on stones before, otherwise he wouldn't have known Shintang. However, this was the first time he had seen something worth 32 million. In the past, the most expensive raw stone he bought for gambling was only 7 to 8 million. Regardless of one's net worth, men would always feel excited about this kind of gambling thrill. Boss, how do you want it to be cut? Should we make a straight cut in the middle? Or? Looking at this huge raw stone, which was as tall as an adult, the stone cutter was ready to ask Lu Fan for his opinion. Let's start cutting it bit by bit from the edge. Lu Fan knew that there was jade inside this huge raw stone. However, he planned to cut it slowly from the edge. This way, it would create a sense of anticipation, right? Alright, no problem. I'll start cutting the stone then. Without hesitation, the stone cutter agreed. He had heard from Mr. Shen that this customer had spent 32 million. He had to perfectly fulfill all of this customer's requests. Sizzle. Under the stone cutter's operation, the huge raw stone was quickly being cut bit by bit. About half an hour had passed. The huge rough stone has been cut close to half. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any green so far. This made Zhang Hatang, who had been watching all along, frown. Could it be that Lu Fan's intuition was wrong this time? He glanced at Lu Fan, who still had a confident expression. Zhang Hatang put away his doubts and continued patiently with Lu Fan to solve the stone. It's turning green. Another 20 minutes passed. Just when everyone thought that this rough stone couldn't possibly turn green. The excited voice of the stone master made Lu Fan, Zhang Hatang, and Boss Shin all excited. It turned green. It really turned green.
They didn't know what variety of jade it was. Immediately, the three of them gathered around.
Wow, Emperor! Emperor Green!
As soon as they heard that it turned green, the people around gathered around.
Then, the next second, Boshin's voice of disbelief came.
At this moment, Boshin was truly dumbfounded. He never expected that this huge jade rough stone, which everyone had given up on, could actually produce Emperor Green.
If he had known earlier, why would he keep it? He could have cut it himself, right? At this moment, Boshin suddenly felt a pang of heartache.
It really turned green.
And it's Emperor Green. Lu Fan, you're amazing.
John Hatan looked at the green, oily jade with a face full of joy.
Lu Fan's terrifying intuition once again shocked him. Emperor Green, huh? Uncle John, how much do you think this Emperor Green from the rough stone can be sold for? Lu Fan was also surprised. He didn't expect that.
The jade that came out of this huge jade rough stone would actually be Emperor Green. Although Lu Fan didn't understand jade, he knew that Emperor Green was the best and most valuable green color in jade. It's hard to say now, after all, it hasn't been fully solved yet.
But even if it's not fully solved, if you sell it now, it can definitely sell for over $1 billion. Zhang Hatong, based on his experience, told Lu Fan. Mr. Lu, how about this?
I'll buy this rough stone at a high price.
Are you willing to sell?
At this time, Boss Shin, who still had some lingering fear, directly said to Lu Fan.
Oh? A high price? Then, Boss Shin, how much can you offer?
Lu Fan curiously asked.
I'll offer 150 million.
Zhang Hatong's words were also heard by Boss Shin. So, he knew that he couldn't deceive Zhang Hatong. Without saying a word, he directly raised the price by 50 million.
It can be considered as full of sincerity. Indeed, very sincere. But, I'm not planning to sell. This is my first time solving a stone. No matter what, I want to see the complete appearance of this jade before making a decision.
As soon as Lu Fan heard 150 million, he immediately lost interest. He didn't forget what he said in the future. The price of this jade rough stone, finding a good buyer, could be sold for 1 billion.
If he sold it now for 150 million, would he be an idiot? Well.
Boss Shin was initially quite happy when he heard Lu Fan's first sentence.
However, Lu Fan's following words directly dumbfounded him.
But, if the other party doesn't sell, he has no way to force them. After all, starting from paying 32 million, the ownership of this huge jade rough stone belongs to Lu Fan.
Master, please continue to solve it. I want to see how big this jade can be.
Lu Fan said to the stone master.
Okay, boss. Emperor Green has been cut.
The stone master also didn't dare to be careless and became more careful with his actions. Afraid of damaging this piece of Emperor Green. As the rough stone gradually unraveled, the area of this Emperor Green also became larger and larger.
Wow, the quality, the quantity. Mr. Lu, based on the current state of this rough stone, selling it for 3 to 4 billion is definitely not a problem.
Mr. Shin said excitedly on the side. Although it's a pity that this rough stone no longer belongs to him.
But to have such a huge Emperor Green in their store is also a form of publicity.
With such a precious gemstone in front of them, they believe it will attract many gambling stone customers to come and select rough stones in their store.
Then I'll borrow your auspicious words, Mr. Shin, said Lu Fan with a smile. He also started to feel excited.
Several billion will soon be in his hands. Along with the news of Emperor Green appearing at the Jade Workshop, more and more people came from different places to see it. Among them, there were even many jewelry store owners. In addition, the owners of rough stones in the gambling stone market also came to join in the excitement.
Sir, do you have any intention to sell this stone? I'll offer 500 million.
Half an hour later, when the complete appearance of this Emperor Green was about to be revealed to everyone, a jewelry store owner directly made an offer to Lu Fan. He opened his mouth and offered 5 billion.
5 billion? Lu Fan was stunned. It seems that this owner is also a bold person.
The bidding started at 5 billion even before the final price was determined. If Lu Fan didn't know the price of this Emperor Green, he might have actually sold it. Unfortunately, Lu Fan knew. The value of this Emperor Green is far more than 5 billion. Yes, 5 billion. As long as you agree, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. This person said impatiently. Lu Fan, don't sell it. The value of your Emperor Green is far more than 5 billion. The price is too low. Before Lu Fan could speak, Jiang Hetong reminded him first. Obviously, he was afraid that Lu Fan would suffer a loss. Okay, Uncle Jiang. Lu Fan actually had a clear idea of how much this Emperor Green was worth. But he wouldn't ignore Jiang Hetong's concern. Seeing that Lu Fan had no intention of selling, the owner of the jewelry store suddenly felt a little unhappy. He glared fiercely at Jiang Hetong. He felt that if it weren't for Jiang Hetong's interruption, Lu Fan might have agreed. However, while glaring at Jiang Hetong, the owner of the jewelry store suddenly felt that Jiang Hetong looked familiar. After thinking carefully, his expression suddenly changed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't recognize you just now, please forgive me. Obviously, this jewelry store owner also knew Jiang Hetong. Even if they didn't know each other, they had at least met before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such respect to Jiang Hetong. You know me? Jiang Hetong was stunned, as he didn't recognize the other person. Although he was a frequent customer in the antique market, not every owner had the opportunity to do business with him. Moreover, as the former richest man in the southern city, he had been low-key in recent years. He rarely appeared in the media, and many people might know his name but not what he actually looked like. If it weren't for seeing him in person, many people probably wouldn't recognize him. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Jiang twice at a banquet. The jewelry store owner humbly replied. This person is a true big shot in the southern city. And he's also a billionaire on the Forbes rich list. He can't afford to offend him. Jiang Hetong nodded knowingly. Then he ignored him and had no interest in getting to know him. At his level, he didn't need to get to know anyone. It's only others who want to get to know him. The stone was being further processed. Soon, another half-hour passed. At this point, this rough stone was finally completely opened. So perfect. Looking at the flawless Emperor Green without any cracks. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Lu Fan, the shape of this Emperor King Green is excellent, and there are no cracks. If it's sold to a single buyer, it can fetch around 800 million. If sold separately, without rushing to sell, it can still fetch another 1 or 200 million. Jiang Hetong walked to the side of this Emperor King Green. After carefully observing it, he gave an estimate. It seems that the future father-in-law's vision is quite sharp. Lu Fan was secretly delighted. Mr. Lu, are you selling this Emperor King Green? If you are, I can help you contact buyers. The price will definitely be fair. Looking at this perfect Emperor King Green, Boss Shen couldn't help but be tempted. Unfortunately, with his current financial situation, he couldn't afford it at all. But it didn't matter. He knew many jewelers and had business relationships with them. As long as Lu Fan was willing to sell, he could contact those jewelers. One person couldn't handle it, so he could find more people. He didn't want to miss out on this rare and excellent raw material. Lu Fan knew that Jiang Hetong was helping him, so he nodded without hesitation. Sorry, Boss Shen, I have a sales channel. You don't need to trouble yourself. Afterwards, Lu Fan said to Boss Shen. It's alright. Please take care of my business in the future. As for Jiang Hetong's involvement in the sale of Emperor King Green, he didn't dare to say much. Lu Fan was originally Jiang Hetong's junior, so he was even more enthusiastic about hoping that Lu Fan would take care of his business in the future. I will. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had ideas. When he heard Boss Shen asking him to come often, he knew that with such a large and perfectly shaped Emperor King Green, those jewelers would probably fight over it. Lu Fan, if you want to sell this Emperor King Green, leave it to me.
I know many people in the jewelry industry in the Magic City. I believe they will give you a satisfactory price. However, before Lu Fan could respond, Zhang Hatong spoke first.
With such a large piece of Emperor King Green, if he handled it, he could gain a significant favor. This favor could be used for Lu Fan himself. There was no need to let Shintang from the Jade Workshop earn this favor.
Alright, Uncle Jiang. I'll listen to you. Lu Fan's mind sparked an interesting idea. He could grasp future information.
If, when purchasing rough stones, he contacted the future Lu Fan,
would the future Lu Fan be able to give him some useful information? This idea came to mind, and he became somewhat excited. And he couldn't wait to implement it.
However, he thought about the Emperor King Green worth around 1 billion in his hands.
Lu Fan temporarily suppressed this idea. Wealth moves people's hearts. Now he was worth around 800 million.
If he stayed in the gambling stone market all the time, there might be people with ulterior motives. Taking advantage of the fact that few people knew about it now, he decided to leave the gambling stone market.
He would come back after some time.
Anyway, there was no rush.
Uncle Jiang, let's take the things away first. What do you think? Lu Fan proposed to Zhang Hatong. I understand what you mean. I'll call someone right away. Zhang Hatong also understood Lu Fan's concerns.
He nodded without hesitation.
Less than 15 minutes after making the call, a group of people arrived.
They loaded the jadeite rough stones onto a black commercial vehicle. These people were from the security company of the Jiang family group, and they were all armed.
And this black commercial vehicle was bulletproof.
Seeing this situation and knowing that they were Zhang Hatong's people, even those who were a little envious couldn't help but have some second thoughts. But the greedy thoughts quickly extinguished. In the southern city, Zhang Hatong is one of the few people who absolutely cannot be touched. Even Lu Fan was somewhat shocked when he saw this situation.
At this moment, he absolutely believed if he didn't bring his future father-in-law here, he might not be able to leave. The antique market.
Even if he could leave, he wouldn't be able to keep that jade worth nearly 1 billion.
Perhaps there would even be concerns for his life.
Old Ma once said in capital theory, once there is appropriate profit, capital will become very bold.
As long as there is a 10% profit, it will be used everywhere. With 20%, it will become lively. With 50%, it will provoke positive risks. With 100%, it will make people disregard all laws. With 300%, it will make people unafraid of committing crimes, even unafraid of the danger of being hanged. If he can obtain nearly 1 billion without much risk, it is enough to make many people lose their humanity. Is this Emperor King Green? It's really crystal clear.
Jiang Manhwa, who received the news, eagerly came to the security company to meet Lu Fan. But when she saw this big guy in front of her, worth nearly 1 billion, she was a little incredulous.
Didn't Lu Fan just go to have a meal with my dad?
How did he end up taking him to the antique market and cutting that jade stone?
Moreover, it turned into a whole building. This is too easy to make money. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll make a bracelet for you later. So that certain people won't say that I gave her a cheap item. After hearing Zhang Manhua's words, Lu Fan smiled and said beside her. That's possible. But don't make a bracelet, make a pendant instead. I haven't had an Emperor King Green pendant yet. Zhang Manhua's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. Although she now has a valuable necklace, it is only a diamond necklace. She doesn't have a jade necklace at all. It's not that she can't afford it. It's just that she hasn't found one she likes.
Now that she sees the Emperor King Green in front of her and hears Lu Fan's words, she immediately wants a pendant like that. And she naturally still wants to wear that bracelet.
The meaning behind it cannot be replaced by any valuable jewelry. Okay, I'll tell your dad then. When selling the Emperor King Green, I'll also reserve 4 pendants.
Lu Fan decisively made the decision without hesitation.
Since his girlfriend wants it, Lu Fan doesn't care about the money. Moreover, it's just a pendant.
Even if it's made of Emperor King Green jade, it would cost at most a few million.
Lu Fan can afford that amount of money. 4. Why do you need so many? Jiang Manhwa asked curiously. Are you stupid? Since I'm preparing for you. That I have to treat your mom, my mom, and Lucy equally and prepare one for each of them. Lu Fan explained with a smile. Oh, I didn't think of that for a moment. Who would have thought that you're such a master at balancing things? Jiang Manhwa playfully stuck out her tongue. In fact, even before Lu Fan explained, she had already thought of this meaning. The reason she didn't think of it immediately was probably because the intelligence of women in love tends to decrease. 3 days later, Zhang Hetong transferred a whopping 880 million into Lu Fan's account. This amount of money was the proceeds from selling the Emperor King Green. It has to be said that Zhang Hetong's actions were very fast. Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh at the powerful connections of his future father-in-law. Not only was the speed of action fast, but the selling price was also slightly higher than the previous estimate. This made Lu Fan sigh. Having a powerful backer is really great. Actually, the original price of this Emperor King Green was 930 million. However, because 4 pendants were to be made, 500 million was deducted in the end. This 500 million is actually the deduction of the cost price. Even the labor costs and other expenses were not charged. If the labor costs were included, it would probably cost around 10 million. However, who made the person who acquired the Emperor King Green an old friend of Zhang Hetong? So, they only took the cost and didn't charge any other fees. Moreover, such a large piece of Emperor King Green is also extremely rare. Zhang Hetong can sell it to him and make a big profit. After all, top-grade jadeite like Emperor King Green is not something you can come across anytime. There are so many jewelers in the country, but they all flock to it. Now being able to obtain such a large piece of Emperor King Green is of great significance to Zhang Hetong's friend. Not to mention, it can be very beneficial in terms of building relationships. Originally, Lu Fan was going to keep his promise and split it 50-50 with Zhang Hetong. Honestly, Zhang Hetong did contribute half of it. But Zhang Hetong insisted on not taking it. I'm not short of money, and it's embarrassing. Lu Fan couldn't insist either, thinking that there will be opportunities to make money in the future, so he can bring him along. And with this 880 million in income, Lu Fan's personal savings have reached 1 billion. Adding the H005 plot in Guangming district, the total value is about 10 billion. Lu Fan's total assets have exceeded 2 billion. In the eyes of ordinary people, he can be considered a tycoon. But in Nanchang, he doesn't even make it to the top 100 on the rich list, let alone the whole country. Last year, the asset threshold for the top 100 on the Nanchang rich list was 7 billion. Father-in-law Zhang Hetong ranks 9th with 70 billion in assets. Even girlfriend Jiang Manhwa ranks 88th with 8.9 billion in assets. Currently, the status seems a bit unequal. But Lu Fan is confident that he will be able to surpass them soon. In any case, let's set a small goal first. Surpassing his girlfriend. On the day the money was received, Lu Fan couldn't wait to contact his future self. At that time, his future self gave him 3 money-making pieces of information. Now, the first 2 have been achieved, and the conditions for the third one have been met. Dear future me, are you there? Come out quickly. I've received the money from the ancient painting in the raw stone. What's the third money-making information? Lu Fan sent a message while huddled in his room. Jiang Manhwa was sleeping alone in the master bedroom because she worked late today. She took a shower when she came back and went straight to bed. Lu Fan didn't disturb her. It's going smoothly. I used to be such an idiot. Alright, the third information is related to the gaming industry. In terms of the cycle, it will be relatively long, but it's better than a steady stream and has great potential. A year later, you can earn several times the capital. Okay, let me tell you about this game briefly. In 1 month, a mobile game will be released out of nowhere. In just 3 months, it attracted countless players, making the user activity reach 10 million. And these players were attracted in just 3 months.
Afterwards, although the number of players in this game will not grow as dramatically as before, it is still increasing. I remember the highest record, it seems to have exceeded 15 million.
The highest number globally even surpassed 70 million. Of course, that's not the point.
The point is, in just 1 year, the amount of money spent on in-app purchases in China reached 5 billion.
The amount spent on in-app purchases overseas reached $2 billion US.
So, all you have to do is invest in this game studio and become a shareholder before the game is released.
Then, you just sit back and wait for the money to roll in. Soon, future Lu Fan told Lu Fan the final piece of money-making information. What? In 1 year, the amount of money spent on in-game purchases in China reaches 5 billion? Lu Fan was truly shocked by this news. 5 billion in 1 year.
Although not all of this 5 billion is profit, and not all of it will go to Lu Fan, if he has a large share, getting a few billion won't be a problem.
Of course, this is only the amount spent on in-game purchases in China.
If you add the amount spent on in-game purchases overseas, the money that can be earned is far more than this.
Tens of billions in profit in 1 year. How could Lu Fan not be tempted? Moreover, this business only requires investment.
There is no need for him to personally get involved later on.
Just sit back and make money. At that moment, Lu Fan made a decision.
He decided to invest in this game. Although earning tens of billions in 1 year is lower compared to earning nearly 1 billion in one go, Lu Fan understands the principle of accumulating small amounts to make a large sum.
Earn a few billion here, a few billion there. Together, the money earned will be countless.
Moreover, Lu Fan knows very well how profitable the gaming industry is. If he becomes a shareholder in this game studio, he can know in advance which games will become popular in the future through the future information. Then, by relying on this future information, he can seize those popular games in advance. Then, those popular games will belong to him. One game earning tens of billions or even 20 billion in revenue in a year.
What about when there are more games? The profits will definitely be more than just a little.
So, investing in this game studio is just the first step.
What Lu Fan really wants to do is enter the gaming industry.
You should know that the gaming industry's annual cake is quite large. With future information, if Lu Fan doesn't take a piece of it, he would be letting himself down.
Alright, I believe you know what to do.
My wife bought a new set of lingerie today and wants to show it to me, so I won't waste time chatting with you.
I'm out. Soon, future Lu Fan ended the conversation. Lu Fan frowned. Will future Jiang Manhwa spend so much money on games? Also, will his future self become so decadent? Can his body handle it?
It made him a little restless, wanting to take that step immediately. But he resisted the urge.
He started collecting information about the game studio.
The next morning, Lu Fan woke up at 10 o'clock. He found that Jiang Manhwa had already prepared breakfast for him and had gone to work.
Lu Fan, did you watch too much adult content last night that you couldn't get up?
Take it easy, I made 2 sunny-side-up eggs for you as a remedy.
Eating.
The lovingly prepared breakfast by his girlfriend and reading the note she left, Lu Fan felt a bit excited.
What is this?
I clearly worked seriously until late.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Lu Fan, who was eating breakfast and scrolling through his phone, suddenly received several messages from Zhang Hui.
After reading them, Lu Fan furrowed his brows.
It turns out that Li Yifeng and Lu Yu have been trying to find a way to contact Lu Fan during this time.
Especially after learning the truth that Lu Fan didn't go bankrupt but became rich overnight.
They have been pestering Zhang Hui for information about Lu Fan.
Naturally, Zhang Hui didn't reveal anything to them.
In the end, these two came up with a ridiculous idea. They want to organize a gathering of outstanding old friends.
It's a gathering for people who used to work at Outstanding but have since left.
It will be held this weekend.
The purpose is to get Lu Fan to show up. There are actually quite a few people who have come out of excellence. Some former executives with strong abilities are now thriving in other companies. Everyone is grateful for the excellence platform and has formed a group. They occasionally gather and communicate with each other.
Originally, Li Yifeng and Lu Yu, the two people who were fired by Excellence, did not have the influence to organize this group. But the news of Lu Fan and Zhang Manhwa trending made several of them interested in Lu Fan. And since Lu Fan has been with Excellence since its establishment, those people naturally know him. Regardless of the purpose, everyone wants to meet Lu Fan. So, it was a perfect match. Zhang Hui also came out of Excellence, so the task of contacting Lu Fan fell on him. And Zhang Hui said he would go. His 4S new store is ready for opening soon. Participating in this kind of gathering is also a way to expand his network. After all, they used to be colleagues. It's always good to get to know a few successful people. When those successful people left Excellence, Lu Fan had not yet become the marketing department manager. So he didn't have much contact with them. It's not that he didn't want to contact them, but others felt that they were on different levels and naturally couldn't mix together. Lu Fan didn't care about this. Moreover, he is now worth over 20 billion, so he doesn't need to curry favor with anyone. Others would be the ones trying to please him. I'm not going. I don't want to get entangled with those people. After thinking about it, Lu Fan replied to Zhang Hui's message. He knew that Zhang Hui sent him these messages because he wanted him to go. Originally, out of respect for Zhang Hui, Lu Fan could have attended this gathering once. Some former colleagues still had a decent relationship. It's just that when he thought about meeting Li Yifeng and Lu Yu, Lu Fan didn't want to go. It's not that he was afraid of these two people. He just purely didn't want to see them. He didn't want to waste his breath. With the dogged personalities of these two people, they would definitely pester him endlessly. That's also why Lu Fan didn't want to go. Okay, I'll just pass on the message. Zhang Hui replied and went about his own business. Lu Fan didn't pay much attention to this matter either. Today, he planned to spend the day researching information about that gaming organization at home. Yu isn't here, and I always feel empty at home. You come home late every day, and I eat alone. Lao Jiang, do you think I'm already living the life of an empty nester? Xiangmi Lake Villa. Su Yuqin complained for no reason when Zhang Hetan unexpectedly came home on time today. It's only a 15-minute walk from here to Excellence Era. If you want to see our daughter, just take a walk after dinner. Zhang Hetan sat at the dining table and shook his head. Then you go ask your precious daughter if she doesn't want me to come. Su Yuqin glared at Zhang Hetan. Then, she was inspired by Zhang Hetan. She had a sudden idea. Oh, right, after you finish eating, let's take a walk there. Just take a walk there and take a look at the new development project by Excellence, isn't that reasonable? What's reasonable about that? Zhang Hetan retorted, if you want to go up to the residential building, you have to inform the security over there. This is just too deliberate. However, I don't care. Anyway, you have to go for a walk with me. If Yu blames me, I can't bear it alone. Su Yuqin concluded. Zhang Hetan pursed his lips. He thought, our daughter is already living with Lu Fan. Some things should proceed according to normal procedures. For example, the parents of both sides meeting each other. It's better to seize the opportunity and go, darling, are you off work? I made your favorite sour fish for you. Wait for you to come back. Zhang Manhwa looked at the cheesy message sent by Lu Fan. She received a signal that something was going to happen. This guy Lu Fan, did he really watch too much adult content last night? What's wrong with him? But such an obvious hint also made her feel itchy in her heart. It's something she had been planning to do sooner or later, so why not tonight? She had no idea that Lu Fan was stimulating his future self. With a pleasant yet anxious mood, Zhang Manhwa quickly returned home. However, when she opened the door, instead of being patient, Zhang Manhwa lightly tiptoed and hugged Lu Fan's neck, giving him a kiss. Seeing this, Lu Fan responded warmly to his girlfriend. The two of them passionately kissed at the doorway, as if only in this way could they leave a deep impression in each other's hearts. However, what neither of them knew was that Zhang Manhwa entered the elevator with one foot, and two unexpected guests followed closely behind with the other foot. They just happened to miss each other. Ding! The elevator bell rang leisurely. The 36th floor only had Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua's households, and there shouldn't have been any other residents on this floor. But the two of them, engrossed in their kiss, were unaware of this. Then, this passionate scene. Zhang Hatong and Su Yunqin stared in shock. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was still in the process of undressing. When they came up, they were still saying that appearing like this might scare their daughter. Was this a surprise or a shock? But they never expected that their daughter Jiang Manhua would give them a shock. Or perhaps, it could be considered a surprise? Their surprise hadn't been given to their daughter yet. As a result, their daughter gave them a surprise. Seeing their daughter and future son-in-law kissing, Zhang Hatong and Su Yusin didn't know whether they should remind them or stay silent. Ahem. However, just when Zhang Hatong and Su Yusin didn't know what to do, Jiang Manhua and Lu Fan's bolder actions made Zhang Hatong cough. If they didn't stop them now, it wouldn't just be an issue of embarrassment. Dad, Mom? What are you doing here? Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua, who were in the midst of kissing, were completely caught off guard by the presence of someone in the elevator. So, when they heard the cough, they were startled. After seeing that it was their parents, Jiang Manhua exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, she felt dumbfounded. Of course, the most embarrassed one was Lu Fan. Just as he and Jiang Manhua were about to take things to the next level, he never expected his future father-in-law and mother-in-law to suddenly appear. This was really awkward. It was so awkward that one could draw two straight lines on the ground with their toes. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Nice to meet you. However awkward it was, Lu Fan still greeted them. Seeing Lu Fan's embarrassed expression, Zhang Hatong was also speechless. How happy are you to see us? He silently complained in his heart. Hee, we were just taking a walk, happened to pass by and wanted to see you. Su Yusin smiled and said. As for what just happened, they would never mention it again. Bringing it up again would only make things more awkward. Come in. Jiang Manhua walked up to her mother with a resentful expression and welcomed them into the house. She didn't mention what just happened. It was as if it never happened. Oh, eating sour fish. It's one of Manhua's favorite dishes, but she doesn't know how to make it. Lu Fan, did you make this yourself? As soon as they entered the house, they smelled the aroma of sour fish on the dining table. Su Yuqin's tone unexpectedly carried a hint of sourness. Well, I can only cook a few home-cooked dishes. Uncle and Aunt, have you eaten? There are still leftovers in the refrigerator, so if they haven't eaten, Lu Fan plans to add more dishes. We've already eaten, you go ahead and eat. Thank you. Su Yunqin smiled and sat on the sofa, accepting the tea that Lu Fan poured for her. Zhang Hatong beside her glanced around the room and also took the tea from Lu Fan. Jiang Manhua sat directly next to her mother and didn't eat. She stared at these two unexpected guests. Why are you looking at us like that? You live so close and you don't even come to see me and your dad. We just took a walk here, what's the matter? Really, you're not even married yet and you don't want your family anymore. Su Yuqin said jealously. Now, she doesn't even have to eat the sauerkraut fish made by her mother. You're amazing. I'm just busy. Besides, we also want more privacy. Get past the dating phase sooner, get married sooner, isn't that what you want? Jiang Manhua knew that her mother couldn't be easily appeased like her father. So she played her trump card. Right, that's great. Su Yunqin heard the words get married and momentarily felt unhappy, but quickly dismissed it. Looks like we're on the same page. On the way here with Lao Jiang, we were discussing it. Since you two are sincerely together, you should start considering your marriage. Su Yuqin said, looking at Lu Fan sitting across from her. She was waiting for his answer. Aunt, you're right. How about this, I'll have my parents come over the day after tomorrow, on the weekend. Coincidentally, we were planning a housewarming celebration. Let's just not invite anyone else. Just the two families having a simple meal, sitting down and discussing mine and Manhua's marriage.
Since Su Yuqin brought up the topic of marriage, Lu Fan couldn't pretend not to hear. Although it was a bit early to talk about marriage now. But since the future mother-in-law brought it up, he wouldn't refuse. After all, his wife can only be Jiang Manhwa. Getting married earlier doesn't matter. Moreover, who said that you can't enjoy the sweetness of love after marriage? Well, that works too. Leave the hotel arrangements to us. Actually, I have a friend who recently opened a new hotel. We can go there. Zhang Hetan was very satisfied with Lu Fan's attitude. Immediately, they made the decision. Okay, uncle. Lu Fan respectfully nodded. Since the future father-in-law had already made the decision, he didn't need to say much. He just needed to inform his own parents. At this moment, Jiang Manhwa was a bit confused. What's going on? I just said it casually earlier. You three quickly settled my life's big event? Why do I feel like I have no say in this? Am I the one getting married or not? What do you think? Lu Fan saw that Jiang Manhwa was a bit dumbfounded and gently asked, holding her hand. How can I not agree? Jiang Manhwa playfully glared at Lu Fan. The joy of getting married surged in her heart. This was truly an unprecedented experience. After chatting for a while, Jiang Manhwa's parents used the excuse of not wanting to disturb their meal and took a walk outside. Actually, after witnessing the scene just now, they also felt that it would be better not to disturb the young couple's normal life. They could also live a little on their own. Jiang Manhwa and Lu Fan were quite helpless about this. You've disturbed us enough. Garulu. As soon as her parents left, Jiang Manhwa's stomach started growling uncontrollably. She had been feeling awkward and inexplicably excited, jumping around, and didn't feel hungry. I'll heat up the food, it might have gotten cold. Without saying a word, Lu Fan opened the microwave. Wow, it smells so good. Jiang Manhwa disregarded her image and devoured a large bowl of sour fish. Contentedly patting her stomach, she cleaned up the table and went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Fan followed her and helped out. The two of them worked together, washing the plates. In the quiet kitchen, the only sound was the gentle clinking of pots and pans. She washed one and handed it to him to rinse. She handed, he received, she handed, he received. After finishing the chores, the two of them snuggled on the couch and watched TV for a while. Jiang Manhwa curled up in Lu Fan's arms like a little kitten. She even rubbed against him a couple of times. The flame that had been extinguished by her future in-laws began to burn again, accompanied by Jiang Manhwa's shy demeanor. He looked up at the clock on the wall, it was 9:30. It's not early anymore. With this thought, Lu Fan's heart started racing. Immediately, he went back to his room, took a shower, and put on his pajamas before coming to the living room. He found that Jiang Manhwa was no longer there. She's clever. Lu Fan went to the door of Jiang Manhwa's master bedroom. He gently turned the doorknob, obviously it wasn't locked. After pushing the door open, he heard the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. Lu Fan thought for a moment, then went back to bed and waited for Jiang Manhwa to finish her shower. Lu Fan, are you done showering? About 20 minutes later, Jiang Manhwa, wrapped in a towel, appeared somewhat surprised and shy. This girl, so fast, she didn't even finish washing. Husband, come. Lu Fan patted the spot next to him, teasingly. You're asking for trouble, who said I'm your wife? Come here, your hair is all wet. Jiang Manhwa said, annoyed. Let me blow dry it for you. I've never blow dried a girl's hair before. Lu Fan immediately got up, found a hairdryer on the dressing table, and plugged it in. His eager expression could be described in 2 words, impatient. Hoo. Lu Fan waved the hairdryer in his right hand while constantly playing with Jiang Manhwa's hair with his left hand. Along with the wind from the hairdryer, a refreshing fragrance wafted past Lu Fan's nose. It was this fragrance that made Lu Fan fall for her in this lifetime. Now he knew. This was the scent of Jiang Manhwa's body after bathing, as well as the fragrance emanating from her hair. Alright, it's dry. After about 10 minutes, Lu Fan finally blow-dried Jiang Manua's damp hair.
Yawn, I'm so sleepy. Jiang Manua pretended to yawn and then crawled into bed by herself.
Lu Fan put the hairdryer away and immediately pounced on her. Turn off the lights. The next morning, Lu Fan's legs were a bit weak. Jiang Manua was the same, unable to get up. After the sun had risen for a while, Jiang Manua finally kicked Lu Fan out of bed. Because she needed to change the sheets. Looking at the irregular blood-red stain, Jiang Manua's face suddenly felt hot. Good morning, wife. I'll go make breakfast. Lu Fan hugged Jiang Manua's slender waist from behind.
He kissed her on the back of her neck and spoke softly. After tidying up and getting ready, Jiang Manua sat at the dining table. Lu Fan, who had prepared breakfast, silently watched her with a silly smile.
Wife, you're so beautiful.
Jiang Manua lowered her head and ate her fried eggs, ignoring him.
Wife, it smells so good.
Jiang Manua lowered her head and drank her porridge, ignoring him.
Wife, you're so tender. Ah, you're asking for it. Can't you let me eat in peace? Jiang Manua couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted. Wife, how about not going to work today? I can still.
Lu Fan said with a mouthful of roasted ham, smiling. Seeing this, she also. Jiang Manua fled in panic last night. That night, Lu Fan originally wanted to show off his prowess again. But thinking that tomorrow was the day when both parents will meet, he had to suppress the burning flames. If he caused any more trouble, it would definitely affect his girlfriend's condition tomorrow.
Ugh, he was the same.
So he could only hold Jiang Manua and prepare to sleep.
Can you fall asleep?
Seeing that Lu Fan really wanted to sleep, Jiang Manua asked strangely.
She could feel it from behind.
Jiang Manua, don't challenge my patience.
Tomorrow our parents will meet each other. You don't want to appear in front of them limping, do you? Upon hearing Jiang Manua's words, the anger that Lu Fan had just suppressed surged up again. He immediately pressed Jiang Manua down and said fiercely, I don't want to.
Go to sleep. Thinking about the scene described by Lu Fan, combined with her own exhausted state today, Jiang Manua immediately shook her head. If it was really as Lu Fan said, it would be too embarrassing. At that moment, Jiang Manua dared not tease Lu Fan anymore. Instead, she closed her eyes and prepared to sleep.
That night, although they didn't do anything, they slept soundly.
The next morning, when Lu Fan opened his eyes, he found that Jiang Manua had disappeared without a trace.
He looked at the time and realized it was only 8 o'clock. Even on weekends, I don't know how to sleep a little longer.
Lu Fan guessed that Jiang Manua was preparing breakfast for him. Immediately, he stretched and slowly got up from the bed.
After washing up, he saw Jiang Manua busy in the dining room. Darling, you're awake. Breakfast is almost ready.
Seeing that Lu Fan was already awake, Jiang Manua immediately said.
Rare weekend, I don't know how to sleep a little longer.
I'll make breakfast, just wait for me. Lu Fan came up behind Jiang Manua and hugged her. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he said affectionately.
I made an extra fried egg for you, to make up.
Jiang Manua turned her head slightly.
She kissed Lu Fan on the mouth. Make up for what? I didn't do anything.
Feeling the softness of his girlfriend's lips, Lu Fan said with a smile.
All right, let's eat. After eating, let's go to the supermarket. Didn't you say your parents and Lucy will come early in the morning? We need to have some fruits at home. Jiang Manua turned around, kissed Lu Fan's mouth again, and urged him. Oh, my daughter-in-law, so capable. Lu Fan joked, then sat down with Jiang Manua to have breakfast. Wow!
Such a beautiful house.
So big.
Lucy, who couldn't wait to see the new house, exclaimed as soon as she entered. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were also filled with joy. They had never lived in a house worth over 40 million in their entire lives. From Lu Fan welcoming them at the door, to entering the lobby and taking the elevator, they fully experienced what a luxury mansion was like.
Uncle and Auntie, hello, we finally meet again.
Jiang Manhwa, who had been waiting at the door, warmly grabbed Wu Hui's hand. She welcomed them to the sofa, served tea and water. Lu Dad and Lu Mom looked at Jiang Manhwa with satisfaction. When they first met in Guangcheng, they knew that their son's girlfriend wouldn't run away. It didn't take long for them to start living together. And now, they were already discussing marriage. Their son's moves were perfect. After taking a short break, Lu Fan took his family to visit the entire house. Not bad, just a bit big, it's spacious for 2 people. Brother, can I live here? Lu Shi held Lu Fan's hand and asked cautiously. Although they originally planned to live in the apartment that Jiang Manhwa gave her, after seeing the environment here, Lu Shi couldn't bring herself to leave. Even though she knew she was being a third wheel, as long as she could be with her older brother, she didn't mind being a bit willful. Well, Lu Fan naturally didn't want that, having a third wheel would be inconvenient. But before he could think of how to refuse, Jiang Manhwa spoke up. Of course you can. With so many rooms in such a big house, it'll be lively with 3 people. Jiang Manhwa smiled and agreed on behalf of Lu Fan. No. Lu Shi, you can also live across the hall, that one is your sister-in-law's. It's exactly the same as this one, so if you feel lonely, you can come over and visit. That's great. Lu Fan thought that this could still be salvaged. He couldn't let their happy and fulfilling life be disrupted like this. Lu Fan, are you still a brother? You're letting a girl live alone? If she's going to live here, then I'll live with Lu Shi. With that, Jiang Manhwa dragged Lu Shi's luggage into one of the bedrooms. It was the master bedroom at the other end. She had considered it, even though it was separated by the living room, it was still quite far. The soundproofing in these rooms was good, so who knows what strange sounds they might hear. Fine. Lu Fan glanced at Jiang Manhwa resentfully. That look seemed to say, how loud are you going to be, don't you know? Around noon, Lu Fan's family and Jiang Manhwa went to the hotel. Dad, Lu Jinyu, drove the X7 with Lu Fan and Mom, Wu Hui. Lu Shi rode in Jiang Manhwa's red Maserati. The Cotton Hotel, one of the best 5-star hotels in Nan City. This hotel had recently opened and was owned by a friend of Jiang Hatong. It was located in the Nanshan district, near Nanchang Bay. Mom and Dad, let's go in. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, Lu Fan noticed that his dad was a little nervous, so he put his hand on his shoulder. Lu Fan knew what his dad was thinking. After all, Lu Jinyu was just a small section chief in Guang City. Now he had to meet a wealthy businessman in Nan City, the former richest man in Nan City. Not to mention Jiang Hatong's father-in-law, who was his boss's 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 boss. Normally, he didn't even have the chance to have a meeting with others in the same space. To be honest, when Lu Fan first met Jiang Hatong, he was a bit nervous too. After all, he was a big shot who had been in the business world for decades. His imposing presence was truly unmatched. Fortunately, Lu Fan had strong mental resilience. Plus, he was also a billionaire himself. Facing Jiang Hatong, aside from the initial panic, he quickly became natural. Especially after the last dinner, he could already chat and laugh with Jiang Hatong. On the other hand, Lu Fan's mom, Wu Hui, was very calm. In her eyes, all students were treated equally. No matter what social status or position someone had, they were all the same. Sister-in-law, do your parents get along well? Are they like what they show in TV dramas, very strict? Always concerned about appearances and etiquette? Lu Shi couldn't help but ask quietly when they met at the hotel entrance. She was originally a reserved person, being around important people made her inexplicably nervous. Don't worry, they're fine. My parents are very kind. And they won't be as serious and old-fashioned as they are in TV dramas. Knowing what Lu Shi was worried about, Jiang Manhwa quickly reassured her. Of course, she wasn't just talking to Lucy. She was also talking to Lu Jinyu and Wu Hui. Your sister-in-law is right, your uncle and aunt are very easygoing. On this point, Lu Fan also has the right to speak. Really? That's great. He Hearing Jiang Manue and Lao Ge say this, Lucy finally let go of her worries.
Immediately, she grabbed Jiang Manue's arm and walked towards the lobby. Lu Fan and his parents followed closely behind. Lu Fan?
However, what surprised Lu Fan was that when he walked into the hotel, he unexpectedly found Zhang Hui here too.
Ah Hui, why are you here too? Didn't you say you were coming to the gathering? Could it be, the gathering is here today? Seeing Zhang Hui, Lu Fan was also surprised. But with a little thought, he knew what was going on. Yes, the gathering is scheduled to be here. What about you? Didn't you say you're not coming? Why are you here? Could it be, you're here to have dinner with your girlfriend?
Zhang Hui glanced at Jiang Manue, then winked at Lu Fan.
Jiang Manue used to be his boss, it seems. She's not as aloof as before.
And Jiang Manue also had some impression of Zhang Hui, so when she heard his teasing, she just smiled faintly.
Not entirely. Today is the day when both my girlfriends and my parents meet.
Maybe soon, you'll be toasting at my wedding.
Lu Fan didn't hide anything from Zhang Hui and told him the purpose of his visit. Wow, you're making big moves.
During this time, not only did you win over our general manager Jiang,
you even met the parents directly.
Haha, here, my brother, I wish you happiness.
Remember, when you have the wedding banquet, you must invite me.
Hearing Lu Fan's words, Zhang Hui looked at him in surprise. It hasn't been long since Lu Fan and Jiang Manue made headlines.
They're already talking about marriage, it's too fast. However, despite the surprise, Zhang Hui's well wishes were sincere. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Alright, I'll go in. With my parents first. If I have time later, I'll come find you for a drink. Lu Fan looked at the time, it was almost time.
So he decided not to say much to Zhang Hui anymore.
Okay, I won't delay your important matters. Zhang Hui didn't hold on to Lu Fan anymore. He let him leave like that. This situation is quite coincidental. If Li Yifeng and Lu Yu knew that Lu Fan is here too, I wonder what they would do. Forget it, why do I care so much? Anyway, I won't reveal Lu Fan's news.
After muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Hui left.
Soon, led by Jiang Manue, Lu Fan's family of 4 entered the reserved private room.
However, what surprised Lu Fan when he entered the private room was that besides Jiang Hatong and Su Yuqin, there was also a middle-aged man he didn't know. But Lu Fan soon guessed that this middle-aged man was, if nothing unexpected happened, his future father-in-law's friend, the owner of this hotel.
Uncle, aunt. This is my dad, Lu Jinyu, this is my mom, Wu Hui, and my younger sister, Lu Shi. After entering the private room, Lu Fan introduced his family to Jiang Hatong. Lu Fei, hello. I've been wanting to meet you, to see what kind of person can raise such an outstanding son like Lu Fan. Today, I finally got my wish. Jiang Hatong was very polite. Calling Lu Jinyu little brother is because he has already asked about their ages privately. Jiang Hatong is 3 years older than Lu Jinyu.
So, calling Lu Jinyu Lin little brother is normal.
Jiang Zong, you're too kind. My child has been raised freely. His success is all thanks to his own efforts. As a father, I haven't done much.
Faced with Jiang Hatong's compliments, Lu Jinyu naturally wouldn't just endure it. Instead, he humbly replied, "Come, let me introduce you.
This is a longtime friend of mine.
Tang Long, General Tang, is also the largest shareholder of this Magnolia Hotel.
In the future, you can interact more with each other."
Jiang Hatong pulled Lu Jinyu and introduced Tang Long, the owner of the Magnolia Hotel, to him.
Everyone present understood the importance of today's occasion.
And the fact that Tang Long was called over by Jiang Hatong was enough to show that their relationship was definitely close.
Otherwise, even as the hotel owner, he wouldn't have been invited. Brother Lu, nice to meet you. It's an honor to meet you for the first time.
Please guide me in the future.
Tang Long is 4 years younger than Jiang Hatong.
So, according to age, he is 1 year younger than Lu Jinyu.
No, I'm also honored. Please guide me. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Jinyu, even if straightforward, understands some conversational art. The scene of mutual compliments came naturally. Old Tang, you can have your chef serve the dishes. Tonight, the three of us brothers won't return until we're drunk. By the way, I heard that you obtained some good wine recently. On such an important occasion today, you have to bring out a bottle. Jiang Hatong said with a smile to Tang Long, I knew you were eyeing my wine, old brother. Alright, I'll bring out a bottle since I'm in a good mood today. But let's make it clear, just one bottle. I can't bring out more. Tang Long shook his head bitterly. It seems he won't be able to keep the wine he hid. Dad, what kind of wine is it that you can't stop thinking about? Jiang Manhwa curiously asked from the side. You know, as a super rich person, what wine hasn't her father drunk? The wine that he can't stop thinking about must be extraordinary. Hee, it's a bottle of Romani Conti worth over $1 million. Wines of this level are rare on the market now. Drinking one bottle means one less bottle. Before Jiang Hatong could speak, Tang Long explained first. He had put in a lot of effort to obtain 3 bottles. As a result, 1 bottle was now being robbed by Jiang Hatong. The pain in his heart can be imagined. Wow, that's really precious. Jiang Manhwa didn't care about over $1 million. What she valued was the rarity of this level of Romani Conti. Gulp. However, the conversation between the two made the Lu family of 3 struggle to swallow their saliva. A bottle of wine worth over $1 million. This was something Lu Jinyu, Wu Hui, and Lu Shi never expected. It's too extravagant. Is this the life enjoyed by the wealthy? Fortunately, compared to the reactions of Lu Jinyu's family, Lu Fan remained calm. With money in his pocket, he wasn't worried in his heart. With 10 billion in savings, let alone a bottle of wine worth $1 million, even if 10 bottles came, Lu Fan wouldn't be afraid. However, Lu Fan also knew that wines of this level couldn't be bought just with money. Being able to taste this level of wine today was also thanks to Jiang Hatong's influence. Alright, wait for me, I'll go get the wine. Tang Long's wine was stored in the hotel. In this hotel, there was a wine cellar specially built by Tang Long. It is just to collect the red wine that I like. Go ahead, I can't wait to try your Romani Conti, Jiang Hatong said with a smile. Dad. Don't worry about the price of the wine. No matter how expensive it is, it's just a bottle of wine. So, there's no need to feel any psychological burden. Besides, your son is now a billionaire. Just $1 million wine, it's not worth mentioning. After Tang Long left, Lu Fan whispered to Lu Jinyu. He could tell that Lu Jinyu was uncomfortable. I know. It's just that, it's a bit nervous to encounter this level of stuff for the first time. Don't worry, your dad won't embarrass you. I have the mental strength for this. Lu Jinyu whispered. Well, that's good. Just remember, your son, me, is no worse than anyone else. Lu Fan nodded with a smile. It would be best if his father could be more open-minded. After Tang Long left, the dishes in their private room were quickly served. They were all very high-end ingredients, including Chinese and Western cuisine. Although the dishes were served, no one touched their chopsticks. Because Tang Long hadn't arrived yet. They had to wait for him to start eating the meal worth over $1 million. Fortunately, Tang Long didn't make them wait too long. He came back in just over 10 minutes. Come, let's eat the dishes first. This red wine, it's best to let it breathe before tasting. After opening the red wine, Tang Long let it breathe. Then he invited everyone to start eating. Dear former colleagues, come, let's have a toast. We, old colleagues, rarely gather like this today, so we should have a good drink. Come, cheers. While Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa were about to enjoy the Romani Conti worth over $1 million, in another private room, Lu Fan's former colleagues were just starting their gathering. As someone who had worked at Joyue for 5 years, he was also the nominal organizer of the gathering. Li Feng raised his glass and gave a nice opening speech. At this moment, Li Feng still looked a bit down. It had been over a month since he was fired by Joyue, and he still hadn't found a suitable job.
He was exhausted by Lu Fan's matter.
Lu Fan ultimately didn't come to the gathering, and since his goal wasn't achieved, he naturally couldn't be happy.
Manager Lee, what's wrong with you today?
You don't look good.
Did that woman, Shin Sheng, reject you again, huh? Seeing Li Yifeng's appearance, someone jokingly teased him.
That's right, Manager Lee.
Today, Song Jihung and Zhang Yu, the two CEOs, managed to find time to attend the gathering.
We can't let them be unhappy, someone else chimed in.
If the previous people were just joking, this person's words were a bit harsh.
Obviously, he was trying to flatter Song Jihong and Zhang Yu. Song Jihong was a second-generation rich. It was said that his family assets were worth over $1 billion. He originally went to Zhuoyue solely to pursue Jiang Manhwa.
But after being discovered by Jiang Manhwa, he was immediately fired, and he only stayed for a little over 2 months without even passing the probation period. At that time, he was the object of flattery by many people in the company and was considered the Prince Charming in the eyes of female employees. As for Zhang Yu, he jumped to Zhuoyue as the marketing director based on his abilities. After less than a year, he jumped to another big company.
Now he's doing very well.
His annual income has also reached over $1 million.
This is the income that many people dream of.
Look at the old colleagues present, except for Song Jihung, who is a jerk. Which one of them has an annual income that can reach $1 million?
Don't even talk about $1 million, not even 500,000. Most people only earn around 1 to 200,000 a year.
Those who are doing relatively well, like Li Yifeng, used to make just over 300,000 at Zhuoyue.
Sorry, I've been dealing with some annoying things lately.
So, my mental state is not great.
Li Yifeng smiled awkwardly.
He also knew that his complexion today was definitely not very good.
Manager Lee, your complexion doesn't look good, is it because of Lu Fan and his girlfriend?
Oh, no, Shin Sheng should be his ex-girlfriend.
Lu Fan is doing really well now, not only did he make a fortune, but even Jiang Zong. Aren't you Lu Fan's best friend, Lu Yu? Good friends go their separate ways, why did you both leave Zhuoyue?
At this time, the person who had just flattered Song Jihong and Zhang Yu spoke again. From this, it can be seen that this person and Li Yifeng have some grievances. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't repeatedly poke at someone's sore spots. Lu Yu on the side kept his head down and didn't dare to speak.
He was just a small supervisor in the marketing department, and now he couldn't even say anything. Is it true or false about Lu Fan and Jiang Zong? I can't believe it. Why wouldn't it be true?
I heard that Lu Fan is now called Madam President within Zhuoyue. It's hilarious.
Really? So many things happened?
I just saw in Zhang Hui's circle of friends that Lu Fan bought a BMW X7, and I was wondering how Lu Fan suddenly became rich. Turns out he's living off a woman.
That's
nothing. Jiang Zong not only gave him a car, but also a house worth over 40 million, and shares in Zhuoyue.
This is outrageous.
Yeah, this is a high-level sugar daddy, who wouldn't want to have that? I see, I've been busy lately, so I haven't been paying attention to the group.
But didn't Jiang Zong clarify in writing afterwards, saying that the money is all Lu Fan's own? Do you believe that too?
True.
Right, didn't Lu Fan buy the car himself? Just ask Zhang Hui and you'll know.
Immediately, the focus of the discussion shifted to Lu Fan.
Many people were shocked. Obviously, because they were busy with work on weekdays, many people didn't pay attention to the hot topic of Lu Fan and Jiang Manhwa, and it dissipated. Right, Hui, didn't Lu Fan buy the car from you? We're curious, did he pay in full or in installments? Of course he paid in full, how could he afford a 40 million house and still pay in installments?
Then, everyone looked at Zhang Hui, hoping he would tell them about Lu Fan's situation. However, to their disappointment, Zhang Hui didn't want to say much.
Speaking of Lu Fan, why didn't he come today? Did he not receive the notification? Or is it because he's become a phoenix and looks down on us old colleagues?
Just as everyone was discussing Lu Fan, Zhang Yu, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke up.
Zhang Yu was still a little unhappy.
Clearly, he should have been the center of attention.
But instead, the absent Lu Fan became the main topic.
This made him, a career elite, feel very insignificant. So, when he spoke, his attitude towards Lu Fan was not very friendly.
Song Ji-hong was even more unhappy.
But as a second-generation rich, he didn't want to mix with the working class present.
If it weren't for wanting to get some information about Jiang Manhwa, he wouldn't have come at all.
When Zhang Yu said this, everyone in the room quieted down.
They could all hear the dissatisfaction in Song Ji-hong's tone.
After all, when Song Ji-hong was the director of the marketing department, Lu Fan was just a sales supervisor under him.
Now, he has been promoted directly, leaving Lu Fan caught off guard.
Although Lu Fan also left excellence, he is still considered an excellent partner. So it may not be appropriate for him to come over. Besides, he has something important today.
Upon hearing Song Ji-hong's words, Zhang Hui stepped forward to explain. Of course, he wasn't deliberately trying to flatter Song Ji-hong.
He knew very well who he could befriend and who he couldn't. He understood clearly that Song Ji-hong looked down on him from the bottom of his heart.
Although Zhang Hui's current financial situation is not worse than Song Ji-hong's, and he is even his own boss, given his current relationship with Lu Fan, he couldn't just sit back and let Song Ji-hong badmouth Lu Fan.
Something important?
I doubt it.
After all, I used to be his boss, and we were colleagues.
Some people become arrogant when they achieve success. Song Ji-hong continued to speak.
Anyway, he felt that if Lu Fan didn't come today, it meant that Lu Fan looked down on him. As the regional director of a busy large company, he managed to make time to come.
Are you, a freeloader, busier than me? Isn't this a sign of disrespect?
Of course, he was just venting his frustration. He also knew that Lu Fan had changed a lot.
Whether Lu Fan became successful on his own or relied on Jiang Manhua's support, it was all real. A 40 million house, the status of a partner in the new excellence project. These were all real.
So, no matter what Lu Fan's reputation was or how he was criticized, money is king. In this world, it doesn't matter how you acquire wealth and status.
Song Ji-hong was very clear about this.
He wasn't like some poor losers who only knew how to resent the rich and spew hatred online. So, he just wanted to vent a little and belittle Lu Fan a bit.
He wouldn't say anything more. Well said. This guy Lu Fan is too much. He shouldn't forget where he came from.
Even young Master Zhang and General Manager Song took time out of their busy schedules to come, but he's so arrogant. At this moment, Li Feng, who had been in a bad mood all along, chimed in.
He and Lu Yu were the nominal initiators of this gathering. The purpose was to get Lu Fan to come.
They wanted to say some kind words and ease their relationship with him.
But what happened? Lu Fan didn't even bother to show up. Li Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. Fortunately, this gathering wasn't without any gains. At the very least, the rich second-generation Li Yu came. Song Ji-hong, a former talent at excellence, also came.
If they could flatter them a bit, maybe they could fly high together.
I
have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. While Song Ji-hong and Li Feng were mocking Lu Fan, someone cautiously spoke up.
Go ahead, we're all old colleagues and friends. There's nothing you can't say. Song Ji-hong said.
He treated this gathering as his own territory.
But that was also true. After all, he was the
one paying for tonight's expenses.
It should be noted that New Manhwa Hotel was one of the best hotels in Nanchang.
If it weren't for Song Ji-hong offering to foot the bill, they wouldn't have suggested coming here. After all, except for Zhang Yu, they were all working-class people. Even if they split the bill, no one would be willing to come here for a meal. Well, I saw Lu Fan at this hotel just now. And he seemed to be having dinner with his family. The person hesitated for a moment, then slowly described what they had seen. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned.
Especially Song Ji-hong and Li Feng, their faces turned even uglier. Song Ji-hong's idea is that since we're all in the same hotel, you don't even come to toast. Are you not giving me face?
As for Li Feng, he thinks it's intentional. He initiated the gathering, but the other party didn't come. Instead, they brought their own family.
This is definitely intentional. It has to be said that both of them have quite the imagination. They always feel like they are right. If Lu Fan knew, he would probably laugh to death. Whether it's Lia Feng or Song Ji-hun, this elite, he really doesn't need to give face. The reason for not coming is simply because he doesn't want to see some people he dislikes. Moreover, on such an important occasion today, how could he possibly attend some old colleagues' gathering? Overthinking it. Did you see which private room Lu Fan went into? Lia Feng suddenly asked the person next to him. Yes, I saw. The person nodded slightly. Then, can you take me and Lu Yu there later? We'll go toast. Lia Feng and Lu Yu exchanged a glance. Then they nodded in agreement. It's truly unexpected. They originally thought that they wouldn't have a chance to meet Lu Fan at this gathering. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Could this be considered as the heavens helping the two of them, allowing Lu Fan to reconcile with them? Today Lu Fan has important matters, it's best not to disturb him. Seeing that Lia Feng and Lu Yu intended to go toast, Zhang Hui quickly spoke up. He knew very well that today was the day Lu Fan and Jiang Manhua's families were meeting. Seeing two people they disliked suddenly at such a happy moment, how could their hearts be at ease? It definitely wouldn't end well. Zhang Hui, what important matters does Lu Fan have today? This is the second time you've mentioned it. Tell us, let everyone hear. Zhang Hui's words made many people curious. Song Ji-hun even directly asked. Is this the red wine worth over $1 million? The taste is truly extraordinary. After taking a sip of Romani Conti, Lu Jinyu's eyes instantly lit up. As a class leader, he had attended many high-end wine banquets. He had also tasted many red wines. He had even drunk red wines worth tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. However, compared to this Romani Conti worth over $1 million, they were instantly thrown into the clouds. There was simply no comparison. The taste of this Romani Conti was just too good. But, it was also too expensive. With just one sip, at least tens of thousands of yuan would be gone. It's indeed very good. Finally, I get to drink it again. Zhang Hatong smiled and said. Is this the $1 million red wine? It's really delicious. Old Lady Wu Hui had also drunk red wine before. But at this moment, she felt that the red wine she had drunk before was like a fighter jet in the garbage. It's just a pity that such a delicious red wine would probably have few opportunities to be drunk in the future. After all, even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Ding dong. Ding dong. While everyone was tasting the Romani Conti, Lu Fan's phone suddenly rang. Several messages came in. Lu Fan, the outstanding administrative department saw you at the hotel and knows which private room you're in. Lia Feng and Lu Yu want to go toast, I can't stop them. And now everyone is asking me what important matters you have. Should I tell the truth or just come up with an excuse? Seeing the message from Zhang Hui, Lu Fan frowned. He didn't expect that besides Zhang Hui, there were others who saw him. And they even knew which private room he was in? To be honest, on such a happy day today, he really didn't want to see Lia Feng and Lu Yu, those two idiots. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Manhwa leaned over and asked in a low voice, looking at Lu Fan's frowning expression. It's nothing, it's just that my current location has been discovered by someone. Lia Feng and Lu Yu, they might come to toast. You know my relationship with these two. So I'm a bit annoyed now. Lu Fan said helplessly. It's simple, I'll tell Uncle Tang. Arrange security outside the door. If they come, just let the security inform them that it's a private room, please do not disturb. Jiang Manhwa thought it was something else. Immediately, she came up with an idea. Can it be done like this? Wouldn't it be too much trouble for Mr. Tang? Lu Fan was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiang Manhwa to come up with such a solution. However, he felt that it was unnecessary to trouble Tang Long because of this matter. It seemed like making a big deal out of a small issue. It's not a bother. My dad and Uncle Tang are close friends.
Uncle Tang has also taken care of me a lot since I was young. In these years of starting a business, Uncle Tang has also looked after me.
It's just a small problem. Jiang Manhwa blinked calmly.
Then she stood up and walked to Tang Long's side, telling him about the situation here.
Okay, no problem. I'll arrange it right away. After hearing Jiang Manhua's words, Tang Long smiled and nodded.
Then, without saying a word, he took out his phone and dialed an internal number. A few minutes later, 2 security guards appeared outside their private room, waiting. With this, Lu Fan felt relieved. It would be a downer to hear Li Yifeng and Lu Yu's annoying chatter on such a happy day. There's no need to stop them, because they can't enter the private room I'm in. Mr. Tang, the chairman of Musée Hotel, and I are old friends.
We're having a meal together.
I asked Mr. Tang to arrange security guards to guard the entrance.
As for me and Manhwa, it's up to you whether you want to talk about it or not.
After settling everything, Lu Fan replied to Zhang Hui's message.
Wow!
Zhang Chairman's friends are really impressive.
Tang Long is also a prominent figure in our city.
After receiving Lu Fan's message, Zhang Hui sent 2 amazed sentences. Well, they are all well-known figures on the Forbes rich list.
In the top 30 in the country, he's even stronger than Chairman Jiang. Lu Fan also heard about it when he was having a meal with Jiang Manhwa.
After checking, he found out that this Tang Long had assets worth billions. He started with real estate and had cooperated with his future father-in-law, Jiang Hetan, in his early years. Now his business is quite extensive, including culture and tourism, hotels, it's flourishing everywhere. If Zhang Hui comes to attend his wedding, he will definitely need him.
So Lu Fan didn't hide anything. I didn't know Tang Long was so impressive.
Are you having meals with people like him now, Lu Fan? But thinking about it, your future father-in-law Chairman Jiang is already so impressive. Zhang Hui was truly shocked this time. The people he usually only heard about in the news were actually having a meal with his good friend. It made him want to witness it himself. You're saying that, but I'm not doing too bad either. After all, I'm already worth tens of billions.
Give me a few more years, maybe I can surpass Chairman Jiang.
Lu Fan boasted a little. No, in Lu Fan's heart, he wasn't bragging.
Having control over future information was just one of his goals.
He estimated that he could achieve it in 3 or 4 years, if he worked hard.
Maybe he wouldn't even need that long. When did you have several billion?
I thought you would be impressive with just 1 billion, relying on that plot in Guangming district.
Well, that's great. I've been worried about borrowing money from you, when will you pay it back? So, can I take my time?
Zhang Hui said shamelessly. Originally, he planned to repay the 4 million loan from Lu Fan within 2 years. Now it seems that he shouldn't put so much pressure on himself.
Lu Fan doesn't even care about this 4 million. Whenever you're comfortable, you can repay me, no rush. Lu Fan also doesn't mind.
Zhang Hui knew beforehand that he might not be able to repay the money, yet he still borrowed a loan of 60,000 yuan.
This is enough to explain many things.
Even if Zhang Hui doesn't repay, he won't mind, of course, he can't say that. While Lu Fan and Zhang Hui were chatting, Li Yifeng and Lu Yu, holding their wine glasses, followed their former colleague from the administrative department and went to the private room where Lu Fan was.
Sorry, private room, no entry for idle people.
However, when the 2 arrived at the door of Lu Fan's private room, they were suddenly stopped by 2 security guards. Looking at the door of Lu Fan's private room, there were actually 2 security guards guarding it.
Moreover, they said that this private room is exclusive.